Despite being a prodigious wizard, young Argus Grindelwald chose to lay low and conceal his abilities for years. However, on this day in July 1991, by the shores of Lake Mondsee in Austria, he was about to face a pivotal moment in his life. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy. Argus held a book emitting a dark, misty aura in one hand and a wand with peculiar horizontal ridges in the other, creating an eerie atmosphere. As a green light flashed, a slight smile appeared on his face. Congratulations, host, for mastering the dark arts spell, the Imperious Curse, and earning the achievement Azkaban Candidate. System, display the talent panel. Argus's clear voice broke the silence. A virtual data panel appeared, showing Charms 100, Potions 100, Dark Arts 99, Transfiguration 100, Alchemy 100, Divination 100, with 112 points remaining. 6 years and finally, I'm about to max out my talents. Argus exhaled deeply. He decisively commanded, System, redeem Dark Arts talent. After the successful allocation, the system immediately prompted, Host's talents are now maxed out, earning the achievements Future Dark Arts Master and Perfect Magical Genius. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Vita Rosier, the elegant woman known as the Eternal Black Rose of France, entered the room. Little Argus, have you forgotten that today is your 11th birthday? Vita asked, her face filled with concern. Argus paused for a moment, then it dawned on him. When Grindelwald adopted him, he promised that Argus would inherit the entire Sanctus group on his 11th birthday. However, due to his low-key demeanor over the years, he hadn't been taken seriously within the group. Vita hesitated, but Argus cut her off. I know you mean well, but I refuse. Vita's expression froze and Argus firmly stated, I am Grindelwald's bloodline, and I carry the burden of your unfinished business. If I back down today, I will lose every opportunity. Vita pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, but you know, today's gathering is too conspicuous. The Ministry of Magic won't let this chance slip by. Trust me, Aunt Vita, Argus said confidently, constant challenges are the norm. If I can't handle this, it just proves I'm not worthy. The room fell silent. Vita gazed deeply at Argus, momentarily seeing a reflection of the young Grindelwald. When she snapped back to reality, her eyes held a hint of a smile. Don't disappoint me, young Grindelwald. In the distant sky, countless black ribbons fluttered. Argus bowed gracefully, right hand over his heart, for the greater good. In the square of Nurmengard, hundreds of followers had already gathered, and their numbers continued to grow. Despite the crowd, there was no clamor. Apart from occasional whispers, most people waited in silence, hoping for the appearance of the young boy who would decide their fate. The numbers are about right, and quite a few aurors have shown up. Argus, are you sure you don't want to see your foster father first? The elderly man behind him asked quietly. Argus smiled slightly. Uncle Abernathy, the test began the moment I stepped into Nurmengard. He paused. Let's go. It's time to meet your old friend. With a wave of his wand, the castle gates slowly opened. Vita followed closely behind Argus, and though Abernathy was worried, he took a deep breath and followed as well. Argus's appearance brought silence to the followers. Unlike the fervor that greeted Gellert Grindelwald in the past, the crowd's reaction was lukewarm, with even a few elders showing signs of impatience. Chief, should we take him down now? A young auror asked the middle-aged man beside him in a low voice. The middle-aged man shook his head. Not yet. Let's observe the situation first. Remember, this is Nurmengard. If we alert the one in the tower, none of us can bear the consequences. Just a kid, only 11 years old. What can he do? Another blonde auror scoffed disdainfully. Grindelwald must be senile to let a schoolboy inherit the followers. Let's hope so, the middle-aged man said, his gaze heavy as he watched the center of the square. Argus walked steadily to the center, gently touching his wand to his chest and bowing slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming today. Over the past decades, we have been displaced, hiding, and have lost many friends, comrades, and allies. The followers have made it this far thanks to your dedication and protection. For that, I extend my sincerest gratitude. He bowed deeply, his eyes scanning the crowd. The once formidable pureblood party now numbered only in the hundreds, including many elderly and infirm. Yet Argus did not seem disheartened. After a brief pause, he continued. I understand why you are here. I know your dreams, your persistence, and your desires. Some say we are wrong, that we are sinners, the scourge of the wizarding world. Rubbish. They're just a bunch of fools. An angry shout erupted from the crowd. Argus raised his hand gently, and the noise subsided. Years ago, Mr. Gellert Grindelwald warned the wizarding world, only to be imprisoned for decades. Many believe that as his foster son, I should hate them and be at odds with them. But the truth is quite the opposite. I do not hate them, not at all. If they are willing, I hope to coexist peacefully with them. We do not fight out of hatred. We merely hold different beliefs, nothing more. Many of the elderly present had attended the Père Lachaise cemetery gathering and remembered Grindelwald's charisma vividly. At this moment, they seemed to see the same spirit in this confident and elegant young man. Grindelwald, an elder, mistaking the boy on stage for Gellert Grindelwald himself, trembled as he stepped forward. Snap out of it, Roll. Someone yanked him back, shaking him vigorously until he came to his senses. Argus took it all in. He glanced at Vita Rosier, who nodded and handed him a skull-shaped pipe. Though I lack my father Gellert Grindelwald's gift of prophecy, I can still present the reality before us. Argus took a deep drag from the pipe and exhaled. A massive cloud of smoke enveloped the square, sketching scenes of steel torrents. Tanks, planes, missiles appeared one after another. A mushroom cloud explosion made everyone's scalp tingle. They could hardly believe that muggles, devoid of magical abilities, could wield such devastating power through technology. Even the most powerful wizard, Dumbledore, might be able to contend with it, but how could ordinary wizards stand against it? The scenes continued. Spacecraft, satellites, various high-tech devices emerged one by one. Through a satellite's perspective, a blue planet appeared before them. The view rapidly descended, skimming over skies, oceans, islands, and finally, fixed on themselves. As the smoke cleared and the images faded, Argus's voice brought everyone back from their shock. Actions speak louder than words. The power of muggles is no longer as fragile as we once thought. My father's prophecy was not wrong, and neither were your choices back then. The truth is in the hands of the few. It is the world that is mistaken, not us. Applause began, growing ever more fervent. Many of the old followers of Grindelwald were moved to tears. Years of hardship and doubt had made them question the correctness of their past decisions. Now, someone was finally affirming. Your choice was right. You are the visionaries, the pioneers. Every sacrifice was for the future of the wizarding world. Argus smiled confidently, looking around. We don't have much time left. The Muggles' weapons will soon be aimed at the wizarding world. Let me ask you all, are you willing to continue deceiving yourselves like the Ministry of Magic? No, came a few scattered responses. Are you willing to let your lives be controlled by Muggles? No. This time, the response was louder, with most clenching their fists. Are you willing to see your friends and family become slaves under the feet of Muggles? No. No. The crowd erupted in unprecedented shouts, even mingling with the voices of young aurors. The middle-aged auror leader glared fiercely at the young auror who had shouted. The latter seemed to realize his lapse and hung his head. But the next moment, countless voices echoed from behind the middle-aged man. No. 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 The crowd roared, their fervor directed at Argus in the center of the square. Many elderly followers wept uncontrollably, yet their excitement was palpable. Their once extinguished passion reignited. The new leader of the followers had arrived. Argus raised his hand, and the noisy square fell silent instantly. After today, many will leave us. If one day you see my body, do not mourn or lament. Pick up your wands and continue the fight. We bear the great mission of saving the wizarding world. All for the greater good. For the greater good. The followers fell into a frenzy, repeatedly chanting Grindelwald's old motto. Even the elders, their faces flushed, shouted like young men in their 20s. In the distance, a middle-aged auror fell into deep self-doubt. Rokas, have we really been wrong? Unconsciously, he lowered his wand. Get a grip, niece. The auror chief shook niece's shoulder vigorously. Rokas, he's right. We share the same identity, the same goal. No. Stay calm. Stay calm. He deserves our following. Niece, are you mad? Remember your duty. You are an auror. The chief stared in disbelief at the middle-aged auror. I am an auror, but I am also a member of the wizarding world. The middle-aged auror turned, heading towards Argus like a pilgrim. Niece, you leave me no choice. The chief gripped his wand tightly, his hand veins bulging from the strain. Avada Kedavra! The body of the middle-aged auror fell to the ground with a thud, drawing numerous gasps from the crowd. Argus quickly approached the fallen auror, his hand grasping at the air as if trying to hold onto something. He knelt down and gently closed the auror's eyes, his voice filled with sorrow. Why can't you even? Avada Kedavra! The auror chief interrupted Argus, fearing he too might be swayed by his words. The curse seemed like a signal, and several beams of deadly green light shot towards Argus from all directions. Faced with the dreaded killing curse, Argus remained unperturbed. Instead, a barely noticeable smile played at the corner of his lips. With Vita Rosier and Abernathy, two top-tier wizards, by his side, such an obvious attack was unlikely to hit its mark. Sure enough, as the green light approached, two stone walls materialized in front of Argus. The green beams of the killing curse disintegrated upon contact with the stone. Before the saints could react, several young aurors suddenly turned traitor, casting spells at their comrades, Expelliarmus, Petrificus Totalis. However, these traitors were quickly subdued. Vita Rosier's wand glowed green, ready to strike them down, but Argus intervened. Wait, Aunt Vita. He pushed her wand aside and walked towards the captured aurors. The saints parted like a tide to make way for him. Argus looked at the indignant aurors and sighed. All these years, haven't you killed enough of our comrades? Why must you eradicate us completely? My father is already imprisoned by you, and now, you won't even spare an 11-year-old child. Bah! The auror chief spat, his eyes filled with hatred. You and your father are both demons who bewitch minds. You're the scourge of the wizarding world. Argus did not get angry. Instead, he looked saddened, a blue light flickering in his eyes. You call us a scourge, but what have we done? Pursued truth, sought freedom? Is it a crime to want wizards to live in the sunlight? He continued, I've said it before, we were never enemies. We share the same identity, the same goals. What we should be doing is Avada Kedavra. The auror chief suddenly pulled out a wand from the shadows and launched a sneak attack as Argus approached. Argus! Vita Rosier's face showed unprecedented fear as she rushed towards Argus. However, Argus's lips curled into a disdainful smile, as if he had anticipated this. He sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the attack. Sir, you seem to have forgotten. My prophetic abilities may not be as strong as my father's, but they are not non-existent. Argus raised his wand and spun gracefully in the arena. Protego Diabolica. With the incantation, pale blue flames ignited around him. Though not as dazzling as Grindelwald's in the past, they were enough to drive the saints into a frenzy. Even Vita Rosier, who had cared for him for years, couldn't hide the fervor in her eyes. Protego Diabolica. It's Protego Diabolica. Abernathy's shocked voice came from behind Argus. Argus chuckled softly and looked at the saints. Everyone, the final moment has arrived. Cross this flame and shatter the illusions of those who sleep. Fight for the greater good. Announce to the entire wizarding world that the saints have returned. Vita Rosier looked at the young man in the center of the square and suddenly laughed, stepping boldly into the flames. She was followed by the fervent-faced Abernathy. For the greater good. With the two leading, the saints stepped into the flames one by one and then disapparated. At that moment, a system prompt flashed in Argus's mind. Congratulations to the host for mastering the saints group, achieving the title heir of the Dark Lord, and earning 500 achievement points. Enough for a 5-draw. I'll think about how to use it once everything is settled, Argus thought to himself. After everyone had left, only Argus, Vita Rosier, and Abernathy remained. Vita looked at the bound aurors at her feet and asked Argus, Argus, what should we do with these aurors? Without even glancing at them, Argus waved his wand, and blue flames instantly consumed them. Aurors? What aurors? In a dark tower, a white-haired, heterochromaticied old man watched Argus with interest. Well done, young one. What's your next move? Taking over the Austrian Ministry of Magic? With Argus as his foster son to pass the time, Grindelwald's condition was much better than the pitiful state described in the original story. Though imprisoned in Nurmengard, his quality of life wasn't too bad, except for the inability to leave. Facing Grindelwald's inquiry, Argus scoffed. I want to live a few more years. Taking over the ministry now would be tantamount to declaring war. If it weren't for the agreement you made back then, I wouldn't have caused such a commotion. I'd lie low and wait until I'm truly ready. Grindelwald shrugged, looking somewhat helpless. I didn't expect you to actually pass the old geezer's test. How about I send you to Durmstrang to lay low for a few years? No thanks, staying here is better than going to Durmstrang. At least the ministry won't dare act in front of you. Argus shook his head. As for my next move, you already know, don't you? You want to go to Britain? Grindelwald quickly deduced. The German and Austrian ministries have been monitoring us to an unbearable degree. After today's events, they'll be even more determined to target the saints. Instead of continuing the struggle here, it makes more sense to go to Britain and seek a new path. Besides, Argus smiled, I can help you get some revenge at Hogwarts. Imagine, Dumbledore's carefully taught students joining the saints one by one. All his years of effort, working in our favor. Argus's tone was filled with persuasion, causing a flicker of interest in Grindelwald's eyes. Going to Hogwarts had been Argus's decision since he got the system. Not only for the development of the saints, but also for the system's achievement rewards. Compared to Durmstrang or Beauxbatons, Hogwarts, the setting of Harry Potter's story and the beginning of everything, was undoubtedly the place with the most opportunities for achievements. His own talent was one thing, but the system's bonuses were something Argus wasn't willing to miss. But you don't have an acceptance letter from Hogwarts? Grindelwald's eyes gleamed mischievously as he looked at Argus. Argus wasn't falling for that. He knew from the moment he crossed over that the orphanage he was in was located in Britain. Today was his birthday, and Hogwarts would definitely send someone to deliver the letter. If he hadn't received it yet, there was only one explanation. It had been hidden by the old man in front of him. Noticing Argus's suspicious look, Grindelwald waved his hand dismissively. A moment later, an owl flew to Argus with a letter. Doubting your own father, little Argus, you're becoming less adorable. Argus picked up the acceptance letter from Hogwarts and turned the envelope over. The vivid images of the lion, badger, snake, and eagle on the crest caught his eye. Despite being prepared, he couldn't hide his excitement. The letter detailed the required textbooks, supplies, and other instructions for the upcoming school year. Argus quickly skimmed through it before handing it to Vita Rosier beside him. I'll have someone prepare everything on the list, Vita began. But Argus gently shook his head, declining her offer. No need, Aunt Vita. It's better if I handle some of these things myself. Besides, getting a head start on meeting my future classmates in Diagon Alley wouldn't hurt, Argus said firmly, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. He then turned to the others present, his expression becoming serious. After this meeting, we don't have much time left. The German and Austrian ministries of magic will act quickly once they get the news. Before the word gets out, have the Saints sell off their assets as quickly as possible. If they can't sell them, just abandon them. By tonight, everyone must relocate to the UK. Understood? Understood. The group responded in unison. Then let's move out immediately. Argus gave the final command, then turned to Grindelwald with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Old man, who knows when we'll meet again after this? Grindelwald interrupted with a hearty laugh, standing up as a powerful aura of magic emanated from him, reminiscent of his former days as a dark wizard. Ha ha ha, kid, since when do I need you to worry about me? Don't forget, I am Grindelwald. Argus knew this was Grindelwald's way of comforting him. Despite not being together every day, their many years of father-son relationship had made it clear to Argus that he had become an indispensable part of Grindelwald's life. Take care of yourself, father, Argus said, his eyes complex, bowing deeply before turning to leave with Vita, leaving Grindelwald alone in the vast Nurmengard castle. Dumbledore, I'm no longer alone, Grindelwald murmured to himself. Argus, my heir, he will carry on my will, our will, and move forward. That night, Vita Rosier and Argus arrived in the UK. Aunt Vita, how much of our assets have been dealt with? Argus asked directly. About 70%. Many were prepared in advance, and most of our people have managed to escape. Vita's response brought a sigh of relief to Argus. As long as our people are safe. Argus nodded. The Saints' numbers are far fewer than before, but those who survived decades of suppression are the future backbone. I can't handle everything personally, and having them around will make many things easier. Vita reminded him seriously. Argus, I must remind you that while we have a lot of galleons, starting anew in the UK will be costly. If we don't come up with a plan, we'll soon run out of resources. Argus smiled confidently. I've already thought about that. Over the years, I've studied the wizarding world's commercial and financial systems. Due to the small population and the nature of magic, the wizarding world is still in a traditional economic era. Pureblood families control vast amounts of galleons and magical texts, exploiting ordinary wizards like ancient landlords. It's time for the wizarding world to experience the allure of capitalism. Vita trusted Argus's words, knowing he wouldn't joke about such matters. As long as you have a plan. Come. I've selected a few residences in the UK for you to choose from. As they spoke, they arrived at a luxurious estate. 2 figures, one large and one small, were waiting at the entrance. Before they got close, a young voice was heard complaining, Dad, can't the house elves handle this? Why do we have to come in person? I need to go to Diagon Alley tomorrow. Argus's keen ears picked up on the information. Considering the haughty tone and the shining blonde hair visible even in the dark, he immediately realized who was at the door. Draco Malfoy and his father, Lucius. A smile tugged at Argus's lips. He was just wondering how to break into the circle of British pureblood families, and here was an opportunity presenting itself. He and Vita approached the 2 figures. Lucius Malfoy, frowning at his son, noticed Argus and Vita approaching and immediately composed himself. As a member of a long-standing wizarding family, his ability to navigate social circles was unmatched. Knowing someone wanted to buy this luxurious estate, he decided to come personally. This was one of the best Malfoy estates, and even some families among the Sacred 28 would hesitate to buy it. This indicated the buyer's significant status, at least on par with the Sacred 28. Such connections could be invaluable in the future and shouldn't be missed. Unfortunately, his son couldn't see this, his mind occupied with Quidditch. Seeing Argus and Vita approach, Lucius set aside his intention to reprimand Draco. As a pure-blood aristocrat, he wouldn't allow himself to be rude and immediately went to greet them. Good evening, madam. A pleasure to meet you, Lucius began, but his expression froze when he recognized the woman. Vita Rosier, the Black Rose of France. What was she doing in the UK? Lucius couldn't believe his eyes. He thought he had prepared adequately, but he had still underestimated the situation. Vita showed no particular reaction, merely glancing at Lucius's blonde hair and the family crest on his robe. A Malfoy, I see. Yes, yes, Madame Rosier, Lucius stammered, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He dared not show any displeasure at her address. Her age alone could make her his grandmother, and even his father wouldn't dare to speak out. Moreover, she was the second-in-command of the purest party. Offending her was out of the question. Draco, witnessing his father's demeanor, was equally shocked. It was his first time seeing his father so humble. Even when the Minister of Magic, Fudge, visited, he hadn't shown such an expression. Who was this woman? Noticing Draco's gaze, Lucius quickly composed himself and bowed to Argus and Vita. Lucius Malfoy, and this is my son, Draco, who is about to start at Hogwarts. Oh, a new student at Hogwarts? Vita looked at Draco with interest, then turned to Argus. Argus, your future classmate. Lucius and Draco now noticed the young boy beside Vita. Before Lucius could speak, Draco excitedly rushed forward. Are you a new student at Hogwarts too? Have you played Quidditch? Do you have a broomstick? My dad said he'll buy me the latest Nimbus 2000 when we go to Diagon Alley tomorrow. Draco, Lucius hissed, then turned to Argus with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, sir. Please forgive Draco's rudeness. May I know your name? Argus smiled elegantly. Argus. Argus Grindelwald. The moment Argus spoke the name, Lucius's pupils contracted violently, shock written all over his face. He never dreamed that the person buying his house today would be Grindelwald's heir. As a former Death Eater, Lucius knew all too well the power of the Dark Lord. Imprisoned in Nurmengard? What a colossal joke. That was a living Dark Lord. If he wished, no one in this world could capture him, let alone imprison him. Even though the current strength of the followers had waned, as long as Gellert Grindelwald was alive, they could make a comeback at any time. Lucius quickly adjusted his expression and said humbly, So it's Mr. Grindelwald. It's a pleasure to meet you. Argus nodded in response. The pleasure is mine, Mr. Malfoy. Please, show us around the estate. Throughout the tour, Draco was exceptionally excited, having appeared to accompany him. As an 11-year-old, he rarely encountered peers of equal status. Most people treated him with flattery. Now, finally finding someone who seemed like a potential friend, his joy was barely contained. After the tour, Lucius tentatively asked, Mr. Grindelwald, what do you think? After a brief interaction, his attitude toward Argus had risen a notch. Initially, he thought Argus was just a child who needed adults to make decisions for him, but it was quite the opposite. Throughout the process, Vita Rosier seldom voiced her opinions. Argus led everything. His composure and insights left Lucius deeply impressed. Looking at his son, who only cared about Quidditch, Lucius couldn't help but feel a wave of disdain. Both were 11, yet the difference was stark. Argus responded calmly, Not bad. What do you think, Aunt Vita? Vita replied briefly, If you think it's good, let's finalize it. I've brought the galleons. We can sign the contract anytime. Soon, Vita and Lucius signed a magical contract. Lucius glanced at the time and said, It's getting late. We won't disturb Mr. Grindelwald's rest any longer. Let's go, Draco. As they were about to leave, Argus called out, Mr. Malfoy, please wait. He noticed the reluctance in Draco's eyes, and a barely noticeable smile played on his lips. I just heard Draco mention you're going to Diagon Alley tomorrow. If you don't mind, he can stay over tonight, and we can go together tomorrow. Dad. Draco's eyes lit up. He looked up at Lucius, shaking his arm with a pleading expression. Lucius initially wanted to refuse but, seeing his son's eager eyes, hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then I'll trouble Mrs. Rosier and Mr. Grindelwald to take care of him. Draco, remember to come back early after shopping, and don't cause trouble for Mrs. Rosier. I know, Dad. Draco responded excitedly. With Lucius gone, Draco's repressed nature was finally unleashed. Especially with Argus as his companion, he clung to him until late into the night. Seeing the exhausted Argus, Vita's eyes twinkled with amusement. It's the first time I've seen you spend so much time with someone your age. What's the matter? Do you find the young Malfoy boy agreeable? Argus smirked. I'm not into that. Keeping him around is part of our plan to infiltrate the British pureblood circles. The Malfoy family, despite their poor reputation, holds a high status among pureblood families. Using them as our entry point is a good strategy. However, Lucius is too clever. It's hard to find a weak spot in him. Draco, on the other hand, is still young and hasn't experienced the world scheming. He wouldn't even know if he was being used. After a brief discussion with Vita about the next day's trip to Diagon Alley, they bid each other good night, and Argus returned to his room. Late at night, the estate was silent, with only the howling wind echoing. Lying in bed, Argus opened the system's lottery interface. He thought to himself, now is not the time to hoard. With my talents maxed out, increasing my combat power is the way to go. System, start the lottery. As soon as he finished speaking, a pile of card packs appeared, surrounding Argus and spinning continuously. It looked a lot like Hearthstone. Argus casually picked 5. With a burst of dazzling golden light, the system notifications rang out. Congratulations, host, you've obtained Bone-Breaking Curse Level 3. Congratulations, host, you've obtained Serpent Summons Level 2. Congratulations, host, you've obtained Fiendfire Level 2. Congratulations, host, you've obtained Leglocker Curse Level 1. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a golden reward. Occlumency Level 7. Current remaining achievement points, 200. Detected that the host has already mastered some spells. Would you like to merge them? Merge. Argus answered without hesitation. As soon as he spoke, waves of spell knowledge flooded into Argus's brain, giving him no chance to resist, forcefully integrating. System prompt. Host has exceptional talent, achieving super magic level comprehension. Serpent Summons Level 3, Fiendfire Level 3, Leglocker Curse Level 3. Argus was delighted. High talent does have its perks. It seems choosing to max out my talent before drawing was the right decision. He realized that the so-called spell rewards and spell merging were not merely about adding levels but accumulating experience. For instance, Fiendfire, which he originally mastered at level 2, didn't simply jump to level 5 after merging another level 2. Instead, the experience of the level 2 Fiendfire was infused into his brain, and his comprehension determined the final level. The same applied to other spells. Argus felt fortunate. Luckily, the rewards this time were decent. If I got something like the Tarantaligra, I'd have nowhere to cry. He was particularly pleased with Occlumency. Although it didn't have direct combat capabilities, facing Legilimency masters like Dumbledore or Voldemort without Occlumency would be like standing naked. In future magical duels, using Occlumency to block opponents from reading his battle intentions would be indispensable. For Argus, who urgently needed to convert his talent into combat power, saving a significant amount of practice time was undoubtedly worthwhile. The next morning, Vita brought unsettling news. Argus, I just got word that last night, the German and Austrian ministries of magic conducted a joint operation, trying to catch us off guard. Fortunately, we reacted quickly and evacuated everyone in time. Today's Daily Prophet is full of your exploits from last night, claiming you cruelly killed several aurors. Freshly awakened, Argus yawned and chuckled at Vita's words. They can say whatever they want without evidence. The British Ministry of Magic won't throw me into Azkaban over a few words. Besides, I'm just an 11-year-old child. Who would believe I killed a dozen aurors? Argus had anticipated the ministry's actions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ordered everyone to relocate to Britain immediately. Moreover, Britain was Dumbledore's territory. Given Dumbledore's character, as long as Argus wasn't caught red-handed, even if someone dragged him to trial, he'd be acquitted. While many in his previous life thought Dumbledore was dogmatic or morally overbearing, Argus saw this as his opportunity. A principled person could be manipulated. If Dumbledore were as ruthless and unscrupulous as a certain noseless villain, things would be much more difficult. Just then, Draco came downstairs, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and their conversation halted. Argus smiled at Draco. Get ready. We're heading to Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley. Vita appeared out of thin air with the two of them. Argus had just received an achievement point reward for exploring Diagon Alley and hadn't had time to celebrate when he saw Draco retching against the wall. Ugh, is this your first time operating? Argus asked with a strange look on his face. As if, Draco almost jumped up to retort, only to be hit with another wave of nausea. A few minutes later, he finally regained his composure. Just as Argus was about to head into Diagon Alley with Draco, a few shady figures caught his attention. Aurors? Or maybe forces from a pureblood family. He glanced at Vita for confirmation, and she nodded slightly, indicating she had noticed them too. Argus, you two go ahead and buy the things you need for Hogwarts. I have something to take care of, Vita said quietly, pulling her wand from her sleeve, signaling to Argus that she was going to deal with those individuals. Argus nodded in understanding. Aunt Vita, you go ahead. I'll take Draco to get what we need and then we'll find you. He turned to Draco. Let's go to Ollivander's first. They arrived at a small, shabby shop, filled to the brim with wand boxes, leaving barely any room to move. It was hard to believe this place was the home of one of Europe's top wand makers, the cradle of countless wizards. Oh, 2 young wizards, welcome. A refined British accent called out from within the piles of boxes. An elderly man with dirty white hair, wearing a brown bell-sleeved robe, emerged. Hello, Mr. Ollivander. Argus greeted the master wandmaker with great respect. Ollivander warmly welcomed them inside and immediately recognized Draco. platinum blonde hair, pure-blooded aura. You must be a Malfoy. I remember when your father bought his wand. It was made of elm and dragon heartstring. Turning to Argus, Ollivander's eyes showed a hint of confusion. A noble aura, blonde hair, and blue eyes. I don't recall any British pureblood family with those traits. You are? Just call me Argus, Argus replied, not revealing more. Ollivander didn't press further and got straight to business. All right, Argus, tell me. Which hand do you use? Mr. Ollivander, there's been a misunderstanding. I'm just here with Draco. Argus pulled out his own wand. I'm all set. Ollivander's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Argus's wand. Oh my. Elderwood, a never-before-seen core. This isits Cheelin nerve, from a magical creature of the distant east. Cheelin. Ollivander sensed Argus's extraordinary background just from the wand's material. The last time a Cheelin was seen was during Dumbledore's duel with Grindelwald. Since then, no one has seen this magical creature. Are you from the Dumbledore family? Argus's smile froze for a moment, thinking, what kind of eyesight is that? Do I look like one of those old bees' kin? As if, taking a deep breath, he maintained a polite smile. Mr. Ollivander, allow me to introduce myself properly. My name is Argus. Argus Grindelwald. Ollivander's eyes widened further, speechless for a moment. Mr. Ollivander, could you help me choose a wand? Draco's voice broke the silence. Ollivander snapped back to reality and hurried over with a measuring tape. Young Malfoy, which arm do you use? Right hand. Try this one, 9.5 inches, redwood and dragon heartstring, similar to your father's. Ollivander handed Draco a wand from the pile. Draco gave it a wave, and the shop window shattered. Doesn't feel right, he said, shaking his head. Seems you're not quite like your father. Try this one, 10 inches, hawthorn with unicorn hair core. This time, the shattered window slowly repaired itself. Draco looked delighted. This is the one. That'll be 7 galleons, thank you. Leaving the wand shop, Argus felt a bit disappointed that he didn't hear Ollivander's classic line about picky customers. Draco pulled him towards the other end of Diagon Alley. Let's go to Madame Malkin's for our Hogwarts robes, then to Twilfit and Tattings for some proper dress robes. You know, Madame Malkin's is just too low class. If it weren't for Hogwarts accommodating those Muggleborns, I wouldn't. They arrived at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, where several young wizards were already trying on robes. Hello, are you 2 new Hogwarts students? Madame Malkin, a short, plump witch in purple, asked kindly. Argus smiled. Yes, Madame Malkin. We need Hogwarts robes for both of us. Madame Malkin measured them and brought out a few ready-made robes, adjusting the sizes with her wand. Argus inquired about the completion time, planning to buy other supplies in the meantime. Just then, the shop doorbell rang, and a thin boy walked in. He seemed timid, avoiding eye contact. Argus noticed his oversized clothes and lost expression. Then he saw the giant at the door and felt a chill. Could it be? It felt like fate. Just as Harry Potter pushed open the door, Draco happened to turn around. Their eyes met, and it was as if sparks flew in the air. Standing nearby, Argus couldn't help but think to himself, this is destiny. Draco and Harry, what a perfect pair. Ginny? Just a third wheel. A system notification sounded in Argus's mind. Congratulations, host, for meeting Harry Potter. Achievement, meeting the Savior, unlocked. You have been awarded 50 achievement points. Argus was thrilled, thinking, just meeting Harry Potter earns me an achievement? Coming to Hogwarts was definitely the right choice. Before Harry could utter a word, Madame Malkin greeted him warmly. Here to buy your Hogwarts robes? We have plenty. There are 2 boys trying on robes right now. Harry nodded, a bit reserved. He had just left the Dursleys and was still radiating an air of insecurity. After being measured, he quietly approached Argus and Draco. Draco curiously looked Harry up and down and asked, are you a new student at Hogwarts too? Yes, Harry replied, feeling a bit awkward. Draco fired off questions excitedly. Do you have your own broomstick? Ever played Quidditch? Do you know which house you'll be sorted into? I'm definitely going to be in Slytherin. My father says. Draco. Argus interrupted, noticing Harry's uncomfortable expression. He gave Harry an apologetic smile and said, sorry, Draco is a bit too excited today. I apologize on his behalf. It's okay. Harry felt relieved and warmed to Argus's polite demeanor. In contrast, Draco's haughty tone made him uneasy. More importantly, since arriving at Diagon Alley, everyone had looked at him as if he were some rare creature. Only this elegant boy treated him naturally. Argus smiled and introduced himself. I'm Argus Grindelwald, and this is Draco Malfoy. Harry Potter, Harry responded. Just call me Harry. You're Harry Potter, the boy who lived, Draco exclaimed, drawing the attention of those around them. Harry frowned, feeling uncomfortable. Hagrid, who was outside, heard the commotion and rushed in. What's going on, Harry? He asked with concern. Nothing, Hagrid, Harry explained. Just chatting with new friends? Hagrid sighed in relief and gave a hearty laugh. Good, good. These are your friends then? He extended his large hand to Argus and Draco. Hello there, young wizards. Argus responded politely. Hello, Mr. Hagrid. I've heard a lot about you. Hogwarts magical creatures expert. Hagrid scratched his head. Looking a bit embarrassed, I'm just the gamekeeper. I do have a fondness for magical creatures. Draco sneered. A servant at Hogwarts. Some expert. Harry's face immediately darkened, and Hagrid stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Harry pulled Hagrid towards the door. Hagrid, the robes will take a while. Let's go look at something else. Draco was puzzled, not understanding why Harry was upset. Argus sighed inwardly and turned to Draco. Do you realize what you just did? What did I do? Draco asked, confused. Who is Hagrid? Argus asked sternly. Just a half-giant, Draco replied dismissively. Argus's tone grew more severe. He is Harry's friend. You insulted a friend's companion in public. Is this the upbringing of the Malfoy heir? Draco realized his mistake, but his pride kept him from admitting it. I was just stating the facts. He's a half-giant. Draco. Argus interrupted, speaking seriously. Do you think being a pureblood and from one of the sacred 28 makes you superior to others? Especially to someone like Hagrid, who is a half-breed? Draco stammered, unable to meet Argus's eyes. Argus continued, listen, Draco, being a pureblood is never a reason to look down on others. A wizard's true nobility comes from his heart, not his bloodline. He may not have a pure lineage, wealth, or refined manners, but if he has a noble heart, he is a noble wizard. Draco fell into deep thought, Argus's words awakening a sense of purity and hope within him. Argus patted his shoulder and said earnestly, Draco, you've received a good education and are the future heir of the Malfoy family. You bear not just the glory of your family, but also the responsibilities and obligations of the wizarding world. Making mistakes is not shameful. What's truly regrettable is knowing it's wrong and refusing to correct it, leading to lifelong regret. Understand? Draco was silent for a long time before finally lifting his head. Eyes red. Argus, I'm sorry, The one you need to apologize to isn't me. Argus smiled and shook his head. Remember what I just said? Making mistakes is not shameful. What's truly regrettable is knowing it's wrong and refusing to correct it. Draco's eyes lit up with determination. I understand. Argus, could you come with me to apologize to Harry and Hagrid? I'm afraid they'll. Don't worry, Argus reassured him. Harry and Hagrid aren't the type to hold grudges. As long as you sincerely apologize, they'll forgive you. About half an hour later, Harry and Hagrid returned to Madame Malkin's shop. Draco hesitated for a moment before finally approaching Hagrid. His face flushed. Hagrid. I'm sorry. Hagrid looked puzzled, scratching his head. Draco took a deep breath and continued. I'm sorry, Hagrid. I shouldn't have said those disrespectful things about you. Nor should I have looked down on your background or bloodline. A wizard's true nobility is in his heart, not his bloodline. He may not have a pure lineage, wealth, or refined manners, but if he has a noble heart, he is a noble wizard. He then turned to Harry, and Harry, I apologize to you too. I shouldn't have insulted your friend. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Hagrid's eyes widened in disbelief. Did a pureblood really say that? Did you come up with those words yourself? Draco, embarrassed, lowered his head. No, they were Argus's words. He repeated what Argus had said earlier. Hagrid clapped his hands excitedly. Well said, Argus. You're going to be someone remarkable in the wizarding world. Harry looked at Argus with admiration. Hagrid moved forward and gave Draco a hearty hug. Little one, you have a great friend. Everyone makes mistakes. I don't mind, and neither will Harry. Seeing Harry nod, Draco finally felt relieved. At that moment, Madame Malkin approached. Young wizards, your robes are ready. Would you like to try them on? Argus smiled and said, no need to try them on. Just pack them up for us, please. If we can't trust Madame Malkin's craftsmanship, then there's no good clothing in all of Britain. Madame Malkin laughed heartily. Thank you for the compliment, young wizard. Thanks to Argus's words, they all received a nice discount on their robes. As they were leaving, Harry looked back and asked, Argus, we're friends, right? Of course, Harry. Argus smiled warmly. Can I write to you after I get back? You're always welcome to. Draco chimed in. Me too. I'll write to you too. After Harry and Hagrid left, Argus noticed a change in Draco's expression, from thoughtful to determined. He was pleased. Perfect. Now the Malfoy family is truly on board with my plans. There's no turning back now. After purchasing all necessary items like cauldrons, textbooks, and an owl, Argus escorted Draco to the fireplace, where he used flue powder to return to Malfoy Manor. The bustling sounds of Diagon Alley gradually faded, replaced by the tranquility of the manor. Argus then returned to the entrance of Diagon Alley, where he found Vita Rosier waiting impatiently. Got everything? Vita asked bluntly. Argus patted his pocket, where a magically expanded suitcase was hidden. Yeah, and I sent Draco back, he replied succinctly. Vita nodded, then lowered her voice. Who sent those aurors? It was Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the British Ministry of Magic's Auror Office, Argus said, narrowing his eyes as he recalled Scrimgeour's profile. Rufus Scrimgeour was a hardliner at the Ministry, dedicated to capturing dark wizards. In the original story, he often clashed with Dumbledore and became the Minister of Magic after Fudge's resignation. He was eventually captured by Voldemort and, despite severe torture, never revealed Harry's whereabouts, dying as a hero of the wizarding world. It looks like our dear head thinks we're a bunch of dark wizards, Argus muttered, frowning. Being under his scrutiny will definitely complicate our plans. A glint of malice appeared in Vita's eyes. Should we send someone to take him out? No. Argus shook his head firmly. Killing a high-ranking ministry official right after arriving in Britain would cause a panic. It wouldn't just be a few aurors watching us then. Vita's tone grew serious. But if he keeps focusing on us, it'll severely hinder our plans. Argus pondered for a moment, then a cunning look crossed his face. We don't necessarily have to deal with Scrimgeour ourselves. The British Ministry only found out about our move today. They won't make a decision immediately. Vita's eyes lit up. So, Scrimgeour acted on his own? A sly smile appeared on Argus's face. Leak the information to Fudge, hinting that Scrimgeour knew about our arrival in Britain all along. Someone will definitely trouble him. Who doesn't enjoy a bit of infighting? Switching topics, Argus asked, how did the investigation into the shops in Diagon Alley go? Vita shook her head, looking grim. Not good. The shops in Diagon Alley are highly sought after, and few are willing to sell. Most are controlled by pureblood families, especially those dealing in high-demand items like potions and broomsticks. Even if we manage to buy a shop, it won't be in a good location. Argus chuckled. Who said I wanted to buy a shop? Not buying. Vita asked, puzzled. Then why investigate the shops? The investigation is to understand the trade in Diagon Alley. A couple of shops can't supply the future needs of the Saints, Argus said, a hint of ambition in his eyes. My goal is to replace Diagon Alley. Replace Diagon Alley? Vita was speechless with shock. Argus patted her hand reassuringly. I'm very calm, Aunt Vita. Replacing Diagon Alley is a long-term plan. Forget the funding. The resources controlled by pureblood families alone are beyond our reach. But thinking ahead never hurts. In my mind, replacing Diagon Alley is just a short-term goal. To fully control the wizarding world, even 10 Diagon Alleys won't be enough. Our business empire will cover the entire world. The next day, at the British Ministry of Magic, Scrimgeour stood grimly outside the minister's office. Inside, Fudge's eyes were bloodshot, and his heavy breathing was audible. This is outrageous, Fudge roared, mobilizing over a dozen aurors without me receiving a single word. Scrimgeour, what are you up to? They are saints. Dark wizards. Over 10 aurors from the Austrian ministry disappeared because of him. Scrimgeour retorted defiantly. An 11-year-old kid killing over 10 aurors? You believe that nonsense? Fudge snapped. I now order you to pull them back immediately. No. Scrimgeour insisted. Even if he didn't do it, he's definitely involved. Scrimgeour. Fudge slammed his hand on the desk, his voice a furious roar. I am the Minister of Magic. Forced to concede, Scrimgeour left, muttering angrily, You'll regret this, Fudge. Time flew by, and soon it was late August. At Malfoy Manor, Argus was engrossed in reading the standard book of spells for fifth-year students. In just 2 months, he had already mastered the entire fourth-year curriculum at Hogwarts. Nearby, Draco was fidgeting restlessly. Lucius entered and couldn't help but marvel at the scene. The difference between people was indeed greater than that between people and dogs. This seemingly gentle blue-eyed boy had, in just a couple of months, gone from an outsider with no background to a guest of honor among many pureblood families. The root cause? A gathering his son had invited him to. Through Draco's gatherings, he had gained the favor of many pureblood peers and was even seen as an idol by them, receiving numerous invitations to various events. By leveraging these gatherings, he had built connections with various families. The remarkable part was that these pureblood fools hadn't even noticed. Lucius sighed inwardly, truly worthy of Grindelwald's bloodline. The ability to manipulate people like this was beyond ordinary. If he could help it, he wouldn't let Draco get too close. With his son's simple mind, he'd probably help count the money if he were sold. Draco, your father's here. Argus noted Lucius's arrival and gently reminded Draco. Draco's face lit up, and he immediately tossed his book aside, ready to leave. Ahem. Argus cleared his throat. Draco, I've been studying all afternoon. I know, Argus said calmly. Just remember to finish the assignments I gave you. I'll check them when school starts. September 1st, King's Cross Station. The train conductor rubbed his tired forehead and sighed inwardly. Every year on this day, he had to tirelessly repeat the same phrase. Sorry, there's no platform 9 3/4 here. Unfortunately, this explanation was rarely effective. Soon enough, another child would come asking the same question. Inside the station, the crowd dressed in peculiar outfits was particularly eye-catching. A burly man with a full beard was wearing a floral dress, making the conductor feel nauseous. Nearby, a girl with messy brown hair was also bewildered by the sight. Before encountering the magical world, she had always thought such people were performance artists. Today, she finally realized. These were wizards who knew nothing about the Muggle world. Lost in her thoughts, the girl was startled by a gentle voice from behind. Hello, I'm Agus Grindelwald, a new student at Hogwarts. She turned around, delighted, and responded. Hermione Granger, are you a new student at Hogwarts too? She then added in frustration. I've been looking for platform 9 3/4 for ages, but the train conductor doesn't know where it is. Argus smiled and explained. Of course the conductor doesn't know. You should ask those oddly dressed people. They're wizards. Hermione's eyes lit up with realization. Argus offered. No need to trouble yourself. Follow me. I'll take you there. Noticing Hermione's large suitcase, Argus quickly drew his wand behind the cover of the platform and muttered, Reductio? The half-human-sized trunk shrank to the size of a matchbox. He picked it up and slipped it into Hermione's pocket, who stood there in stunned amazement. Hurry up, we're going to be late. Argus took Hermione's hand and led her to the third pillar between platforms 9 and 10. To Hermione's astonishment, they walked right through what seemed to be a solid wall. It wasn't until they were seated in the train compartment that Hermione snapped out of her daze. Excitedly, she asked, Did you just use a shrinking charm? Is that something we're supposed to learn in first year? I don't remember reading about it. I need to go over my first year books again. Argus chuckled at Hermione's enthusiasm and explained. No need to worry. The shrinking charm isn't taught in first year. It's covered in the second half of the second year. If you want, I can teach you. Hermione covered her mouth in excitement, trying not to disturb others. Argus didn't mind and began to show her how to cast the shrinking charm. Before long, two identical red-haired boys poked their heads into the compartment. Hey, George, looks like we've interrupted a young couple in the middle of a romantic moment. One of them teased. Who would have thought our dear Ron would ditch his poor brothers to make new friends? Argus recognized them as the famous Weasley twins. He politely explained, Hermione and I just met at the station. We were discussing spells. If you haven't found a seat, feel free to join us. The twins exclaimed dramatically, Oh, Merlin's beard. Are the new students this advanced now? When we started, we hadn't even opened our books, and here they are discussing spells. Fred and George sat down and immediately began working on their homework. Hermione couldn't help but scold them for copying each other's work. You shouldn't do that. Homework is meant to be done by yourself. George joked. Another McGonagall. If you get sorted into Gryffindor or Hufflepuff, you'll see this happens all the time. When the twins started discussing the source of bezoars, Hermione couldn't resist correcting them. No, not from a dog's stomach. Bezoars are found in the stomach of a goat. Argus added, if I remember correctly, bezoars are indeed taken from a goat's stomach and are quite effective in neutralizing poisons. That's from Chapter 3, Section 2 of Advanced Potion Making. The twins looked at Argus in awe, as if they had found a savior. They eagerly asked him more questions. Can you help me with this one? The ingredients for the shrinking solution? Argus patiently replied, daisy roots, skinned shrivelfig, caterpillars, a splash of leech juice and a rat's spleen, and this one, the use of wormwood. The twins continued to ask, while Hermione sat to the side, pouting in frustration, clearly feeling an unprecedented sense of inadequacy about her own knowledge. An hour later, with Argus's help, George and Fred finally finished all their assignments. Overjoyed, the twins threw their arms around Argus's neck, enthusiastically declaring, Mate, from today on, you're our brother from another mother. I guarantee you'll make a perfect Ravenclaw. Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes at this. If Argus hadn't helped her with her studies as well, she would have left the compartment immediately. Argus, slightly suffocated by the twins' embrace, managed to free himself and smiled. I have a feeling I might end up in Slytherin rather than Ravenclaw. This piqued the Weasley twins' interest. They exchanged glances and grinned mischievously. Another pureblood. A future big client. Fred muttered. To them, Slytherin students were always wealthy, and most of their business came from them. After all, the Weasley family was one of the Sacred 28, albeit a bit poorer. But in front of these purebloods, they felt no need to be self-conscious. Fred suddenly remembered something and introduced himself to Argus. I'm Fred Weasley, and this is my brother George. Argus stood up politely and shook hands with them, the famous Weasley twins. I'm Argus, and this is Miss Hermione Granger. Listen to that, George. Our reputation has spread so far that even new students have heard of us. Fred exclaimed dramatically, making funny faces that caused Hermione to stifle a laugh. She wanted to laugh but, remembering she was still annoyed, tried hard to keep a straight face, resulting in her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Just as their conversation was heating up, a commotion erupted outside the compartment, growing louder and threatening to drown out their talk. Hermione glanced worriedly in the direction of the noise and suggested quietly, "Maybe we should go see what's happening, just in case." Argus wasn't keen on getting involved, but the familiar tones in the noise piqued his curiosity. The Weasley twins couldn't resist their own curiosity either and hurriedly pulled Argus along. "Staying in the compartment reading is so boring. Let's go check it out," they urged. As they approached the crowd, Argus immediately spotted Draco's distinctive platinum blonde hair. Behind Draco stood a group of angry pureblood students, facing off against a red-haired boy, with Harry Potter caught in the middle, looking conflicted. Seeing Argus arrive, the pureblood students seemed to find their anchor and made way for him. Fred was about to speak, but was nudged by George, who had noticed that one of the main participants in the conflict was their brother Ron. Ron, spotting his brothers, gained confidence and shouted even louder, "It has to be you. The Malfoys are all bad, Death Eaters. Neville's toad is missing, and you're the only ones walking around the compartments. Who else could it be but you?" Argus quietly asked Pansy Parkinson beside him what had happened. Pansy leaned in to explain, "Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe were looking for you in the compartments and ran into Harry Potter, Neville Longbottom, and Ron Weasley searching for Neville's pet." Ron immediately accused Draco of taking Neville's pet. Draco, barely containing his anger, retorted, "Weasley, I told you. I was just looking for someone. Do you think everyone is like your family, causing trouble all the time?" Ron shot back, "Just because you say you're looking for someone doesn't mean it's true. Who can vouch for you? Goyle and Crabbe can vouch for me." Draco countered immediately. Ron scoffed, "Ha. Everyone knows they're your lackeys. Would they dare tell the truth with you around?" As the argument intensified, Argus stepped in. He patted Draco's shoulder and gently reassured him, "Draco, calm down." Draco turned abruptly and, upon seeing Argus, looked almost tearful. "Argus, you're finally here. You believe me, right?" "I really didn't." "I believe you," Argus said firmly, giving Draco a surge of courage. Turning to the onlookers, Argus politely said, "I apologize for the disturbance. Please return to your compartments to avoid blocking the passage." "Thank you." However, Ron misunderstood Argus's intention and shouted, "No one leaves until we get Neville's toad back." The Weasley twins frantically signaled Ron, but he was too caught up in his quest for justice to notice. Deciding to resolve the issue directly, Argus turned to Neville and asked, "Mr. Longbottom, can you describe your toad for me?" Blushing, Neville stammered, "Trevor is a toad. A golden-backed toad with 13 warts on its back." Argus nodded, drew his wand, and softly incanted, "Accio Trevor." To everyone's amazement, a plump toad flew from a nearby compartment into Argus's hand, eliciting gasps of surprise. Summoning charm. So cool. I thought the summoning charm only worked on inanimate objects? Argus can summon living creatures. Not necessarily. I've seen Professor Flitwick summon a cat from under a bed with the summoning charm. Are you saying Argus is as skilled as Professor Flitwick? Hearing the Weasley twins' discussion, Argus modestly explained, "I'm not nearly as skilled as Professor Flitwick. The summoning charm can be used on living creatures, but if not done carefully, it can harm them." "Argus, you're making us older students feel the pressure." Fred joked with a grin. "I can't even manage the summoning charm myself, haha." Argus handed Trevor back to Neville, who hugged the toad with joy, then bashfully said, "Sorry, I didn't expect Trevor to be hiding in our compartment. Sorry for the trouble." Argus shook his head. "You should apologize to Draco, not me." Neville immediately apologized to Draco. "Sorry, Draco, I misunderstood you." Only after Draco accepted his apology did Neville feel relieved. Ron, now incredibly embarrassed, wished he could disappear. As he tried to sneak back to his compartment, Argus's voice rang out, "Aren't you going to apologize for your actions, Mr. Weasley?" Argus's words successfully shifted everyone's attention to Ron. It was only then that the crowd noticed Mr. Weasley, who had been calling Ron a thief, had quietly made his way to the compartment door. Caught in the act, Ron's eyes darted around, and he no longer had his previous arrogant demeanor. "I didn't say anything wrong, so why should I apologize?" Ron defended himself stubbornly. "Who knows if LeFou wasn't planted by Malfoy?" Daphne retorted sharply. "Are you out of your mind? Draco has been arguing with you the whole time. When would he have had the time to send someone over?" As Draco's future sister-in-law and a member of the prestigious Greengrass family, Daphne had known Draco since childhood. If Argus hadn't been there to keep the peace, she would have already taken action. Ron was at a loss for words and looked to his two brothers and Harry Potter for help. However, Fred and George were not the type to blindly defend their family, especially when the truth was so evident. Even though the Weasleys and Malfoys were at odds, they wouldn't twist the facts. As for Harry, he had never fully believed Draco would do such a thing. He was just too easily swayed by others' opinions. With the loss of support from the Chosen One, Ron's face turned bright red. He muttered a low sorry and quickly retreated into the compartment. Seeing this, Argus said lightly, "All right, everyone. The matter is resolved. Check the time. We're almost at Hogwarts. Let's get back and change into our robes. Just make sure you don't go into the wrong compartment." His words elicited a burst of good-natured laughter, easing the tension that had filled the air. Hermione nudged Argus with her elbow, signaling him not to pick up bad habits from the Weasley twins. Argus turned to Draco. "You go back to the compartment with Pansy and the others. I have something to discuss with Harry." Seeing Neville beside Harry, a bold idea suddenly flashed through Argus's mind. Should he try to persuade Harry Potter to join Slytherin? Since arriving in this world, he had noticed more than once that events could be altered. For example, his father Grindelwald, or today's LeFou incident. Following this trend, placing Harry in Slytherin didn't seem impossible. The broader impact on the world was secondary. The primary goal was to frustrate Dumbledore. Moreover, keeping Harry under his watch would make it easier to counter Dumbledore's moves. With this in mind, Argus decided to act immediately. After the crowd dispersed, Harry, with Neville in tow and looking dejected, approached Argus. "Argus, am I that bad?" Harry said quietly. "Hagrid said I must be in Gryffindor. But I didn't even have the courage to stand up for my friend." I. Look at me, Harry," Argus said gently. "Courage comes in many forms. Being honest with yourself is also a form of bravery. And remember, Hogwarts has more than just Gryffindor. Other houses might suit you just as well. Take Mr. Longbottom here, for example." Hearing his name, Neville looked up in confusion. Argus continued, "Mr. Longbottom admits his mistakes and faces them head-on, which is Gryffindor's courage. But he is also sincere and upright with his friends, which embodies Hufflepuff's loyalty. As a member of the Sacred 28, he has pure wizarding blood, a trait valued by Slytherin." "You mean I might have qualities suited for more than one house?" Harry asked eagerly. "Absolutely. But Hagrid and Ron, they all say Gryffindor is the best house." Argus smiled. "There is no best house, only the one that fits you best. Gryffindor is brave and fearless, but that doesn't make it perfect. Take today, for example." Mr. Weasley stood up to accuse Draco to help Neville, a classic Gryffindor move. But he did so without understanding the situation, driven by personal bias. The result? Draco was wrongly accused, and the corridor got blocked, preventing many from returning to their compartments. Harry fell silent. He couldn't deny that Argus was right. When Ron accused Draco, he had felt something was off. Unfortunately, his lifelong insecurities had stopped him from speaking up. If it weren't for Argus, Draco would have been wronged, and Harry would have lost a friend. "Argus, which house do you think I should choose?" Harry asked, looking up at him for guidance. "If you don't want Gryffindor, Slytherin might be a good fit." Harry hesitated. "Slytherin, huh? What about me? What about me?" Hermione interjected eagerly. Argus replied, "With your courage to challenge the world's wrongs and your thirst for knowledge, both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw would suit you well." "I definitely don't want Gryffindor," Hermione said, recalling Ron's earlier arrogance and feeling immediately put off. Neville was also hesitant. Before the LeFou incident, he had been eager to join Gryffindor. But now, he was unsure. Compared to the trouble-prone Gryffindor, the easygoing Hufflepuff seemed more appealing. Just then, the train let out a long whistle. The Hogwarts Express slowly pulled into the station. Under the dark night sky, the old station looked like something from a bygone era. Through the starlight, the majestic Hogwarts castle stood tall. Even Argus couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement. This was Hogwarts, the iconic setting of the Harry Potter series. Seeing it in real life was far more awe-inspiring than in the movies. "First years, over here. Come on, little ones, don't be shy." Hagrid's booming voice echoed, his massive figure standing out among the young wizards. "Hagrid," Argus called out, leading Hermione towards him. Hagrid's face broke into a relieved smile upon seeing Argus. "Argus, glad you're here. Help me round up the first years, will you? They keep running off." "No problem." Argus pulled out his wand and pointed it at his throat, amplifying his voice. He cleared his throat, instantly drawing the students' attention. "First years, please gather here. Form 2 lines, boys on the left, girls on the right. Follow Mr. Hagrid to Hogwarts Castle." On the train, Argus, a powerful and graceful young man, had already caught the attention of many new students. They instinctively followed his instructions, quietly forming 2 lines. The pureblood wizards, led by Draco and Pansy, were particularly impressed by Argus, not only refraining from causing Hagrid any trouble, but even helping him maintain order. As Hagrid looked at the neatly arranged lines, he couldn't help but remark, If only you could always help me gather the new students. For the first time in years, he had completed the task with such ease. Usually, it was like herding sheep, barely managing to get the students to Hogwarts Castle. Under Hagrid's guidance, the group arrived at the dock and boarded the small boats bound for the castle. The tranquil surface of the lake rippled, and the light from the torches illuminated the fascinating creatures swimming below. Hermione, startled by a sudden splash, hurriedly asked, "Argus, what was that?" "A giant squid," Argus replied calmly. "It's mentioned in Hogwarts, a history. There's no need to be afraid." "And that?" Hermione pointed to another spot. "A giant squid," Argus explained. "On nice days, they sunbathe by the lake, and you can even touch their tentacles." Excited, Hermione looked around in amazement, occasionally exclaiming, "Hogwarts is even more magnificent than I imagined." "Argus, look, is that a tower?" Although she would one day become the Minister for Magic, at this moment, she was just a young girl experiencing the magical world for the first time, relying on the boy beside her. The boat reached the shore, and the group walked through a narrow passage towards the Great Hall of Hogwarts. A system prompt sounded. "Congratulations to the host for entering Hogwarts for the first time. Achievement unlocked. Hogwarts newcomer. Reward 50 achievement points." Argus felt a surge of joy, thinking that the real adventure was about to begin. At the entrance to the hall, a woman in a dark green robe and a black witch's hat was waiting for them. She exuded an elegance akin to Vita Rosier, but with a more serious demeanor. Professor McGonagall warmly introduced the new students to the sorting ceremony and the 4 houses, emphasizing the house point system. Hagrid approached and introduced Argus's assistants to Professor McGonagall. She looked at Argus appreciatively, hoping he would be sorted into Gryffindor, but upon noticing his position, sighed that Slytherin was more likely. As the doors opened, the magnificent dining hall came into view. Argus immediately noticed Dumbledore seated at the center of the teacher's table, feeling a mix of emotions. Hermione, meanwhile, was captivated by the magical ceiling. Professor McGonagall announced that Dumbledore would give a speech. Dumbledore stood, his gaze lingering on Argus for a moment, before he announced a few important Startofter notices, including the prohibition of entering the Forbidden Forest and the third-floor corridor on the right. The sorting ceremony began, and Professor McGonagall called out the first name, Hannah Abbott. A blonde girl stepped forward and put on the sorting hat. "Hufflepuff," the sorting hat proclaimed loudly, and the Hufflepuff table erupted in cheers. The system prompted again. "Congratulations to the host for witnessing the first student being sorted. Achievement unlocked. Birth of the Hat Stall. Reward 50 achievement points." Argus stood amidst the crowd, his sharp eyes keenly observing the sorting ceremony. A thought flashed through his mind. If Neville were sorted into Hufflepuff, would his relationship with Hannah Abbott develop faster? As Argus pondered, Professor McGonagall's voice echoed through the hall. "Neville Longbottom." Neville wobbled forward, clearly unaccustomed to being the center of attention. The sorting hat settled on his head and fell into a rare moment of contemplation. "Are you sure about your choice?" the sorting hat asked in Neville's mind. I am sure." Neville struggled to respond internally. "All right then. Hufflepuff," the sorting hat finally declared. The Hufflepuff table erupted in cheers once again, but Dumbledore's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly puzzled by the outcome. Professor Sprout beamed, watching another student join her house. "Next, Hermione Granger." Professor McGonagall continued. Hermione took a deep breath, mustering her courage to step forward. "Hermione, don't be nervous. Believe in yourself," she whispered to herself, glancing back at Argus as if seeking support. As Hermione approached the sorting hat, Ron leaned in close to Harry, whispering, "She's mental, looks a bit off." Argus shot Ron a cold glance, his eyes filled with intensity. Feeling the pressure, Ron shrank back, hiding behind Harry. Harry also looked at Ron with slight disapproval, clearly not agreeing with his comment. Professor McGonagall overheard Ron's words and immediately admonished, "Mr. Weasley, speaking ill of others behind their backs is not a good habit." This drew several curious glances. At that moment, the sorting hat's voice rang out again, with a hint of resignation. "All right, I don't know why, but this year's new students seem to have strong opinions. So, Ravenclaw." Hermione was overjoyed, casting a triumphant look at Argus before bouncing over to the Ravenclaw table. She quickly engaged in conversation with a senior student beside her, occasionally sneaking glances at Argus. Argus felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking, "That's two. I just wonder, without Hermione, how Harry and Ron, who together don't make half a brain, plan to fight Voldemort." As Draco, Pansy, Ron, and others completed their sorting, the first round of strategic maneuvering between Argus and Dumbledore was about to reach its climax. "Harry Potter." Professor McGonagall's voice called out again. The entire hall burst into excitement. Even Dumbledore stood up, staring intently at Harry. Harry put on the sorting hat, falling into an unprecedentedly long silence. 5 minutes passed, and the students outside grew increasingly restless from their initial silence. Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeply, thinking, "Is it because of you, Argus?" He glanced at Argus in the crowd. Finally, the Sorting Hat spoke. "Harry Potter's house is Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers, voices overlapping. "We have Harry Potter. Harry Potter is in Gryffindor." Dumbledore's tense posture finally relaxed, and he secretly sighed in relief. Argus shook his head in resignation, thinking, still one move short. However, Argus keenly noticed that Harry's behavior seemed somewhat off. Sitting at the Gryffindor table, he wore a smile, but it lacked the excitement one would expect. Argus chuckled to himself, "Dumbledore, forcing Harry into Gryffindor won't change the fact that he doesn't feel any real connection to it. I might have lost this round, but you haven't truly won either." The hall gradually quieted down after a while. Professor McGonagall, holding a parchment, prepared to call the next name. As she saw the next name, a complex expression flashed in her eyes. She turned to look at Dumbledore, with a hint of hesitation. Just as everyone wondered why Professor McGonagall hesitated, she spoke, her eyes fixed intently on Argus Grindelwald. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. The surname Grindelwald is well known in the wizarding world. Even the newest young wizards understand its significance. It represents the first Dark Lord, a legendary figure who once swept across Europe and nearly conquered the entire magical community. What's more shocking is that this Dark Lord is still alive. When the name Argus Grindelwald was announced, the entire hall fell silent. Apart from a few students like Draco and Pansy who were already in the know, everyone else turned their surprised and curious gazes towards the blonde, blue-eyed boy. They found it hard to believe that the well-mannered boy they had seen on the train and at the station was the son of the infamous Dark Lord. Argus was unfazed by the strange looks around him. He gracefully walked up to the stage. Headmaster Dumbledore's eyes grew deep, as if he was lost in distant memories. His pupils gradually lost focus, and his thoughts seemed to drift back to that summer valley filled with passion and confusion. Unconsciously, his lips softly uttered a name. Gellert. Professor Minerva McGonagall's eyes flashed with a trace of regret. Just moments ago, Argus had left a perfect impression on her as he entered the castle, humble, powerful, and polite. She had speculated that this young man might come from a prominent pureblood family, with parents in high positions at the Ministry of Magic, perhaps even from the Wisingamot or the International Confederation of Wizards. Yet she had forgotten that the adopted son of that person was also on this year's enrollment list. "Put on the sorting hat, Mr. Grindelwald." Professor McGonagall handed the sorting hat to Argus. "Just call me Argus, Professor McGonagall." Argus bowed politely and sat down on the stool under everyone's watchful eyes. "Finally, I've met you, golden-haired wizard." The voice of the sorting hat echoed in Argus's mind. "Can we negotiate a bit? Can you drop your occlumency for a moment? It's making things difficult for me." Argus chuckled inwardly. It seemed that his level 7 occlumency was quite effective, at least enough to protect his core thoughts. With this layer of defense, even Dumbledore couldn't easily probe his mind. Argus slightly relaxed his mental defenses, protecting only his most crucial memories and thoughts. A subtle force gently penetrated his mind. "This is the first time I've been addressed as Mr. Such a polite young wizard." The sorting hat sighed in relief. "I must say, your talent and manners are exceptional. Even Salazar and Godric weren't this impressive at your age. Let me see which house suits you best." After carefully examining Argus's experiences, the sorting hat exclaimed again, "Brave and fearless, willing to challenge anything, you have the spirit of Godric. Honest and upright, unafraid of difficulties, you possess all the virtues of Helga. Knowledgeable and wise, with a passion for learning and a far-sighted vision, you share the qualities of Rowena. Therefore, your house is Slytherin." The Slytherin table erupted into unprecedented applause. Draco, Pansy, and others were beaming with excitement. Argus's mouth twitched slightly. He had almost thought the sorting hat would place him in another house. This was clearly a blatant act of revenge. The sorting hat was retaliating against him for instilling various viewpoints in Hermione and others, which led them to not follow the hat's original sorting plan. Argus was not one to be bullied. He stood up, bowed to everyone, and then drew his wand, pointing it at the sorting hat on the stool. "Scourgify." The entire hall was stunned. "No need to thank me, Mr. Sorting Hat. It's just what I should do," Argus said, refusing to swallow his pride. Instead of internalizing his frustration, he chose to outwardly project it. A system notification echoed in Argus's mind. "Congratulations, host, on completing the sorting ceremony. Achievement unlocked, Slytherin achievement points, 50. You've got enough for a 5-time draw. Wait until you get to your room for a spin." As he approached the Slytherin table, several students, both male and female, immediately surrounded him. "Vincent Crabbe, nice to meet you, Argus." "Marcus Flint, Sacred 28, From the Flint family, a burly, gorilla-like boy extended his hand. Before he could finish, a group of girls pushed him aside, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Argus. Gellert Grindelwald had been a top-tier heartthrob in his youth, and Argus was practically his spitting image. These young girls were utterly smitten. Even a casual word from Argus could make them excited for hours. Finally, the last student was sorted, and the ceremony concluded. Attention, everyone. Professor McGonagall tapped her glass with a gold spoon. Dumbledore stood up. As the new school year begins, I have a few final words for you all. They are nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Let the feast begin. As soon as he finished, the tables were suddenly laden with an array of delicious foods. The rich aromas filled the air. Argus had to admit, Hogwarts food was top-notch, far better than Vita Rosier's cooking. Suddenly, a large group of ghosts emerged from the walls, flying around the dining hall and eliciting gasps of surprise from many young wizards. After the commotion, the feast neared its end. With a wave of Dumbledore's hand, the food on the tables vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Such scenes were commonplace for Argus, who had studied magic for years, but for many first-year students, it was still full of wonder. With the feast concluded, now, I ask you all to sing our school song in your favorite tune. Dumbledore's announcement made the expressions of several professors turn peculiar, especially Snape, whose already sullen face grew even darker. Dumbledore, however, was in high spirits, waving his wand as if conducting an orchestra. Notes floated like dancing sprites in the air. His wand directed the impromptu choir, producing a cacophony of voices. The Weasley twins even sang in a mournful tone, deliberately causing a ruckus. Argus tried to discern Snape's voice, but found that the professor was merely mouthing the words without making a sound. Instead, it was Professor Flitwick beside him who sang surprisingly loudly. After the feast, the students were led back to their common rooms by their respective house prefects. When they reached the entrance to the Slytherin common room, Prefect Amory Caro announced proudly, I am your prefect, Amory Caro. Remember our password. I will only say it once. Standing in front of a damp, snake-patterned wall, he declared, pure blood pride. The wall slowly opened, revealing a luxurious hall decorated in green and silver. The Slytherin banners hung high, and the common room was filled with serpent motifs. The dark green tones gave the space a mysterious ambience. Through the glass windows, one could vaguely see creatures swimming in the black lake. As Argus was about to enter to rest, Snape's figure suddenly appeared behind the group. In his usual sneering tone, he said, Mr. Grindelwald, Professor Dumbledore would like to see you in the headmaster's office. The new Slytherin students looked at Argus with puzzled expressions. He sneered inwardly, thinking, can't hold it in already? You'll have plenty more to endure in the future. Argus's view of Dumbledore wasn't entirely negative. Setting aside the grudges between the Saints and Dumbledore, he acknowledged that the old headmaster had dedicated his life to maintaining peace in the wizarding world. Even if Dumbledore could be overly authoritarian and wanted everyone to act according to his will, his intentions were good. Argus thought, at least Dumbledore wasn't a hypocrite who talked about sacrifices but fled when it mattered. Dumbledore's selflessness showed in his willingness to sacrifice not just others, but also himself. Unfortunately, his ideas weren't always correct. Imposing one's beliefs on others was, in itself, a mistake. Mr. Grindelwald, if you don't want to stand around like a troll, you'd better follow me. Snape's impatient voice interrupted Argus's thoughts. Argus's lips curled slightly. Lead the way, headmaster. Snape snorted and led Argus towards the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. Throughout the journey, Argus remained silent. He knew that Snape wasn't as easily deceived as Harry. A double agent couldn't be swayed by a few words. Any slip-up could arouse his suspicion. Fortunately, Snape wasn't much of a talker either. They walked in silence until they reached the 8th floor and ascended the griffin-shaped spiral staircase. Fizzing whizbees, Snape recited, and the stone gargoyle opened the door. The two stepped into the headmaster's office. The room was filled with portraits of previous headmasters and countless books. Fawkes, the so-called mangy chicken, perched on a sycamore branch, preening his feathers with his beak. Dumbledore appeared momentarily dazed upon seeing Argus, then regained his composure and said to Snape, Thank you, Severus. Snape glanced at the candies on the table and couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. I hope a certain headmaster would eat less sweets, sparing his poor potions master some trouble. Dumbledore chuckled. Indulge me. It's the only pleasure left for a centenarian. He turned to Argus. Mr. Grindelwald, care for a lemon sherbet? Or perhaps a cockroach cluster? No, thank you, headmaster. Argus declined politely. Maybe you should consider Professor Snape's advice. Eating too much sugar at night isn't good for your teeth, especially for a centenarian. With his mastery of occlumency, Argus felt no fear facing Dumbledore. If it were Voldemort, he might have to think about escaping. But dealing with an old man who played by the rules was far easier than handling a madman. even if this old man was immensely powerful. Severus, if there's nothing else, you should check on the Slytherin common room. The competition for the head boy might be starting soon, Dumbledore suggested. Argus sneered inwardly. I knew this old man had ulterior motives, calling me here now just to make me miss the chance to compete for head boy. He understood that failing to become head boy would significantly diminish his influence in Slytherin. By supporting the new head boy, Dumbledore could cultivate someone to challenge him. Well played, Dumbledore. Such a simple move with multiple layers of calculation. Snape left without hesitation. Please, have a seat. Mr. Grindelwald, Dumbledore said calmly. Would you like some English tea? Sure, thank you, headmaster, Argus replied with a smile, while internally strategizing his next move. He decided to go on the offensive. I envy your ability to enjoy life whenever you please, unlike my father. He's around your age but confined alone in a tower, with no one to talk to, subsisting on meager meals, staring blankly at letters in his hand. I once asked him why he never received replies. He just gazed silently into the distance. If only he could enjoy life as you do. Don't you think so, headmaster? As Argus spoke, he stared directly at Dumbledore. The latter remained outwardly calm, but his trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. I can't fathom what my father was thinking. Sending letters knowing there'd be no response, Argus continued, feigning a sigh. Then again, who could love an old man like him? These words completely unbalanced Dumbledore, who didn't even notice the hot tea spilling on his hand. Watching Dumbledore's eyes gradually redden, Argus bit down hard on his molars to stifle a laugh. He raged inwardly. You set the goals with my father, even came up with the slogans. But what happened later? You walked away, leaving him to carry on alone. And for what? Love? You broke the blood pact to fight him. You became the greatest white wizard of the century by stepping over his corpse. My father is imprisoned in Nurmengard, while you live comfortably, eating sweets and singing. Where's the justice in that? Dumbledore was speechless, or perhaps more accurately, too afraid to speak. Argus didn't rush him, savoring the changing expressions on Dumbledore's face. From nostalgia to longing, to regret, and finally, remorse. Nearly 10 minutes later, Dumbledore snapped out of his reverie, looking at Argus with increasingly complex emotions. Old age brings back memories. Sorry to keep you waiting. No problem, headmaster. Argus's words cut like a knife, straight to Dumbledore's heart. Only those with certain unforgettable people have memories to reflect on. He twisted the knife further. You still haven't told me why you called me here. Caught off guard by Argus's questions, Dumbledore momentarily forgot his original intent, rendered speechless. Just then, there was a commotion outside. Snape, who had just left, returned. What's the matter, Severus? Dumbledore asked. You should ask our esteemed Mr. Grindelwald, Snape replied coldly. Mr. Malfoy and the others say that none of the first-year Slytherins will obey anyone except Mr. Grindelwald. Dumbledore finally recalled his purpose for summoning Argus. But he hadn't anticipated that Argus's influence in Slytherin would be so substantial. His already wrinkled forehead furrowed even more. Well done, Draco. Argus's voice echoed through the Slytherin common room, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Draco straightened up, a proud smile spreading across his face. Argus turned to Dumbledore, a slight smirk playing on his lips, barely concealing his glee. Headmaster, it's getting late. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. There are many Slytherins waiting for me. It wouldn't be right to keep them waiting, would it? Dumbledore nodded in reluctant agreement. Argus gave a polite bow and followed Snape back to the Slytherin common room. As soon as he entered, Argus was met with a tense standoff. Draco, Pansy, and Daphne led a group of pureblood first-years, wands drawn, facing off against other students and upperclassmen. The air was thick with tension, ready to explode. Argus quickly assessed the situation. He understood the complex dynamics within pureblood families and knew it was impossible to unite all of them under his banner. Recruit some, suppress others, and eliminate the rest, he thought to himself. Now is the time to assert my authority. Argus, you're finally back. Draco exhaled in relief, his face showing a sense of release. Argus stepped forward, looking at Draco approvingly. Good job. Then he turned to face the other Slytherin students, his gaze steady and confident. Prefect Amory Caro spoke coldly. The first-year leader election begins now. Any challengers? A boy, as thin as a skeleton, immediately stepped forward, his eyes fixed intently on Argus. Klein Shafik, Argus recalled the name instantly. The Shafik family, one of the Sacred 28, known for their potion business, previously oppressed by Voldemort, a potential ally. Both raised their wands, performing the standard wizard dueling salute. The surrounding clutter was cleared away, creating space for the duel. Bombarda Maxima. Klein struck first, but his spell seemed weak and amateurish to Argus. Argus easily deflected it and counterattacked. Incendio. A fierce blaze swallowed the midair projectiles and surged towards Klein. Klein stood frozen in shock, forgetting even to dodge. Just as the flames were about to reach him, Argus withdrew the spell, leaving only the searing heat in its wake. "Are you all right?" Argus asked gently, extending a hand to the fallen Klein. Still shaken, Klein stammered, I'm fine." Argus's voice resonated through the common room. "The purpose of magic is to protect, not to harm. If my mistake had injured you, I wouldn't sleep a wink tonight out of guilt." His words sparked surprise and contemplation among the onlookers. Klein looked up into Argus's gentle eyes, his prejudice slowly melting away. He bowed deeply. "Respected Mr. Grindelwald, you are a powerful wizard and a noble worthy of respect. Thank you for your guidance. It has been an honor to duel with you." No one else dared to challenge Argus. Amory Caro announced, "The first-year leader is Argus Grindelwald." Applause erupted. A system prompt sounded. "Congratulations, host, for becoming the Slytherin leader. Achievement unlocked. First-year leader. Achievement points awarded. 100. Draco explained the Slytherin hierarchy and the significance of ranking battles to Argus. A glint appeared in Argus's eyes as he decided to challenge higher-ranking students. First-year leader Argus Grindelwald challenges second-year leader Deidre Yaxley. Argus's voice rang out in the common room, causing a stir of astonishment. "Ha ha ha, Diderot, you've been taken for a pushover." The other top students around Diderot Yaxley were smirking with schadenfreude. After all, it wasn't their turn to be challenged, so they were happy to watch the show. "Shut up," Diderot roared, his face turning red with what seemed like immense humiliation. He stepped forward from among the top students, pointing at Argus, and shouted, "Argus, right? You arrogant brat. Today, I'll teach you how to respect your seniors." A cold glint flashed in Argus's eyes as he quickly recalled the information he had on his opponent. The Yaxley family, one of the 28 pureblood families, staunch supporters of Voldemort. Many family members were still rotting in Azkaban. In Argus's future plans, such families were destined to be eradicated. Both duelists, ready? Begin. As Amory Caro voice fell, Argus's wand was already poised to strike. Stupefy. A red beam shot from Argus's wand, racing towards Diderot. Diderot clearly hadn't expected such a quick attack. In his panic, he barely managed to shout, "Petrificus totalis." But it was too late. Bang! With a dull thud, Diderot was sent flying, heading straight for Professor Snape. Amid gasps from the crowd, Snape, with a stony expression, flicked his wand and sent Diderot crashing aside. His face was as dark as coal as he barked, "Get this fool to Madame Pomfrey immediately." Only then did a few stunned older students snap out of it, hurriedly lifting Diderot and rushing out the door. The other students in the common room were left speechless by Argus's display of power. A single move, just one. While it was somewhat of a sneak attack, the fact that Diderot barely managed to cast a spell showed a significant gap in their abilities. Pansy and the others were so excited they were practically jumping up and down, almost ready to toss Argus into the air. Draco was especially thrilled, shouting, "Argus, you're amazing." Argus smiled slightly, though a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that they were at Hogwarts and in front of so many people, he wouldn't have let his opponent off so easily. Being a top student meant Diderot was among the best in terms of talent and hard work. Letting him go was like letting a tiger back into the wild. Unfortunately, he would have to wait for another opportunity. Just then, a system notification sounded in Argus's mind. "Congratulations, host, for defeating the second-year top student. Achievement unlocked. Second-year top student. Reward, 200 achievement points." Argus asked in surprise, "System, why 200 points?" The system explained, "Host defeated an upper-year student, earning extra achievement points. The larger the gap between years, the greater the bonus points." Argus's eyes lit up as he glanced eagerly at the other top students. They were practically glowing with achievement points. First-year top student Argus Grindelwald has successfully challenged. If no one else wants to challenge, I will announce. Amory Caro was about to declare the result when Argus interrupted again. "Wait a moment, Prefect Caro." Argus's voice was filled with determination, causing Amory Caro to look displeased. "Haven't you had enough challenges? What now?" Without hesitation, Argus declared, "I want to challenge the third-year top student." The third-year top student was stunned. "I was just here to watch. How did I end up in this mess? What did I do to deserve this?" All eyes turned to the third-year top student. "Mr. Grindelwald, please show some gentlemanly conduct towards a lady." The third-year top student sighed, stepping into the center of the common room. Elixia Slytherin, a beautiful girl with a slender figure and striking green hair. Though she was pureblood, she wasn't one of the 28 families. "Don't lose to this guy, Elixia. Go, Elixia. We believe in you. How dare a first year be so arrogant? Teach him a lesson." The crowd's cheers showed Elixia's popularity. Argus couldn't help but think, Western students mature so early. At this age, kids back in my previous life would still be munching on snacks at the school gate. Despite his thoughts, Argus didn't slow down. He bowed slightly, ready for the duel. The second top student duel, first-year top student Argus Grindelwald versus third-year top student Alexia Slytherin. Begin. Amiri Caro announced. Protego. Alexia, learning from Diderot's mistake, quickly cast a shield charm to protect herself. She didn't dare underestimate her graceful junior. However, she didn't expect Argus's skills to extend beyond spells. Reducto. Argus swung his wand at a nearby chair. The chairs shattered, sending splinters flying. With another flick of his wand, the fragments transformed into ravens, swooping straight at Alexia's midsection. Petrificus totalis. Alexia reacted swiftly, casting a full-body bind curse. The ravens turned to stone, crashing to the ground. Unfazed, Argus directed his wand at Alexia's collar, giving it a slight twist. Her robe's buttons suddenly morphed into a snake, hissing menacingly. Caught off guard, Alexia fell to the ground. The snake reverted back to buttons, clattering on the floor. Not wanting to drag things out, Argus quickly cast Incarcerus, binding her hands tightly. Miss Slytherin, you fought well, Argus said courteously. I concede. Now untie me. Alexia glared at him with wide, reproachful eyes. After releasing the spell, she rubbed her sore wrists and walked over to Argus, poking his chest with a slender finger. No gentlemanly manners at all, Mr. Grindelwald. I'll remember this. Humph. With that, she flipped her hair and returned to the group of top students. The room fell silent, until someone finally broke the tension, disbelief in their voice. Alexia? Lost? No way, that can't be real. Ignoring the murmurs, Argus heard the system notification again. Congratulations, host, for defeating the third-year top student. Achievement unlocked. Third-year top student. Reward. 300 achievement points. Jackpot, jackpot. Argus thought, delighted. Today's haul nearly matches what I'd usually get in a week. When Argus turned his gaze to the fourth-year top student, the latter panicked. From Argus's nonchalant demeanor, it was clear he hadn't even used his full strength. The fourth-year student felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Amiri Caro, seeing Argus's intent, didn't bother speaking and simply looked at the fourth-year top student. Reluctantly, the fourth-year top student stepped forward. Show him what you've got, Scarman, someone shouted from behind. Are you kidding me? Scarman, already nervous, was infuriated by the shout. He kicked the shouter's leg, cursing. Are you out of your mind? Then he walked to the center of the common room and, under Argus's bewildered gaze, pulled out a piece of candy. Hey buddy, you've been at it for a while. Want a candy to refresh yourself? Scarman's actions left Argus speechless. He couldn't help but whisper reproachfully, come on man, you're the head boy. Can you at least act like it? Stop making yourself look like a lackey. Scarman leaned in closer and pleaded quietly, bro, let's make a deal. Cut me some slack in front of everyone, and I'll make sure I lose gracefully. If you agree, I'll give you a fantastic gift later. It's something I've treasured for years. Argus hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. He thought, a win is a win, right? Might as well go easy and get a nice reward out of it. As both sides prepared, the duel officially began. They exchanged bows and moved to opposite ends of the arena. Spells started flying. Petrificus totalis. Levi corpus. Stupefy. Protego. The dazzling beams of light crisscrossed in the air, drawing gasps from the younger wizards. This was the magical duel they had been eagerly waiting for. However, a few of the senior students and Snape saw through the ruse immediately. They knew full well that the two weren't giving it their all. Prefect Amiri silently cursed, Scarman. Have you no dignity as head boy? Dealing with a first year like this? A sense of foreboding washed over him. He realized that the fifth-year head boy was away and couldn't compete. If Argus couldn't challenge a fifth year, wouldn't he be next? No way, absolutely not. Amiri screamed internally, if I lose to a first year, I'll be the laughingstock of Hogwarts. A few minutes later, Scarman's wand was sent flying by a spell. He graciously bowed and admitted defeat. Mr. Grindelwald, you truly are the most impressive first year. I concede. Argus calmly put away his wand and glanced at the senior students, making Amiri break out in a cold sweat. Just as Amiri was racking his brain for an excuse to avoid a duel, Snape suddenly spoke up, Mr. Grindelwald, if you don't want your classmates to be slumped over their desks like slugs tomorrow, you'd better check the time. Argus then noticed the clock in the common room. It was nearly midnight. Many of the first years were already yawning. Reluctantly, he realized that continuing would make him seem self-centered and inconsiderate. To avoid jeopardizing his future plans, he decided to stop. I'm sorry, Professor Snape, and apologies to everyone for keeping you waiting so long, Argus said, bowing deeply. Amiri Caro quickly stepped up and announced, "No worries, no worries. The head boy battles are always like this. Tonight's duel is over. Everyone, return to your dormitories." He sighed in relief, glad that his position as prefect was safe for now. As the crowd dispersed, many continued to discuss Argus's performance. To these teenagers, his skills and poise made him an instant idol. Some bold upperclassmen even started sending flirtatious glances his way. However, Argus didn't dare respond. It wasn't that they weren't attractive. It was his ingrained fear of severe consequences. Amiri Caro's appearance helped ease Argus's awkwardness. "Argus, come with me. I'll show you to the first-year head boy's private quarters." Following Amiri, Argus found the private quarters to be much better than he had expected. Amiri gave a brief introduction. "This will be your room from now on. You'll handle the affairs of your year. I recommend setting up some protective spells at the door to avoid interruptions while studying." "I understand. Thank you, Caro." Argus nodded in gratitude. After a few more words of advice, Amiri left. Alone, Argus eagerly checked his achievement points. Defeating the fourth-year head boy had earned him 400 points, bringing his total to 1,500. He immediately started a round of draws. Most were common spells, but there was a guaranteed rare one. The system announced, "Congratulations. You have received Impedimenta Level 2, Lumos Level 1, Expulso Level 2, Reducto Level 3, Descendo Level 2, Protego Level 3, Obliviate Level 2, Episci Level 3, Ventus Level 3. Congratulations. You have received Expelliarmus Level 5. Remaining achievement points, 500. Detected that the user has already mastered some spells. Would you like to fuse them?" Fuse. Argus chose without hesitation. The system announced, "User's talent is exceptional. Spells upgraded, Impedimenta Level 3, Descendo Level 3, Protego Level 4, Expelliarmus Level 6. Argus was pleased that Expelliarmus and Protego had upgraded, almost turning Expelliarmus into a gold-tier spell. Feeling lucky, he decided to go for another round of draws. Again, most were common spells, but one pack emitted a strange green glow. The system announced, "Congratulations. You have received Scourgify Level 2, Aguamenti Level 1, Protego Totalum Level 2, Deprimo Level 3. Congratulations. You have received Sectum Sempra Level 3. Remaining achievement points, 0. Detected that the user has already mastered some spells. Would you like to fuse them?" Argus chose to fuse, but only Scourgify and Aguamenti upgraded by 1 level. He didn't mind, as these spells were more for everyday use and didn't affect his combat ability much. Looking at the eerie green glow of Sectum Sempra, Argus recalled discussions with Vita and Grindelwald about dark magic. Gradually learning dark magic while staying conscious wasn't as harmful as one might think. The challenge was maintaining awareness during deep study and constantly checking one's state. Moreover, it was hard to match the studied dark magic with current abilities, which is why many who studied dark magic seemed to change drastically. It was late, and Argus prepared for bed. Just as he changed into his pajamas and was about to lie down, he heard a faint noise at the door. "Argus? Are you awake?" It was Scarman's voice. Argus remembered Scarman's promise of a fantastic gift. He opened the door, and Scarman handed him a thin book with a mischievous grin. "Bro, this is my treasured collection," Scarman said proudly. "A collection? Is it some secret magic?" Argus asked, flipping open a page. The explicit images made his eyes widen. This is... Sure. Keep it down." Scarman covered Argus's mouth, his smile growing more lecherous. "How's that? Pretty awesome, right? I wouldn't even give this to my best friend. We're even now. Hope you can get up tomorrow morning." Argus casually stuffed the magazine under his pillow, thinking that these kids really had nothing of value. Considering the current era was far less open than the future, he decided not to dwell on it and went to sleep. However, while Argus slept soundly, in the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of Hogwarts, Dumbledore was tossing and turning. He held a few letters tightly, reading them over and over, his trembling hands betraying his inner turmoil. "Gellert, I'm sorry. I never thought you'd become like this." Leaning back on his chair, he seemed to age 10 years in an instant, murmuring to himself, "This boy, he's just like you. Perhaps even more exceptional. What should I do, Gellert?" Meanwhile, far away in the high tower of Nurmengard, an elderly man with white hair and mismatched eyes lay leisurely on a chair, basking in the starlight. At dawn, Argus was awakened by his internal clock. He cast a refreshing charm on himself and headed to the Hogwarts dining hall. As soon as he entered, he saw Harry waving at him from the Gryffindor table. However, Percy quickly pushed Harry's hand down, explaining that it wasn't the right time to greet him. George and Fred suddenly appeared, shoving Ron aside, and began explaining to Harry the tradition of selecting the top first year in Slytherin. They noted that many professors were secretly watching this event. The Weasley twins even tried to make a bet with Ron, wagering on how far Argus could go. At the same time, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick were also discussing Argus's potential performance. They believed that given Argus's age and abilities, reaching the third-year level would already be quite impressive. However, as Argus approached the Slytherin table, everyone held their breath. He walked past the top positions for first years, second years, and even third years, surpassing the fourth year as well, and finally sat down opposite Amelie Caroth's second highest position in Slytherin. The entire hall was stunned. Even the Weasley twins' bet was thrown into disarray. Silence fell over the room as everyone realized that this new student possessed a strength far beyond their expectations, possibly even stronger than the top fifth year. Hey, senior, why did you all stop laughing? Don't you like to laugh? Hermione feigned a puzzled expression, her eyes twinkling with mischief. From the moment Argus stepped into the Great Hall, the students around started whispering, thinking they were smart enough to analyze the new transfer student. Their unanimous conclusion was that Argus would be lucky to make it to the third year, let alone the fourth. These remarks ignited a fire in Hermione, who was a big fan of Argus. However, Argus proved these arrogant students wrong with his actions. The more confident they had been, the more embarrassed they were now. Cho Chang couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Not far away at the Gryffindor table, the Weasley twins were equally dumbfounded. Their mouths were agape, as if they could swallow an ostrich egg. Though they had anticipated Argus to be strong, they hadn't expected him to be this formidably a first-year student outshining fifth years preparing for their OWLS. It was beyond their imagination. Harry scratched his head, looking confusedly at the Weasley twins. So, who won the bet this time? Seizing the moment of chaos, Ron quickly snatched his pet rat, Scabbers, back and muttered triumphantly, "Gotcha." Meanwhile, the professor's table was equally lively. Professor Flitwick was so excited that he was practically dancing, his wrinkles smoothing out. A genius. Unbelievable that a first year could reach this level. I can't wait to see his performance in Charms class. Professor McGonagall, however, looked worried. I just hope his transfiguration skills are as good as his charms. Flitwick tried to calm his excitement, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Minerva. Though I haven't interacted with him much, I can tell he's a very bright student. Such a student would surely recognize the importance of transfiguration." "Let's hope so," McGonagall said, her feelings a mix of anticipation and concern. As a teacher, a gifted student intrigued her as much as an exciting Quidditch match. She looked forward to Argus's talents, but worried he might excel only in charms and be clueless about transfiguration. This conflicting feeling made her frequently glance at Argus's back. At the Slytherin table, Argus stood up and cleared his throat. "All right, everyone, listen up. In a moment, I will be taking the new students around to familiarize them with the locations of the classrooms to avoid losing points for getting lost. Please be prepared." "Yes, head boy," the crowd responded in unison. Argus waved his hand. "If you haven't brought your textbooks, go get them from the dormitory. We'll head to the first classroom in 10 minutes. When Argus led the Slytherins to the Transfiguration classroom, many Gryffindors were already seated, filling the room with laughter. No one noticed the quiet tabby cat on the podium. Draco yawned and approached Argus. "Argus, Goyle, Crabbe, and I are going to the back to catch some sleep. Wake us up when class is over." Many Slytherin first years looked sleepy, clearly having stayed up late from excitement. Just as Draco finished speaking, Argus noticed the cat on the podium glaring at them. He remembered that Professor McGonagall's Animagus form was a tabby cat. Quickly dismissing inappropriate thoughts, he approached the podium, bowed to the cat, and quietly led Draco and the others to sit in the front row. Draco looked puzzled, repeatedly scrutinizing the cat, unable to see anything special. Argus whispered, "That's Professor McGonagall. There are only 7 registered animagi in the British Ministry of Magic, and she's one of them. Look at the stripes around her eyes. Don't they resemble McGonagall's glasses?" Draco was instantly terrified, grateful he hadn't impulsively tried to pet the cat, or who knows how many points they would have lost. Just then, the classroom door opened, and a red-haired boy peeked in, sighing with relief upon seeing the room situation. Ron and Harry walked in, panting, their faces full of relief. "Oh, we made it." If McGonagall were here, her glare would be deadly. No sooner had he finished speaking than the tabby cat on the podium leaped into the air, transforming into a stern-looking woman in a green robe. Ron was so shocked he stepped back. "That was incredible." Professor McGonagall spoke without expression. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Weasley. Perhaps I should turn Mr. Potter and you into a pocket watch, so at least one of you will be on time. We got lost." Harry quickly explained. "Then how about a map?" McGonagall said coldly. "Finding your seats shouldn't require a map, should it?" Before they could sit down, McGonagall's icy voice came again. "Mr. Weasley, Mr. Potter, for your tardiness, I must deduct 5 points each. I hope this will teach you a lesson." Then, her tone softened unexpectedly. "And Mr. Grindelwald, You're the first and only student among the first years to recognize me. It shows you have a good grasp of transfiguration and keen observation skills. Argus smiled. Thank you for the compliment, Professor McGonagall. Because of your keen observation, 5 points to Slytherin, McGonagall said approvingly, dragging her robe to the front of the podium. Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone who messes around in my class will be asked to leave and never return. Consider yourselves warned, McGonagall said sternly. Now, take out your wands and textbooks, and I'll show you what true transfiguration is. With a wave of her wand, the podium behind her turned into a squealing piglet, eliciting gasps of amazement from the young wizards. However, Argus's attention was different. He stared at the little pig, lost in thought. Despite using transformation magic, Argus could only change the appearance of objects. In last night's duel with Alexia, he turned splinters into birds and buttons into snakes, seemingly no different from Professor McGonagall. However, Argus knew well that the essence of the objects remained unchanged. Wood was still wood, and buttons were still buttons. In contrast, Professor McGonagall transformed her desk into a pig so lifelike that its movements and expressions were indistinguishable from a real pig. Argus's contemplative gaze caught Professor McGonagall's attention. Unlike the other freshmen's amazement, she appreciated Argus's ability to notice details and think deeply. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat and refocused the class. All right, young wizards. Transfiguration is far more intricate than you might imagine. Now, open your textbooks. Today, we're learning how to turn a matchstick into a needle. She waved her wand, distributing matchsticks to each student, and began her demonstration. She explained the spell's hand movements, the angle and force of the wand's motion, ensuring every freshman grasped the essentials before allowing them to try on their own. Your task now is to transform the matchstick into a needle. Don't rush. Carefully consider each step. As soon as she finished speaking, the eager freshmen pointed their wands at their matchsticks. Despite their efforts, the matchsticks remained unchanged. At that moment, Draco turned to look at Argus and exclaimed, "Merlin's pants. What are you doing?" On Argus's desk, the needle was constantly shifting shapes. One moment a needle, the next a small pig, with the pig's limbs horrifyingly turned into thin needles. Argus. Professor McGonagall's voice shook with alarm as she quickly dispelled the transformation. Just as Argus was about to explain, she sternly interrupted, "Argus, did you forget my instructions? No mischief in my class." Argus lowered his head in apology. "I'm sorry, Professor. I completed your task and was just practicing how to transform the desk into a real pig like you did." Professor McGonagall caught the deeper meaning in Argus's words, her eyes lighting up with surprise. She softened her tone, explaining, "Mr. Grindelwald, you've touched upon a key aspect of transfiguration, the change of an object's essence. This is advanced magic, and it's too early for you now. Try transforming wood into stone or iron first. It will be easier for you." Argus suddenly understood. "I see, Professor McGonagall. Thank you for your guidance." Professor McGonagall's eyes sparkled as if she had found a rare gem. She suggested, "If you're interested, you can join the Transfiguration Club every Sunday morning. I'll teach you more about essence transformation." "Absolutely. I'd love that. Thank you." Argus eagerly agreed. Professor McGonagall's tone turned serious again. "One more thing, Mr. Grindelwald. Because you didn't follow classroom rules, I must deduct 5 points from Slytherin as a warning." She paused, then added with a slight smile, "As for your excellent transfiguration, Slytherin gains 5 points." Argus nodded, appreciating her fair judgment. "Mr. Grindelwald, if you don't mind, could you help the other students with today's task?" Professor McGonagall asked. "My pleasure, Professor McGonagall," Argus replied cheerfully. The Slytherin students cheered, and Draco eagerly pulled Argus aside. "Help me out. Why won't my matchstick transform?" Argus patiently explained, "Draco, the power of magic comes largely from within. Only when you truly believe it's a needle will it change." He demonstrated with his wand repeatedly. The Slytherin freshmen gathered around Argus, seeking his guidance. Under his help, their progress was swift. Pansy, Daphne, and Theodore could already sharpen their matchsticks. Some Gryffindor freshmen, struggling with their matchsticks, hesitated but eventually approached Argus for help. Argus assisted them without bias, earning their goodwill and Professor McGonagall's approving nod. Harry wanted to ask Argus for help, but Ron was vehemently against it. "Harry, you believe anything a Slytherin says? They act all nice on the surface, but are cursing you behind your back. His father was a dark wizard, so he must be too. Right, Seamus?" Seamus, just back from getting help from Argus, absent-mindedly agreed. "Yeah, right, not really listening to Ron." By the end of the class, most students had made noticeable progress with their matchsticks, thanks to Argus. They could at least sharpen one end. Only Harry and Ron's matchsticks remained unchanged. On the moving staircase at Hogwarts Castle, The new Slytherin students were buzzing with excitement. They were not only proud that Yags had earned points for their house for the first time, but also felt a sense of superiority because Gryffindor students had sought Yags' help. A group of green-robed first-years strutted in front of the Gryffindor students, boasting loudly. Yag sighed and reminded them, "All right, enough already. We're classmates and future partners. It was just one class. No need to keep bringing it up." Draco was about to describe the awkward expressions of the Gryffindor students for the third time when he was startled by a strange figure above. A transparent ghost emerged from the wall, dressed in bright clothes, wearing a hat, and sporting tattered slippers. Hee, guess what I see? Gryffindors and Slytherins walking together. Peeves laughed, hurling a water balloon at the group. Yags reacted quickly, Protego. A transparent shield appeared instantly, blocking the water balloon aimed at the Slytherin students. Unfortunately, the Gryffindor students behind them weren't as lucky. Seeing his attack on the Slytherins fail, Peeves redirected his water balloons towards the Gryffindors, causing a chorus of curses. Yags frowned, recalling Hogwarts history and knowing Peeves was a troublesome character. He decided to leave quickly to avoid further trouble. "Let's go. Don't stop. Once we reach the potions classroom, Peeves won't dare to cause trouble." He expanded the shield above them to protect as many people as possible. At that moment, a scream came from behind. Yags turned to see a Gryffindor girl falling off the moving staircase while dodging a water balloon. Another girl was desperately holding onto her arm but was losing grip. In a split second, Yags cast a spell decisively, Wingardium Leviosa. The falling girl was lifted by an invisible force, rising slowly. Yags quickly stepped forward and caught her as he ended the spell. "Are you all right?" Yags asked. The rescued girl opened her eyes and collapsed to the ground, trembling. Another girl, who looked very similar to her, ran over and hugged her tightly. Yags then recognized the rescued girl as Parvati Patil, the Gryffindor beauty from the original story. He curiously observed her, wondering if this rescue might alter some future events. Parvati stood up shakily and bowed deeply to Yags. "Thank you, Mr. Grindelwald." Her sister Padma also gave Yags a grateful hug. The surrounding Gryffindor students praised Yags for his quick response and magical skills. At that moment, Professor McGonagall hurried over, furious at Peeves' behavior. After understanding the situation, she thanked Yags for his bravery and awarded Slytherin 20 points. Everyone was surprised by the high points, but accepted it wholeheartedly. Professor McGonagall urged the students to head to their potions class quickly to avoid angering Professor Snape. She intended to take Parvati to the hospital wing for a checkup, while Parvati reluctantly watched Yags walk away. Amidst a chorus of good-natured teasing, Yags led the Slytherin students towards the potions classroom. The potions classroom at Hogwarts is located in the deepest part of the castle. The cold, damp stone walls and dim candlelight create an unsettling atmosphere, further intensified by Professor Snape's grim visage, causing the entire room to fall silent. Even Ron, who usually loves to joke around, sits quietly like a startled quail. Suddenly, the classroom door is thrown open with a loud bang. Snape strides in, his black robes billowing behind him. With a flick of his wand, the windows slam shut one by one, plunging the room into deeper darkness. Snape surveys the room and begins coldly, "In my class, there will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations." His voice is low and menacing. "I expect that many of you will hardly appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion making. Here, there is no silly wand-waving. So many of you may doubt this is magic at all." He continues with a hint of sarcasm. "I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses." Snape pauses, his gaze sweeping across each student's face. "I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." As the only professor at Hogwarts who uses PowerPoint, Snape begins to display his lecture notes. He leans on the podium, his sharp eyes scanning the new students like a hawk. Eventually, his gaze lands on a student who is scribbling something on his parchment. "Now then," Snape says icily, "some of you have come to Hogwarts with abilities so formidable that you feel confident enough to not pay attention." Without Hermione's usual warning, Harry completely misses the lethal glare from Snape. He continues writing until Snape is standing right in front of him. "Mr. Potter," Snape suddenly shouts. Harry jumps, causing the class to erupt in laughter. Snape fixes him with a steely gaze, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Our new celebrity. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry looks blank. "I don't know, sir. Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming, Potter?" Snape sneers. "What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "I don't know, sir." Snape's lip curls in a sneer. "Clearly, fame isn't everything. Is it, Mr. Potter?" Harry's frustration boils over, and he retorts, There are plenty of other people here who don't know the answers either. Indeed. Snape's eyes flick towards Argus Grindelwald, who sits nearby. Grindelwald, for our famous Mr. Potter's benefit, answer my questions. Argus stands up respectfully and answers. Powdered root of asphodel, added to an infusion of wormwood, creates a draught of living death. A bezoar can be found in the stomach of a goat. Monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant, also known as aconite. Without turning his head, Snape's voice drips with ice. Consider this your only warning, Grindelwald. If you ever again show such troll-like behavior in my class, I will have you out of here. Sit down. Slytherin, 5 points. He turns back to Harry, coldly. Mr. Potter, for your ignorance and insolence, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Harry's eyes flash with anger, but Snape has already turned to face the class, his voice even colder. Why aren't you all copying that down? The room fills with the sound of quills scratching on parchment. The lesson continues as Snape explains the procedures for handling dried nettles and crushed snake fangs. He then pairs the students, Slytherin with Slytherin and Gryffindor with Gryffindor. Argus watches Seamus and Ron working together, feeling a sense of foreboding. While Neville wasn't in their group to cause the usual accidents, with Seamus involved, anything could happen. Argus pulls his partner Draco to the far corner of the room. Draco, though puzzled, doesn't question it. The potion they are working on isn't complicated, and they proceed methodically through each step. As Snape patrols the classroom, he notices Argus and Draco in the corner and mocks, "Oh? It appears our Slytherin prefect isn't as helpful as rumored." Argus calmly replies, "I'm just giving others the chance to benefit from your guidance, Professor." "Humph." Snape scoffs, his expression even more menacing. However, the next moment, a violent explosion erupts beside him. Green acidic potion splatters everywhere, with a corrosive hiss. Many students nearby are caught in the splash, and Snape, being the closest, bears the brunt of it. "Idiots!" Snape roars, clutching his neck where he was hit. But the chaos doesn't end there. The explosion causes several students to knock over their cauldrons in panic. Worse still, the flames from the cauldrons begin to spread to the surrounding wooden desks and chairs, throwing the classroom into utter chaos. At that moment, a jet of water shoots across the room. Aguamenti. It quickly douses the flames. Another spell follows, Scourgify, cleaning up the debris and residue. All eyes turn to the source of the spells, where Argus has just lowered his wand and is walking briskly towards the front. He calmly says, "Students not injured, help take the wounded to the hospital wing. Those who can, use Aguamenti to help clean up." Prompted by Argus, the students snap out of their shock and start assisting their injured classmates. Argus is relieved he had stayed far enough away to avoid being caught in the blast. Snape's face is a mask of fury as he glares at the culprits. "Weasley, Finnegan, care to explain your idiotic behavior?" Originally, Neville was supposed to be paired with Seamus, and Harry with Ron. However, fate had other plans. Neville was sorted into Hufflepuff, and Ron, terrified after witnessing Snape's hostility towards Harry, chose to team up with Seamus. Harry ended up partnering with another roommate. Seamus's reputation as the explosive expert proved true. He and Ron, both novices in potions, clumsily followed their instincts and ended up blowing up their cauldron. The explosion echoed through the classroom, filling it with thick smoke. Covered in painful boils, the duo writhed on the floor in agony, their screams filling the room. Nearby students were also affected by the blast. Unexpectedly, Snape, who had intended to give Harry a hard time, was not spared either. The signature black robe he always wore couldn't hide the large red welts on his neck. Snape's voice was colder and more menacing than usual. "Mr. Weasley and Mr. Finnegan, for your outstanding display of incompetence, Gryffindor loses 10 points. Get these two idiots to the hospital wing immediately." Then, his sharp gaze turned to Harry, who was closest to the scene. "Mr. Potter, why didn't you stop them from their foolish actions? Do you think your classmates' stupidity makes you look better as the chosen one? For your negligence, Gryffindor loses another 5 points." Harry stood there, bewildered, thinking to himself, "What did I do to deserve this? How is this my fault?" But seeing Ron and Seamus in such pain, he swallowed his retort and chose to help them to the hospital wing. Thus, the first potions class ended in chaos. Gryffindor lost several points on the very first day because of the main group. Watching Harry's dejected face, Argus sighed deeply and thought, "Blame it on your father for making you a boy. If you were a girl, Snape might single-handedly take down Voldemort." He could even imagine the scenario if Harry had been Harriet. "Snape, Miss Potter, what would happen if I added powdered asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "Harriet, I don't know." "Snape, oh, for your honesty, Gryffindor gains 5 points." After class, everyone headed to the Great Hall. Hogwarts' schedule, similar to Argus's previous life in university, mainly consisted of long lectures, usually lasting 1.5 to 2 hours. By the time 2 classes were over, it was already noon. When Argus arrived at the Great Hall, The tables for all 4 houses were already packed. Hermione spotted him from afar and waved cheerfully. Argus made his way to the Ravenclaw table and sat beside her. Several Ravenclaw girls, noticing this, subtly adjusted their clothes and inched closer to Argus. A hint of pride flashed in Hermione's eyes, but she quickly frowned as if remembering something unpleasant. But in our first potions class, Professor Snape didn't give me any points. Instead, he scolded me. He said. She mimicked Snape's tone. Miss Granger, do you think you're smarter than everyone else? Do you raise your hand to show off your superiority? Argus, imitating Snape's tone, repeated the words, causing Hermione to playfully punch him. As they chatted and ate, a flurry of bird calls came from the ceiling. A large group of owls swooped in, delivering various letters and packages. Among the chirping, 2 newspapers landed in front of Argus. Hermione curiously asked, Argus, you read these? I thought all I did was memorize textbooks? Argus's words made Hermione blush slightly. Ever since she learned that Argus had mastered the third-year curriculum, she felt a sense of competition, even reading textbooks before bed. As Argus skimmed through the newspaper, a headline caught his eye. Gringotts attacked. Suspected dark wizards involved. Goblins insist nothing was stolen. A gleam appeared in Argus's eyes. Voldemort was finally making his move. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Unlike Dumbledore's resistance and the Ministry of Magic's fear, he hoped Voldemort would resurrect quickly. He planned to use the Dark Lord's reign of terror to divert attention and buy time for his own plans. After all, a living, powerful Dark Lord was a much bigger threat than a young wizard and a bunch of old and feeble allies. Only with Voldemort's resurrection would Dumbledore and the magical authorities shift their focus away from him. However, Argus did not intend to let this resurrection go as smoothly as in the original story. It could happen, but it had to be under his control. Additionally, Gringotts' actions were a crucial part of Argus's plan. One of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Hufflepuff's cup, was hidden in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. Neither Voldemort nor Dumbledore would ignore this. Once they learned about the attack, they would undoubtedly target Gringotts. Perhaps one attack wouldn't shake the wizards' trust in Gringotts, but what if the attacks kept coming? Gringotts would be overwhelmed. At that point, which wizard would dare to keep their money there? Even if Gringotts repeatedly claimed nothing was stolen, who would believe it? Argus had long coveted the wealth of the Wizarding Bank. Now was the perfect opportunity. Argus had considered acquiring Hufflepuff's cup early, but Gringotts had stood strong in the wizarding world for many years and was not easily breached. Moreover, the Lestrange vault was heavily protected by spells. Even if he managed to break in, finding a single cup among piles of gold and silver would be impossible without the help of Harry or Voldemort, who were also Horcruxes. Instead of wasting time and effort, Argus decided to find another way. Meanwhile, Harry also saw the news in Ron's newspaper. However, he was more concerned about the attacked vault. Without Hermione's guidance, the duo was like headless chickens, making wild guesses but failing to grasp the key points. Before they knew it, it was afternoon. Draco, like an unleashed wild dog, didn't even wait for Argus and rushed outside with Crabbe and Goyle. Did he drink too much fire whiskey? Pansy shook her head helplessly. The first afternoon class is flying lessons. Draco has been looking forward to it for ages. Like Argus, she had little interest in Quidditch and thus less enthusiasm for flying. No wonder. Argus chuckled and followed the Slytherins to the flying lesson area. Madame Hooch was a woman with keen eyes. Her short, neat hair and golden irises reflected her sharp personality. As the Hogwarts flying instructor and Quidditch referee, she strode briskly through the crowd of Slytherin and Gryffindor students. Good afternoon, everyone. Madame Hooch called out loudly. We are about to begin our first lesson. What are you waiting for? Stand to the left of your broomsticks. Move it. Hurry up. Most of the first-year students were encountering broomsticks for the first time and eagerly followed her instructions. However, Argus showed little interest. He silently wondered why they still needed to learn such an ancient flying method in this age of advanced technology. Nonetheless, seeing the enthusiasm of his classmates, he reluctantly complied. Madame Hooch continued her instructions. Place your hand over the broomstick and say up. Immediately, the lawn echoed with repeated cries of up. Harry and Draco succeeded quickly, but Argus encountered difficulty. No matter how hard he tried, his broomstick remained stubbornly on the ground. Madame Hooch noticed Argus's struggle and said with a peculiar look, Mr. Grindelwald, you? Argus accepted the situation calmly, even feeling a bit pleased inside. This meant he had a legitimate reason to skip class and spend more time in the library. Madame Hooch patted Argus's shoulder sympathetically and comforted him. Don't feel disheartened. There have been similar cases in Britain before. If you don't mind, you can rest on the lawn for now. I'll discuss with Professor Snape about allowing you to attend other classes during flying lessons. Outwardly, Argus feigned disappointment, but inwardly he was delighted. After politely thanking Madame Hooch, He lay on the lawn and leisurely opened his fifth-year potions textbook. Madame Hooch continued guiding the other students, and the lesson proceeded smoothly. When she left temporarily to fetch something from the castle, the students began flying freely and having a great time. The Patil sisters, worried, approached Argus. He reassured them, "I'm fine. At worst, they'll learn apparition earlier. Hogwarts won't expel me just because I can't ride a broomstick." His words drew more attention from his classmates. They lowered their flying heights and gathered around Argus, offering various forms of comfort. However, this scene sparked jealousy in Ron. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Traitors, a bunch of Gryffindor traitors. What potion has that evil Slytherin given you all?" Draco overheard and immediately became furious, dropping his broom and marching toward Ron. Ron, equally incensed, squared up. The tension between them was palpable. Harry tried to stop Ron, but Ron, driven by jealousy, was beyond reasoning. He mounted his broom and charged straight at Argus. Ron snatched the book from Argus's hands and mounted his broomstick, soaring into the sky. His face beamed with pride, as if taking something from Argus was an achievement worth boasting about. Argus's cold voice echoed from below, "Mr. Weasley, I advise you to put that down. Otherwise, you'll regret your actions." He didn't want to argue with the child, but Ron's behavior was truly infuriating. Hearing the warning, Ron shivered and instinctively pulled back. However, realizing that many eyes were on him, he stubbornly shouted, "It's just a worthless book. If you want it, come and get it." With that, he flew off into the distance. "Weasley, stop right there." Draco grabbed a broom and took off after Ron. Fueled by anger and his excellent flying skills, he quickly caught up. "Weasley, you're a disgrace to your family." Draco shouted angrily. "Shut up, Malfoy." Ron retorted, "Your dad's a Death Eater, and you will be too. You and your friend are disgusting." Draco's face turned red with rage. "What did you say? Say it again if you dare. A friend of a dark wizard is also a dark wizard. You're all no good." Ron continued to provoke. Enraged, Draco charged at Ron recklessly. They chased each other through the air, completely forgetting Madame Hooch's warnings, flying higher and higher, far above the castle. On the ground, Daphne looked up worriedly at the two in the air. "Argus, they won't get hurt, will they?" Argus's eyes were cold, his voice filled with confidence. "Not while I'm here." He discreetly pulled out his wand from his wide sleeve, eyes fixed on Draco and Ron above. High in the air, Ron zigzagged, trying to shake off Draco, but Draco stayed on his tail, getting closer and closer. Ron hovered around the castle, too afraid to break Madame Hooch's rules, especially after losing points that morning. As Ron continued to curse, Draco suddenly swooped up from below, startling Ron so much that he nearly slipped off his broom. Regaining his balance, he saw Draco was now within arm's reach. Realizing he couldn't shake Draco, Ron threw Argus's book far away and hovered midair, taunting Draco, "Come on, keep chasing if you can." "Idiot." Draco glared at Ron, then turned and sped toward the book. His green robe streamed behind him like a comet, his talent shining through even on Hogwarts' old broom. Just as Draco was about to grab the book, his broom made a faint cracking sound. The old broom, worn from use by countless students, couldn't handle the intense flying. It snapped in half, and Draco plummeted, gaining speed rapidly. On the ground, everyone panicked. Falling from such a height could have dire consequences. In a split second, Argus cast a spell, Cushioning Charm. With a bang, the grass below turned into a bed of soft cushions, cushioning Draco's fall. Despite this, Draco was still shaken up. Argus's eyes were icy as he glanced at Ron in the air. As he retracted his wand, he cast another silent spell, Finite Incantatum. The spell hit Ron's broom, causing it to malfunction. Whoosh! Ron's broom suddenly lost control, and he plummeted from the sky. Unlike Draco, he had no one to cushion his fall. With a thud, a cloud of dust rose as Ron hit the ground. His arm and elbow twisted at odd angles, crying out in pain. Argus sneered, not even glancing at Ron, and walked straight to Draco. "How are you feeling? Don't move. I'll take you to Madame Pomfrey." Draco, dazed, looked up and smiled weakly at Argus. He struggled to extend his hand, holding the book tightly. "Argus, your book." Argus intended to scold him, but seeing Draco's battered state, he couldn't bring himself to. His expression softened. "Don't do that again. It's just a book. As long as you're okay." By Merlin's beard, what in the world happened here? Madame Hooch's piercing voice cut through as she arrived, nearly fainting at the sight. After learning what had transpired, Madame Hooch was furious. She glared at Ron. "Mr. Weasley, did you ignore everything I said? Disrupting class, insulting your peers, and stealing a classmate's book. For your despicable actions, Gryffindor loses 50 points. Gryffindor students groaned, glaring at Ron with disdain. Despite their rivalry with Slytherin, they valued fairness, and Ron had crossed the line. Madame Hooch, known for her fairness as Hogwarts Quidditch referee, fixed her stern gaze on Ron. I'll report this to Professor McGonagall, and from now on, you're not welcome in my classes. This declaration not only tarnished Ron's reputation at Hogwarts, but also ended his Quidditch aspirations. Madame Hooch then turned to Argus, her tone apologetic. I'm deeply sorry, Mr. Grindelwald. Due to my oversight, you were treated unfairly in my class. Once Mr. Weasley recovers, I'll personally bring him to apologize to you. Argus shook his head lightly. Madame Hooch, you can't foresee everything. This wasn't your fault. Besides, I haven't lost anything. A gracious gentleman. Madame Hooch finally smiled. Your bravery in saving a fellow student earned Slytherin 10 points. The events that transpired during the flying lesson quickly spread throughout Hogwarts. Ingratitude is frowned upon anywhere, let alone when it involves someone like Argus, who had helped Gryffindor students multiple times and even saved their lives. This incident turned Gryffindor into a laughingstock overnight. In the hospital wing, newly appointed Seeker Harry and Draco lay on opposite ends of the room, experiencing very different atmospheres. Draco's bedside was crowded with a dozen young wizards led by Argus, bringing gifts and well wishes. In stark contrast, Harry stood alone by Ron's bed, occasionally enduring glares from others. The two exchanged silent glances, unsure of what to say. At that moment, an owl flew in through the window, dropping a red letter on Ron's bedside table. Ron's face turned pale as he reached out with trembling hands to pick it up, hesitating to open it. Look, Weasley got a howler. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, triggering a burst of laughter. Open it, Weasley, let us hear what you've done. Maybe it's Mrs. Weasley praising you for your good deeds. Ron looked to Harry for help, but even though Harry didn't fully understand what a howler was, he could tell from the crowd's reaction that it wasn't good news. He quickly shook his head. Disappointed, Ron reluctantly touched the seal on the envelope. Immediately, the letter sprang to life, transforming into a roaring face. Mrs. Weasley's shrill voice echoed through the room. Ron Weasley, how dare you behave like this at school? Disrupting class, stealing from your classmates. I'm absolutely furious with you. Professor McGonagall herself had to come and talk to me about your behavior. I wouldn't be surprised if you got expelled. This is all your fault. If you cause any more trouble at school, your father and I will bring you straight home. Do you hear me? Terrified, Ron nodded repeatedly. After reprimanding Ron, the howler turned to Harry, its tone suddenly gentle. Hello, dear Harry. We're so glad you and Ron are friends. You're always welcome at the Burrow. With that, the letter self-destructed. Laughter erupted even louder around them, with some mimicking Mrs. Weasley's angry expression and tone, while others pretended to be a cowering Ron, causing everyone to burst into fits of laughter. Humiliated, Ron turned away, his eyes red with tears. Seeing this, Harry ran up to Argus, hoping to plead for Ron. But Argus cut him off coldly. Harry, their actions are not my doing. Do you expect me to plead for someone who repays kindness with betrayal? Everyone must face the consequences of their actions. The moment he decided to steal from me, he should have known this. Harry tried to argue, but Argus had already turned away impatiently, using his wand to peel an apple for Draco. Goyle and Crabbe stood guard like sentinels, preventing Harry from getting closer. Pansy sneered, pointing out Ron's past mistakes in potions class and his inability to even apologize properly. Mortified, Ron buried his head deep under the covers. Argus smirked inwardly, thinking Ron's tough days were just beginning. That evening, as Argus was about to retire to his dormitory, he heard someone calling him at the entrance of the Slytherin common room. It turned out to be Percy, accompanied by the Weasley twins, coming to apologize. Percy earnestly promised to compensate Argus for his textbook and assured him that Ron would apologize in person. Argus politely declined the apology, simply asking them to keep Ron in check in the future. Just as he was about to leave, Percy suddenly called him back, his face slightly flushed with what seemed to be an awkward request. Wait, there's one more thing I need to discuss with you. Percy stammered. It's that 5th grade textbook. He lowered his head, guilt written all over his face. Seeing this, Fred took over the conversation confidently. Here's the deal, Argus. We don't have enough galleons right now to buy you a new 5th grade textbook. We'll need a few days until our parents send us some money. Percy, worried that Argus might be displeased, quickly added. Or, we could trade you some goods instead. Fred winked at Argus, speaking mysteriously. We've got some great stuff, popular among the first years. There's the Tung toffee that makes your tongue swell up, the dung bomb that can stink up a classroom for a week, and... Shut up, Fred. Percy snapped before turning to Argus. Plus, it has my notes in it. Replacing it would be quite a hassle. Argus smiled and shook his head, reassuringly. No worries, Percy. If you really feel bad about it, just lend me your notes. After all, Getting the top students' notes from Gryffindor is quite a privilege. I'm the one benefiting here. Mentioning his grades brought a proud smile to Percy's face. No problem at all. Leave it to me, Mr. Grindelwald. Just call me Argus. Fred and George do, Argus replied. George chimed in immediately. Oh, hear that, Fred? Our top student finally has a use. Percy shot a glare at the mischievous George before saying to Argus, All right, Argus. I'll take these two back now, and I'll bring the notes to you tomorrow morning. No rush, whenever you have time. I can come by to get them myself, Argus responded considerately. Percy thought for a moment and suggested, How about I give you the notes in the Great Hall tomorrow morning? Perfect, I won't keep you up then. Good night. With that, Percy grabbed the Weasley twins and left. Argus didn't leave right away but waited for about 10 minutes. Sure enough, two sneaky figures emerged from the staircase. Generous head boy signaling us to come back. Interested in our products, eh? Fred asked with a wink. We've got plenty of good stuff. Let me guess what you want. Argus cut him off. No need to guess. I'm interested in more than just your products. More than just products? Could it be? George covered his mouth with one hand, feigning shock. Oh no, the hearts of many young witches at Hogwarts will be broken, Fred added dramatically. Argus felt a bit exasperated, thinking, is this a British thing? Even kids know about this stuff. Fred patted Argus's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, it's normal, we won't tell anyone. So, why did you call us back? Darn. Argus suddenly remembered his purpose for calling them back. Afraid they'd sidetrack him again, he quickly said. I called you back to discuss a business proposition. Or rather, an investment. Investment. The word made the Weasley twins exchange a glance, excitement clear in their eyes. For years, their hobby had never been taken seriously. Neither Mrs. Weasley nor the Hogwarts professors had expressed approval. They had even considered abandoning it. Just when they thought their venture might fade, a twist of fate. Argus observed their reactions carefully and laid out his thoughts. Your products have great potential in my eyes. The future looks bright, but you're limited by funds. With enough capital, you could make a lot of galleons. See, Fred, our investor has good taste. The twins, feeling like they'd found a kindred spirit, hugged Argus's shoulders tightly. How much are you planning to invest, future partner? George asked nervously, his hands subtly clutching his shirt. Fred's eyes also showed a hint of anxiety. Argus slowly held up 5 fingers. 5 galleons, that would last us a while, George muttered. It's 50. Argus corrected. 50. George and Fred exclaimed, momentarily stunned by the joy. It wasn't until Argus handed them a heavy bag of galleons that they snapped out of their euphoria. Argus continued, this 50 is just the first batch. From now on, I'll cover all your materials and experimental costs. You just need to give me a copy of every product you develop. We'll split the profits 50-50. The twins exchanged a look and gave each other a hard slap, then hugged each other tightly. George, it's not a dream. The generous Mr. Grindelwald really wants to invest a lot of money in our venture. We won't have to hide anymore. Argus went on to paint the picture. Not just that, once you graduate, you can join the Saints directly. I've got a joke shop ready for you. All yours to manage. Merlin's underpants. This is definitely our lucky day. The Weasley brothers were almost dizzy with joy. They could barely contain their excitement, nearly kneeling to thank Argus. Argus smiled and reassured them. He wasn't doing this out of charity. He knew the Weasley twins' prank products could become the flagship of the Saints' future shopping district. 50 galleons? He wouldn't hesitate even for 5,000 if it meant securing them. The three discussed more details, and before they knew it, it was late at night. Argus stretched, his joints cracking. It's getting late. How about a thrilling midnight snack? George raised an eyebrow and suggested to Argus. Midnight snack? Argus rubbed his stomach. Now that George mentioned it, he did feel a bit hungry. He nodded and thought of something. Hogwarts kitchen? Another kindred spirit. The twins excitedly dragged Argus through a series of hidden passages. To be honest, halfway through, Argus started to regret it. Running this far late at night for a snack didn't seem worth it. But they were already here. The three arrived at a brightly lit stone corridor. At the end hung a painting of a fruit bowl. Fred walked up to the painting and gently tickled a pear. Ha ha ha. The pear seemed to come to life, giggling and revealing a green door handle. Fred turned it, and the painting swung open. Welcome to the Hogwarts kitchen, dear investor. In the kitchen, a few busy house elves approached, skillfully inquiring about the trio's needs. The Weasley twins simultaneously ordered 2 servings of pumpkin juice and roasted potatoes with steak, while Argus politely requested a glass of lemonade, fried sausages, and bacon with eggs. Argus's thank you made a house elf named Leah ecstatic. She grabbed her companion, Sophie, excitedly sharing this rare experience. Sophie's eyes flashed with envy, while Leah suddenly realized she was wasting time and began to berate herself, banging her head against the wall. Before Argus could react, Leah had already brought the food. The Weasley twins' meals were placed haphazardly, while Argus's was meticulously plated, even with a small white flower in the lemonade cup. Leah eagerly introduced her special sauce, and the twins, eyeing Argus's exquisite meal, complained enviously. Argus reassured the nervous Leah and, after tasting, sincerely praised her. This act spurred the other kitchen elves into a flurry of activity, each showcasing their culinary skills. A variety of delicacies quickly followed, leaving Argus both surprised and slightly overwhelmed. As they left, George remarked that next time they sneaked into the kitchen, they should bring Argus along, while Fred worried that he might get too spoiled to enjoy other food. Argus, contemplating future adventures, knew he wouldn't stay put in the dormitory. After parting ways, Argus ventured off alone. Suddenly, a cat's meow shattered the silence, followed by Filch's raspy voice. Cursing his luck, Argus ducked into a nearby classroom. In the darkness, he fumbled forward, only to realize he had stumbled into Fluffy's territory. Hiding in a corner, Argus used a cleaning charm to remove his scent. Filch and Mrs. Norris lingered outside the door for a while before leaving. Breathing a sigh of relief, Argus hurried to leave, only to find he was lost. Just as he regretted not having the Weasley twins escort him back, a strong garlic smell wafted in, accompanied by a stuttering voice. Slytherin freshman? What are you doing here? At 3 a.m, the hallways of Hogwarts Castle were eerily silent. Argus Grindelwald was on his way back to the Slytherin common room when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He spun around quickly and saw an unexpected figure, Professor Quirrell. Argus's blood pressure spiked, and his muscles tensed. He didn't need to look back to know who it was. Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts, and more importantly, the man with Voldemort parasitically attached to the back of his head. Argus forced himself to stay calm. He repeated to himself, as long as Dumbledore is here, Voldemort wouldn't dare make a move. As long as I don't act suspiciously, I'll be fine. Plastering a familiar smile on his face, he turned to face Quirrell. Good evening, Professor. Quirrell stammered. Gee, good evening, Mr. Grindelwald. What are you doing here? His voice was filled with suspicion and nervousness. Argus calmly explained. Sorry, Professor. I just went to the kitchen for a midnight snack. I got so engrossed in my reading that I lost track of time. Quirrell's eyes roamed over Argus. Oh, really? Not many students are as studious as you. Suddenly, Quirrell's face turned paper white. He looked at Argus with hesitation and reluctance. Sensing the change, Argus took a step back. Professor, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to the common room. I wouldn't want to get caught by Mr. Filch. Have a good night. Quirrell's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, as if he were enduring immense pain. He forced a smile. Mr. Grindelwald, if you like, you can bring your book to my office. I can help you with it. Argus continued to step back. It's too late now, Professor. I wouldn't want to trouble you. Perhaps another time. Quirrell's expression suddenly changed, exuding an indescribable aura. His eyes were filled with confidence. Mr. Grindelwald, refusing a teacher's invitation is not the behavior of a good student. Just as Argus was about to turn and run, he felt a powerful mental force attacking him. He immediately activated Occlumency, realizing the danger. Legilimency. Voldemort had indeed been provoked. Argus struggled to keep his expression neutral and continued to smile. Professor, it's not that I want to refuse, but it's really too late. I have classes tomorrow, and Professor McGonagall wouldn't be happy if I dozed off. Quirrell's eyes flashed with surprise as he looked at Argus with interest. At that moment, faint footsteps could be heard in the distance. Argus raised an eyebrow and deliberately raised his voice. Professor Quirrell, I'm truly sorry, but I'm really tired tonight. Thank you for your invitation. I'll make sure to visit another time. The footsteps paused for a moment and then quickly approached them. Snape's grim voice echoed. Mr. Grindelwald, if I recall correctly, you should be in bed right now, not wandering around the castle like a foolish Gryffindor. Argus had never been so grateful to hear Snape's voice. Quirrell glanced in the direction Snape was coming from, and then refocused on Argus with even more interest. Mr. Grindelwald, we will meet again. I hope next time, you won't decline my invitation. Of course, Professor. Argus sighed in relief, turning to face Snape's stern face. Snape sneered. Mr. Grindelwald, would you care to explain to your hard-working head of house why you are breaking school rules on your second day? Argus maintained his smile. Professor Snape, I was just out for a midnight snack. A midnight snack? Perhaps Madame Pomfrey's calming draft would be more suitable for you. Snape mocked. Congratulations, Mr. Grindelwald. Your bravery has earned you a week's worth of detention. Slytherin loses 5 points. Report to Mr. Filch tomorrow night, and now, go to bed. Argus nodded in agreement and headed back towards the Slytherin common room. Behind him, he could hear Snape questioning Quirrell. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was deep in thought. Ever since learning about Ron Weasley's actions today, his brow had remained furrowed. Dumbledore realized he was getting old, and dealing with a resurrected Voldemort seemed almost impossible. Harry Potter was his beacon of hope. Every step of Harry's life, from his birth to his enrollment, had been meticulously planned. Ron Weasley was supposed to be Harry's capable sidekick. Dumbledore had believed that with the Weasley family's talent and influence in the wizarding world, Ron could become an excellent support for Harry. However, he had overlooked one crucial factor. What if Ron couldn't fulfill his role as the Savior's companion? Dumbledore's expectations for Harry's companions went beyond mere camaraderie. He needed Ron to provide crucial support, helping Harry grow into a pillar capable of opposing Voldemort. But Ron's behavior was worrisome. Mistakes in potions class could be explained away, but his performance in flying class was troubling. This wasn't just about whether he could help Harry. It was about the risk of leading Harry astray. If Harry became a jealous, attention-seeking individual influenced by Ron, how could he possibly stand against Voldemort? As Dumbledore pondered deeply, the office door swung open, and Snape strode in. "Severus, you're here," Dumbledore said, his tired voice tinged with expectation. Snape, his black robes billowing like a giant bat, got straight to the point. "Quirrell met with Mr. Grindelwald tonight." Dumbledore immediately became alert, sitting up straight. "What happened?" "It seemed coincidental," Snape replied. "Why do you think so?" After a moment of thought, Snape explained, "I could sense that Argus was reluctant to talk to Quirrell. Or rather, disgusted might be a better word." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly. "It seems he has sensed something. Could he detect him?" Snape shook his head. "Mr. Grindelwald's occlumency is quite advanced. Even I can't penetrate his true thoughts." Dumbledore rubbed his temples. Given Voldemort's current state, it's not surprising he would notice if legilimency was used recklessly. He suddenly grew serious. "Severus, I need to ask you a favor." Snape sneered. "Our esteemed headmaster, needing to monitor an 11-year-old child?" Dumbledore clarified, "Not monitoring, just keeping an eye on him. He reminds me too much of an old friend, and he's quite close to Harry." "I'm worried," Snape interrupted. "Worried about what?" "Mr. Grindelwald won't act as foolishly as that dunderhead Potter or the Weasley boy." Dumbledore met Snape's gaze. "You know what I mean. We can't afford any mistakes. Harry's growth must not be derailed." Snape turned to leave, but Dumbledore spoke again. "He's Lily's only child, with her same green eyes." Snape's body trembled slightly, and he stopped. Dumbledore continued, "We must do everything within our power to create a perfect environment for Harry's growth. We can't let anyone interfere with our plans." "Severus." After a long silence, Snape finally muttered, "Understood," and then walked out of the headmaster's office. In a professor's dormitory, Professor Quirrell's voice broke the silence. "Master, I don't understand why you are interested in Grindelwald. His father is." Suddenly, a chilling voice invaded Quirrell's mind. "What I do is none of your concern." The next moment, intense pain surged through Quirrell's body. He collapsed to the ground, letting out agonized screams. His fingers became raw and bloody from scraping against the rough floor. "Master, I was wrong. Please, spare your loyal servant." Quirrell moaned in agony. Behind him, Voldemort's raspy voice warned, "I expect this to be the last time." A few minutes later, Quirrell shakily stood up, using the wall for support. His clothes were soaked with cold sweat, clinging to his skin. "When is the next offense against the dark arts class?" Voldemort asked coldly. "Who?" Quirrell was momentarily confused and asked instinctively. Instantly, suffocating pain struck again. Quirrell hurriedly shouted, "I understand, Master. The next class with Grindelwald is the day after tomorrow." "The day after tomorrow?" Voldemort mused, then said, "Prepare the potion in advance. I will personally test his abilities. Do you understand?" "Yes, Master." Quirrell nodded hastily. Voldemort continued, "He and his followers can become perfect tools for me. If you accomplish this task, you will have done a great service. I will then teach you all the magical knowledge you desire." "Thank you, Master, for your generosity." Quirrell expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Back in his dormitory, Argus lay on his bed when a system notification sounded in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the night tour. Achievement unlocked. Nightwalker. Achievement points awarded. 50. Good thing there's a reward. Otherwise, this would have been a huge loss." Argus thought with relief, while seriously considering his next steps. When he encountered Quirrell tonight, Voldemort had used legilimency on him. This indicated that Voldemort's condition was not too bad, certainly better than when he was trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone from Harry. If Voldemort had been able to use legilimency back then, he wouldn't have struggled to find the stone hidden in Harry's pocket. Although he didn't engage Voldemort directly tonight, he had still drawn his attention. Argus realized that he needed to be even more cautious in his defense against the dark arts class and his actions at Hogwarts. "Power. I still lack power," Argus murmured. He was in a particularly awkward stage, too young to have strong magical abilities, possessing a lot of magical knowledge but lacking combat experience. Stuck in a position where he was neither exceptionally strong nor weak, Argus devised a series of plans to improve his strength in his mind, and then fell into a deep sleep. The next day, he arrived at the Hogwarts Great Hall with a groggy head. He had just sat down when he received news. Due to the high number of injuries from yesterday's potions class involving Gryffindor and Slytherin students, today's herbology class would be held with all 4 houses together. This news excited Hermione greatly, as it was her first time attending a class with Argus. She happily dragged Argus to the herbology classroom. The room was filled with the rich scent of soil and fertilizer. Professor Sprout, wearing a dirt-colored robe with patches on her hat, smiled warmly at the students. "Settle down, young wizards," Professor Sprout began. "I know you're excited about having so many classmates in one class, but there will be plenty of time for socializing later. Let's first take a look at the plant we will study today. Step back a bit, everyone." Professor Sprout pulled a crate from the corner and opened it. A clump of dark green plants with long, writhing tendrils lay inside. "Now, can anyone tell me what this plant is?" Professor Sprout asked. Hermione glanced at Argus before eagerly raising her hand. "Miss Granger, it's a devil's snare, Professor," Hermione answered confidently. "Devil's snare?" Professor Sprout nodded. "Any other answers?" Seeing no one else respond, Professor Sprout seemed disappointed. She then looked expectantly at Argus. "Mr. Grindelwald, what do you think this plant is?" Argus examined the plant closely. The long, dense tendrils and dark green vines were indeed characteristics of devil's snare. "So, you also think it's devil's snare?" Professor Sprout asked. "No," Argus replied decisively and walked to the window, yanking the curtains open. Bright sunlight flooded the crate, causing the previously writhing tendrils to shrink back rapidly, curling into a corner and writhing. "Devil's snare wouldn't fear sunlight," Argus explained. "This is clearly a plant disguised as devil's snare, a mimic vine." "Excellent, Mr. Grindelwald," Professor Sprout beamed. "For your keen observation and extensive knowledge, Slytherin earns 5 points." Professor Sprout then turned to the dejected Hermione. "Miss Granger's grasp of the textbook is also commendable. For your diligence, Ravenclaw earns 3 points." Hermione pouted and leaned against Argus, muttering, "Just wait. Next time, I won't lose to you." Professor Sprout waved her wand, closing the curtains. The mimic vine, sensing the stimulus had ceased, slowly unfurled again. "The mimic vine is a dangerous type of plant," Professor Sprout began her lecture. "Under certain conditions, it can disguise itself as a devil's snare. A mature mimic vine can extend tendrils to ensnare nearby enemies with great strength. Many have been injured, or even killed by mistaking it for devil's snare. Dealing with it is simple." Professor Sprout continued. "Mr. Grindelwald's actions were a perfect demonstration. The mimic vine prefers dark, damp environments. Strong light or fire will make it retreat." Professor Sprout's lecture was detailed, thoroughly explaining the characteristics, methods of dealing with, and natural enemies of the mimic vine. Argus noticed that Harry seemed lost in thought, not paying attention at all. Argus shook his head internally, thinking, if you won't even chew the food that's fed to you, how will you pass Professor Sprout's future tests without Hermione's help? Due to the mimic vine's danger, Professor Sprout demonstrated how to handle it after explaining its characteristics. She then put it away and brought out the next plant. Hermione immediately became excited, raising her hand high even before Professor Sprout could ask. "Miss Granger, you may speak." "This is bubotuber, Professor. Its pus is excellent for treating acne." Hermione answered eagerly. "Very good, Miss Granger," Professor Sprout praised, then pointed to another plant. "Does anyone know what this one is?" "Mr. Grindelwald?" "Jumping toadstool, Professor," Argus replied calmly. "And this one, Miss Granger?" "It's gillyweed," Hermione blurted out. The rest of the class turned into a duel of knowledge between Hermione and Argus. Plants that many young wizards had never heard of were identified effortlessly by the two of them. Professor Sprout seemed to alternate between them deliberately, calling on Hermione and then Argus each time. By the end of the class, Professor Sprout couldn't help but exclaim, "If today's lesson were an exam, I would certainly give both of you an outstanding." Hermione beamed with pride after receiving the compliment, her face glowing with satisfaction. The past few days of intense studying had finally paid off, and she couldn't help but cast a triumphant glance at Argus. After finishing the basics, Professor Sprout clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. "Now, I'm going to teach you how to handle the jumping roots," she announced sternly. "If you don't want to have itchy hands for days, put on your gloves." The students quickly followed her instructions and put on their gloves. Professor Sprout nodded approvingly as she handed out the jumping roots. "Well done, young witches and wizards," she encouraged. "Now, gently pick up the base of the jumping root. Be careful, they're very sensitive and might jump out of your hands with just a little force." Argus handled his jumping root with ease, his past achievements giving him a practiced hand. However, When it was Hermione's turn, things didn't go as smoothly. Despite her extensive reading, she found that theory couldn't fully prepare her for dealing with the lively plant. As soon as Hermione grasped the jumping root, she felt it jolt in her hand. "Ah!" she screamed, nearly tossing it away. "Don't panic, relax." Argus's voice came from behind her, carrying a calming effect that made Hermione feel more at ease. "Yes, gently, just like you're handling a small animal," Argus continued to guide her. "Place it in the pot and cover it with soil." Taking a deep breath, Hermione carefully placed the jumping root into the pot and covered it with soil. She let out a sigh of relief once it was done. "Thank you, Argus," Hermione said gratefully. "You're welcome," Argus replied with a smile. Hermione's eyes sparkled as she stared at Argus, momentarily lost in thought. She snapped back to reality and suddenly looked down, her expression turning a bit dejected. "Argus, am I really that clumsy because of what just happened?" Argus chuckled and met her gaze. "Hermione, everyone has things they're not good at. We can't let a few shortcomings overshadow our strengths. Don't forget, you're a knowledgeable, wise, and visionary Ravenclaw. When faced with a challenge, you should think about solving it, not getting upset. Besides, it's your first time in herbology class. It's normal to lack experience." Argus's words clearly had an impact. Hermione's face brightened up, and she smiled again. "I understand now, Argus." "Good to hear, wise little Ravenclaw witch," Argus said with a grin. "Now, could you please move your foot?" Oh, sorry." Hermione hurriedly stepped aside. After herbology class, both Hermione and the Patil sisters invited Argus to the library, but he politely declined. Remembering the detention that evening, Argus decided to talk to Hagrid first. There were many dangerous magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, from werewolves to hippogriffs, and even Aragog, the giant acromantula. Hagrid secretly kept creatures as dangerous as dragons. With Hagrid's carefree nature, Argus was worried he might be left to patrol alone. When he arrived at Hagrid's hut, the sight of giant pumpkins outside caught his eye. Hagrid was mixing something in a bucket that looked like a basin in his large hands. Seeing Argus, Hagrid greeted him cheerfully. "Argus, you're here. Come in and have a seat. Don't worry about tonight's detention. I'll take good care of you. With you around, I feel much better," Argus said, following Hagrid inside, and was immediately stunned by the interior. Unicorn hair blankets, Hollywood chairs, and various rare magical creature materials were scattered around. It was like a treasure trove. Noticing Argus's look, Hagrid thought it was because of the mess and scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry about the mess. I don't usually have visitors. Let me tidy up a bit." "You've got it wrong, Hagrid," Argus explained. "I just didn't expect you to have so many magical creature materials here. I collect them while patrolling the Forbidden Forest," Hagrid said nonchalantly. "They've been here for ages. If you need any, just let me know, and I'll save some for you." After making Argus comfortable, Hagrid enthusiastically brought out his signature rock cakes and a cup of strong tea. "These are my rock cakes, guaranteed you'll love them. Try one." Argus accidentally dropped the rock cake on the table, and it shattered the plate but remained unscathed, making a ringing sound. The room fell silent, and Argus's mouth twitched. "Are you sure they don't like it because they can't bite through it?" Ignoring Hagrid's disappointed look, Argus shook his head vigorously. Looking at the scattered magical creature materials, he suddenly had an idea. "By the way, Hagrid, what do you usually do with the stuff you bring back from the Forbidden Forest?" "Some I keep for myself, and some I sell to Diagon Alley," Hagrid replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. "But you know, those purebloods in Diagon Alley are bloodsuckers. Except for a few specialized farms, the prices they offer are ridiculously low." An idea struck Argus. "Hagrid, I have a suggestion. How about selling your materials directly to me? I'll buy them all at market price. What do you think?" Hagrid's reaction was unexpectedly enthusiastic. He hugged Argus tightly. "Argus, you're a lifesaver. You have no idea how low the prices are when I sell them. Not even half of market value." "Of course," Argus replied with a smile. "Don't worry, I won't undercut you. Of course, we're friends." Hagrid hesitated for a moment. "But at such high prices, won't you?" "No," Argus assured him. "Magical creature materials are always in demand. At most, I'll just make a bit less profit." "That's a relief," Hagrid sighed, feeling like he had struck gold. After discussing the details of their transactions, Hagrid insisted that Argus stay for lunch before letting him return to his dormitory. In the afternoon, Argus spent time in the library with Hermione. As the sky darkened, he grabbed a quick bite in the Great Hall and took a few pieces of fried fish to Filch's office. The door was unlocked, and the room was empty except for a scrawny cat lying on the desk. Argus thought, Filch really doesn't know how to take care of a cat. Poor thing, all skinny with matted fur. Argus approached and placed the fried fish in front of Mrs. Norris. "Hello, Mrs. Norris, we meet again." Mrs. Norris eyed Argus warily for a moment before cautiously nibbling on the fish. Argus used a spell to clean her fur and gently stroked her back. Sensing Argus's goodwill, Mrs. Norris relaxed and began to enjoy the fish. Take your time. No one's going to steal it from you, Argus said with a smile. Just as he was enjoying the moment, an angry voice suddenly echoed from afar. Get away. What have you done to my Mrs. Norris? Filch was yelling as he rushed towards Argus, but he froze the moment he saw Mrs. Norris. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his longtime feline companion. Mrs. Norris looked completely transformed, her fur shining and her posture elegant, almost unrecognizable if not for those familiar deep green eyes. My Mrs. Norris, you've become so beautiful, Filch murmured, his gaze shifting between Argus and Mrs. Norris. Argus smiled. Mr. Filch, Mrs. Norris is indeed a beautiful cat. You called me what? Filch's head snapped up, his disbelief evident. In all his years at Hogwarts, he had never heard a student address him so respectfully. Even the professors only called him by his name out of necessity, not genuine regard. But Argus was different. There was no disdain or annoyance in his eyes, just an equal respect he showed to other wizards. This made Filch feel an unprecedented sense of dignity, something he had long yearned for. Noticing Filch's surprise, Argus gently said, if you don't like being called that, I can use something else. No, that's fine. Filch quickly shook his head, afraid Argus might change his mind. Nodding, Argus continued, regarding Mrs. Norris, I suggest you pay attention to her hygiene. If possible, try to give her more fruits. He had intended to recommend vaccinations and nutritional cat food but reconsidered, knowing this was the wizarding world. Filch was silent for a moment before nodding slowly. I'll take care of it. He turned and walked into his office, carefully picking up an oil lamp and cradling Mrs. Norris. Let's go. I'll take you to the Forbidden Forest. Seeing Argus in his thin wizard robes, Filch hesitated for a moment before gruffly saying, the Forbidden Forest isn't like the castle. You'd better wear more layers. Hagrid is an experienced keeper. Just stick close to him, and you won't be in danger. Argus gratefully replied, thank you for the advice, Mr. Filch. I've already layered up under my robes. Filch escorted Argus to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid was already waiting there, waving his lantern. Hey, Argus, over here. Go on, Filch said, not leaving immediately, but watching until Argus safely reached Hagrid before turning away with Mrs. Norris. The night in the Forbidden Forest was shrouded in thick mist. Twisted trees loomed like serpents, and eerie sounds occasionally broke the silence. The distant howls of beasts were particularly unsettling. Suddenly, a bark shattered the quiet. Argus noticed a small dog sniffing around him. Hagrid explained, don't worry, that's Fong. He may be small, but he's a great helper. He walked ahead, his massive frame blocking most of the view. Let's go. We just need to check the forest's perimeter. The creatures inside don't like being disturbed. Argus followed Hagrid silently, feeling slightly relieved. From Hagrid's words, he deduced that the unicorn injury incident hadn't happened yet, meaning Voldemort's focus was still on the Philosopher's Stone. Without Voldemort's presence, this journey through the Forbidden Forest seemed much safer. Watch your step, Argus. The path here is tricky. Hagrid had just warned when a strange noise came from under a tree on the left. Fong, who had been leading the way, whimpered and hid behind Hagrid. The atmosphere became tense. Hagrid awkwardly explained, Fong's just a bit timid. He then approached the tree where the sound had originated. Argus, on high alert, drew his wand and followed closely. Argus, come quick. It's a mooncalf. You're really lucky. Hagrid excitedly waved him over. Argus hurried forward to see several pairs of pale green eyes blinking nervously at them. Hagrid enthusiastically explained, look at these beautiful creatures. Too bad I didn't bring any tools. Their dung, if collected before sunrise, can make plants grow taller and stronger. They're very shy and only come out during a full moon. Let's not disturb them, Hagrid said, brushing dirt off his clothes. Once we're done patrolling, I'll take you back to your common room. With Hagrid leading the way and Fong clearing the path, they continued their patrol without any issues. To break the silence, Argus asked, Hagrid, don't you get bored patrolling the Forbidden Forest alone? Hagrid replied nonchalantly, at first, it was a bit lonely, but I got used to it, and now I have all these lovely creatures to keep me company. Time flew by, and before they knew it, they had completed their patrol and were heading back. I wish you could come with me every day. Hagrid sighed as they neared the forest's edge. Argus smiled. If I got detention every day, Professor Snape would have a fit. That's not what I meant. Hagrid quickly clarified. I know, I'll visit when I can, Argus reassured him. Just as they were about to leave, hurried footsteps approached from behind, sounding unlike any ordinary creature. Hagrid instantly shielded Argus, who also drew his wand, ready for anything. As the footsteps drew closer, a figure emerged, a human upper body with 4 hooves. It's you, Firenze, Hagrid sighed in relief, patting Argus's shoulder to signal him to relax. "This is Argus Grindelwald, my friend." "Hello, young wizard." Firenze lowered his bow and greeted Argus. He was one of the few centaurs who viewed wizards with a rational attitude. "By the way, Firenze, what brings you here? Aren't you usually patrolling deeper in the forest at this hour?" Hagrid asked curiously. Firenze's sapphire blue eyes stared intently at Argus. "For him." "Argus?" Hagrid asked, puzzled, his brow furrowing slightly. It was his first time in the Forbidden Forest, and he wondered why he needed to find this young wizard. Firenze's gaze had not left Argus from the moment they met. His deep eyes seemed to see through to the soul. Argus felt bewildered under such scrutiny and took a half-step back. "The stars guided me here," Firenze said slowly. "They told me a distinguished guest would arrive in the Forbidden Forest tonight. I have been waiting for some time." "The stars?" Argus's interest was piqued, and his left eye glowed with an unusual light. This was a trait inherited from Grindelwald, the same prophetic eye as Gellert Grindelwald's. Unfortunately, Argus couldn't see decades into the future like Grindelwald. He could only foresee a few seconds ahead. Moreover, this ability drained a considerable amount of his mental and magical energy, sometimes leaving him bedridden for a day or two. In comparison, Firenze's star-based prophecies seemed much gentler. Although not as detailed or convenient as the prophetic eye, they could still be insightful. "Did the stars only foresee my arrival?" Argus asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Of course not." Firenze stepped forward quickly, his platinum hair flowing in the wind. Ignoring his horse hooves, he was as handsome as any gentleman. "Through the stars, I saw that the destiny of the centaurs is about to change. If Mr. Grindelwald is willing, allow me to take you to the centaurs and unicorns' habitat. There, I will tell you everything about the prophecy." "The centaurs and unicorns' habitat," Hagrid exclaimed, rubbing his hands in excitement. "Blimey, I can't believe a human wizard gets to meet so many beautiful creatures at once. Firenze, can you take me too? You know how much I love unicorns." "I'm sorry, Hagrid." Firenze shook his head. "The centaurs do not welcome other intelligent species, including giants. If there's a chance, I will introduce you to some unicorns. Mr. Grindelwald, please follow me." Before he could finish, an arrow suddenly shot from afar, landing between Firenze and Argus. "Firenze, you traitor." A red-haired, red-bearded centaur appeared, bow and arrow in hand, aiming at Firenze and Argus. His eyes were filled with rage as he roared, "Centaurs do not welcome wizards. Firenze, not only did you reveal the prophecy to him, but you also want to bring him to our habitat. I will tell our tribe, and have you expelled from the Forbidden Forest." Argus's voice was calm, but his eyes were cold. "Mr. Centaur, I advise you to lower your bow. Get lost, you little colt. The Forbidden Forest doesn't welcome you." The red-bearded centaur stomped the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, clearly less rational than Firenze. "Expelliarmus." Argus had his wand ready the moment he saw the arrow. He cast the disarming charm without hesitation. Bang! The 6th level disarming charm was at a level many elite aurors might not achieve. The red-bearded centaur was thrown back, crashing heavily against a tree. His bow and arrow scattered with the splintered wood, and he coughed up blood, his chest visibly dented. "Mr. Grindelwald, please wait." Firenze called out in panic. "Ronan did not mean to attack you." He hadn't expected Argus to act so decisively or to subdue Ronan so easily. Hagrid was also dumbfounded. In his mind, Argus had always been a gentle person. The sudden contrast left him momentarily stunned. When he regained his senses, he quickly held Argus's shoulder. "Calm down, Argus. He just wanted to scare you. No need to be so tense. I didn't intend to kill him, just teach him a lesson," Argus explained expressionlessly, then turned to Firenze. "Mr. Firenze, it seems I won't be hearing your prophecy today. Invite me again when the centaurs have a unified opinion." With that, he turned and left. Hagrid hesitated, glancing between Firenze and Argus. "Firenze, his injuries? I will take care of it," Firenze replied. "Good. I'll escort Argus back to his dormitory. If you need anything, you can ask Fong to find me." Under Firenze's watchful eyes, Argus and Hagrid's figures slowly disappeared into the darkness of the Forbidden Forest. "Don't touch me, betrayer of the centaurs." Ronan struggled in Firenze's arms. Firenze carefully applied some dittany to his wounds. "You know he is the one from the prophecy," Firenze said softly. "But he's a wizard. How can the centaurs place their hopes on a wizard?" Ronan's emotions ran high, almost causing him to cough up blood again. "This is destiny's guidance, beyond the bounds of race." Firenze insisted. "No matter what you say, I will never follow a human wizard's orders," Ronan stubbornly retorted. Back at Hogwarts Castle, Argus regretted not having a midnight snack at Hagrid's. Remembering he got caught sneaking around last night, he decided to endure it and head for breakfast early the next day. As soon as he stepped through the castle doors, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing your first Forbidden Forest patrol. Achievement unlocked, Forest Guardian. Reward, 50 achievement points. Better than nothing, I guess, Argus thought as he made his way to the Slytherin common room. Draco was standing on a high platform in the common room, boasting about his exploits in the flying lesson, claiming he had fought off the evil Weasley. Seeing Argus, he showed no sign of guilt and continued his bragging. Well, young man, took a tumble on the grass and thickened your skin. Argus shook his head with a smile, not wanting to shatter a boy's pride. Returning to his dormitory, the exhaustion of the past 2 days hit him all at once. Argus fell asleep without even changing his clothes. The next morning, he was still in a daze as he headed to the Great Hall for breakfast. Argus, didn't sleep well last night? Draco approached with his henchmen, Goyle and Crabbe, noticing the faint dark circles under Argus's eyes. You're in luck today. The first class this morning is Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Quirrell's classes are even duller than Professor Bin's History of Magic, and he never cares what you do in his classroom. What's our first class this morning? Argus suddenly became alert. Professor Quirrell's Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Why? Damn. Hearing Quirrell's name snapped Argus awake. He had just escaped from him the other day, and now he had to face him again? He couldn't forget that there was a big boss waiting for him on the back of Quirrell's head. Argus, are you sick? You look awful, Draco asked with concern. Draco, if I told Professor Snape I had a fear of heights during the flying lesson yesterday, do you think he'd believe me? Argus asked urgently. Or that I caught a cold last night? Or got scared by animals in the Forbidden Forest? The next moment, a gloomy voice sounded behind Argus. Or, get your head taken off by your head of house. Argus sat in the back of the classroom, surrounded by the constant murmuring of his classmates. Professor Quirrell just reads from the textbook, and he stumbles over every word. Who wants to listen to that? I don't know what Dumbledore was thinking, hiring a useless teacher for Defense Against the Dark Arts. Argus silently picked up a book to shield his face, not responding to his classmates' comments. He knew deep down that Quirrell was far more complex than he appeared. As a top Ravenclaw graduate, Quirrell had a strong curiosity for magic, even daring to venture into the Forbidden Forest alone. If he were truly worthless, Voldemort wouldn't have chosen him as a host. Quirrell's timid demeanor at Hogwarts was just a facade, hiding Voldemort's presence. As time passed, the classroom atmosphere became even more relaxed. Without Argus leading by example, and with Quirrell's unpopularity, the front seats remained empty, resembling an ignored lecture in a university. Students crowded towards the back, and those arriving late grumbled as they were forced to sit in the middle. Suddenly, a strong smell of garlic wafted into the room, signaling Quirrell's arrival. Instantly, coughing filled the air. Quirrell gave an awkward smile and walked to the front. Class, please take out our textbook, The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection. Turn to page 1. Today, we will be discussing the Puffskein. In just a few stuttered sentences, Quirrell wasted precious seconds of class time. His lecture on the Puffskein, a harmless magical creature rated XX by the Ministry of Magic, was dull and confusing. The Puffskein posed almost no threat to wizards and didn't even require magic to be driven away. Some wizarding families kept them as pets. Yet, Quirrell managed to make the simple content incomprehensible, reading directly from the textbook in a way that left everyone puzzled. It dawned on Argus why no one paid attention in class. It wasn't that they didn't want to listen. They simply couldn't follow where Quirrell was reading from. Quirrell attempted to ask the class questions, but no one responded, leaving him looking embarrassed. At that moment, a raspy voice echoed in his mind. Let me take over. An overpowering force surged through him. Quirrell's demeanor shifted instantly. He stopped awkwardly reading from the textbook and began to move among the students with interest. Argus, who had been watching discreetly, buried his head lower, hoping to avoid Quirrell's notice. Suddenly, Voldemort snapped the book shut with a distinct clap, drawing everyone's attention. If you find learning from the textbook boring, let's try a new approach, Voldemort said, taking out his wand and relishing the attention. He had long desired the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, but Dumbledore had always refused him, leading him to start the Wizarding War. He thought he had lost the opportunity forever, but here he was, achieving it through Quirrell. Put down your textbooks and take out your wands, Voldemort commanded. With a flick of his wand, the textbooks closed and neatly stacked themselves to the side, causing a murmur of amazement among the students. Voldemort, pleased with their reaction, continued, to understand Defense Against the Dark Arts, you must first understand what dark magic is. Several students, drawn by the earlier display of magic, raised their hands. Voldemort smiled and said, in my class, you don't need to raise your hands. Speak freely. Students eagerly offered answers. Dark magic is magic that can harm people. Magic without a counter curse is dark magic. Magic used by dark wizards is dark magic. Most young wizards had no precise understanding of dark magic, answering based on their own imaginations. After commenting on several students' answers, Voldemort turned his gaze to Argus. Mr. Grindelwald, what are your thoughts? Argus was about to give a perfunctory answer when Voldemort added, with your knowledge, Mr. Grindelwald, I'm sure you can provide us with a perfect explanation. This is a chance to earn points for your house. I doubt you'll refuse. Facing Voldemort's sly expression, Argus cursed inwardly. Old fox, using house points to pressure me. This simple goad had cornered Argus. In past classes, he had often demonstrated his vast knowledge. If he gave a careless answer now, other Slytherins would think he didn't care about house honor, damaging his reputation. Standing up, Argus thought for a moment and said, the judgment of dark magic should be based on whether the caster has strong malicious intent. For example, he raised his wand, pointing it at the podium. Aguamenti. Streams of water shot out, landing at Voldemort's feet. Aguamenti is often seen as a simple household spell, but if the water flow continues to increase, it can drown a person, killing them. Therefore, I believe any spell cast with strong malicious intent can be considered dark magic. An intriguing perspective. Voldemort's eyes gleamed with approval. He had expected Argus to summarize the previous students' answers and add some textbook knowledge. He hadn't anticipated such a surprising answer from Argus, who understood this concept as early as his 3rd year. Mr. Grindelwald, please sit down. For your excellent answer, Slytherin earns 5 points. With a flick of his sleeve, the water vanished. This display of silent, wandless magic sparked a buzz among the young wizards. As Mr. Grindelwald said, not only spells that cause harm or lack countercurses are considered dark magic. Any spell cast with strong malicious intent can be used to kill. However, in most people's minds, dark magic is categorized into 3 types. Mr. Grindelwald? Argus calmly replied. The 3 types of dark magic are jinxes, hexes, and curses, with curses being the most malevolent, jinxes the least, and hexes in between. Very good. Voldemort nodded, his tone suddenly chilling. But you missed one category. The unforgivable curses. He turned sharply, his gaze locking onto Harry. Mr. Potter, tell me, what are the spells known as the unforgivable curses? Years of scheming and striving, only to be thwarted by a mere child. How could the self-proclaimed superior Voldemort possibly accept this? Voldemort's face was clouded with dark thoughts, his eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. His grip on his wand was so tight that his knuckles turned white, clearly struggling to restrain himself from attacking the clueless boy in front of him. Harry Potter stood up, bewildered, the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead faintly visible in the dim classroom light. He couldn't understand why a simple question had provoked such a severe reaction, nor did he realize how close he was to death. As he looked at the defense against the dark arts professor's frosty expression, Harry felt a strange sense of déjà vu. It was eerily similar to Professor Snape's. He tried to engage his rarely used brain and stammered. I'm sorry, Professor, I don't know. Don't know? Voldemort paused, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. You don't even know how your parents died? That's quite careless, isn't it? He scrutinized Harry with a suspicious gaze and continued to press. What is the definition of dark magic? I don't know, Professor. Harry lowered his head, his voice growing quieter. How many types of spells are there? I don't know. What are the necessary conditions for casting a spell? I don't know. Harry kept shaking his head, almost driving Voldemort to madness. The once feared Dark Lord found it hard to believe he was losing to a child who didn't even know the basics of magic. Voldemort could accept losing to a legendary wizard like Dumbledore, or even to Grindelwald, who had swept through Europe as a dark wizard. He might even stomach being bested by a prodigious wizard like Argus. But this boy, he couldn't do anything right and knew nothing. To be defeated by someone like that was the ultimate humiliation. Argus watched Voldemort's expression of existential crisis, trying to conceal his smile. He thought to himself, how much magic knowledge can you expect from someone raised in the Muggle world? If it weren't for some snippets he heard from Hagrid and Ron, he wouldn't even know who the key figures in the magical world are. The main reason for Voldemort's rage was his lack of intelligence on Harry. Ever since his killing curse backfired, his main soul had been clinging to lowly creatures like rats and reptiles to survive. Even after possessing Quirrell, he focused solely on resurrecting himself, with no time to pay attention to Harry. In Voldemort's mind, Harry, as a pureblood wizard and the savior of the magical world, and as the heir to the Potter family, would surely be well taken care of by Dumbledore. It wasn't impossible that Dumbledore would take him as a personal disciple. But now, with Harry knowing nothing, there was only one explanation: Harry was a worthless, good-for-nothing who spent his days idling away. Voldemort suppressed his rising fury and gritted his teeth as he spoke to Harry. Mr. Potter, due to your ignorance, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Sit down. Harry sat back down, feeling aggrieved, not understanding what he had done wrong. Ever since arriving at Hogwarts, it seemed like everyone was against him. Voldemort, equally frustrated by Harry's performance, continued the lesson, albeit with less enthusiasm. He hurriedly concluded the class and called out to Argus, who was about to leave. "Mr. Grindelwald, please wait a moment." Argus looked at Voldemort warily and waved to Draco and the others, signaling them to go on without him. He knew Voldemort's methods were far beyond what these first-year students could handle. These children were his future core strength, and he couldn't let them be endangered. "Professor Quirrell, is there something you need?" Argus asked politely. "I mentioned a few days ago that we would meet again," Voldemort said meaningfully, "this time. Will you still refuse my invitation?" Seeing Argus hesitate, Voldemort glanced at Draco and the others not far away, his eyes full of implication. "Or, you could bring Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Not along. Given their curiosity about magic, I'm sure they would be eager to accept." It was a blatant threat. Voldemort's meaning was clear. Either come with me, or I'll go after Draco and the others. They don't have your Occlumency to protect them. Argus gritted his teeth in anger, but didn't dare take risks with Draco and the others. He forced a smile, bowed slightly and said, "It's an honor to be invited by you, Professor." Following Voldemort, Argus arrived at Quirrell's office. The room was filled with a peculiar garlic smell, clearly meant to mask something. "Mr. Grindelwald, with your intelligence, I'm sure you've guessed something." Without others around, Voldemort no longer hid his true nature, exuding the aura of a Dark Lord. He looked at Argus as if he were a prized possession. Not wanting to reveal his knowledge of the plot, Argus decided to play along. He furrowed his brow, pretending to just notice something amiss. "You're not Professor Quirrell. Who are you?" Voldemort sneered and slowly said, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tom Riddle, or you may know me by another name, Voldemort." Despite knowing the answer, Argus remained calm, his eyes betraying no emotion. "I knew it. You're one of the few who don't show fear upon hearing my name." Voldemort was surprised by Argus' composure, but understood it given Argus' background. As the son of a Dark Lord, why would he fear another Dark Lord? "So, you called me here just to reveal your identity?" Argus asked coolly. "Of course not." Voldemort sat down and looked up at Argus. "Mr. Grindelwald, with your lineage, do you really want to stay at Hogwarts, playing childish wizard games with a bunch of mudbloods? Pledge your loyalty to me, and I will lead you to the pinnacle of the world." Argus didn't respond, staring silently at Voldemort. The moment Voldemort revealed his identity, Argus had guessed his intentions. Given his talent and the Saint organization, it was only natural for Voldemort to try to recruit him. But, unfortunately, Voldemort wasn't worth his time. The previous night, alone in the corridor with Voldemort, Argus had been vulnerable. If Voldemort had attacked then, Argus would have been defenseless. But now, with dozens of people knowing he had come to Quirrell's office, he doubted Voldemort would dare make a move. As for the Imperious Curse, Voldemort would need the power to cast it. Occlumency also provided resistance against mind-invading spells like the Imperious Curse, not to mention Voldemort was in a weakened state. How could he cast it? "Mr. Voldemort," Argus said coldly, "my loyalty isn't something you can gain with a few words. From any perspective, my situation and the Saint's situation are far better than yours and your Death Eaters. Isn't that so?" Voldemort didn't get angry at Argus' words. Though his creation of Horcruxes had made him cruel and murderous, as the leader who had built the vast Death Eater organization, his self-control was unparalleled. Many actions were not out of inability to control but a choice not to. He stood up, locking eyes with Argus. "Mr. Grindelwald, you know very well that everything about the Saints is built on your father's foundation. But how much longer can he live? 3 years? 5 years? I've always known my father's death is inevitable." Just like Argus' eyes suddenly flashed with a blue light, interrupting Voldemort. The next second, a red light flared. "Expelliarmus! Just like I knew you were going to attack me." The imagined iconic scene akin to the battles in Harry Potter or Dragon Ball never took place. The moment Argus made his move, Voldemort also brandished his wand, instantly casting a disarming charm. The spell sliced through the air like a sharp blade, effortlessly shattering Argus's spell. "Petrificus totalis. Defendo. Accio. Lumos." Argus fired off spells like a machine gun, the tip of his wand flashing with various hues. Despite most of his assassination attempts in Austria being thwarted by Vita and others, they had nevertheless endowed him with significant combat experience. Spells rained down on Voldemort, and Argus's face bore a look of intense concentration. In contrast, Voldemort responded with ease. He casually waved his wand, effortlessly countering Argus's attacks. Yet, there was an unmistakable glint of admiration in his crimson eyes. He noticed keenly that Argus's spell intensity and timing far exceeded what one would expect from an 11-year-old. Even more astonishing was that as the battle continued, Argus's mastery and coordination of spells were visibly improving. The dark magic he had just learned in class was being rapidly assimilated into his combat repertoire. Expelliarmus. As time passed, Argus's magical energy began to wane. Seizing the moment, Voldemort disarmed him with a flick of his wand. Argus's wand flew through the air, landing on the ground with a crisp sound. Mr. Grindelwald, I must admit, you are the most talented youth I've ever encountered. Not just in magic, but in understanding the human heart, Voldemort said with a hint of admiration in his voice. Are you so certain I won't kill you? Argus picked up his wand calmly, showing no sign of panic. He met Voldemort's gaze and replied evenly, this is Hogwarts. You wouldn't jeopardize your resurrection by killing me. Besides, only a living Grindelwald can bring you greater benefits. Voldemort laughed heartily, his laughter echoing in the office. You are even smarter than I imagined. Mr. Grindelwald, your wisdom has earned you another option. Become my disciple. With the legacy of 2 Dark Lords, you will one day rule the wizarding world. To Voldemort's surprise, Argus did not react as expected. The boy merely glanced at him coolly and said, Mr. Voldemort, empty promises won't sway me. If you want to be my teacher, you'll need to offer a proper gift. Voldemort tapped his wand, and the office, which had been wrecked by their duel, was instantly restored to its original state. A thick notebook flew from a nearby drawer and landed firmly on the desk. Argus picked it up, and a flash of amazement crossed his eyes as he glanced through it. The contents were profound and the ideas unique, enough to impress even Argus, who had studied under Grindelwald for years. These are some notes I've compiled recently. Consider it a gift, Voldemort said, a trace of pride in his voice. Argus bowed respectfully. Thank you for your gift, teacher. Voldemort smiled, genuinely amused for the first time. From today, the Death Eaters have a second master. Come to Professor Quirrell's office every Saturday afternoon. I will personally teach you what true dark magic is. Yes, teacher, Argus responded. He didn't particularly mind becoming Voldemort's disciple. Though Voldemort was ruthless and unscrupulous, his knowledge and magical prowess were undeniable. If he wanted Argus to work for him, he would have to exchange it for magical knowledge. With Argus' familiarity with the story, deceiving a parasitic Voldemort was not a difficult task. After a brief exchange of magical knowledge, Argus decided it was time to leave. Voldemort spoke softly. Next time we meet, I expect you to bring some information about Mr. Potter and the 3rd floor of Hogwarts. You will get it, teacher, Argus said before turning to leave. After Argus left, Quirrell seemed utterly drained, collapsing in exhaustion. Sweat poured down his face as he staggered to his bedside, retrieving a potion from under his pillow. Only after drinking it did his complexion improve slightly. Master, Argus cannot be trusted. Why did you reveal your identity to him? What if he tells Dumbledore? Quirrell stammered, his voice full of worry. He won't. Voldemort's tone was confident and assured. He is a smart boy. From the first moment I saw him, I knew he wouldn't be content with his current situation. Dumbledore would never trust a Grindelwald, and likewise, Grindelwald would never ally with Dumbledore. Compared to you, who are already under suspicion, a new student's actions are much easier to conceal. My disciple has inherited his father's knack for manipulation. With a bit of persuasion, he can easily incite countless people to venture to the 3rd floor. But we have no means to control him. Quirrell was still uneasy. Perhaps because Voldemort was in a good mood after accomplishing his goal, Quirrell's questioning did not result in the usual punishment. You think the notes I gave him are that simple? Voldemort sneered. I said he was smart, and the greatest flaw of smart people is their confidence. The malevolent influence of dark magic is not something a mere first-year student can withstand. Back in his dormitory, Argus heard the system's notification sound in his mind. Congratulations to the host for becoming Voldemort's disciple. Achievement unlocked. Legacy of the Death Eaters. Achievement points. 100 inch. Congratulations to the host for receiving guidance from Voldemort and Grindelwald. Achievement unlocked. Future Dark Lord. Achievement points. 200 inch. Congratulations to the host for becoming the heir of the Death Eaters and the Saints. Achievement unlocked. Fear that sweeps the wizarding world. Achievement points. 200 inch. Current achievement points. 600. 600 points. Not bad. Time for a 5-draw streak. Argus thought excitedly. System, I want to draw. Familiar card packs appeared, and Argus casually opened a few. Accompanied by dazzling blue skies and white clouds, a purple glow slowly emerged. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Reparo level 2, Engorgio level 3, Sandstorm spell level 2, Finite Incantum level 3. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Transfiguration level 5. Wow, this time, I got some really good stuff. Argus was thrilled to discover that he had randomly drawn a Finite Incantum, a complex spell. He recalled that his father had used Finite Incantum with a large group led by Nicholas Flamel to stop the Great Fire in Paris. For most spells, even dark magic, Finite Incantum had strong countering capabilities. Transfiguration, even more so, was indispensable for every wizard from the moment they started learning magic until their death. It appeared simple, but was actually easy to learn and hard to master. In combat, a true master of transfiguration was extremely difficult to deal with, as the bizarre transformations could turn every piece of clothing and every thread on your body into a weapon. These purple rewards are even better than most of the gold ones. I've hit the jackpot this time, Argus thought excitedly. Current achievement points, 100. Detected that the host has mastered some spells. Would you like to integrate them? Integrate. Magical knowledge surged into his brain like a tidal wave. Argus felt as if he had transformed into various master wizards, experiencing firsthand their learning and research of magic. The host has excellent talent, surpassing the magical level comprehension. Reparo level 3, Engorgio level 4-inch. Argus took out his wand and pointed it at a nearby table. As magic flowed, the wooden table gradually transformed into an iron basin. The basin floated, and when it hit the ground with a clang, Argus's eyes lit up with a smile. The transformation of substance was finally complete. Yags waved his wand, transforming the metal basin back into a wooden table. He pulled out the notes Voldemort had given him from his pocket, remembering the shivers he felt when he skimmed through them in the office. Your thoughts are too obvious. Yags smiled slightly, quietly initiating Occlumency. Voldemort's notes were indeed a treasure trove of knowledge, but for an 11-year-old wizard like Yags, the dark magic within was too profound. A slight misstep could lead to being consumed by malevolent thoughts. However, Yags's Occlumency skills were far beyond the ordinary. As long as he didn't delve too deeply, he could easily extract knowledge from the notes without being affected. Even if Yags couldn't fully comprehend the material himself, he had Vita and Grindelwald to consult. Passing this knowledge to them could also yield significant benefits. Immersed in the notes, Yags lost track of time until dusk. He couldn't help but marvel. To become the Dark Lord, one indeed had to be extraordinary. Although he didn't learn much, the afternoon study was still immensely rewarding. The notes dissected the essence of dark magic in a straightforward manner. Yags had always thought that the three main types of dark magic were distinct categories, but Voldemort proposed a different view. Whether it was curses, jinxes, or hexes, their essence stemmed from the wizard's malevolent intent, differing only in the intensity of that intent. For example, seemingly minor curses like Densaggio and Rictusempra were actually weakened or simplified versions of many hexes. Through Voldemort's explanations, many seemingly unrelated spells became interconnected, forming the foundation of complex dark magic. Realizing it was getting late, Yags decided to grab something to eat in preparation for his upcoming detention in the Forbidden Forest. He closed his eyes, carefully purging the malevolent thoughts invading his mind, while recalling his conversation with Voldemort that morning. From Voldemort's words, it was clear he had deduced the location of the Philosopher's Stone, but hadn't acted rashly, fearing that failure would alert others. So, he sent Yags to gather information. However, being familiar with the story, Yags had no intention of taking such risks. He planned to reveal only the existence of Fluffy when he met Voldemort next week. Sell the information about the three-headed dog once, its origin once, and the method to deal with it once, Yags calculated. Selling one piece of information 3 times, that's a profitable deal. As for Voldemort's resurrection, that was Dumbledore's problem. Even in the original story, Dumbledore knew Voldemort's intentions. Yags's revelation would merely accelerate the process. A fragment of a soul couldn't cause much trouble. After dinner, Yags followed Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest. The days of detention passed uneventfully until the last day when he received a letter from Vita Rosier. The letter briefly informed him that she had purchased several well-located shops in Diagon Alley, ready to open at any time. There was no other information in the letter. For most wizards, sending messages by owl was not the safest method, as it could easily leak important information. Vita, aware of Yags's situation, dared not elaborate on the state of the saints in the letter, planning to discuss the next steps with him in person at an appropriate time. Yags had a similar thought. Knowing the shop locations were secured, he planned to discuss the acquisition of magical creature materials with Hagrid that night in the Forbidden Forest. Late at night, after patrolling, Yags and Hagrid reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Yags spoke up, Hagrid, if you have some time in the next couple of days, could you gather the materials you want to sell? I'll use an undetectable extension charm to take everything at once, saving you a trip. Oh, you really want to buy them? I thought. Hagrid looked surprised. You thought I was joking? Yags said helplessly. I didn't mention it these past few days because there were still some issues to sort out with the shop. Rather than making you go through all the trouble not knowing where to send them, it's better to leave them with you, the magical creature expert. Your care is far superior to those so-called scholars. Yags's flattery was actually a way to find a scapegoat, ensuring someone was responsible if the materials had issues. But he spoke as if he had utmost trust in Hagrid. Through Hagrid's bushy beard, one could clearly see his face turning red with embarrassment. Sorry, Yags. I shouldn't have doubted a friend. Hagrid scratched his head, embarrassed. It's fine. I'm only 11. It's normal to have concerns when discussing big business with a young wizard like me. Yags comforted him. I keep forgetting you're only 11. Sometimes it feels like I'm talking to an adult wizard. Hagrid mused. Yags, I suggest you spend more time with Harry and your other peers. Being too mature at a young age can make you miss out on the joys of childhood. I'll consider it, Yags nodded. The next morning, despite staying up late the previous night, Yags's internal clock woke him up early. This habit was cultivated during his time in Austria, where Vita would urge him to exercise every morning. Initially, Yags didn't take it seriously, thinking wizards only needed to focus on magic. It wasn't until he practiced magic with Vita and found that she could easily evade his spells without using magic, just by moving her body, that he realized the importance of physical fitness for a wizard. Even someone as powerful as Dumbledore couldn't escape the limitations of the body. Since then, unless there were special circumstances, Yags rarely skipped his exercise routine. After a day of classes, Yags encountered a problem. The dormitory was too small. It was fine for reading, but practicing magic could cause quite a commotion. He remembered a legendary place in Hogwarts Castle, the Room of Requirement, also known as the Come and Go Room. It was said to appear only when someone truly needed it, and would arrange itself according to the person's needs. Even the Marauder's map couldn't reveal its location. If I practice there, I shouldn't have to worry about being discovered, Yags thought. No sooner said than done. He tucked Voldemort's notes into his pocket and, recalling the characteristics of the Room of Requirement, found the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. After ensuring no one was around, Yags silently wished, I need a place to practice magic. Suddenly, opposite the tapestry, a smooth door appeared out of thin air, without any warning. Hogwarts truly holds many secrets. Yags chuckled. With this place, I won't have to hide anymore when practicing magic or conducting experiments. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. Looking around, Argus found himself in a room brimming with a wizardly aura. Mannequins used for practicing magic stood tall among many strange objects he had never seen before. Driven by curiosity, he reached out to touch these fascinating items. Despite having followed Grindelwald for years and witnessing many magical artifacts, the Room of Requirement still amazed Argus. He keenly sensed that a far more profound magic than the modern wizard's usual undetectable extinction charm was at work here. This discovery made Argus re-evaluate his perception of ancient magic. He had always thought that if ancient magic were truly powerful, it wouldn't have been replaced by modern magic. Yet, the scene before him suggested that ancient magic was far more complex than he had imagined. However, Argus did not dwell too long on this matter. He was well aware of his own abilities. Compared to top wizards like Dumbledore and Voldemort, he was just a minor player. He inwardly mocked himself. If Dumbledore couldn't figure it out after decades at Hogwarts, how could I understand it with just a glance? That would be underestimating the protagonists of the previous generation. Time slipped by unnoticed. When Argus left the Room of Requirement, torches were already lit throughout the castle. He hurried back to the Slytherin common room, where he found Draco whispering with Goyle and Crabbe. Draco's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Argus return. Argus, where have you been today? I looked for you in the library, in the dormitory, but couldn't find you. Argus casually replied. I was practicing some spells outside. By the way, congratulations on becoming the youngest Seeker in Slytherin. Draco immediately puffed up with pride. Just wait and see. This year, I will lead Slytherin to win the Quidditch Cup. Argus sat down on the sofa, poured himself a cup of tea, and asked, Why aren't you asleep? What are you doing here with Goyle and Crabbe? Draco's expression suddenly turned angry. It's that Weasley. Weasley? You mean Ron? Argus was a bit surprised. The peaceful days had almost made him forget about him. Draco explained indignantly. Yes, him? My father gave me a Nimbus 2000 as a reward for making the Slytherin team. Weasley, who just got out of the hospital, saw my broom and kept saying that Slytherin only accepted me because of it. Argus's interest was piqued. So, did you guys fight? Draco shook his head. No, I'm not stupid enough to fight in public. I challenged Weasley to a duel tonight. I wanted you to be my second, but since I couldn't find you, I plan to take Goyle. Now that you're here, let's see how Weasley handles it. Argus sighed. What time did you agree on? Draco answered excitedly, 11:30 tonight, in the trophy room. The appointed time of 11:30 quickly arrived. For pureblood aristocrats, dueling was a noble affair. Draco's big mouth had made it sound so grand that nearly everyone in Slytherin knew about it. As Argus accompanied Draco out, a crowd of young wizards cheered them on. Argus couldn't help but scold Draco. If your brain isn't filled with flobberworm mucus, you should know the consequences of getting caught wandering the castle at night. Draco, knowing he was in the wrong, glanced at Argus sheepishly and stayed silent. When they reached the trophy room, Ron was already there, ranting, I knew it, that evil Malfoy is all talk. He's probably wetting his pants by now. Harry stood beside Ron, chiming in, "Don't worry, Ron. I've got your back." Argus coldly interjected, "Mr. Weasley, speaking ill of others behind their back is a bad habit. It seems you've forgotten the apology, madam, Hooch made you give in the Slytherin common room a few days ago." Seeing Harry standing next to Ron made Argus feel a wave of disgust. He thought sarcastically, "Of course, it's you, Harry the Savior, always siding with the underdog." Draco's disappointed and questioning gaze made Harry lower his head in guilt. He tried to explain, "Draco, let me explain." Ron, Argus cut him off, "Mr. Potter, your actions have already made your choice clear. You should know that by standing here, you've chosen to oppose Draco." Harry stammered, unsure of what to say. But Ron couldn't hold back any longer. Since being released from the hospital, he had faced countless instances of exclusion and cold treatment because of Argus. Seeing Argus now made him see red. He pulled out his wand, ignoring the formalities of a duel, and cast a spell directly at Argus. Dinsajo? A crooked spell shot out from Ron's wand, but Argus didn't even bother to dodge. Mr. Weasley's sneak attack revealed his true nature before the duel had even begun. Argus sneered coldly, "No wonder you always need your brothers to clean up your messes." "Shut up, you disgusting dark wizard." Ron's face flushed red as he waved his wand furiously at Argus, like a cornered rat. Unfortunately, his knowledge of magic was pitifully limited. At home, he wasted time eating, drinking, and playing, and at school, without Hermione's supervision, he and Harry barely attended classes. He only knew a few spells, and sometimes he even struggled to pronounce them correctly, almost hitting himself instead. Argus grew tired of this childish game. With a flick of his wand, he cast Levi Corpus. A flash of light, and Ron was suddenly hanging upside down in midair, wriggling like a worm. Seeing Ron's pathetic state, St. Harry couldn't help but feel pity. Just as he was about to speak, Draco couldn't hold back any longer. He directly questioned, "Argus, Harry, are you planning to plead for Weasley? Do you not remember how he treated Argus and what he said in the Great Hall? When Ron attacked Argus just now, you didn't plead then. Is Weasley the only friend in your heart? What about me and Argus?" Draco's questioning was filled with obvious jealousy, as if a couple were on the verge of breaking up. Since the hospital wing incident, when Harry pleaded for Argus without considering the situation, Argus had completely lost faith in the overly compassionate savior. Harry's repeated pleas left him utterly unmoved. After a long silence, Harry finally stammered, You are all my friends. Ron, he just..." "Shut up, Potter." Draco, driven by anger, pulled out his wand and pointed it at Harry. "When you brought Weasley to the trophy room, you made your choice. Fight me, Potter. Don't make me look down on you." Harry wanted to explain, but seeing Draco's fury, he decided to let him cool down and apologize later. He raised his wand, ready to duel. Ricta Sempra, Tarantaligra, Petrificus Totalis. Draco's spells came at Harry in rapid succession. The pureblood family's education was far superior to Harry's half-baked knowledge. With Argus's guidance, Draco's skills had far surpassed the original. Handling Harry, who barely knew a few spells, was a piece of cake. "Fight back, Potter. You coward." Draco's spells had Harry scrambling for cover, unable to retaliate. Just then, a cat's meow echoed from the doorway. "Meow?" Harry flinched in fear. Draco panicked and quickly asked Argus, "What do we do?" To these young wizards, Filch and his cat were akin to demons. Their terrifying presence and attitude towards students struck fear in their hearts. Before Draco could react, Mrs. Norris dashed into the trophy room. "We're done for. Filch must be right outside. Snape will skin us alive." Draco was on the verge of tears, already preparing for hours of Snape's scathing remarks and detention. Ron, however, grew excited. The mockery from others and his jealousy of Argus had festered in his mind, and now being hung upside down had pushed him over the edge. He'd rather get caught than let Argus get away. He twisted and shouted towards the door, "There's someone here. Come quick. Someone's out of bed at night. Come catch them." Draco was dumbfounded, and even Harry was stunned. Internally, he cursed, "Seriously, mate? You're gonna get us caught too? I risked my friendship to come here with you, and this is what you do." Sure enough, Filch's heavy footsteps echoed as he rushed towards the room. The sound was like a drum beating in everyone's chest. Just as Draco was about to despair, a shocking scene unfolded. Mrs. Norris, usually avoided by all, quietly nestled against Argus's feet. She leaped into his arms, clutching his robes. "Argus, what?" Draco asked in surprise. "Nothing. I've seen her a few times and fed her a bit," Argus explained nonchalantly, leaving the others even more astonished. But the surprises didn't end there. When Filch entered the trophy room, Ron's face lit up with vengeful glee. He quickly shouted, "I report, they're breaking the rules, sneaking out at night." Catch them. To his shock, Filch didn't react as expected. Instead of sneering and capturing Argus, Filch's usually stern face softened slightly. Even more unbelievably, he greeted Argus. Mr. Grindelwald. Long time no see. Long time no see, Mr. Filch. Thank you for patrolling every night. It's hard work. Argus responded politely. It's my duty. Filch replied humbly. No, without your diligent patrols, Hogwarts would be in chaos. Argus's words made Filch smile even more, his face creasing with joy. By the way, Mr. Filch, Argus continued, Draco and I caught 2 students sneaking out tonight. They're tied up inside, waiting for your handling. Tied up? Filch's eyes lit up. His office was stocked with chains and shackles, waiting for a chance to use them. Unfortunately, no headmaster or professor had ever supported him. Seeing Argus understand him so well, Filch's fondness for him grew even stronger. I'll handle it. You and your friend can go. Rule-breaking students must be punished, Filch said excitedly. Ignoring Argus and Draco, Filch headed straight towards Harry and Ron. They were utterly dumbfounded. Why? Why are we the only ones getting caught for sneaking out? This is favoritism. It's an inside deal. I won't accept it. Ron shouted. You're abusing your power. Why only us? Squib. The word made Filch's face darken instantly. But Ron, oblivious, kept ranting. Argus smiled and released his Levi Corpus spell. With a thud, Ron, who had been suspended, crashed to the ground. Mr. Filch, we'll leave this to you. Draco and I will be going, Argus said gracefully, bidding farewell. The next day, at the entrance of Hogwarts Castle, the Gryffindor hourglass reset to 0. Harry and Ron became outcasts, scorned by their fellow Gryffindors. Ron tried to explain himself to his classmates, but all he got in return were mocking retorts. Why do you think only you got caught? Maybe you should look at yourself first. If you're bad at it, practice more. If you can't handle losing, don't play. What Ron couldn't accept most was that his parents, upon hearing the news, were coming from the Burrow. The atmosphere in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts was tense. Mrs. Molly Weasley and Mr. Arthur Weasley wore stern expressions, their eyes fixed intensely on their youngest son, Ron. Ron cowered behind Harry, looking like a frightened quail, unable to meet his parents' fiery gaze. As central figures in the recent events, Argus and Draco had also been invited. Unable to contain herself any longer, Mrs. Weasley erupted, yelling at Ron, Ron, did you think my warnings were just empty words? I just sent you a letter warning you, and you go and do something like this. When Professor McGonagall came to me, I couldn't believe my ears. Her voice echoed through the office, even making Dumbledore hesitate to intervene. However, when she turned to Harry, her expression softened immediately. She pulled Harry into a warm embrace, saying gently, Oh, Harry, it's so good to see you, my dear, poor child. You've been through so much. Don't worry, I'll deal with Ron. She then turned back to Ron, her eyes blazing with warning. Do you hear me? If this happens again, your father and I will come and take you home ourselves. No need for Professor McGonagall. Meanwhile, Arthur faced Argus and Draco, sincerely apologizing. Mr. Grindelwald, I apologize for Ron's actions. And, Mr. Malfoy. Even when facing Draco, with whom the Weasley family had a long-standing feud, Arthur was willing to take responsibility for Ron's mistakes. Maintaining his usual grace, Argus responded politely, Children's quarrels are nothing to worry about, Mr. Weasley. Seeing Argus wasn't being confrontational, Arthur visibly relaxed. Mr. Grindelwald, your magnanimity is admirable. You're always welcome at the Burrow, Arthur invited warmly. Noticing his 10-year-old daughter Ginny curiously eyeing Argus, he added proudly, This is Ginny, my youngest daughter. She'll be starting at Hogwarts next year. Argus finally noticed the future Hogwarts beauty. Despite her young age, Ginny already showed signs of her future attractiveness. He smiled kindly, a smart and pretty young witch, welcome to Hogwarts. His sunny demeanor made Ginny blush and shyly reply, Thank you. As it was getting late, Arthur reminded, We shouldn't keep Mr. Grindelwald from his classes. He called for Molly, interrupting her scolding of Ron. Molly gave Ron one last warning, behave yourself, and don't get into any more trouble. And then, along with Arthur, bid everyone farewell. As Argus prepared to leave with the others, Dumbledore, who had been silent, spoke up, Mr. Grindelwald, please wait. There are some matters I'd like to discuss with you. Argus thought for a moment before smiling again. Of course, Headmaster. Once everyone had left, Dumbledore asked, Mr. Grindelwald, care for a cockroach cluster? No, thank you, Headmaster. Please, get to the point, Argus declined, unwilling to waste time. Dumbledore sighed, took out a cockroach cluster, dipped it in milk, and took a sip, looking pleased. Mr. Grindelwald, as the headmaster, I apologize for everything you've endured at the school. Apologize? Argus scoffed. If you were truly sorry, You would have intervened the first time Ron caused trouble in flying class. Why wait until now? If it weren't for Professor McGonagall's integrity, Ron would have gotten away with everything. Old Bumblebee. Suppressing his anger, Argus maintained a semblance of politeness. Headmaster, you have many responsibilities and can't oversee everything. Ron's mistakes are his own. Dumbledore seemed oblivious to the sarcasm, continuing, yes, Ron's mistakes are his own. But if Harry continues to be influenced by him, the future... Enough. Argus interrupted immediately. Headmaster, who Harry chooses to be friends with is his own decision. Whoever influences him, it's his responsibility to bear. I understand, Dumbledore said slowly, but Ron is no longer suitable to be Harry's friend. At least, not his closest friend. And who is? Me. Argus sneered. But he noticed Dumbledore watching him silently, making him uneasy. You want me to take Ron's place? Dumbledore explained with resignation that he had considered all possible candidates. Neville was too timid. Seamus was prone to explosions. Hermione's attitude towards Harry had soured due to Ron's actions, and Draco was out of the question. After careful thought, Argus was the only viable option. Forget it, I don't have time to babysit. Argus refused outright. You don't need to stick by his side like Ron, Dumbledore clarified. Just provide the right guidance at certain times. After a moment's consideration, Argus proposed a condition. If that's the case, I might consider it, but I have a condition. I have a few shops opening in Diagon Alley soon, and I need your help dealing with trouble from the pureblood families. That shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Dumbledore remained silent for a long time before finally agreeing. For him, dealing with a few shop issues was indeed not difficult. Deal. I'll be waiting for your word, Argus said, slightly bowing and exiting the headmaster's office. A flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. Strange, the old man didn't ask about my visit to Quirrell's office. Argus was heading towards the Slytherin common room when the Weasley twins suddenly jumped out from a side corridor, flanking him on both sides. So, what does Mrs. Weasley look like when she's angry? Is it really that scary? Fred asked, winking mischievously. You two are smart, knowing to stay far away, Argus replied with a grin. Absolutely. George puffed out his chest proudly. Percy, on the other hand, went straight up to greet her and got a good scolding. She blamed him for not keeping an eye on little Ron and told him to make sure we look after him. Oh, come on. We're not mind readers. Fred sighed in exasperation at their clueless brother. Argus, who had been eyeing the Marauders' map for a while, decided to steer the conversation in that direction. That's easy. Just teach him your trick for sneaking around without getting caught. Fred threw an arm around Argus's shoulders and led him to a secluded corner. He pulled out a crumpled piece of parchment from his pocket. What's this? Argus asked, feigning confusion. The twins exchanged a knowing smile. Our secret for not getting caught. Go on, Fred. Show our benefactor. George and Fred drew their wands, their expressions turning serious. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. As soon as the words left their mouths, black ink lines began to appear on the blank parchment, sketching out the entire layout of Hogwarts, including the Forbidden Forest. Names moved slowly across the map. Even Argus couldn't help but marvel at the handiwork of Harry's father. Although they hadn't done much good during their time at Hogwarts, their talent was undeniable. Decades later, the tracking charms on the map hadn't faded a bit. It could even see through Animagus transformations and Polyjuice potion disguises. Ordinary wizards couldn't achieve this, especially considering they were just students at the time. No wonder Snape got bullied by them. Don't be surprised. We didn't make this, George said with a cheeky grin, clearly pleased with Argus's reaction. That's right. We borrowed it from Filch's office. It must have been left by some like-minded predecessor as a parting gift, Fred added with a chuckle. The twins shoved the Marauders' map into Argus's hands. Now, it's yours. Argus was taken aback by how easily he had obtained it. His eyes filled with confusion. Fred explained with a smile. We've already memorized everything on it. Keeping it would be pointless. It's better to give it to our benefactor. Maybe you'll get caught less often during your nighttime escapades. Exactly. George chimed in. When you're done, just say mischief managed to make it blank again. I'll make good use of it, Argus said, carefully tucking the map into his robe and nodding solemnly at the twins. The twins burst into laughter. Don't be so serious like Percy. Come on, we'll show you our latest invention. You'll be amazed. Maybe not today, Argus said with a hint of regret. I haven't contacted my family in a while, and I need to send a letter home. No worries, there's always next time. They waved it off nonchalantly. Argus finally understood why the twins were so popular despite their constant pranks. They were good-natured, playful, yet considerate and warm-hearted friends, a perfect duo. After parting ways with the twins, Argus returned to the Slytherin common room. He wrote a coded letter to Vita, asking her to come to Hogsmeade in the next couple of days. After sending it off with an owl, He took a large sum of galleons and headed to Hagrid's hut. Fong? Is Hagrid here? Before he even reached the door, Fong came bounding up to Argus, wagging his tail. Argus, you're here. Hagrid greeted him warmly. As a half-giant, Hagrid had few friends and cherished every one of them. I came to check on the materials I asked you to prepare. If they're ready, I'll take them today. They're ready. I've piled them up in the storage shed. Come on, Hagrid said, leading Argus to a nearby wooden shed. As soon as he stepped inside, Argus was stunned. He had thought Hagrid's room was packed with materials, but it was nothing compared to this. Bundles of unicorn tail hairs lay around like piles of hay. Unicorn horns were stacked higher than Argus himself. In the corners were the teeth of venomous tentacula, feathers of Fwooper, horns of Graphorn, and a myriad of other materials Argus hadn't expected. Seeing how haphazardly Hagrid had stored these valuable items, Argus felt a pang of heartbreak. These were worth a fortune. Even a single piece could fetch dozens of galleons. He began to worry if he had enough money with him. These are all of them. I didn't count exactly how many. Just weigh the tail hairs by the pound, Hagrid said nonchalantly. Pounds? Argus had never heard of weighing unicorn tail hairs by the pound. Did you sell this much to other shops as well? Hagrid's face darkened. Of course not. Those bloodsuckers. I only sold them the scraps that fell on the ground. This stuff is way better. He patted Argus on the shoulder, a proud look on his face. See, I wouldn't cheat a friend. You're certainly honest. But this is way too much. How long have you been hoarding these? Are you trying to clean me out all at once? Argus laughed awkwardly, feeling poor for the first time. That night, Argus received a reply from Vita. She said she would arrive in Hogsmeade on Saturday evening, just 2 days away, and asked Argus to be prepared. After reading the letter, Argus waved his wand, summoning a pale blue flame that burned the letter to ashes. Saturday, the same day I promised to meet Voldemort. Looks like it's going to be a busy day, Argus thought, his head throbbing. Going to Hogsmeade was manageable. As Slytherin's top student, he had a private dorm, so no one would notice if he was out at night. Dealing with Voldemort, however, was a different story. Trying to deceive him would certainly be a headache. As Saturday afternoon rolled around, the Hogwarts campus was abuzz with the relaxed atmosphere of the weekend. Senior students flocked to Hogsmeade to enjoy some rare shopping and entertainment time, while the younger ones could only wander around the school grounds. Argus took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and headed toward Professor Quirrell's office. The moment he pushed open the door, Voldemort's cold voice echoed. Mr. Grindelwald, you are punctual. Before the words even settled, the door slammed shut. Argus respectfully replied, It is my duty, master. Voldemort smiled with satisfaction, and with a casual wave, the notebook in Argus's arms flew into his hand. The room was filled with the rustling sound of flipping pages. Voldemort carefully perused the notes, a look of approval flashing in his eyes. Very good, Argus. It seems you have indeed been diligently studying. The notebook was filled with dense notes, clearly the result of careful thought. Voldemort continued, Do you now have a different perspective on dark magic? A spark of insight appeared in Argus's eyes. Yes. I used to think that malicious intent was the standard for judging dark magic, but through your notes, I've realized that the essence of dark magic differs fundamentally from that of white magic. Many white magic spells, even when studied deeply, do not possess the same destructive power as dark magic. Voldemort placed the notebook on the table and said calmly, The fact that you have noticed this shows that you are beginning to grasp the essence of magic. Essence? Argus asked, puzzled. Voldemort explained, Simply put, it's the original intent behind the creation of the magic. For example, the killing curse was created with the purpose of killing, while Lumos was created for illumination. When using these two spells, the caster's intent is fundamentally different. Argus nodded thoughtfully and continued to ask the questions he had accumulated. Voldemort answered patiently, even using an owl to demonstrate, simplifying complex magical principles into understandable analogies. Argus gained a lot throughout the afternoon. Before he left, Voldemort inquired about the third-floor corridor and Harry Potter. Argus reported everything he knew, including Harry's background and upbringing. As a reward, Voldemort handed Argus a new notebook. Continue to gather information on Harry Potter, he said. There will be actions later that will require your cooperation. When Argus left the office, it was already dark. Using the Marauder's map, he quietly made his way to Hogsmeade, intending to meet Aunt Vita. However, he soon realized his mistake. They hadn't agreed on a specific meeting spot, and Hogsmeade was much larger than he had anticipated. After looking around, Argus decided to head towards the most crowded area. He assumed it would be the Three Broomsticks, but was taken aback when he saw the large Hog's Head sign hanging at the entrance. Argus almost let out a curse. Damn it, how did I end up in this dump? He looked around in frustration, barely able to make out the shop signs on the dimly lit street. Damn British weather. It was barely past 4, and it was already pitch black. He pushed open a creaky wooden door and stepped into the bar, immediately feeling countless eyes on him. The patrons sized him up, their gazes filled with danger. Argus realized he had become their prey. "Look at his outfit," a burly man with a scarred face muttered. "That shirt's worth at least a few galleons. Must be some pureblood brat looking for a thrill." A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. Argus grew wary, his fingers inching toward the wand hidden in his sleeve. This place was full of outlaws from the wizarding world, their eyes glinting with greed. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, the gray-bearded old man behind the bar slammed his hand on the counter, barking, "Everyone, quiet down. Remember the rules here." The room fell silent instantly. Argus breathed a sigh of relief, recalling that the Hog's Head's owner was Dumbledore's brother. No wonder the outlaws were so cautious. But the old man wasn't done. "Fighting's allowed, but break anything, and you pay 10 times the cost." Argus tightened his grip on his wand just as a spell was hurled at him. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Petrificus totalis. Spells flew at him in quick succession. Argus dodged and cast Protego. Realizing they didn't want to seriously harm him, they wanted to ransom him. Incendio. Argus swung his wand, and fiery flames engulfed the tables and chairs around him. The attackers were stunned. "We've been careful not to break a single glass, and he just sets everything on fire?" Seizing the moment, Argus cast more spells. Reducto. Expelliarmus. Defendo. Several figures fell, the remaining ones staring in shock at the newbie, displaying unexpected prowess. "Damn it. You call this a Hogwarts first year? Who starts with Reducto right off the bat? Let's team up. If we drag this out, we might not make it ourselves." The last three aimed their spells at different parts of Argus simultaneously. Argus raised the debris on the floor as a shield. Bombarda Maxima. Avis. Taking advantage of the brief lull, Argus struck again, felling 2 more. The last one's eyes flashed with murderous intent, his wand tip glowing green. Suddenly, the old man behind the bar intervened. A thick red beam knocked the attacker to the ground. "Old goat, didn't you say you wouldn't interfere?" the man yelled in frustration. The old man gave him a cold look. "If you could pay for my bar, I wouldn't." Argus seized the opportunity, casting Stupefy to finish off the last one. Aberforth was expressionless, but internally, he was astounded. Even his brother Albus hadn't been able to take down multiple adult wizards at this age. Argus calmly approached the bar. "A butterbeer, please." Aberforth scrutinized him, pouring from a grimy keg. 2 sickles. Argus tossed the coins and leisurely sipped the warm, ginger-flavored drink. "A Hogwarts first year?" Aberforth suddenly asked. Argus nodded. "Fearless, aren't you?" Aberforth snorted. "I'll give you some advice for your quick action. These folks called for reinforcements. They'll be here soon. Best get your family or a professor to pick you up, or else—" A cold female voice interrupted. "Or else what? Afraid he can't pay you, Mr. Dumbledore?" Vita Rosier elegantly entered the bar, wand in hand, her expression icy. Aberforth's gaze turned sharp. Argus suddenly remembered that Aberforth's sister had died because of a duel between Albus and Grindelwald. The old man must harbor deep resentment towards all of Grindelwald's followers. The tension between Vita and Aberforth was palpable. As Grindelwald's top lieutenant, Vita was undeniably powerful, and Aberforth was someone who dared to stand up to Voldemort. If they clashed, the entire village of Hogsmeade could be in ruins. Aberforth stepped out from behind the bar, his gnarled hand gripping his wand. "Vita Rosier. I wondered whose kid had such skills. Turns out it's one of yours." "There's a lot you don't know," Vita retorted. Her green eyes locked on Aberforth. "Aunt Vita, calm down. Please calm down." Argus interjected, trying to prevent what could be a catastrophic showdown. Under Argus's persuasion, Vita eventually refrained from fighting Aberforth out of concern for Argus. The two of them returned to the estate they had purchased from the Malfoys. Inside the estate, Vita had already prepared Argus's favorite dishes. As she set the table, she asked, "Argus, how's life at Hogwarts? Dumbledore isn't giving you any trouble, is he?" Argus sat down and replied casually, "No, the teachers there are quite competent." Vita narrowed her eyes, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. "I thought so. Remember, you didn't have the ability to take on 7 or 8 adult wizards at once when you were in Austria." Sensing the reproach in her voice, Argus quickly explained, "It's not my fault, Aunt Vita. I didn't know where you were waiting for me in Hogsmeade, so I had to check each place. Who knew I'd be targeted as soon as I walked in?" Vita's voice grew more dangerous. "So you're saying it's my fault?" Argus knew it was futile to argue with an angry woman. He immediately admitted his mistake. "I'm sorry, Aunt Vita. I promise I won't do anything that dangerous again." Satisfied with his promise, Vita nodded but still reminded him, "I'm not blaming you. It's just that you're too young and lack battle experience. The fate of the entire Saints rests on you. If something happens to you, what will we do?" "I understand, Aunt Vita." Argus nodded obediently. Vita emphasized sternly, it's not enough to understand. You need to follow through. The meal ended with Vita's continuous nagging. After dinner, Abernathy arrived, and the three of them finally got down to business. Abernathy began, Argus, according to your plan, all our shops in Diagon Alley will give a small profit to the British Ministry of Magic in exchange for their protection. But, Argus interjected, but you don't understand why we need to do this, right, Uncle Abernathy? He explained, we're new to Britain and lack the foundation and connections to compete with the well-established pureblood families. Opening shops in Diagon Alley is like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. At this point, having a protective shield becomes extremely important. Abernathy still had doubts. But with the Saints' current strength, protecting a few shops shouldn't be a big deal, right? Argus quoted an old saying, there's a saying in the ancient East. You can be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against a thief for 1,000 days. We can't always have a large number of people guarding the shops. This is where the Ministry of Magic comes in. With that small profit paving the way, even if the pureblood families want to act, they have to consider whether the Ministry of Magic agrees. Vita pointed out sharply, these pureblood families won't just use overt methods. The Ministry can block obvious threats, but if the other side uses underhanded tactics, we can't rely on the Ministry to act on our behalf. The British Ministry of Magic isn't run by the Saints. Argus felt a bit uneasy. He knew Vita's attitude towards Dumbledore and feared she would be furious if she found out. He decided to keep it a secret for now and reveal it gradually in the future. He took out a box and placed it in front of Vita as if presenting a treasure. Aunt Vita, I have a special surprise for you today. Vita glanced at it indifferently. Not causing trouble is already the biggest surprise for me. Don't try to fool me with tricks that work on little girls. I won't fall for them, Argus urged with a smile. Just open it and see. Vita hesitated, but opened the box. The contents made her eyes widen. An array of magical creature materials, most of which were priceless on the market. Abernathy exclaimed, These are? Argus explained. I got them from Hogwarts, all perfectly legal. No need to worry about any issues. Abernathy was ecstatic. This is fantastic. With these materials, we can stock up on a large inventory in advance. When we open the shop, we can wage a price war against the pureblood families in Britain. Vita was also moved and looked at Argus with pride. She recalled the first time she met Argus when he was just a little kid, and now he had become the pillar of the Saints. Argus continued, this is just the first batch. There will be more to come, though the quantity might not be as large. The first batch? Abernathy was puzzled. Does Hogwarts have such a stable supply? You just wander around the school and manage to get so many materials. You must be Merlin's favorite. Argus explained, I have a good relationship with the Forbidden Forest caretaker. The Forbidden Forest drops a lot of magical creature materials daily. He used to be underpaid by the pureblood family shops. I told him we would buy everything at market price, so he sold them to me. Vita was surprised. You mean these materials are just market price? She examined them closely and found that they were of excellent quality, worth twice the market price. Abernathy asked, will the subsequent materials be of the same quality? Argus replied, no. Abernathy breathed a sigh of relief, but Argus continued, these are my friend's long-stored stock, somewhat carelessly maintained. The subsequent ones should be of better quality. Abernathy and Vita exchanged a look, their gazes complex as they regarded Argus. Argus asked in confusion, what's wrong? I'm telling the truth. The next day, Diagon Alley experienced an unprecedented bustle. Dozens of shops held their grand opening ceremonies simultaneously, attracting a throng of people and creating a lively atmosphere. The grand event drew numerous wizards who eagerly watched, their excitement and anticipation palpable in the air. Surprisingly, the ceremony was guarded by uniformed aurors, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Backstage, Argus elegantly blew on his steaming teacup. Vita Rosier, standing beside him, skillfully put away the teapot as if this service was routine. Argus smiled and spoke, thank you, Mr. Malfoy. Without your help, acquiring these Diagon Alley shops wouldn't have been so easy. Lucius Malfoy's forehead was dotted with sweat as he nervously shifted beside Argus, trying to maintain his composure. You're too kind, Mr. Grindelwald. We are partners, after all, and should naturally support each other. However, internally, Lucius was in turmoil. He had witnessed this young man's tactics many times before Hogwarts even opened. The precision in handling issues, decisive decision-making, and meticulous thinking made Lucius, the head of one of the sacred 28 families, feel inadequate. What unsettled Lucius even more was the presence of Vita Rosier, the renowned Black Rose of France, serving tea. Her age and status far exceeded his own. Seeing her standing there so respectfully made Lucius feel extremely uncomfortable, as if even sitting was an overstep. Sensing Lucius's unease, Argus offered a timely distraction. Mr. Malfoy, The opening ceremony is about to start. Shall we go have a look? He gracefully finished his tea and stood up. Lucius, feeling a sense of relief, quickly followed. As they moved, Lucius couldn't help but pause and glance back at Vita, falling behind once more. At the ceremony, the host was energetically promoting a variety of goods. His humorous and exaggerated gestures kept the crowd of wizards laughing. Seeing this, Lucius regained some confidence and leaned close to Argus, whispering, "Mr. Grindelwald, there should be quite a few important members of pureblood families at today's ceremony. If you don't mind, I can introduce you to some of them." The Malfoy family still holds some influence in this regard. Argus nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy." He did not decline the offer. They had only taken a few steps when someone in the crowd enthusiastically called out, "Argus, over here." Lucius paused as Argus responded with a smile. "Mr. Caro, long time no see." Ian Caro quickly approached, teasingly saying, "You're the star of today's ceremony, and you're late." "And this is?" Argus promptly introduced them. "This is Mr. Lucius Malfoy, head of the Malfoy family, one of the Sacred 28. And this is Mr. Ian Caro of the Caro family, also one of the Sacred 28, though not often seen in public." Ian Caro feigned displeasure. "Not often seen in public? I've been busy researching magical creatures." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Malfoy," he said, extending a friendly hand. Lucius, somewhat bewildered, mechanically responded, "Very, very nice to meet you." Before he could gather his thoughts, two more individuals hurried over. A burly man with a beard enthusiastically patted Argus on the shoulder. "Mr. Grindelwald, I've been looking for you everywhere." A slender man excitedly added, "Mr. Grindelwald, you're finally here. We still need to discuss the new model development for the flying broomsticks from our last conversation." Lucius, even more confused, instinctively asked, "And these gentlemen are?" Argus explained, "These are Mr. Barris and Mr. Dave, researchers for the Nimbus Company. The latest Nimbus 2000 was their brainchild." Before he could finish, several figures appeared through apparition. A group of elegantly dressed wizards approached, one of them calling out, "Mr. Grindelwald, we're not late, are we? Looks like we made it just in time. Haha, Ross will be here soon. He's been eager to meet you." Argus maintained his polite smile and turned to an elder wizard, "Professor Travers, you still look as robust as ever." Travers, with a stern expression, reproached, "Why did you come to Hogwarts in the UK when Durmstrang is so close?" Argus smiled wryly. "I'll explain it to you later." Travers insisted, "No, you must give me an answer today. Otherwise, I'll personally ask Dumbledore." Argus had no choice but to placate him. "I'll make sure you're satisfied after the ceremony." He then introduced, "This is Mr. Malfoy. And this is Professor Travers from Durmstrang." Lucius exclaimed, "Professor Travers, your book, The Origins of Dark Magic, was my introduction to the study of dark arts. I never expected to meet you here." Travers nodded. "I've heard of you, young Malfoy. You've managed the Malfoy family well these years." As soon as this group moved on, another crowd surged forward. Lucius barely had time to catch his breath, feeling utterly exhausted. He marveled internally. "You've only been in the UK for 2 months, and you know more people than I do. Who's the real socialite here?" He had intended to introduce Argus to some British families, but the situation had reversed, with Argus introducing him to a multitude of people. Argus chuckled inwardly. He had prepared well for his move to the UK. Though the older members of the Saints might have lost some of their former power, their connections were still formidable. The people being introduced to Argus might not wield the same influence as pureblood families, but they were leaders in their respective fields. As the saying goes, the most crucial resource in the 21st century is talent. These individuals were at the pinnacle of their professions and would undoubtedly be valuable allies in the future. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lucius tentatively asked, "Mr. Grindelwald, have most of your friends arrived? Shall we?" "Just a moment, a few more are on their way," Argus interrupted. "A few more." Lucius stumbled, barely keeping his balance. Argus reassured him, "Just a few more, and they should be here any minute. These ones you should be familiar with." Lucius relaxed slightly, thinking, "If they're my acquaintances, it should be easier. At least I can hold a conversation." As he breathed a sigh of relief, a dense crowd appeared in the distance, moving toward them. Before he could see clearly, a familiar voice rang out, "Mr. Grindelwald, we finally meet. Haha, I hope the trouble my aurors caused you last time didn't bother you too much." That voice. Lucius's pupils constricted. Argus greeted him with a calm smile. "You're too kind, Minister Fudge." Cornelius Fudge, the British Minister of Magic, has been exceedingly power-hungry since taking office in 1990. However, he has always had a figurative sword hanging over his head. Albus Dumbledore, the influential headmaster of Hogwarts, whose presence looms like a mountain, making Fudge feel suffocated. The internal factions within the Ministry of Magic only add to his troubles, making it difficult for him to exert his influence. Pleasure to meet you, Minister Fudge. Argus extended his hand, inviting Fudge into the ceremony venue. A glint flashed in Fudge's eyes. He held this new leader of the British Saints in high regard. In his view, the manpower and influence Argus controlled were far superior to that of any pureblood family. With their support, Fudge's position in the ministry would be significantly strengthened, allowing him to purge the ministry and rid himself of the puppet minister reputation. As for the aurors, I've already given Scrimgeour a stern reprimand, Fudge hastily assured. Rest assured, the British Ministry of Magic treats all wizards equally. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon a blond man nearby. Mr. Malfoy, you're here too. It's been a long time. Lucius Malfoy quickly composed himself. As the head of the Malfoy family with substantial support from other pureblood families, he had no fear of Fudge. His surprise stemmed more from Fudge's personal attendance at the opening ceremony, which carried significant implications. Long time no see, Minister Fudge, he responded calmly. Fudge continued with the introductions of his entourage. Mr. Grindelwald, let me introduce you. This is Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. A gray-haired woman with a monocle nodded slightly towards Argus. And this is Dolores Umbridge, head of the Office for the Misuse of Magic, dressed in a pink outfit with a saccharine smile. The plump Umbridge immediately sidled up to Argus and curtsied. Mr. Grindelwald, thank you so much for your generous support of the British Ministry of Magic. Argus frowned inwardly, cursing, idiot. He had never liked the character of the Pink Toad from the original work and assumed anyone who could rise to her position must have some level of intelligence. But her lack of tact was evident the moment she spoke out of turn. Fudge was still present. What right did she have to speak first? Sure enough, Fudge's expression darkened instantly. Umbridge, this is not your place to speak. Umbridge was flustered, but didn't know where she had gone wrong. Minister, one more word, and you can go back. Fudge interrupted her harshly, then turned to Argus, his face breaking into a smile. Mr. Grindelwald, your support is a godsend for the British Ministry of Magic. On behalf of the ministry, I extend our deepest gratitude. Argus responded insincerely. Since I've chosen Britain, it's only right that I contribute to its magical community. It's the least I can do. Inwardly, he thought, who would willingly give away money for nothing if they had a choice? He then introduced the people around him to Fudge. You know Mr. Malfoy. This is Ms. Vita Rosier. I wonder if you've heard of her? Vita Rosier. Fudge's eyes widened in recognition. He had thought Vita's presence indicated she came from an ancient family, but he had not expected her to be the legendary Black Rose of France, Grindelwald's top follower, and the second-in-command of the Saints. I apologize, Ms. Rosier, for not recognizing you immediately. Vita merely nodded, not speaking. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Lucius broke the silence at the right moment. The ceremony is about to begin, Minister Fudge. Please, come in. Fudge smiled and agreed, preparing to walk with Argus to the ceremony site. But he suddenly stopped, facing an awkward dilemma. As the Minister of Magic, he should be the most distinguished guest at the ceremony and walk at the forefront with Argus. However, behind Argus stood Vita Rosier. At the height of the Saints' power, even the International Confederation of Wizards was just a tool in their hands. Fudge, not being the bravest of individuals and highly conscious of hierarchical order, was at a loss. Argus noticed Fudge's hesitation and gave Vita a look. She understood and silently stepped aside. Lucius quickly added, Minister Fudge, the stability of the British magical community today is all thanks to you. If you don't lead the way, no one will dare to move. Our families and Mr. Grindelwald's future business ventures will depend on your support. Hearing this, Fudge grinned widely and looked at Argus with greater satisfaction. Of course, if you encounter any problems within my purview, feel free to come to me, Mr. Malfoy, and I certainly won't hesitate, Argus replied smoothly. With you at the helm of the British Ministry of Magic, I'm sure the magical community here will flourish. We will fully support you. Pleased with the response, Fudge's smile grew even wider. He accompanied Argus to the ceremony site, eager to show off their relationship. Just as Argus was about to step onto the stage with Fudge, a familiar and immensely powerful magical presence caught his attention. He turned to see a flash of white. Excuse me, Minister Fudge. I have something to attend to, Argus said apologetically, his eyes fixed on the direction where the white figure had disappeared. Fudge didn't mind. No problem, Mr. Grindelwald. Mr. Malfoy can keep me company. Argus nodded and quickly followed the figure. He arrived at a secluded room where he found two people. Vita Rosier, her expression cold, wand pointed at Dumbledore, and Dumbledore himself, calm and composed, his immense power giving him unshakable confidence. Aunt Vita, please step outside. I need to talk to him, Argus said. Vita glanced at Argus and, without protest, silently exited the room, shooting Dumbledore a fierce look as she left. Dumbledore casually found a seat. Mr. Grindelwald, if I'm not mistaken, you should be at school right now. So, headmaster, are you here to take me back? Argus retorted. Dumbledore chuckled. If you have some fizzing whiz-bees, I might forget about it. Argus didn't want to waste time with pleasantries. He took out a piece of parchment and placed it in front of Dumbledore. These are the shops I want to open. The pureblood families behind them are your problem to solve. Dumbledore initially paid little attention, but his eyes stayed glued to the parchment once he glanced at it. He looked up, his gaze questioning, so many shops? Are you even human? Dumbledore stared at the parchment handed to him by Argus, his brow furrowed. He had initially expected the Saints to open no more than 5 or 6 shops, considering the high prices of Diagon Alley storefronts and the time needed to secure supplies. Yet, the list before him contained the names of 20 or 30 shops, including those in industries traditionally monopolized by pureblood families, such as potions and magical creature materials. You're digging up the pureblood family's graves. Dumbledore looked up, his eyes complex as they met Argus's. You're not asking me to help you deal with the aftermath. You're forcing them to go to war with me. Even with Dumbledore's power and prestige, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on in the face of such a large-scale commercial layout. He might be the most powerful wizard of the age, but that didn't mean those pureblood families would let him push them around, especially when their fundamental interests were at stake. Seeing Dumbledore's uncertain expression, Argus's smile grew even brighter. Headmaster, you wouldn't be thinking of going back on your word, would you? You are the greatest white wizard of the century. You wouldn't deceive a mere first-year student. Dumbledore opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but stopping short. Finally, he sighed deeply, took the parchment, and vanished from Argus's sight. The ceremony was bustling with people. Arthur Weasley and Mrs. Molly Weasley moved through the crowd with their youngest daughter, Ginny. Arthur marveled. So many shops opening all at once, and quite a few important figures too. I wonder who could pull off something this grand. Mrs. Weasley, sharp-eyed, pointed out, look, that's Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. And there's the head of the Nimbus Company for the UK. Even Minister Fudge is here. All right, Arthur. Molly interrupted her husband's musings. We're out for a rare day of fun. Let's not spoil it talking about this. Let's check out some clothes. Ginny will be starting at Hogwarts next year, and she needs some nice new outfits. With that, she pulled Ginny towards a clothing store, and Arthur had no choice but to follow. Inside the clothing store, it was packed with witches browsing through the racks. Ginny ran her small hand over a robe and exclaimed, Mom, this dress is so pretty. It feels really nice too. A young witch approached, smiling. Oh, sweetie, you have excellent taste. This is our best-selling style. Not only is it beautiful, but it also has warming and stretching charms. Perfect for a lovely girl like you. Ginny's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you the store owner? Did you design these clothes? Sorry, darling, I'm just a sales assistant, the young witch replied, shaking her head. But you're right about one thing. Our boss designed all of these. It's pure genius, really. I wish I could meet them. Even you haven't met the boss? Arthur chimed in. Not just me, it seems no one here has, the witch answered. But today is the grand opening, so he might show up. Seeing Ginny's affection for the dress, Molly whispered, Do you like it, sweetheart? Should we buy it? Ginny hesitated for a moment, but shook her head. As a Weasley, she was well aware of their financial struggles, and buying such an expensive dress would strain the family budget. Just then, a gentle male voice came from behind them. Could you please wrap this dress for me? Thank you. Ginny turned around abruptly, meeting Argus's sky-blue eyes. Arthur quickly intervened. Mr. Grindelwald, that's too generous. Argus replied with a smile. Just call me Argus. George and Fred are good friends of mine at school, and Percy has helped me a lot too. Ginny is their sister, which makes her my sister as well. It's just a dress, no big deal. He motioned for the sales assistant to wrap the dress. Arthur wanted to object further, but seeing his daughter's delighted expression, he ultimately just sighed. Molly, on the other hand, was already planning to knit a few sweaters as a thank you gift for Argus. Ginny, don't you have something to say? Arthur gently prompted. Blushing, Ginny lowered her head shyly. Thank you, Argus. Argus reached out to pat Ginny's head but suddenly realized that he was only about a year older than her, making the gesture a bit too intimate. His hand froze midair, but Ginny, unexpectedly, stepped forward, rubbed her head against his hand, and then quickly burrowed into Molly's embrace, too embarrassed to look up again. As they left the clothing store and walked toward the ceremony stage, Argus struck up a conversation, and the four of them chatted happily. By the way, Argus, Arthur finally voiced his curiosity. Hogwarts students aren't allowed to leave school except during holidays. How did you? I had some business to attend to today, so I got permission from Headmaster Dumbledore to leave early, Argus replied casually. Molly and Arthur didn't suspect anything, seeing Argus as a well-behaved and excellent student. On the stage, As Minister Fudge and other high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic stepped up, the atmosphere reached its peak. The shop owner had yet to appear, arousing everyone's curiosity. "This store owner sure is mysterious, not showing up until now," Arthur remarked, watching Fudge on stage. "I wonder what kind of big shot they are." "Maybe," Argus smiled. "They're just busy chatting with friends." Arthur took it as a child's joke and didn't think much of it. But the next moment, the host's announcement wiped the smile off his face. "Thank you all for coming. Now, please give a warm round of applause to welcome our shop owner, Mr. Agus Grindelwald." Arthur stood frozen, staring in disbelief at Argus beside him. This young man, whom he had always thought to be around his son's age, turned out to be the very important figure he had been trying to figure out. What shocked him even more was that Argus was standing shoulder to shoulder with his superior, surrounded by dignitaries Arthur could rarely even approach. Ginny's reaction was entirely different. Her eyes had turned into heart shapes, fixated on Argus. Since their first meeting, this gentle and refined young man had captivated her. Receiving a gift from him only deepened her infatuation, transforming it into the kind of admiration a young girl feels when she falls in love. His early fame, striking appearance, and elegant demeanor combined to create an irresistible allure for a girl just beginning to understand romance. Mrs. Molly, however, remained remarkably calm and softly urged, "Dear, go on up. Don't keep everyone waiting." "Of course, Mrs. Molly," Argus replied, his demeanor unruffled. He walked up to the ceremony platform with graceful, confident steps, joining Fudge. "Mr. Grindelwald, over here, please." A reporter from the Daily Prophet seized the moment, quickly adjusting his camera to capture Argus and Fudge together. Fudge beamed, gently placing an arm around Argus's shoulder, displaying a sense of camaraderie. Argus accepted the gesture with a smile, thinking that this was precisely the return on his investment in the British Ministry of Magic. Seeing this, members of the surrounding pureblood families silently resolved to have their children interact more with Argus. Although they had seen him at some gatherings before, the age difference often made them regard him as a junior. Even knowing his rising fame among the younger generation, they had never thought much of it. But now, they realized that Argus's acumen and vision far surpassed those of his peers. A talent who could foresee the future was not someone shrewd pureblood families would overlook. After the photos were taken, Argus bowed slightly to the crowd, his elegant manners drawing murmurs of admiration. "Thank you all for coming. As a token of appreciation, all items in the Saints shops are on sale today. 1 item gets a 10 discount, 2 items 20, and 3 items 30. We also have a group buying promotion. Invite any 3 friends and enjoy discounts based on the total number of items. The more you buy, the bigger the discount." This immediately caused a stir, with the crowd surging towards the Saints shops. Argus's lips curved into a slight smile, thinking that these sales tactics were commonplace in his previous life, but novel in the wizarding world of this era. Fudge's smile grew so wide that his eyes nearly closed. The higher the sales from these shops, the greater the benefits for the British Ministry of Magic. Naturally, he hoped for as many sales as possible. Meanwhile, Lucius furrowed his brows unconsciously. Seizing a moment when others were busy socializing, he quietly approached Argus and whispered, "Mr. Grindelwald, your promotional methods are impressive. However, regarding our inventory reserves, is there?" Argus remained composed, replying, "Rest assured, Mr. Malfoy, I have it all prepared. Follow me." The two navigated through several narrow tunnels to an underground warehouse. With a wave of Argus' wand, a large stockpile of magical creature materials, previously purchased from Hagrid, appeared before Lucius. Lucius was stunned, rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't hallucinating. "Mr. Grindelwald, all these materials are exactly what you think. They are our shop's reserves," Argus answered calmly. "Incredible, absolutely incredible," Lucius exclaimed, touching a nearby unicorn horn. Though the Malfoy family had more treasures amassed over centuries, selling them on such a large scale was a different matter entirely. He would never dare to sell magical creature materials in such quantities. "Mr. Grindelwald, I know this might be a bit forward, but I must ask, are these materials part of the Saints' reserves, or?" "They're from British sources, of course," Argus smiled. "In fact, I must thank the British pureblood families. They personally delivered these materials to me." "Personally delivered to you?" Lucius was puzzled. "Mr. Malfoy, don't these materials look somewhat familiar to you? Surely, you've encountered these magical creatures before." "I've encountered them?" Lucius was even more confused. The Malfoy family had always focused on real estate investments. When had they ever dealt in magical creature materials? Seeing Lucius' bewilderment, Argus decided to cut to the chase. "The Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. All these materials are from the Forbidden Forest." "Hogwarts?" Lucius was taken aback. As a governor of Hogwarts, he was well aware of the school's resources. Many coveted this land, but it had fallen into Argus's hands. He was still puzzled, though. But what does this have to do with the pureblood families? Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, you know, the half-giant. Argus's eyes twinkled with amusement. He tried to sell some magical creature materials in Diagon Alley, but people there looked down on him, offering ridiculously low prices. I bought everything he had at market price and established a long-term partnership. Anything he finds in the Forbidden Forest, I buy. Lucius was utterly dumbfounded. He had never imagined that a groundskeeper could bring in such enormous profits. While cursing the short-sighted pureblood families, he also regretted missing out on such an opportunity. Just a quick glance at the materials here told him they could earn thousands of galleons. Argus watched Lucius's changing expressions with satisfaction. He wasn't worried about Lucius trying to cut in. Hagrid, being straightforward and holding a natural aversion to purebloods, would never cooperate with them. As for stopping Hagrid from collecting items from the Forbidden Forest, please, how could you control what someone picks up from the ground? After a long silence, Lucius finally sighed. Mr. Grindelwald, your foresight is truly admirable. The Malfoy family will be your most loyal partner. After an entire day of ceremonies, Argus returned to Hogwarts, exhausted. Just as he stepped through the school gates, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for establishing a commercial group in Diagon Alley, earning the achievement, The Dawn of a Business Tycoon. Achievement points reward, 100. Argus snorted softly, thinking, the Dawn? My ambitions go far beyond that. Back in the Slytherin common room, Draco immediately approached him. Argus, where were you today? I didn't see you all day. Argus brushed him off with a few words before hurrying to his dormitory and collapsing into bed. The next day, Monday, the Great Hall at Hogwarts was bustling with activity. Many young wizards were still immersed in the weekend's excitement, chattering non-stop. Suddenly, countless owls swooped in from the ceiling, delivering the latest newspapers to students and staff. Oh my gosh! Look at the Daily Prophet. Argus is on the cover. A shout instantly drew everyone's attention. For these newly enrolled wizards, seeing a classmate on the most important newspaper in the wizarding world was undoubtedly shocking. On the front page, Argus stood beside Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, with other prominent figures like the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in the background. The article praised Argus's talent and brilliance, describing how he opened dozens of shops in Diagon Alley in one go. The hall erupted in excitement. Students marveled at Argus's wealth and connections, even surpassing the prestigious Sacred 28 families. However, Argus himself remained unusually calm, as if it had nothing to do with him. Ron, sitting at the Gryffindor table, turned green with envy. The important figures in the photo, chatting and laughing with Argus, were people even his father found difficult to approach. Scenes like this only appeared in his dreams, yet now they were happening to the person he disliked the most. Harry noticed his friend's discomfort but didn't know how to comfort him, so he focused on his breakfast instead. Draco, on the other hand, complained with a pout, Argus, you snuck out without me. No wonder I couldn't find you all day yesterday. Argus elegantly cut his steak, responding nonchalantly, it wasn't for fun. I was busy all day. At that moment, a chilling voice sounded behind Argus, almost making him choke on his steak. Professor Snape, with a stern expression, said, Mr. Grindelwald, I believe you owe your head of house a reasonable explanation. If I recall correctly, I did not approve any leave for you. Argus suddenly remembered he had forgotten to ask for leave. He tried to explain, Professor Dumbledore knew about it. Snape sneered. He knew? What does that have to do with me? Or do you think your head of house lacks the ability to judge whether a student can take leave? Argus wisely fell silent. Snape announced the punishment. Starting today, you will spend an hour after classes each afternoon in my office, handling potion ingredients. With that, he turned and left. The surrounding students looked at Argus with sympathetic eyes. The Weasley twins seized the opportunity to sidle up, grinning. So, how was it? Did our stuff come in handy, our dear patron? Argus chatted with the twins about their new products and shop. He also suggested they communicate their entrepreneurial plans to their mother. Finally, Argus mentioned returning Percy's notes, but the twins vehemently refused to act as intermediaries. As evening approached, Argus arrived at Snape's office as instructed. Taking a deep breath, he gently knocked on the door. Enter. Snape's cold voice came from within. As Argus stepped into Snape's office, he was immediately met with a pungent odor that made him wrinkle his nose. The room was dimly lit, with various bizarre ingredients casting eerie shadows. Snape sat at his desk, fixated on a bubbling cauldron in front of him, not even sparing a glance at Argus. Do you know how to handle African tree snake skin? Snape asked without looking up. Yes, Professor, Argus responded promptly, succinctly explaining the method outlined in the potion book. Passable, Snape remarked coldly. Coming from a professor who never praised students, this was quite a compliment. Ignoring Snape's sarcasm, Argus walked straight to the potion cabinet. Bottom shelf, third cabinet. Snape directed. Got it, Professor. Argus replied, approaching the cabinet. He noticed there were no defensive spells, and the ingredients were neatly organized. He recalled the scene from the original story where Hermione stole ingredients for the Polyjuice potion and understood the setup. Taking out the snake's skin, Argus began to follow the steps he had learned from the book. He hadn't been working for long when Snape's mocking voice interrupted. Mr. Grindelwald, please consider the poor headmaster's budget. Not everyone can afford to open dozens of shops in Diagon Alley. With your method, less than half of the snake's skin will be usable. Remaining calm, Argus humbly asked, I'm sorry, Professor. This is my first time handling this material. If there's anything I can improve, please instruct me. Snape seemed surprised by Argus's attitude. He returned to his seat and instructed curtly, start from the snake's tail, make a small cut, discard that part, and you'll be able to extract the rest intact. Thank you for your guidance, Professor, Argus said, carefully examining the snake's skin and starting over according to Snape's method. The rest of the afternoon was filled with Snape's incessant critiques. From the pressure applied to the cleaning process, every step was scrutinized. However, Argus did not get angry. He realized that despite Snape's harsh tone, every word was spot on, imparting experience not found in books. As time passed, Snape's comments became less frequent. Argus's learning speed exceeded his expectations, and by the end of the afternoon, his technique for handling the snake's skin showed signs of a professional potion master. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Snape's eyes. He realized that Argus not only had talent but also patience. As torches outside the office began to light up, the task was nearing completion. Argus stood up, stretching his aching back, and handed the processed snake skin to Snape. Snape was engrossed in his potion and took a moment before glancing at Argus's work. Acceptable. Be here early tomorrow, he said. Understood, Professor, Argus replied. As he was about to leave, his eyes were drawn to a budding lily on Snape's desk, its pure white petals starkly contrasting the dark room. Mr. Grindelwald, unless you want to lose your eyes, I suggest you leave now. Snape's icy voice cut through the air. Get out. After being chased out of the office, Argus realized he had missed dinner and it was now curfew. However, this posed no problem for him. Aside from Professor McGonagall, no one would trouble him. He headed straight to the Hogwarts kitchen and enjoyed a sumptuous meal. In appreciation of Snape's teaching, Argus thoughtfully had the house elves send a portion to Snape. He then returned to his dormitory and had a good night's sleep. However, Dumbledore found no such rest. The dozens of shops Argus had opened in Diagon Alley had severely impacted the businesses of several pureblood families. In just one day, their revenues had dropped by a third. Desperate, these families decided to teach Argus a lesson, causing trouble throughout the night. The poor centenarian had to stay up almost all night dealing with the issues personally. Dumbledore had considered negotiating with Argus, but a business worth thousands of galleons couldn't be settled with just a few words. Helpless, he decided to endure this period and wait for the other party to calm down before sending someone to negotiate. 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye. Argus's life was full and busy, with his daily schedule packed to the brim. Every morning, he was in the classroom on time, attentively taking notes. After class, he headed straight to the library, immersing himself in books. In the evenings, he braced himself for the cold, oppressive atmosphere of Snape's office, enduring the professor's sharp mental attacks. Saturdays were no different. He unfailingly visited Quirrell's office to learn dark magic from Voldemort, who was hidden within Quirrell's body, before leisurely strolling around Diagon Alley. This period of intense study led to a rapid improvement in Argus's abilities. His exceptional talent, coupled with relentless effort, resulted in remarkable progress in potions and transfiguration. He mastered numerous spells, reaching level 4 or even 5 proficiency. In the realm of dark magic, especially the 3 unforgivable curses, he became exceptionally skilled. Meanwhile, Argus's business in Diagon Alley was thriving. With covert support from Dumbledore and Fudge, his shop captured nearly half of the market within just 2 months. The pureblood families, whose businesses had been affected, could do nothing but fume in frustration. Another Saturday arrived, and Argus went to Quirrell's office as usual. Over time, he had keenly observed Quirrell's deteriorating health. Initially, Quirrell could lecture all afternoon and perform magic demonstrations effortlessly. Now, he struggled to speak a few sentences without gasping for breath. Yet, Argus remained unfazed, focusing solely on absorbing knowledge from Voldemort, devoid of any sympathy. After the lesson, Argus routinely reported his findings on Harry Potter to Voldemort. However, this time, Voldemort did not respond with notes as usual. Instead, he fixed Argus with a chilling stare. Voldemort's pale, gaunt face and sunken eyes were unsettling. Argus, Voldemort began, his voice low and menacing. Your task is no longer to gather information. I have some actions that require your cooperation. Argus's heart skipped a beat as he immediately grasped Voldemort's intent. With Halloween only a few days away, He recalled that in the original story, Voldemort would release a troll on Halloween night. Although the movie didn't detail the events, it was known that Voldemort failed to obtain the Sorcerer's Stone, and Snape's leg appeared to have been bitten. Meanwhile, Harry accidentally killed the troll, solidifying his status as the savior. Voldemort's next words caused Argus's heart to sink. On Halloween night, I will create a distraction. All students and professors will be drawn away. During that time, you are to go to the 3rd floor and retrieve the item hidden there. Understood? Argus's brow furrowed, cursing internally. You expect an 11-year-old wizard to handle a 3-headed dog? But he cautiously asked, Professor, there's a 3-headed dog guarding that place. Do you mean for me to handle it alone? Voldemort's tone instantly turned dangerous. Are you refusing me? Argus quickly explained, Professor, we must address potential issues before executing the plan. If chaos erupts at Hogwarts, the professors will become extremely vigilant. Every portrait, every mechanism in the castle will be on high alert. Even if I retrieve the item, I can't guarantee I won't be detected. If Dumbledore finds out, all your plans will be ruined. However, Voldemort's face twisted into a sinister smile. My dear student, I've already thought of an excuse for you. How about a missing friend? Under the guise of searching for a friend, you can wander the castle. That Ravenclaw girl who follows you around all the time would be perfect. If I recall correctly, she's a Muggle-born. No great loss if she dies. Inform your prefect before you leave, and the professors shouldn't give you much trouble. Rage boiled within Argus, but he knew he had no choice. Even if he refused, Voldemort would proceed as planned, and Hermione would still be in danger. The real dilemma was knowing that the 3rd floor was likely a trap set by Dumbledore for Voldemort, with no Sorcerer's Stone inside. But he couldn't explain this to Voldemort. Stepping into the 3rd floor would place him in a precarious situation. Unless someone could keep a close watch on him, proving he never entered that chamber. Voldemort grew impatient, his eyes flashing with menace. Any more questions? Argus knew he couldn't refuse. He nodded calmly. No, Professor. Don't disappoint me, Argus, Voldemort warned. You will get everything you desire. Argus replied with a forced smile, his face turning expressionless as he left. On his way to Snape's office, Argus's mind raced. He needed to finalize his plans in the next 3 days. First, Hermione needed protection, but that wasn't enough. Voldemort might target Draco, Pansy, or Daphne. He needed to create a gathering point where everyone could safely spend the night, without any connection to himself to avoid Voldemort's suspicion. Secondly, he needed someone capable of tracking and watching him, someone with enough skill to hold their ground against him. This person also needed a reason to suspect him. According to the original timeline, Harry and Ron would have been ideal, but Argus's intervention had caused them to miss discovering the chamber. Besides, their limited skills made them unreliable. Images of potential candidates flashed through Argus's mind, finally settling on a red-haired figure. He had his tracker, but how to organize a long-term gathering on Halloween? Lost in thought, Argus arrived at Snape's office. Seeing the professor's icy expression, he shook off his plans for the moment. Facing Snape required his full attention, as any slip-up could result in a harsh reprimand. After handling a heap of herbs in Snape's office, Argus shook his tired hands. Just as he was about to leave, Snape stopped him. Wait a moment. Head to the headmaster's office. Professor Dumbledore wants to see you. The password for the gargoyle is cockroach cluster. All right, Professor. Argus replied, feeling a bit puzzled. He hadn't had much interaction with Dumbledore recently. Could there be an issue at the shop? With these questions in mind, Argus arrived at the entrance of the headmaster's office. After saying the password, the gargoyle moved aside. He walked into the room and saw Dumbledore lounging in a rocking chair, holding a thick book. Seeing Argus enter, Dumbledore set the book aside. Argus, may I call you that? Dumbledore asked kindly. Of course, Headmaster. Argus nodded in response. Have a seat. Would you like something to eat? Argus glanced at the surrounding torches, implying it was already late. If you don't mind, I could use a dinner here, he joked, hinting that he was hungry and wanted to get to the point quickly. Dumbledore seemed to read his thoughts and got straight to the matter. Argus, do you remember our agreement? Argus suddenly recalled that he had hardly interacted with Harry over the past 2 months. He smiled awkwardly and explained, It's not that I don't want to spend time with Harry. I just haven't had the opportunity. Dumbledore appeared skeptical but didn't press the issue. You should be aware of Harry's current situation. Argus thought back. Without Hermione's supervision and not discovering the secret of the 3rd floor as in the original story, Harry's life was quite leisurely. In class, he played games and napped with Ron. After class, he played wizard chess and occasionally visited Hagrid. Apart from being the boy who lived, he was just like any other Hogwarts student. You've noticed too? Harry's life is too comfortable. This will erode his resolve, Dumbledore noted. You want me to make him study? Argus frowned. That's unlikely. Harry can't sit still in the library. His academic progress is managed by the professors. You don't need to worry about that. I want you to cultivate his sense of adventure. Adventure? Argus was about to mention that there weren't many adventurous places at Hogwarts besides the Forbidden Forest, but then he caught Dumbledore's knowing smile and realized, you want Harry to go to the third floor? He suddenly understood. If things continued as they were, Harry wouldn't discover the secret of the third floor even by graduation, let alone face Quirrell and Voldemort. No wonder Dumbledore was getting anxious. As the savior of the wizarding world, he needs to face some challenges, doesn't he? Dumbledore said, popping a sherbet lemon into his mouth with a blissful expression. All right, it's not a difficult task, Argus replied with a bright smile. He had been worried about how to handle Hermione and others on Halloween night, but now he had a perfect excuse with Harry and Ron. It was a win-win situation, providing a reason to reconnect with Harry. At that moment, a house elf brought in dinner. Seeing Argus, the elf hurriedly tried to take the dinner away. Mr. Grindelwald, Leah didn't know the dinner was for you. Leah thought it was for the headmaster. Please wait a moment. Leah will prepare a new one for you right away. No need, Leah. Your cooking is always excellent, Argus said, already hungry, and started eating. Leah jumped with excitement, completely forgetting they were in the headmaster's office. Mr. Grindelwald remembers Leah's name. He praised Leah's food. Leah is a great cook. Dumbledore looked surprised, seemingly not expecting the house elf at Hogwarts to show Argus such respect, even more than to him. He felt a twinge of displeasure at the thought that the elf considered his food to be hastily prepared. Argus quickly finished his meal and handed the plate back to Leah. Thank you, Leah. Serving you is Leah's honor, Leah said, jumping and snapping her fingers before disappearing from the office. Headmaster, with curfew approaching, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Argus stood up, bowed to Dumbledore, and prepared to leave. Dumbledore couldn't help but ask, why do they? Because with me, they receive the respect they've always dreamed of, Argus replied without turning back, leaving the office. Dumbledore was left alone, murmuring, respect? Gellert, I can't see through it. Do you think he's pretending? Back in his dormitory, Argus reflected on his conversation with Dumbledore. It had become a habit for him to review his actions each day and ponder the possible hidden meanings in others' words. Regarding Voldemort, although neither he nor Dumbledore had ever explicitly mentioned him, they both tacitly acknowledged his existence. This convinced Argus that the showdown between Harry and Voldemort at the end of the first book was orchestrated by Dumbledore. It's time to start collecting Voldemort's Horcruxes, Argus thought as he lay in bed. A collared dog is a good dog. Voldemort's threat had already caught his attention. Voldemort's full resurrection would occur during the Triwizard Tournament, around 1995, giving him some time. He reviewed Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes and realized that the easiest ones for him to acquire were Lucius's diary and the diadem in the Room of Requirement. The items belonging to the 4 founders of Hogwarts were easy to associate with each other. These could be used to negotiate with Dumbledore. I only need to keep one diary as a backup, Argus thought. But now is not the time to hand them over. I need to wait until everyone realizes the danger Voldemort poses to maximize the benefits. Teacher, don't blame me, Argus murmured, closing his eyes. The next day was bright and sunny, with a clear blue sky. The Hogwarts classrooms were as lively as usual, but today felt a bit different. Argus, who usually had a laid-back attitude, was unusually enthusiastic. He raised his hand frequently, and his answers, infused with extensive knowledge and practical experience, were even better than the standard responses. Professor McGonagall nodded approvingly, and the young wizards around him looked on with admiration. Except for Ron. His eyes were green with envy, and even Harry, his desk mate, noticed his twisted expression. Ever since they started school, Ron had seen Argus as his lifelong rival and couldn't stand him stealing the spotlight. What made it worse was that Ron's own family treated Argus better than they treated him. His mother, Mrs. Molly Weasley, had even knitted a sweater for Argus recently, something she hadn't done for her own son. Ron whispered to Harry that evil Slytherin must be using dark magic to charm everyone. I read in storybooks that many dark wizards use evil spells for their sinister purposes. Harry weakly responded. Argus isn't like that. Ron got more agitated. How is he not? Look at him disappearing every day. He must be up to something. His voice grew louder, drawing the attention of everyone around. Professor McGonagall's stern voice cut through the air. Mr. Weasley, if you don't pay attention, I won't hesitate to remove you from the classroom. The class erupted in laughter, and everyone gave Ron mocking looks. His cheeks turned as red as his hair as he stammered, sorry, Professor McGonagall. This lesson made Ron the laughingstock once again. Argus's lips curled into a slight smirk, a dark glint in his eyes. He thought to himself, dealing with someone as brainless as Ron didn't require any special tactics. Just a little bait was enough to make him take the hook. After class, Ron dragged Harry away amidst a chorus of jeers. Argus, meanwhile, was surrounded by a group of admirers, chatting and laughing with them. He even took a moment to glance mockingly at Ron and Harry, which made Ron's blood boil. That despicable dark wizard. Ron gritted his teeth. Just wait until I get a chance. I'll make sure to teach him a lesson. Harry tried to calm him down. Come on, Ron. Argus hasn't done anything wrong. He just answered a few questions. If you want, you could answer too. Ron got even more annoyed at this and yelled at Harry, Are you even my friend? Why do you keep defending that dark wizard? Harry attempted to explain. Of course I am. But Argus, What is he? Ron interrupted. He's an evil Slytherin. Our enemy from Gryffindor. Ron's tone carried a hint of insecurity and fear that even he didn't notice. Ever since he started school, his biggest claim to fame was being the friend of the boy who lived. If he lost that, he couldn't imagine how he'd get through the rest of his school life. I need to uncover his plot. Ron stared at Harry intensely. You'll help me, right, Harry? Harry hesitated for a long time, but eventually nodded. But how can we investigate with just the two of us? Harry asked. Ron excitedly pulled Harry into a corner. Looking around secretively, I've already thought of that. We'll just keep an eye on where he goes every day. If he's planning any evil rituals, he'll need to find a secluded spot. Once we catch him, we'll expose his plot. Harry was speechless. I thought you had a better plan. All you want to do is follow him? Everyone knows Argus sticks to his routine. What can you possibly find by following him? But Ron was already set on his plan, his mind filled with thoughts of exposing Argus. He didn't even notice Harry's expression. Let's start now, Ron insisted. I refuse to believe he can keep up this act forever. That evening, after finishing his potion work in Snape's office, Argus noticed Ron pretending to loiter and Harry looking guilty in the corner. He couldn't help but laugh to himself. With this level of skill, they want to follow me? Do they even use their brains? Normally, they both avoid Snape like the plague, and now they're hanging around his office? Even an idiot would know something's up. But he didn't expose them. After having dinner in the Great Hall, he returned to the Slytherin common room with Draco and others. The common room was already bustling with activity. With Halloween approaching, even the usually reserved Slytherin students were excited. Under the organization of a few older students, they started decorating the common room. The originally cold atmosphere became much warmer. Everyone was in high spirits, chatting about what kind of candy to prepare. Argus seized the opportunity, waving his wand and stepping forward to help, earning surprised looks from a few girls. Draco looked surprised. It's rare to see you not going straight to your dorm to read. Argus smiled. I'm not a bookworm who only knows how to read. With Halloween coming up, I need to prepare some candy and decorations too. True. Draco didn't suspect anything. Pansy asked curiously, What are you planning to dress up as for Halloween, Argus? Argus played coy. I can't tell you that. You'll find out soon enough. He then changed the subject. But I noticed that Professor Snape's office doesn't seem to have any decorations. He'll probably spend Halloween alone again this year. An older student chimed in. Probably. In my 3 years at Hogwarts, the professor always leaves right after dinner. Sigh. Argus subtly added. Every day when I go to his office, he's always alone. He must be quite lonely. After saying this, he didn't make any more suggestions, satisfied to see a few older students deep in thought. Argus was pleased. This trick had worked well in his previous school life. There were always a few show-offs in every class who liked to cozy up to teachers. They'd chat with teachers during breaks, give gifts, or hang out with them during holidays. With them leading the way, other students would have no choice but to follow suit. This way, he could push Draco and others to visit Snape's office. Once other houses found out, they'd follow suit for their house's reputation. Gathering students from multiple houses would take time, and he could use Snape's presence to protect those around him. Even if Voldemort found out, he wouldn't blame Argus. After all, it wasn't his idea, and he didn't even participate. Why would it be his fault? In the blink of an eye, Halloween arrived as expected. Inside Hogwarts Castle, jack-o'-lanterns hung along corridors and staircases, and the Great Hall's ceiling transformed to create a spooky atmosphere, filling the air with festive spirit. However, not everyone was caught up in the revelry. Argus Filch was secretly pleased, thinking that his and his partner's actions had gone unnoticed. Little did he know, their every move had already been observed by Professor McGonagall. Meanwhile, a group of older students were plotting to give Professor Snape a surprise. Argus knew all too well that, given Snape's temper, this surprise would likely only infuriate him. Other houses were not to be outdone, organizing their students to head en masse to their respective heads' offices. Argus noticed Hermione looking glum in the crowd and breathed a sigh of relief before beginning to plan his next move. His target was Percy Weasley, a Gryffindor prefect, a renowned scholar at Hogwarts, and the pride of the Weasley family. Although Percy didn't display remarkable combat skills in the original story, defeating the puppet minister of Voldemort in the final battle proved his strength was not to be underestimated. If it weren't for Hermione, he might have been the future Minister of Magic. Argus was initially unsure how to lure Percy, but with Harry and Ron around, it became much simpler. All he had to do was sneak away, and the two would surely follow. Percy, in his protective nature, would naturally come after them. With the Marauder's map in hand, Argus had no worries about making a clean escape. The script was written, the actors were in place, the curtain was ready to rise. As night fell, Hogwarts was ablaze with light. Professors sat on the high platform, smiling broadly, except for Snape, whose face was as dark as a cauldron. The students were equally divided. Slytherins were downcast, while other houses were in high spirits. Argus observed this and couldn't help but shake his head. "Ha, I thought you'd have something unique, but you're just a Grim Reaper." Draco Malfoy sneered while eating. Argus merely smiled in response, saying nothing. He chose a black cloak to facilitate his subsequent actions and concealment. After scanning the room to confirm that Hermione, Pansy, and others were present, Argus discreetly gripped his wand. Just then, the great hall doors burst open, and Professor Quirrell stumbled in, shouting, "Troll! In the dungeons! There's a troll in the dungeons!" Before he could finish, he collapsed to the floor. In an instant, the previously noisy hall fell silent, followed by a cacophony of screams. Students panicked and rushed toward the doors. Argus chose to remain silent. Stepping forward now might earn him recognition but would also attract unwanted attention, detrimental to his plans. Dumbledore stood up slowly and commanded, "Silence! Please do not panic. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories. Professors, come with me to the dungeons." Under the headmaster's guidance, the students gradually calmed down and followed the prefects out in an orderly manner. Snape's face showed a fleeting expression of fear before he slipped out the back door. Seeing this, Argus immediately sprang into action. "Harry, look at that dark wizard," Ron exclaimed, pulling on Harry's robe. Harry glanced around and saw Argus quietly trailing at the end of the line, arousing his suspicion. Did Argus have some hidden secret? "He's gone. Quick, let's follow him." Ron, eager to act, tugged Harry along, ignoring Percy's roll call. "Ron? Ron Weasley!" Percy shouted, frustrated as the two left the group. Torn between calling them back and fearing point deductions, he turned to his girlfriend, Ravenclaw Prefect Penelope Clearwater, and the Weasley twins. "George, Fred, take the students back to the common rooms with Penelope. I have something to handle." With that, he hurried after Harry and Ron, leaving the three bewildered. The group reached the third floor. Using the Marauder's map, Argus slipped into a secret passage, evading Harry and Ron. He then followed the passage to a secluded corner, waiting for the Slytherins to pass before trailing them. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, having lost sight of Argus, were in a panic. Where did he go? No idea. He must be nearby. Let's find him. Ron charged into an antechamber on the third floor, with Harry reluctantly following. Percy, seeing this from afar, was stunned. "Seriously, guys? This is a restricted area. Are you trying to make things harder for Gryffindor?" He wanted to call them back but feared making too much noise, so he quickened his pace. Harry and Ron followed the eerie passage and reached a locked door. No way forward, they exchanged glances, helpless without Hermione to cast a Alohomora spell. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Snape limped out. Seeing Harry and Ron, he was momentarily taken aback. Harry and Ron were equally shocked, not expecting to encounter Snape here. Well, Snape sneered, noticing Harry's gaze on his injured leg and quickly covering it with his robe. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, you'd better have a good reason for being here." Harry stammered, while Ron was too scared to speak. "Mr. Potter, if you want to deal with the troll to prove your heroism, you should be in the dungeons. Or have you become so foolish that you can't tell the difference between the third floor and the dungeons?" Percy, arriving late, saw Snape confronting Harry and Ron and knew trouble was brewing. But considering Ron was his brother and his role as a Gryffindor prefect, he stepped forward despite his fear. Professor Snape. Harry and Ron were. He racked his brains but couldn't think of a plausible excuse. If it were any other head of house, there might have been room for negotiation. But Snape? As Percy struggled for an explanation, he was unaware that a shadowy figure was watching them intently from a distance. "Damn it!" Voldemort's face darkened as his angry whispers echoed from the shadows in the distance. The situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Facing Snape alone was manageable, but now there was not just Snape, but also Harry and the two Weasley boys. If anything happened to them, Dumbledore would turn Hogwarts upside down. In his current weakened state, a direct confrontation with Dumbledore would be suicidal. What should we do, Master?" Quirrell's timid voice trembled in the darkness. Should we wait until they leave?" Quirrell's cowardice only fueled Voldemort's rage further. "Wait for what? How long do you think a troll can hold off Dumbledore? He'll be here before we even get there." Voldemort took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "We can only hope my dear disciple can get his hands on the item," he sneered. "Though it seems he's not as obedient as he appears." Voldemort recalled his first encounter with Argus. The ambition in Argus's eyes mirrored his own. However, Argus had more resources and was better at concealing his true intentions. Voldemort doubted Argus would willingly serve him, but he still hoped Argus could obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Negotiating with Argus was possible, whereas Dumbledore would never give him that chance. Let's go. This operation has failed. We'll have to find another opportunity. Voldemort outwardly dismissed Quirrell, but internally, he was already formulating a new plan. Both Quirrell and his own condition were deteriorating. At this rate, they wouldn't last long enough to get the stone. He had to come up with a solution. Meanwhile, in the third-floor corridor, Snape eyed Harry and Ron coldly. "Professor," Percy began, but Snape cut him off. "I didn't ask you, Mr. Weasley." Percy was anxious. He wanted to defend the two foolish boys, even if it meant just saying something to break the silence. Under Snape's intense gaze, Harry finally spoke. "Professor, we saw Argus coming this way. So we? Humph." Snape sneered. "Then perhaps the great savior can tell me where Mr. Grindelwald is now?" We lost him. Mr. Potter, Mr. Grindelwald doesn't spend his days idling like you." Ron couldn't hold back. "We saw him come to the third floor with our own eyes." "Then perhaps our esteemed detective Mr. Weasley can tell me Mr. Grindelwald's current location?" Snape's mockery grew more pronounced. "Clearly, our two detectives have found no evidence. For breaking school rules and slandering a fellow student, Gryffindor loses 10 points each." Seeing Ron about to argue, Percy quickly pulled the two boys behind him. "Professor Snape, I'm sorry. I'll take them back right now." He hurriedly escorted them away. Snape watched them leave, then thoughtfully glanced in the direction of Quirrell's office. On the way back to the Gryffindor common room, Ron wouldn't stop talking. Snape must have hidden him. That evil Grindelwald goes to his office every day. Who knows what shady things they're up to? "Enough, Ron." Percy finally snapped. "Do you want more trouble? Do you know how long it will take to earn back those points? We're brave Gryffindors. We can't just watch the evil Slytherins." "Did you find him?" Percy interrupted. "I chased after you two for ages and didn't see a trace of Argus." Percy hesitated to scold Harry, but he had no such qualms with Ron. Remembering Mrs. Weasley's last visit and her stern warnings, Percy felt a pang of anxiety. If she found out Ron had picked a fight with Argus again, she might just take Ron home. "Percy, we really saw Argus run to the third floor. If you don't believe me, ask Harry," Ron pleaded. Percy looked at Harry, who remained silent, frowning deeply. "I'll take you back to the common room first. I'll go confirm this myself." When they returned, they found the Weasley twins holding a box of colorful candies, chatting with some other students. Seeing Percy, they quickly hid the box behind their backs. "Oh, our dear prefect has brought back Harry and little Ron. So, how many points did we lose this time?" George teased, drawing unfriendly glares from several people in the room. "Enough. Did you deal with the troll?" Percy cut in. "Yes, Professor McGonagall handled it herself," Fred replied. "We were going to ask if the party tonight was still on, but, given the circumstances..." He gestured around and shrugged. "Good to hear it's sorted." Percy nodded. "You mentioned Argus wanted to return my notes but couldn't find a good time, right? Make sure these two don't wander off. I'll go get my notes." Using the excuse, Percy headed towards the Slytherin common room, his mind racing. Ron and Harry had been well-behaved recently. They wouldn't go to the third-floor corridor without reason. Ron wasn't quick-witted enough to make up a story, nor would he risk being taken home by their mom just to accuse Argus. For Gryffindor's points and his peace of mind, Percy needed to see for himself. At the Slytherin common room entrance, he saw Amiri Caro and Argus with a few other prefects standing guard. "Percy, what are you doing here?" Amiri Caro's tone was immediately hostile. "Amiri Caro, I'm not here to argue." Percy ignored him, addressing Argus directly. "Argus, George and Fred said you were looking for me to return my notes. Since you're here, I'll take them now." "Sure, wait a moment. They're in my dorm." Argus saw through Percy's intentions and went inside. Amiri Caro sneered. "Coming over for a notebook? How petty." Percy realized how awkward his actions seemed, but it was too late to backtrack. He tried a different approach. "Your prefects are quite responsible, all guarding the door." "Of course," Amiri Caro boasted. "It was Argus's idea. He suggested the prefects keep watch outside in case of any emergency." "He suggested it?" Percy was surprised but also relieved. From the third floor to the Slytherin common room, there were several staircases. If Argus had gone to the third floor, the timing wouldn't add up. Percy had a good impression of Argus and didn't believe he would break school rules. Argus suggesting the prefects keep watch meant he had been with them the whole time. Feeling a pang of guilt, Percy thought about how Argus had been understanding and comforting after Ron's last mishap. Yet here he was, doubting and verifying Argus's actions. "I must be an idiot." Percy resolved that the next time George and Fred caused trouble for Ron, he'd turn a blind eye. "Humph." Amiri Caro's snort broke Percy's train of thought. Argus handed Percy the notebook. As Percy took what was rightfully his, he felt a rush of heat. The mocking gazes around him were like needles on his back, making his cheeks burn with embarrassment. He couldn't help but recall the whole incident. His younger brother made a mistake, and the other party not only didn't demand compensation but also graciously forgave him. The only request was to borrow some notes. Yet here he was, coming to ask for them back. For the first time, Percy genuinely regretted his impulsiveness. Meeting Argus's clear eyes, Percy's guilt deepened. He stammered, Argus, actually, I don't need them right away. If you haven't finished, you can keep them a bit longer. Huh? You come all the way here to fetch them and then say that? How hypocritical. Alexia sneered, making Percy even more ashamed. Seeing the situation, Argus quickly explained. You misunderstood, Alexia. I had told the Weasley twins that I would return the notes. Percy coming to get them saved me the trouble. This explanation eased Percy's embarrassment slightly. Percy looked at Argus gratefully and said, I have some other notes. I'll gather them tonight and bring them to you tomorrow. If Ron, never mind. See you tomorrow. He wanted to say more but didn't know how to express it. Should he warn Argus that his brother was following him? Or apologize for Ron's slander against Argus in Snape's class? But he knew that once these words were out, they would spread through Hogwarts in no time. As Percy left, the other prefects, seeing the time, also headed back to their respective common rooms. As Argus stepped into the Slytherin common room, Draco rushed over excitedly. Argus, you'll come tomorrow, right? Argus was puzzled. Tomorrow? What's happening tomorrow? Daphne explained. Tomorrow is the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor. It's Draco's first official game. He's been pestering us to come and cheer for him. Draco, somewhat displeased, said, Argus, how could you not know about something this important? Argus shook his head helplessly. You forget. I can't use a broomstick. Naturally, I don't care about these things. Draco, suddenly realizing, stammered, Argus, I didn't mean it like that. I was. Argus patted Draco's shoulder to comfort him. I understand. It's fine. I'll be there to cheer for you tomorrow. He silently recalled that Quirrell would try to sabotage Harry during the Quidditch match, attempting to knock him off his broom. It was Snape who saved him. However, Harry was just a reserve player now, and might not even get a chance to play. The next morning, the Great Hall was filled with a tense atmosphere. The Gryffindor and Slytherin tables were charged with a competitive spirit. For the students, Quidditch matches were a big deal, especially with the House Cup at stake. Though they didn't say much, everyone was silently rooting for their house. Since it was Saturday, the students were especially excited. As Argus approached the Slytherin table, Marcus and a group of Quidditch players were gathered, preparing to discuss strategies after breakfast. At the Gryffindor table, a group of students were frustrated by the hourglass losing more points. Harry and Ron kept their heads down, trying to blend in, but Snape wouldn't give them that chance. With a mocking tone, Snape said, Good luck, Potter. After all, if you dare to go to the third-floor corridor, a little Quidditch should be a piece of cake. Even if your opponent is Slytherin. Oh, I forgot. You're just a reserve seeker, so you might not even get to play. With that, he walked away, leaving Harry and Ron stunned. The Gryffindors looked at them with disdain. If it weren't for their connection to Percy and the Weasley twins, they might face some serious trouble. After 2 months of torment, Ron had grown a thicker skin and could still eat. After all, if you get bitten by enough fleas, you stop feeling them. These situations became routine. Harry, on the other hand, stared intently at Snape's injured leg, recalling his visit to Gringotts with Hagrid before starting school. Hagrid had taken something important from there. A sudden realization struck Harry, and he shared his thoughts with Ron. Could it be? Professor Dumbledore hid something on the 3rd floor, and Snape tried to steal it during the troll incident last night. Ron's eyes widened. It must be. That evil Slytherin and Snape are working together to steal Dumbledore's treasure. We saw him last night, but he disappeared on the 3rd floor. Snape must have helped him. Harry paused, realizing Ron had included Argus. But thinking it over, Ron's theory wasn't entirely baseless. Argus did disappear right before their eyes, and apart from Snape, there was no one else suspicious around. Ron, excited, urged, hurry up and eat. After breakfast, we'll go find Hagrid and figure out what they're after. Harry shook his head. I can't. I have to discuss strategies with Wood. Let's go after the match. Meanwhile, Argus was elegantly cutting a piece of bacon and eggs. Suddenly, he felt something in his pocket. Keeping his expression neutral, he glanced around and saw Professor Quirrell walking past the Slytherin table. Understanding dawned on him, and he calmly put down his utensils and walked out of the hall. In a secluded corner, he discreetly reached into his pocket and found a note that read, Come to my office. The next moment, the note burst into flames, leaving no trace. Argus sighed inwardly, always up to something. Can't you be quiet for a few days? He made his way to Quirrell's office. It was empty. After waiting a while, Quirrell entered. Upon seeing Argus, Quirrell's demeanor changed from timid to cold and formidable. "Where is the item I wanted?" Voldemort asked coldly. Argus replied bluntly, "I was being followed. I couldn't get it." This straightforward answer took Voldemort by surprise. He had expected Argus to come up with various excuses. Voldemort's tone grew dangerous, and a violent aura filled the room. "Being followed is your excuse?" Argus remained calm, showing no fear at Voldemort's change. "Didn't you fail to get it as well? How did you know I was there? You don't seem like someone who would place all their bets on a child like me. Besides, you must have seen that Snape was inside. Going in would have meant certain death for me. Snape is my loyal servant. If you revealed your identity to him..." Voldemort's words were cut off by Argus. "Master." Argus looked directly into Voldemort's eyes. "You know better than I do that all your loyal servants are in Azkaban now." Voldemort was taken aback by the words, his expression growing even darker. He knew all too well that after his fall, the truly loyal Death Eaters were nearly wiped out. Those who survived were nothing but opportunists. His gaze flickered as he recalled his former followers. Barty Crouch Jr., Amicus Carrow, Bellatrix. Did these people lack backgrounds? If they wanted, they could have easily followed Lucius or Karkaroff's example, using their power and connections to escape unscathed. Yet, they chose to remain Death Eaters. In comparison, Snape's loyalty was indeed questionable. Yagis carefully observed Voldemort's changing expressions and continued. "After the last operation, Dumbledore must be on high alert. The item you desire might have already been moved. Continuing the action could be more trouble than it's worth." These words completely infuriated the already irritable Voldemort. "Are you defying my orders?" he roared, raising his wand to unleash a jet of sickly green light straight at Yagis. However, Yagis was not one of those cowering Death Eaters. He quickly raised his wand and countered with a disarming charm. The two beams of light clashed violently in the classroom, and with a loud explosion, a large crater was blown into the office floor. Voldemort stood up, a dangerous smile spreading across his face. "It seems my dear student thinks he's strong enough to challenge his teacher." Facing the magical glow emanating from Voldemort's wand, Yagis smiled calmly. "Master, given your current state, you might want to conserve your magic. Are you threatening me?" Voldemort sneered, his anger turning into amusement. "I wouldn't dare. Just a humble suggestion," Yagis responded evenly. Voldemort stared intently at Yagis for a long time before finally sitting back down. He had long realized that he could no longer gauge Yagis' true strength. In the past, he could infer Yagis' progress through his questions and answers. But now, with Yagis' increasingly profound inquiries and imaginative ideas, even Voldemort was often left astonished. As for how far Yagis had progressed in his research, Voldemort was completely in the dark. Despite his brutality, he was not foolish. He knew exactly how much power he had left. Even if he didn't know Yagis' exact strength, he was certain that Yagis' talent meant his progress was likely beyond imagination. Acting rashly, even if victorious, would come at a cost he couldn't afford. Realizing this, Voldemort concealed his murderous intent and coldly glanced at Yagis. "Last night's incident will be noted. Tonight, you'll accompany me to the Forbidden Forest." "Yes, esteemed master," Yagis replied respectfully. In the afternoon, the Quidditch match was in full swing. Despite some unpleasantness the previous night, it hadn't dampened the students' enthusiasm for the game. Compared to the laid-back Hufflepuffs and the bookworm Ravenclaws, the rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor drew much more attention and excitement. The Slytherin elites occupied the front row, their eyes fixed on the players in midair. At that moment, a platinum-haired man in an ornate wizard's robe, holding a gleaming silver cane, approached. Hearing his footsteps, the Slytherin students turned around and hurriedly greeted him upon recognizing him. "Good day, Mr. Malfoy." "Mr. Malfoy, it's an honor to see you." "Mr. Malfoy, Amicus Carrow sends his regards." A chorus of sycophantic greetings ensued. Not just the Slytherin elites, but even the ordinary students flocked to make their presence known. The Malfoy family held a prominent position among the Sacred 28, and as the head of the family, Lucius commanded respect even from the parents of these students, let alone the students themselves. Lucius merely nodded indifferently to their greetings, his expression aloof, barely acknowledging them as they chattered away, occasionally responding with a perfunctory comment. However, when Yagis appeared in his line of sight, Lucius's previously haughty demeanor instantly transformed into one of deep respect. "Mr. Grindelwald, it's been a long time." Yagis smiled politely. "It's been a while, Mr. Malfoy. I didn't expect you to personally attend Draco's match. I'm truly honored. Draco is my friend. I promised him I would come. Being your friend is an honor for the Malfoy family." The stark contrast in Lucius's behavior left the Slytherin students with wry smiles. They had only read about Yagis in the newspapers and, while shocked, had never felt anything special in their day-to-day interactions with him. But now, Seeing someone their parents had to flatter acting so subserviently in front of Yagis was a shock they found hard to process. Business must be going well for the Malfoy family lately? I heard from Aunt Vita that you've provided quite a few channels recently, Yagis asked casually. Just some minor connections, nothing compared to what you can do, Lucius replied humbly, embodying the Malfoy family's tradition of opportunism. Their conversation continued until fireworks, signaling the start of the match, lit up the sky. Mr. Grindelwald, I need to greet an old friend. Would you care to join me? Lucius invited. No need. I'll stay with my classmates. Yagis politely declined. He knew exactly who Lucius's old friend was, Snape. They had been schoolmates and both were Death Eaters, sharing a deep bond. In his past life, he had heard that Snape was Draco's godfather. When he joined Slytherin, he had asked Draco about it, only to receive a puzzled look. It made sense. In the original story, Snape's attitude towards Draco was merely that of an old friend's child, nothing more. Before he could finish his thoughts, the match had already begun. With a whistle from Madame Hooch, the quaffle and bludgers shot out like arrows. Draco hovered in midair, dodging bludgers and scanning the field for the golden snitch. Noticing Lucius and Yagis in the stands, his smile brightened. Just as he was contemplating how to show off, a sudden change occurred. The Gryffindor seeker was suddenly struck by a bludger and plummeted straight from the sky. The Slytherin beater looked bewildered, completely unaware that someone in the stands was quietly casting a spell. He distinctly remembered aiming the bludger at wood. How did it hit the opposing seeker instead? Could he have mastered the legendary bludger-bending technique, making the bludger curve? Lee Jordan shouted excitedly. The Gryffindor seeker has been knocked off his broom by Slytherin. I hope he's okay. Evil Slytherin. His last comment earned a cough of disapproval from Professor McGonagall. The Gryffindor stands erupted in dissatisfaction, with Quidditch enthusiast Ron almost shouting in anger. Madame Hooch immediately called for a pause in the game and sent the injured Gryffindor player to Madame Pomfrey. The Gryffindor team returned to their locker room with grim faces. Wood, how's Moss? Is he badly hurt? Substitute seeker Harry asked anxiously. Wood looked at Harry with a serious expression. Harry, you need to be ready to go on next. Me? Harry glanced at his own height, noticeably shorter than everyone else. Afraid? A bit. No worries. Wood patted Harry on the shoulder. I felt the same way my first time out there. But there's always a first time for everything. Good luck. After a brief rest, Madame Hooch returned from the hospital wing. The game resumed. Look, Gryffindor has sent in their new seeker. The famous Harry Potter. The commentator shouted excitedly. Harry mounted his broom, feeling both nervous and excited as he surveyed the field. Draco, not far away, called out, Harry, this time, let's have a good match. Of course. Harry responded. The whistle blew, and the game restarted. This time, the competition was even fiercer. Slytherin made no effort to hide their tactics, using near-foul play to knock down Gryffindor players one by one. Harry watched anxiously. Just then, the golden snitch appeared in his sight. Almost instinctively, Harry chased after it, with Draco following close behind. Though he had a late start, the speed of the Nimbus 2000 far outpaced the old brooms of Hogwarts. Within seconds, he was neck and neck with Harry. Slytherin prefect Amiri Caro gathered the courage to ask Argus, who do you think will catch the golden snitch, Draco or Harry Potter? Argus, somewhat distracted, replied, probably Draco. His broom is much better than Harry's, and his mindset is stronger too. Although his flying skills are slightly worse, it's not by much. His eyes kept darting toward the professor's stand. As time went on, Draco's broom advantage became more apparent, leaving Harry far behind. Harry was anxious but had no solution. Suddenly, Harry felt a strange vibration beneath him. His broom began to shake violently, as if trying to throw him off. The stands erupted in gasps. Argus noticed Quirrell staring intently at Harry, hands in a prayer-like position. He thought, my teacher, you couldn't resist, could you? What's the point of acting now? With so many professors around, even if you were to fully resurrect now, they'd still put up a fight. Below Quirrell, Lucius was chatting with Snape, endlessly bragging about his son's excellence, leaving Snape no time to counter the spell on Harry's broom. Harry's best friend Ron, without Hermione's brains or keen observation skills, could only stomp his feet in frustration at Harry's predicament. Argus watched the scene unfold with a spectator's demeanor, thinking, Headmaster, what will you do next? Without protection, Harry will soon fall from his broom. However, Argus forgot that alongside Harry was his true friend Draco. Seeing his friend about to fall, Draco, ignoring the nearby golden snitch, turned and sped toward Harry. At the last second, Draco grabbed Harry's hand, preventing him from falling. But the broom's shaking continued, crashing right into Draco's Nimbus 2000. With a crack, Harry's broom snapped. In the final moment, Draco pulled Harry onto his broom. With the Nimbus 2000 cushioning their fall, the two landed heavily on the ground. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Watching their actions, Argus couldn't help but recall the scene in the original story where Harry saved Draco from the fiendfire. He shook his head with a smile, thinking, I guess this repays Harry's life-saving favor in advance. The Quidditch match ultimately ended in a Slytherin victory. After receiving Gryffindor's thanks, Draco turned to see Lucius's cold face. His smile froze instantly. Dad, Draco called softly. Who told you to do something so dangerous? Do you know the consequences of falling from the sky? Lucius scolded. Dad, Harry. Harry is my friend, Draco defended. So what? With so many professors and Madame Pomfrey around, it wasn't your place to help. Lucius finished, seeming to realize something. He took a deep breath, barely restraining his anger. Go back now, I have things to do. We'll talk later. After Draco left, dejected, Argus's figure emerged from the shadows. Mr. Grindelwald, I apologize for the scene, Lucius said. Mr. Malfoy, Draco did well. There's no need for such anger, Argus replied calmly. You know how dangerous it was. This child, risking his life for a so-called friend. Lucius, like any parent, was exasperated by his child. Having friends is a good thing, Mr. Malfoy. Let me ask you one thing. Argus suddenly changed the topic. Do you have any true friends now? Lucius was taken aback. Indeed, he couldn't remember when he last had a friend he could speak frankly with. He spoke differently to different people, sometimes not even knowing if he was telling the truth. His classmates from Hogwarts, childhood friends, all parted ways for various reasons. Even Snape was just an old acquaintance, not a confidant. After a long silence, he looked at Argus's back and suddenly asked, And you, Argus? Who is your true friend? Me. Argus paused. My path is a lonely one. After the match, Ron and Hagrid hurried over to Harry. Hagrid sighed in relief and said, Thank Merlin you're all right, Harry. He then praised Draco Malfoy and Argus Filch for their behavior, although he admitted Malfoy's father was a nasty piece of work. Ron couldn't stand hearing praise for Draco and Argus and immediately retorted, Slytherins are all liars. Who knows if they were just pretending? I bet it was them who messed with Harry's broom. Hagrid frowned and sternly stopped Ron's speculation. Don't talk nonsense. Why would they jinx Harry's broom? Ron, undeterred, blurted out, Last night we saw Argus sneaking into the third-floor corridor. And we saw Snape there too. Hagrid responded in surprise, Impossible. With Fluffy there, they couldn't have gotten in. Fluffy? Harry and Ron asked in unison. Hagrid proudly explained, Yes, a cute little thing I bought from an Irishman last year. 3 heads, each one smarter than the other. Dumbledore borrowed it from me to guard. He suddenly realized he had said too much and stopped abruptly. Harry eagerly asked, Guard what? Hagrid shook his head regretfully. Can't tell you. Don't ask anymore. It's top secret. Ron persisted. But Hagrid, whatever it is, Snape wants to steal it. And that evil Slytherin too. Hagrid, annoyed, countered. Stop talking rubbish. Snape's a teacher at Hogwarts, and Argus is the Slytherin head. They wouldn't risk it. Harry and Ron stood their ground, forcing Hagrid to emphasize again. Listen to me, all of you. You're meddling in things you shouldn't, and it's dangerous. What Fluffy is guarding is only known to Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel? Harry keenly picked up on the name. Hagrid, frustrated, smacked his forehead. I shouldn't have said that. With that, he hurried off to his hut, leaving Harry and Ron staring at each other in bewilderment. In the afternoon, Argus came to Hagrid's hut to check on his supply inventory and learn about his patrol route for the Forbidden Forest that night. Unexpectedly, the hut was unusually quiet, with only Fong wandering around nearby. Following Fong into the hut, Argus was immediately hit by a strong smell of alcohol. Hagrid, visibly drunk, greeted him with a flushed face and unsteady steps, inviting him to sit down. Argus helped Hagrid to his seat and asked with concern, Why have you been drinking so much? Hagrid stammered, Argus. I think I messed up if you accidentally let slip a very important secret. What would you do? Argus understood, but pretended to be puzzled. He patiently advised Hagrid to come clean about his mistake. Hagrid, snapping out of his stupor, immediately got up to find Dumbledore, but fell due to his drunken state. Argus took the opportunity to cast a sleeping charm, ensuring Hagrid would sleep soundly until the next day, missing his patrol that night. As night fell, deep within the Forbidden Forest, the figures of Argus and Voldemort loomed. Eerie howls echoed around them, but the two seemed unfazed. Voldemort was displeased with Argus's lax attitude, but had to swallow his anger due to his own weakened state. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from nearby. Just as Argus hesitated about taking action, Voldemort's excited voice broke the silence. Found it. This is what we came for. The pristine unicorn shimmered under the moonlight, its entire body devoid of any blemish. Yags held his breath. It was his first time seeing such a pure creature, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. That's our target. Voldemort's voice came from the back of Quirrell's head, filled with urgency. Your task is to kill that beast and extract its blood. Quirrell's body struggled violently, but he couldn't resist Voldemort's will. Yag stood expressionless on the side, his mind already made up. He knew that killing a unicorn would bring a curse, a price far greater than any lessons Voldemort could offer. Master, killing a unicorn brings a curse, Yag stated calmly, showing no intention of moving. Voldemort's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Yags. Yags, this is the second time. If we delay any longer, the unicorn will escape. Kill it, and I will lift the curse for you. Yags glanced at Voldemort's pallid face, his eyes filled with sarcasm. If Voldemort truly had the power to lift the curse, why would he need to sustain himself with unicorn blood? Just then, rustling sounds came from the surrounding forest. Voldemort sensed the disturbance and commanded sharply, "You don't need to do it yourself. Just stand guard and make sure it doesn't run away." With that, he pulled out his wand, ready to act personally. Suddenly, streams of thick white liquid shot from all directions, aimed at Voldemort and Yags. In no time, countless dark shadows emerged, and they were surrounded by a swarm of 8-eyed giant spiders of various sizes. Damn Hagrid! Voldemort was both shocked and furious, never expecting the very creatures he had once framed Hagrid with to now bring him such a surprise. Sensing the danger, the unicorn by the lake took off at a gallop. Voldemort hastily cast the killing curse, but the sheer number of spiders caused his aim to falter. Yags quickly cast several explosive spells, blasting the approaching spiders into pieces. He turned to Voldemort and suggested, "We should retreat, Master. Staying here will only attract more spiders. Hold on a bit longer. I'll go kill that beast." Voldemort insisted through gritted teeth, chasing after the fleeing unicorn. Yags outwardly agreed but secretly turned and cast several wide-range spells at the weakest point of the encirclement, creating an escape route for himself. Without Yags' cover, the mass of 8-eyed giant spiders swarmed Voldemort. Voldemort was enraged but couldn't afford to pursue Yags' betrayal at the moment. He fought off his weakened state, rapidly casting spell after spell. Luckily, the earlier killing curse had missed the unicorn, but a ricocheting stone had grazed its skin. Seizing the opportunity, Voldemort used magic to collect a few drops of its silver-white blood and swallowed them. In an instant, Voldemort seemed to experience a brief resurgence of power, his aura transforming. With a casual wave of his wand, dozens of 8-eyed giant spiders around him instantly ballooned and exploded. The previously noisy forbidden forest fell silent, leaving only the sickening green goo splattered everywhere. Voldemort looked in the direction Yags had fled, letting out a sinister laugh. "Yags, my dear disciple, you're quite the clever one." Yags felt no guilt for his betrayal. To him, expecting loyalty without compensation was simply absurd. He quietly returned to his dormitory and enjoyed a good night's sleep. The next morning, Yags nonchalantly arrived at the Great Hall of Hogwarts for breakfast. Soon after, Quirrell entered. Though his face was still pale, his spirit and steps seemed much improved from the previous days. Seeing Yags, Quirrell managed a smile tinged with resentment. "Good morning, Professor Quirrell." Yags greeted, catching Quirrell by surprise. "Gee, good morning, Mr. Grindelwald," Quirrell stuttered in response. Yags seized the moment. "It seems you had a good rest last night, Professor. You look much better than before." Quirrell was about to reply when Voldemort's angry voice echoed in his mind. "Fool, leave now. Can't you see he's trying to get information out of you?" Realizing the trap, Quirrell hurriedly left. Yags' lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed Voldemort's condition was far worse than he let on. It wouldn't be long before he had to venture into the Forbidden Forest again. Time flew by, and over a month passed. Christmas was approaching, and Hogwarts was filled with festive cheer. However, Harry and Ron were still no closer to finding any clues about Nicholas Flamel. Without Hermione's reminders, they would have long forgotten about it. Meanwhile, Quirrell and Voldemort's situation was growing dire. The unicorn blood they had obtained last time was nearly depleted, and Yags, who could have helped, had not been seen since that morning, not even attending Saturday classes. Despite this, Voldemort could still sense Yags' watchful gaze on him. In his dormitory, Yags was preparing to go home for the holidays. His preparations were minimal, just packing a few unfinished books. Although he hadn't gained many achievement points, his natural talent had led to significant progress. His disarming charm had advanced to level 7, and other spells had also improved. He planned to upgrade his equipment for the final battle at the end of the year. After arriving at platform 9 3/4 on the Hogwarts Express, Yags spotted an elegant woman in a green robe waiting in the distance. A genuine smile spread across his face. "Aunt Vita, it's been a long time." A semester at Hogwarts was the first time Argus had been separated from Vita for an extended period since he had crossed over into the Harry Potter world. Having been together day and night for so many years, Vita had gradually taken on the role of a mother in his life. Standing at King's Cross Station, Argus's eyes swept over Vita and Professor McGonagall, both wearing similar dark green robes. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, do all old women have a thing for dark green? Seeing Argus standing there in a daze, Vita mistakenly thought he was overwhelmed with excitement at their reunion. She gently took his hand and softly said, "Let's go home." They moved to a secluded corner, and after a few instances of apparition, they arrived at the estate they had bought earlier. The estate was spotless, a testament to Vita's meticulous care. She warmly asked, "Would you like something to eat? I've prepared a lot of your favorites." Looking at the food on the table, Argus couldn't help but think of the delicious meals prepared by the house elves at Hogwarts. Despite his hesitation, he forced himself to eat most of the food, managing a strained smile. After putting down his utensils, Argus picked up the latest profit report from the Saints group. In just a few months, the group had generated nearly 20,000 galleons in revenue. This figure was astonishing, considering that the average wizard earned only 60 to 80 galleons a month, and even Hogwarts professors made only about 250 to 300 galleons. Harry, who was considered quite wealthy in the wizarding world, had inherited only a few thousand galleons. Argus sighed. Indeed, in any world, the most profitable thing is always capital. As he continued to browse the documents, he noticed that other shops in Diagon Alley had adopted similar sales tactics to ensure their own profits. Argus sneered, thinking, "You guys really don't want to use your brains at all. Do you think copying my sales methods will make you money?" With Christmas approaching, Argus decided to showcase his real marketing skills. He called Vita over and detailed his Christmas sales plan. Vita listened in astonishment and worriedly asked, "Will this work? Won't it affect our profits?" Argus patiently explained, "Lower margins but higher volume. Besides, we're not really selling at a loss, just making a bit less per item. Aunt Vita, only sold goods are valuable. Sitting on inventory is worthless. Plus, we've already established ourselves in Diagon Alley. Our next step to replace Gringotts requires a lot of galleons. Turning our stock into galleons is the way to go." Vita then asked, "What about Gringotts? Do you have a plan for them?" Argus replied, "Gringotts has been quiet for too long. The last incident there was when I first started school." Vita smiled knowingly. "Got it. I'm not great at business, but when it comes to this kind of thing, I know it well. Grindelwald used to do similar work, and now I finally have a chance to get back into it. Make sure it's big, so their major clients see it firsthand. Don't worry, leave it to me." Argus responded confidently. 3 days later, Christmas arrived as expected. Diagon Alley was filled with festive cheer, with Christmas-themed decorations and gifts everywhere. However, instead of wandering around, the wizards were all gathered around the Saints' shops, packed so tightly that there was hardly any room to move. That morning, wizards arriving at Diagon Alley had received exciting news. During Christmas, all goods at the Saints' shops would be sold at reduced prices, with additional discounts for larger purchases. Spend 10 galleons and get 3 off. Spend 20 and get 7 off. Spend 50 and get 20 off. The more you buy, the more you save. And it applies across all their stores. This news spread like wildfire, instantly igniting the entire Diagon Alley. Wizards, not known for their math skills, were already dazzled by the discounts, let alone the additional savings. They swarmed the Saints' shops like mad, and if Argus hadn't prepared in advance, the wizarding world might have seen its first stampede incident. Inside the store, chaos reigned as the sales clerks were overwhelmed. "Give me a pint of acromantula venom. I need a feather from a fwooper. I'll take a pint of boomslong skin. I need a wizard's robe." The shouts from customers filled the air. The 10 sales clerks originally scheduled were far from enough. Even the aurors tasked with maintaining order were lost in the crowd, with some even joining in the shopping spree. After all, they risked their lives for just over 100 galleons a month, and they weren't about to miss out on a rare sale. As noon approached, the frenzy at the Saints' shops only intensified. Argus stepped forward, his wand amplifying his voice, and addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, please don't worry. The Saints' shops have ample stock. There will be no shortages, so there's no need to rush. Please queue in an orderly fashion. Wizards waiting outside. We've prepared a rest area for you with unlimited refreshments." A cheer erupted from the crowd. Argus signaled to the Saints members behind him, and tables and chairs were swiftly set up near the shops. Long barriers were also erected at the entrance to prevent too many people from rushing in at once. Not far away, several pureblood shop owners watched the scene with gritted teeth. They had painstakingly copied the Saints' sales model to retain their customers and had even lowered their prices again for Christmas. But they hadn't anticipated such a move from the Saints. It was too late to lower their prices now. All the wizards had been drawn to the Saints. Looking at the bustling crowd at the Saints' shops and the desolate scene at their own, the shop owners felt utterly defeated. Just then, a violent explosion suddenly rang out. Boom! A thunderous explosion rocked Diagon Alley, leaving the once busy wizards frozen in shock. Even the ever-vigilant aurors stood dumbfounded, staring in disbelief towards the source of the sound. Since Voldemort's fall, the British wizarding world hadn't experienced such a violent incident. What was even more shocking was that it happened in the heavily guarded Gringotts. Argus was well prepared. Shaking off his brief shock, he shouted, "All Saints members, prepare for battle. Follow me for security." He led a large group of Saints members towards Gringotts, surrounding the bank. Amid the chaos, no one noticed Vita and a few Saints slipping in unnoticed. Argus wasn't concerned about Vita's actions. His instructions to Vita were simple: create chaos, make a big scene, and further damage Gringotts' reputation. After all, losing a galleon twice in a row under attack was highly suspicious. As the Saints were about to enter Gringotts, a few enraged goblins burst out from the entrance, blocking their way. "What do you think you're doing with so many people?" "Robbery," one goblin shrieked. Maintaining his usual politeness and charm, Argus smiled and explained, "I'm sorry, Mr. Goblin. We just heard an explosion at Gringotts and came to see if any help was needed." "Help is not needed," the goblin snapped. "No one is allowed inside Gringotts. Please leave." Argus nodded gracefully and turned away without hesitation. His objective was achieved. Vita had infiltrated without raising suspicion. Lingering would only arouse more doubts. However, Argus's retreat had a different impact on the other wizards. Compared to the arrogant pureblood shops and the greedy Gringotts, the Saints group, which often held promotions, was far more popular. Many wizards started to sympathize with Argus. A bunch of short-sighted fools, not recognizing good intentions. Mr. Grindelwald came to help, and they kicked him out without a thank you. Who knows what's really happening inside? Maybe those goblins are crying wolf. Exactly. These goblins are always eyeing our money. Last time they said nothing was stolen, and now they won't let anyone in. Definitely something fishy. The goblins were infuriated by these remarks, and a few rushed out of Gringotts, ready to fight. At this critical moment, Argus waved his wand, casting an explosive spell at the entrance of Gringotts. The deafening blast made the goblins halt immediately. "Are you planning to start the third rebellion, goblin?" Argus asked coldly. This question was like a bucket of cold water on the goblins' heads, and the leading goblin broke into a cold sweat. The surrounding wizards also drew their wands, eyeing Gringotts warily. The air was thick with tension, ready to erupt. Suddenly, flashbulbs went off as a few journalists raised their cameras, frantically capturing the scene. This unexpected conflict was perfect news material. Terrified, the goblins quickly apologized. We got too agitated. Rest assured, we'll leave immediately." With that, they scurried back into Gringotts. Argus gave a slight bow, expressing his gratitude to the watching wizards. His action won even more favor. "Mr. Grindelwald, you're too kind. It's what we should do." "Exactly, those goblins. I've never liked them. I think I'll withdraw all my galleons from Gringotts. Can't trust them anymore." At that moment, Scrimgeour arrived with a team of aurors, who had finally made it to the scene. Seeing Argus, Scrimgeour immediately drew his wand and demanded, "Mr. Grindelwald, I think you owe us an explanation for your presence here." Scrimgeour's action infuriated the wizards present. They quickly surrounded the aurors, wands at the ready. The atmosphere was charged with hostility. "What do you think you're doing? I represent the British Ministry of Magic. Put your wands down," Scrimgeour shouted, but no one paid attention. Some hot-tempered wizards had their wand tips glowing red. "Stop. I am the head of aurors, and I order you to stop. Do you know the gravity of attacking an auror?" Scrimgeour yelled, his voice hoarse, but his words fell on deaf ears. Just as the situation was about to explode, Argus raised his right hand gently. "Stop," he said calmly. Miraculously, the wizards began to lower their wands. "Listen to Mr. Grindelwald," they reminded each other. Although some were still reluctant, spitting in Scrimgeour's direction, the tension eased. Scrimgeour was stunned. "I've been shouting for so long with no effect, and you say one word, and they stop?" He stared at Argus in disbelief. "You're just a shop owner. How come your words carry more weight than mine, the head of aurors?" Creak. The grand doors of Gringotts slowly opened, and a group of anxious goblins rushed out, as if they'd seen their savior, and swarmed towards Scrimgeour. They began clamoring about Argus's actions, their voices filled with grievance and anger, oblivious to the increasingly dangerous glances from the surrounding crowd. A few quick-witted aurors took advantage of the standoff, swiftly gathering information from bystanders to understand the situation. They hurried to Scrimgeour's side and reported the incident objectively, neither blaming Argus entirely nor embellishing his image. After hearing the report, Scrimgeour did not immediately order a retreat. His sharp eyes remained fixed on Argus, as if trying to see through his soul. Though Argus's actions seemed beyond reproach on the surface, Scrimgeour's seasoned intuition told him that this incident was somehow connected to the Saints. "You lot, stay here and keep an eye on them. I'll take another team inside to investigate," Scrimgeour commanded his aurors, giving Argus one last penetrating look before leading his team into Gringotts. Argus was reluctant to linger, but the other aurors, evidently acting on a signal from Scrimgeour, insisted on detaining them. This move further fueled the discontent among the surrounding wizards. To avoid conflict, Argus raised his hand, signaling everyone to be patient. Half an hour passed with no sign of activity from within Gringotts. It was noon, and even the winter sun was blinding. Many wizards grew impatient and increasingly dissatisfied with the aurors' actions, clamoring to leave. What is the Ministry of Magic doing? We try to help and end up in trouble. Exactly. Let us leave now, or don't blame us for getting rough. Honey, calm down, say less. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll never let you speak again. The tension escalated, and a few aurors looked to Argus for help. However, Argus was also unwilling to stay any longer, worried about the business at his saint's shop. Just as the aurors were losing control of the situation, Scrimgeour emerged from Gringotts with a few goblins. Quiet down, he barked at the noisy crowd. One auror cautiously asked, Chief, the wizards here want to go back. Should we? Scrimgeour waved his hand dismissively. Let them go. The aurors breathed a sigh of relief and began preparing to let the crowd leave when Scrimgeour's cold voice cut through the air again. But Mr. Grindelwald, you're coming with us. Argus's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly composed himself. I was in my shop hosting an event when the explosion happened at Gringotts. Why are you arresting me, Mr. Scrimgeour? Scrimgeour sneered. Mr. Grindelwald, you may have an alibi, but your saints do not. So, you can choose. Either you come with us, or we take one of your saints. I find them much easier to break than you. Vita instinctively drew her wand and stepped in front of Argus. Argus smiled slightly and gently pushed her hand down. Fine, I'll go with you. Scrimgeour grinned triumphantly and signaled the aurors to apprehend him. The saints' members drew their wands, ready to fight. Stand down. Argus's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. He turned to Scrimgeour. I hope you won't regret your decision. Scrimgeour laughed heartily. That's not for you to worry about, Mr. Grindelwald. Let's go, he said, striding away with satisfaction. In the crowd, a witch broke free from her husband's grasp. Are you even a man? Mr. Grindelwald stood up for us, fought the goblins of Gringotts, and gave us huge discounts at Diagon Alley. And you just let the ministry take him away without a fight? The crowd fell silent, many lowering their heads in shame. Witches and wizards clenched their fists, feeling guilty about Argus's efforts. Honey, please stop. The chastised wizard muttered, gently tugging his wife's sleeve. Get lost. How did I end up with such a coward? The witch snapped angrily. Listen up, I'm going to the ministry to get some answers. If any of you have a conscience, you'll ask yourselves what you've done. She disapparated, leaving the crowd looking at each other in guilt. The news spread quickly, causing an uproar in the British wizarding community. The days leading up to Christmas, usually a time of joy and reunion, were marred this year. Instead of investigating the true culprits behind the Gringotts explosion, the ministry had arrested someone who had tried to help. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy frowned deeply. Draco rushed in, saying urgently, Father, Argus is innocent. You have to help him. Lucius replied sternly, I'll visit the other families and gather them to confront Fudge at the ministry. Narcissa, please prepare for tonight's dinner with Draco. Don't worry, go ahead, Narcissa replied. Similar scenes played out in other pureblood families. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, the heads of the four houses gathered. I know why you're here, Dumbledore began, but Professor Sprout interrupted him. Headmaster, Argus is a good kid. He was only trying to help. We can't stand by and let him be wronged. Professor Sprout said sternly. Professor Flitwick nodded in agreement. The truth of the matter is clear. Professor McGonagall added decisively, we cannot allow a Hogwarts student to be slandered. Though Snape remained silent, his expression spoke volumes. Under Vita's instigation, the news spread like wildfire throughout the British wizarding world. The older members of the Saints, leveraging their extensive networks, quickly reached out to influential figures from various sectors. While these individuals weren't at the core of the power structure, they wielded significant influence in their respective fields. Their collective questioning forced even the British Ministry of Magic to take notice. Meanwhile, far away in Romania, the Weasley family also caught wind of the news. Molly, once a top auror, was furious upon hearing it and nearly shouted, How could they do such a thing? Argus is such a good child. We can't let him be wronged. She turned to her husband Arthur. Are we still going to see Charlie? She cut herself off, then decisively said, Forget it. We're going back to Britain right now. I need to have a word with Scrimgeour about what he's up to. Ginny, who didn't fully understand the ministry's inner workings, nodded vigorously in agreement. That's right. We need to confront them. At that moment, the atmosphere in the Auror office at the British Ministry of Magic was tense. Argus sat quietly in a chair, his expression calm as if he were an outsider. Several aurors watched him warily, fearing that this seemingly harmless boy might suddenly do something unexpected. Suddenly, a woman with pink hair and a leather jacket burst through the door. "Tonks, what are you doing here?" an auror shouted. "I'm warning you, this person is extremely dangerous." The director said no one is allowed near him. Tonks let out a derisive laugh. "Dangerous? Tell me, how dangerous can an 11-year-old first-year student be? What heinous crime did he commit for you to treat him like this?" Ignoring her colleague's warning, she walked straight to Argus and placed some bread on the table. "Hungry? Eat something." Noticing Argus's puzzled look, Tonks smiled and reassured him. "Don't worry, there's no potion in the bread." To prove her point, she took a piece and ate it herself. It was then that Argus remembered who she was. Tonks, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, a metamorph Magus, and Lupin's wife. Her mother was a member of the Black family who had married a Muggle. By lineage, Tonks should call Bellatrix and Narcissa her aunts. In the original story, Tonks was a rebellious but righteous witch who ultimately died heroically alongside Lupin during the Battle of Hogwarts. "Go on, eat," Tonks urged again when she saw Argus hesitating. Just then, the office door was violently pushed open, and Scrimgeour entered with a dark expression. Seeing the bread on the table, he became furious. "Who brought this in? Who allowed you to bring food in here?" Tonks stood her ground and confronted him. "Since when does the ministry forbid giving a child some bread?" "Is he a child?" Scrimgeour roared. "He's a criminal." "What crime did he commit?" Tonks retorted. "Saving someone? Or not giving our Auror director a candy?" "And I'm Fedora." Scrimgeour spat out her full name through gritted teeth. "What did you call me?" Tonks's temper flared instantly. The name Nymphedora was a sore spot for her, as it sounded similar to an inappropriate term in English. Scrimgeour's use of it was a deliberate provocation. "Director, calm down." Several aurors quickly intervened. One female auror wisely pulled Tonks outside, while another whispered something into Scrimgeour's ear. Argus could faintly catch words like minister, outside, and making a big fuss. A slight smile played on Argus's lips. He knew that public opinion could be ignored temporarily, but never indefinitely. If neglected for too long, it would backfire disastrously. After listening to the report, Scrimgeour's face showed displeasure. "The deed is done. Letting him go now would make the ministry look weak. I have my own plans for this. You don't need to worry." He pulled out a chair and sat opposite Argus, towering over him menacingly. "I advise you to cooperate and tell me why you went to Gringotts this afternoon." "To save someone," Argus replied calmly. From the moment he was taken to the ministry, he had guessed they had no substantial evidence. Otherwise, he would have been sent to trial long ago, not sitting here leisurely eating bread. Still not being honest. Scrimgeour slammed the table, his already grim face becoming even more menacing. "Do you think I won't act against you?" Any other young wizard might have been trembling in fear by now, but Argus, who had survived countless assassination attempts from a young age, found this level of intimidation trivial. "If I'm not mistaken, the news of my wrongful arrest by the ministry has already spread." Argus maintained his gentle smile. "If I walk out of the ministry with injuries, how do you think the wizards outside will react?" Scrimgeour felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly realized that this seemingly harmless boy had seen through everything. "You think I can't deal with you?" Scrimgeour's eyes turned red with rage. "Bring me Veritaserum. I don't believe the saints are completely clean." "Director." The aurors were horrified. The use of Veritaserum was strictly regulated, only allowed in specific circumstances, and its testimonies weren't usually admissible in court. More importantly, if the public found out they had used Veritaserum on an 11-year-old, it would incite outrage among ordinary wizards, and the pureblood families in Britain would be especially alarmed. Few of these families were entirely innocent, and the misuse of Veritaserum would cross a line for them. "Director, please reconsider." "Yes, Director. If the wizards outside find out we used Veritaserum on a child, they might storm the ministry." "Silence!" Scrimgeour roared. "If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility. It has nothing to do with you." He was panting heavily, clearly having lost his composure. As a man who despised evil and had a stubborn nature, his prejudice against the saints ran deep, and he was determined to eradicate them. While chaos reigned in the ministry, a large group of prominent wizards suddenly gathered outside Fudge's office on another floor. The ministry staff tried to stop them, but they were seriously outnumbered. Moreover, these visitors were all notable figures, and the employees didn't want to offend them. Bang! The door to the British Minister of Magic's office was forcefully pushed open. Fudge looked up with a frown, but the next words left him utterly stunned. "Minister Fudge, I believe you owe the British wizarding community an explanation," said a respected elder wizard gravely. "When did the British Ministry of Magic become a puppet department that takes orders from Gringotts goblins?" Fudge stood in the Minister of Magic's office, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had been reviewing documents when suddenly a giant hat was placed on his head. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense, and he glanced around desperately, hoping someone would explain what was happening. At that moment, Umbridge of the Ministry's most loyal followers rushed forward, handing Fudge a stack of freshly printed newspapers. Fudge grabbed them hastily, scanning the headlines, and felt a wave of dizziness. Scrimgeour, how could you be so reckless? Fudge raged inwardly. That little brat isn't someone you can just capture. The Death Eaters have infiltrated every corner of Britain, not to mention the pureblood families led by the Malfoys. They aren't ones the Ministry can easily offend. Besides, he's protecting ordinary wizards. The public opinion among British wizards could drown us. Fudge steadied himself by gripping the desk, trying to stabilize his trembling body. He took a deep breath and turned to the furious wizards around him, attempting to speak calmly. Everyone, please calm down. This is just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Came a mocking laugh from the crowd. What kind of misunderstanding leads to an 11-year-old being dragged into the Ministry? If there hadn't been so many wizards present, would you have thrown him into Azkaban? Fudge felt a splitting headache and hurried to explain. No, absolutely not. I think Scrimgeour just wanted to ask him a few questions. Once everything is clarified, we'll safely send Mr. Grindelwald back. Questions? A wizard sneered. Do questions require aurors to escort him? Do they require threatening other people's lives? Do you think we're blind? Today, if the Ministry doesn't give us a reasonable explanation, we'll go to the International Confederation of Wizards, to the Wisengamot. Another wizard threatened. We refuse to believe the British Ministry can cover everything up. Fudge kept mopping his forehead with a handkerchief, his voice trembling slightly. Please, trust us, trust the British Ministry of Magic. We will ensure Mr. Grindelwald receives justice. He then turned and snapped at Umbridge. Go get Mr. Grindelwald out here. What are you waiting for? Umbridge, looking aggrieved, replied, Minister, it's not that I don't want to, but the Ministry is completely surrounded by British wizards. Everyone is maintaining order. We don't have the manpower. Fool. Fudge nearly jumped up. Are you even human? I asked, are you human? At that moment, the office door swung open, and several figures walked in. Arthur Weasley frowned at Lucius Malfoy, who responded with a disdainful snort. Do I need to report my presence to you? Lucius said coldly. I'm here on serious business, not to bicker with you. Arthur gave Lucius a glance and walked straight toward Fudge. Lucius, not wanting to engage further, led a group of pureblood family representatives into the office. Seeing these people, Fudge's unease intensified. He forced a smile. Mr. Malfoy? And Mr. Parkinson, Mr. Greengrass, Mr. Knott, what brings you all here? Lucius replied calmly. Nothing much. We're just here to inquire about Mr. Grindelwald. Though his tone was even, his presence made it clear where they stood. Fudge knew these pureblood patriarchs weren't here for a simple inquiry. Fudge quickly said, of course he's fine. Mr. Grindelwald was just brought in for some questions. I was about to send someone to check if it was over, but it seems you've arrived first. Just then, an angry female voice came from outside the door. Trust the Ministry? Trusting you means being treated like dark wizards and thrown into the interrogation room? Everyone turned to see Professor McGonagall storming in, followed by a composed Dumbledore. With the heads of Hogwarts' 4 houses gathered, the tension in the room escalated even further. Professor McGonagall, as the head and teacher of Hogwarts, has always been dutiful and responsible. She cares for and protects her students regardless of their house. Whenever students face danger or injustice, she is always the first to step forward. At this moment, several key figures from Hogwarts have gathered at the Ministry of Magic, causing Minister Fudge to lose his composure. He quickly exits his office, forcing a smile. Professor Dumbledore, heads of houses, long time no see. I assume you're here about. Professor McGonagall doesn't let him finish. She cuts straight to the point. Minister Fudge, I'd like to know what crime my student has committed to warrant being taken to the Ministry for detention. Fudge is instantly tongue-tied, unable to form a coherent response. The 4 Hogwarts professors standing together represent not just themselves but the entire school. It's worth noting that over 80% of the British wizarding community are Hogwarts alumni. This school is essentially the cradle of British wizards. How many of them have been students of these professors? Once they speak out, it is bound to cause a significant impact. More importantly, aside from the 4 heads of houses, there is the preeminent figure in the British magical world, Dumbledore. His status in the hearts of British wizards far surpasses that of the Ministry of Magic. Even Fudge's position as Minister of Magic was a role Dumbledore allowed him to take. In such a situation, Fudge dares not show any negligence. He reluctantly says, well, Professor McGonagall, I have already sent someone to look into it. Please wait a moment. It will be Cornelius. Dumbledore suddenly interrupts Fudge, his expression serious. You'd better go to the Ministry's main hall. Perhaps you'll change your mind. Fudge frowns in confusion. The main hall? Dumbledore gives Fudge no chance to relax, directly saying, "Let's go. I also want to see how Argus is doing." With that, he leads the way towards the Auror office. Arthur and Molly Weasley step forward to greet Dumbledore, and the others follow suit. Even Lucius Malfoy has to show some respect to the greatest white wizard of the age. Dumbledore then notices that the crowd around Fudge's office is all here because of Argus. This realization both shocks and concerns him. Prominent wizards, pureblood families, and now the support of Hogwarts. Unknowingly, this young man has woven a vast network of connections in the British wizarding world. With the goodwill generated by the Saint Shop and this incident, his reputation is bound to rise again. This is detrimental to Dumbledore's future plans and Harry's development. He silently regrets his previous hesitation. Now, Argus has grown too powerful to be easily dealt with. The group arrives at the main hall of the Ministry, and Fudge is stunned by the scene before him. The entire hall is packed with people, and a large number of aurors and staff are struggling to maintain order. What is going on? Fudge quickly grabs an auror, his hand instinctively reaching for his wand. Earlier, Umbridge had mentioned it in passing, and he hadn't paid much attention, thinking there would be at most a dozen people. But the scene before him far exceeded his expectations, with at least 100 or 200 people. In his shock, Fudge wishes he could hide behind Dumbledore. Lucius and the others had already seen the scene upon their arrival, and showed no particular reaction. The auror, sweating profusely, stammered an explanation. "Minister, the newspapers have spread the word. They say we are abusing our power and arresting people arbitrarily. And some papers say..." "Say what?" Fudge roared. "They say we're colluding with the goblins of Gringotts, staging a show just to seize the assets of the Saint Group." Fudge's forehead veins bulged as he gritted his teeth. "Which reporter wrote this?" "Rita Skeeter." "Her again." Fudge nearly fainted on the spot. He looked at the angry crowd, swallowed hard, and reluctantly stepped forward. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Cornelius Fudge, the British Minister of Magic. Please, do not act rashly. If you have any questions, you can tell me." But his plea was met with nothing but jeers and insults. Helpless, Fudge turned to the last person he wanted to ask for help, Dumbledore. Dumbledore stepped forward calmly and said softly, "Quiet." Though his voice was not loud, it was clear to everyone present. "It's Professor Dumbledore," someone in the crowd exclaimed. "Professor, are you here to seek justice for Mr. Grindelwald?" "Let the professor speak." The crowd gradually quieted down, and all attention shifted to Dumbledore and his group. Dumbledore spoke. "I understand your feelings. As the headmaster of Mr. Grindelwald, I am also deeply saddened by this incident. But please trust me, trust Hogwarts, and trust the Ministry of Magic. We will ensure that Mr. Grindelwald receives justice." "That's right," Fudge quickly echoed. "I, as the Minister of Magic, assure you all, please go back for now." Fudge had hoped that borrowing Dumbledore's authority would make the crowd obedient. However, not a single person moved, causing his face to turn quite awkward. Dumbledore sighed and spoke again. "Everyone, please consider the feelings of the Ministry staff. They have work to do as well. Staying here not only delays their time, but also affects others who need help." A voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. "We'll just stay here and not cause trouble." Others quickly echoed. "That's right. We just want to see Mr. Grindelwald and make sure he's okay, then we'll leave." "Yes, we'll leave after seeing him. Just one look and we'll go." Dumbledore looked at Fudge, who thought for a moment and nodded. Inwardly, he cursed Scrimgeour's ancestors. "You caused such a big mess and now hide in your office, making me bear all the responsibility. Is this something a human would do?" Suppressing his anger, Fudge waved his hand, instructing most of the Ministry employees to leave the hall and return to their work. The wizards in the hall kept their promise, staying quietly in place without demanding entry into the Ministry. The group made their way to the Auror office. Before they even entered, they saw several aurors rushing inside like mice seeing a cat. Stupefy them all. Snape, being a double agent, was highly sensitive to people's expressions and actions. He decisively immobilized the aurors. Then with a wave of his wand, the office door burst open. Inside, Argus was seated in a chair, surrounded by aurors treating him like a dangerous criminal, not allowing him to move. Tonks was being restrained by two aurors, struggling continuously. Meanwhile, Scrimgeour was approaching Argus with a small vial of an unknown potion. This scene completely enraged the Hogwarts professors present. Even the usually mild-mannered Professor Flitwick couldn't help but angrily exclaim, "Minister Fudge, is this what you call questioning? Is this your idea of safety? Well done. The British Ministry of Magic has truly outdone itself." The moment Fudge stepped into the room, his mind went blank. The scene before him made his heart stop. Scrimgeour really did torture Argus, and he was caught red-handed. He glanced around. Every Hogwarts professor had a face like thunder. Professor McGonagall's eyes blazed with fury. Snape's lips were pressed into a tight line, and even the usually kind Professor Sprout clutched her wand tightly. Fudge realized these educators would never tolerate such treatment of their students. Scrimgeour, clearly not expecting anyone to burst in, stood frozen in place. Fudge wished he could throttle the fool on the spot, gritting out, "Scrimgeour, what have you done?" Snape, ever the keen observer, noticed something off about the potion in Scrimgeour's hand. Before Fudge could react, Snape had drawn his wand and shouted, "Expelliarmus!" Scrimgeour was sent flying, the potion flung from his grasp. "Accio!" Snape commanded, and the potion landed neatly in his hand. He uncorked it, took a sniff, and his face darkened instantly. Dumbledore calmly asked, "What is it, Severus?" "Veritaserum." Snape spat out the word coldly. The word struck like a thunderbolt, enraging the Hogwarts professors and causing even Lucius and the others to look at Scrimgeour with complex expressions. The head of the Parkinson family sneered, "Minister Fudge, I didn't know the ministry kept such things on hand." Truly eye-opening. Fudge hastily tried to explain, "Mr. Parkinson, please, let me—" Professor McGonagall cut him off icily. "I think the minister should first explain why our student was subjected to this." Fudge was at a loss for words. How could he have known Scrimgeour would use such a thing? This was too big a scandal for him to bear alone, let alone the entire British Ministry of Magic. He and Scrimgeour were never on good terms, and now he was furious. McGonagall's questioning made him even more frustrated, but he couldn't afford to offend anyone present. Fudge, humiliated and enraged, glared at the surrounding aurors. "Are you blind? Let go of Mr. Grindelwald immediately." The aurors, terrified of getting implicated, quickly backed away. Molly Weasley rushed forward, enveloping Argus in a comforting embrace. "It's all right, dear, it's all right." Argus's lips curled into a slight smile, but his eyes quickly reddened as he clung to Mrs. Weasley, as if he had endured great suffering. He thought to himself, since things have come to this, why not take advantage and wring some compensation out of this? Otherwise, this trip to the ministry would be for nothing. Sure enough, the looks around him turned to pity and anger. Professor McGonagall glanced at Dumbledore, who then looked at Argus before turning to Fudge. "Cornelius, I need an explanation." Fudge took a deep breath, his gaze like daggers toward Scrimgeour. "Scrimgeour, tell me, who authorized you to use this on an 11-year-old student?" Scrimgeour was about to speak when Mrs. Weasley interrupted. "I think it might be better to let Tonks explain. Don't you agree, Minister?" Her emphasis on minister dripped with sarcasm. Tonks, now free from her restraints, flexed her wrists and recounted everything that had happened since she arrived at the office. After hearing her story, the anger in the room only intensified. Several hot-tempered wizards had already drawn their wands. Even the usually gentle Professor Sprout was trembling with rage, gripping her wand as if ready to strike. Professor McGonagall, barely maintaining her composure, stepped in front of Professor Sprout, gently tugging at her sleeve. Fudge forced a strained smile. "I'm terribly sorry, Professor Sprout. The British Ministry of Magic will ensure Hogwarts receives a satisfactory explanation. But for now, we should send Mr. Grindelwald to St. Mungo's Hospital for a checkup, just to be safe." Mrs. Weasley quickly checked Argus for any visible injuries and, finding none, relaxed a bit. Just as she was about to take him to the hospital, Umbridge's sickly sweet voice chimed in, "Minister, I don't think it's convenient for Mr. Grindelwald to leave right now." Fudge, still fuming, snapped, "Get out of my way. This has nothing to do with you. If Mr. Grindelwald's treatment is delayed, can you bear the responsibility?" Umbridge remained unfazed. "Minister, there are quite a few wizards waiting in the hall. If they see Mr. Grindelwald in this state, there will surely be an uproar." Fudge hesitated. She was right. The crowd outside wasn't going to disperse easily. He had promised to let Argus make an appearance, but in his current condition, showing him would cause chaos and potentially topple his position as minister. Mrs. Weasley, furious, shouted, "So, to protect the ministry's reputation, you're willing to let Argus stay here and suffer?" She started to push through with Argus. "I'm taking him to the hospital now. Let's see who dares to stop me." Arthur Weasley silently took his place on Argus's other side, clearly indicating that anyone who wanted to interfere would have to go through him first. In the tense standoff, Argus suddenly spoke, breaking free from Mrs. Weasley's embrace and giving Lucius a meaningful look. "I think it would be better if I went to the ministry hall to calm the wizards down. They've been waiting too long, and staying here only wastes their time and the ministry's resources. Besides, I'm not really hurt. There's no rush." Mrs. Weasley looked conflicted. "You always think of others, even now. Do you realize it's this very nature that gets you into trouble?" Argus smiled faintly. "It's all right. Let Minister Fudge accompany me." "Fudge. No, I should." Argus interrupted. "Minister Fudge represents the ministry. Only together can we assure the wizards outside and minimize the impact on the ministry." The question is, will the minister accompany me? Yes, of course. Fudge, fearful Argus might change his mind, quickly agreed. In a corner, unnoticed, Argus's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. The first act of his performance had concluded successfully. Now, it was time to prepare for the second. The two walked side by side towards the Ministry of Magic's main hall. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the empty corridor. Only when Cornelius Fudge was sure that Dumbledore and the others couldn't hear them did he hesitantly speak, his voice tinged with evident anxiety. Mr. Grindelwald, about the Veritasrum matter, please keep it a secret. If the British wizards find out that Scrimgeour used this potion without authorization, it would be a catastrophic blow to the ministry's reputation. Fudge's eyes flickered nervously, fearing that Argus might refuse. He quickly added, rest assured, the British Ministry of Magic will give you a satisfactory answer on this matter. Argus turned to Fudge, a meaningful smile creeping onto his face, his eyes glinting with cunning. Minister Fudge, do you really want to cover this up? Fudge frowned in confusion, a hint of caution in his tone. What do you mean? Argus's voice was low and captivating, each word carrying an almost hypnotic power. Or perhaps I should rephrase the question. Are you content with being a puppet? Fudge's expression froze instantly. Argus continued, before I came to Britain, I conducted a thorough investigation of the Ministry of Magic. It is divided into 7 departments, but these departments are far from harmonious as outsiders might think. Argus's words struck at Fudge's vulnerability like a sharp sword. Before becoming the minister, Fudge was the head of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. His rise to minister was quite fortuitous. If it weren't for Barty Crouch's son being a devoted Death Eater, the position would never have fallen to him. Fudge's face grew increasingly pale, but Argus mercilessly continued to expose the truth. As a result, there are very few departments within the ministry that he can control. Barty Crouch, Amelia Bones, Rufus Scrimgeour, Pious Thickness. Each of them wields significant power, none of them within Fudge's grasp. Barty Crouch can even rival him, always ready to replace him. Argus's words hammered at Fudge's pride. If it weren't for this, Fudge wouldn't be spending his days currying favor with the British pureblood families, hoping to gain their support. Fudge's voice turned angry, his hands clenching involuntarily. Mr. Grindelwald, do you realize what you're saying? Just for these words, I can. Argus interrupted him without concern, locking eyes with Fudge, his tone dripping with enchantment. Minister Fudge, there's no need for these pointless words. Think carefully. If today's events reach the ears of the British wizards, what will they think of Scrimgeour? Fudge tried to argue, but the British Ministry of Magic will also. Argus chuckled softly, cutting him off. What will happen? At most, they'll curse a bit. They can't abolish it, can they? But if this matter goes public, it will be a devastating blow to Scrimgeour's reputation. It's not impossible to see him dragged into a courtroom. Argus's words dissected the ministry's power structure like a sharp knife. Scrimgeour controls the Auror Office, the most crucial part of the ministry. If he is brought down, the position of head of the Auror Office will be vacant. Fudge fell into deep thought, and Argus continued his analysis. The Auror Office belongs to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia's territory. She is highly esteemed in the ministry. Even if Scrimgeour is imprisoned, she could temporarily take over the Auror Office. Fudge retorted, although the Auror Office is nominally part of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, in reality, it operates almost independently. It's hard to use this opportunity to bring down Amelia. Argus stopped walking and looked towards the hall, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Minister Fudge, do you think the average British wizard knows this? The truth is never important. What matters is what people believe. Argus's words were like a cold splash of water, waking Fudge up. They only know that the Aurors belong to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. How much do they know about the internal affairs? If Amelia chooses to disclose the internal details, she would lose the chance to meddle in the Auror Office again. If she doesn't disclose it, this scandal would be enough to make all British wizards doubt her. No matter what she chooses, she can only watch as the Auror Office slips away from her grasp. Isn't that right? Fudge remained silent, looking at Argus with a newfound respect, even a touch of fear. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. What is your goal in doing this? I don't believe in help without reason. Argus had anticipated this and calmly replied, my father. Fudge was taken aback, then remembered Argus's identity. The son of Grindelwald. Argus nodded in confirmation. That's right. You should be aware of the relationship between the Saints and Dumbledore. You know even better how Dumbledore influences you. Fudge felt he had grasped the truth, his tone noticeably more relaxed. You want me to help you against Dumbledore? Argus turned his head, locking eyes with Fudge, his voice low and filled with allure. Minister Fudge, are you really content with being Dumbledore's puppet forever? A puppet minister who always has to look at others' faces and is ignored when mentioned? Fudge's face turned unusually grim. Mr. Grindelwald, Watch your tone. Argus's words were dripping with sarcasm. Tone? With someone who could be ousted at any moment, do I still need to watch my tone? Dumbledore's little puppet? Fudge's face reddened visibly, his eyes glaring at Argus, unable to utter a retort. Argus continued, Minister Fudge, there's no need to glare at me. You know I'm telling the truth. If you want me to keep this quiet and pretend nothing happened, continuing to live under Dumbledore's shadow, I can understand. After all, being a puppet minister isn't so bad. Though you have to look at others' faces, it's still better than being an ordinary wizard. Oh, by the way, I'll need you to keep watching the shop. You can earn quite a bit of galleons that way. After all, it's all you can do. Fudge, in a fit of rage, pulled out his wand and pointed it at Argus. Shut up. I said shut up. Argus walked towards Fudge until the wand was pressed against his chest, not stopping. His voice was low and mesmerizing, each word carrying a hypnotic power. You have one chance. Will you continue being a puppet, or will you take a step forward to truly control the Ministry of Magic? Answer me. Sweat beaded on Fudge's forehead. His eyes reddened, breathing heavily. He struggled internally. Finally, he burst out with a roar. No, no, no. I am not a puppet. I will never be Dumbledore's marionette. Never. Argus smiled, gently embracing the trembling Fudge. A wise choice. Fudge collapsed to the ground as if drained of all strength. His wand slipped from his limp hand, clattering softly on the floor, but he seemed oblivious. Argus stood quietly nearby, his gaze calm as he observed the disheveled appearance of the Minister of Magic. In Argus's mind, Fudge's character became increasingly clear. Outwardly friendly, but inherently weak and incompetent, lacking the support of a powerful family. To force such a person to completely sever ties with Dumbledore would indeed require some strategy. However, Fudge had a fatal flaw: a desperate thirst for power. Once that was exploited, manipulating him would be easy. Argus's thoughts turned to the Auror headquarters. He chuckled coldly, thinking how Fudge's lackeys could never manage those elite aurors. Ultimately, a suitable replacement would have to be chosen from the leaders of the aurors or other departments. This was Argus's perfect opportunity to act. Not long after arriving in the UK, Argus had already placed spies in the Ministry of Magic through Vita. They were merely waiting for key positions to become vacant, at which point they would push their own people into power. When Fudge and Amelia started fiercely competing for the position of head of Auror headquarters, it would be the perfect moment for the Saints to reap the rewards. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Fudge seemed to have somewhat calmed down. He stood up, his eyes falling on Argus, his voice tinged with weariness. Let's go, Mr. Grindelwald. If we delay any longer, who knows what trouble the professors at Hogwarts will stir up. It's best to resolve this quickly. Argus bowed gracefully, a polite smile on his face. As you wish, Minister. In the main hall of the Ministry of Magic, despite the passage of time, many wizards continued to wait quietly for Argus's appearance, adhering to their agreement. Occasionally, low murmurs could be heard in the air. Why hasn't Mr. Grindelwald come out yet? Could something have happened? Unlikely. Didn't you see the professors from Hogwarts? And Headmaster Dumbledore? With them here, they will surely ensure Mr. Grindelwald is treated fairly. That's right. Hogwarts won't let Mr. Grindelwald be wronged. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Look, Mr. Grindelwald is coming out. All eyes instantly focused on the blonde, blue-eyed youth. Voices of concern rose one after another. Mr. Grindelwald, are you all right? Argus stepped forward slowly, bowing deeply to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for your help today. Without you, I don't know how long I would have had to wait to regain my freedom. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Grindelwald, you're too kind. You were arrested by the Ministry of Magic for protecting us. We couldn't just stand by. The crowd echoed in agreement, clearly unconcerned about the time and effort they had spent. Argus took a deep breath, pausing briefly before continuing. I know everyone is curious about what I went through in the Ministry of Magic. To be honest, I was interrogated repeatedly, each time being forced to confess to crimes I did not commit. They even considered using Veritaserum to get the answers they wanted. His eyes showed a hint of sorrow, and the grievance in his voice made the crowd even angrier. The crowd turned their gaze to Fudge, seeking a reasonable explanation, but all they received was silence. Argus took note of everything. They accused me of crimes, saying I disregarded the pact between goblins and wizards by casting spells on them in public. While imprisoned, I often doubted myself. Had I really done something wrong? Maybe I should have chosen to back down. Maybe I should have chosen to keep the peace like they did. Some emotional witches were already tearing up. Several wizards clenched their fists quietly, expressing their anger without words. Argus lifted his head, his eyes sweeping over the crowd. But at this moment, seeing the hope for light in your eyes, I understand. 300 years ago, we were betrayed by those we knew best, people we once respected as leaders. They disregarded our fallen comrades and hid the entire wizarding world. Even to this day, 200 years ago, we were betrayed by those we trusted most, people who claimed to be our ministers and leaders. They ended the war between wizards and goblins and handed over the custody of galleons to the goblins. Are these people guilty? Who will judge their crimes? Argus's voice grew more passionate. If I am guilty, then my crime is defending the rights of British wizards. Deafening applause and cheers erupted in the hall, growing stronger and stronger. Most of the wizards present were ordinary folk. Having faced long-term oppression, their dissatisfaction with the wizarding elite had been building up. Argus's words undoubtedly awakened their deep-seated resentment. That's right. Well said. Why should we sacrifice, only to end up like this? Support Mr. Grindelwald. The shouts of countless people eventually converged into chants of Argus's name. Argus raised his hand to signal for silence, and the crowd instantly quieted down. Before dawn breaks, someone must light up the darkness. The burning flames will bring light to the wizarding world and guide the way for those who come after. Our destiny, the destiny of British wizards, will be created by our own hands, no longer controlled by anyone else. Grindelwald, Grindelwald, Grindelwald. The crowd was in a frenzy, the entire hall echoing with Argus's name. Seeing the excited, nearly frenzied wizards, a confident smile appeared on Argus's face. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he caught sight of several familiar figures out of the corner of his eye. Dumbledore, in his white robe, stood out starkly. His gaze at Argus was increasingly wary and complex. Meanwhile, Tonks looked particularly excited, pumping her fists and continuously cheering for Argus. Argus felt a pang of unease. After returning to school this time, it seemed his days would not be so easy. Argus furrowed his brow for a moment, then quickly relaxed. He felt a sense of relief. Although he had been somewhat impulsive, the outcome was quite favorable. He firmly believed that his remarks tonight would soon spread throughout the British wizarding community. With enough support, even Dumbledore would find it difficult to openly oppose him. Compared to Voldemort, Dumbledore's moral boundaries were indeed much higher. Argus's gaze swept over the 4 heads of houses standing behind Dumbledore. Snape remained expressionless, with a hint of a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Professor Flitwick, due to his heritage, looked somewhat conflicted and lowered his head helplessly. Professor McGonagall's emerald eyes flashed with complex emotions. Having lived through the Grindelwald era, she knew the great cost Dumbledore had paid to defeat Grindelwald. Now, a more exceptional Grindelwald was about to rise, and he was her most outstanding and proudest student. This made her feelings towards Argus extraordinarily complicated. In contrast, Professor Sprout was much simpler, her face beaming with pride for her student. Argus turned to the many wizards in the hall and spoke loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are not here for violence. We seek only fairness and justice." With that, he gave Fudge a meaningful look, signaling him to take a stand. Fudge appeared somewhat uneasy and instinctively wanted to glance back at Dumbledore's reaction. However, 2 soft coughs from Argus brought him back to reality. He faced the wizards in the hall, striving to make his voice sound firm. Given the misuse of authority, illegal use of prohibited potions, and unauthorized imprisonment of Mr. Grindelwald by Auror Office Head Mr. Scrimgeour, the Ministry of Magic will temporarily relieve Mr. Scrimgeour of all duties pending trial. The crowd erupted in cheers. Well done. That's how it should be. The Ministry finally did something right. Hearing the applause, a slight smile appeared on Fudge's face. This was the first time since becoming Minister of Magic that he had received such widespread support from wizards. He couldn't help but feel pleased, realizing that Argus had been right. This would allow him to smoothly take control of the Auror Office and significantly enhance his grip on the Ministry. Dumbledore trying to manipulate him as before? That was wishful thinking. Not forgetting the matter at hand, Fudge hurriedly urged, "Ladies and gentlemen, you've all seen Mr. Grindelwald. Please disperse. It won't be long before he can return to school and resume his classes." The wizards looked at Argus, their eyes filled with hesitation. Argus smiled and said, "Minister Fudge is right. The Ministry has work to do. Using so many resources for me alone only harms the ordinary wizards who need the Ministry's help. Thank you all for your support today. I will keep you updated through the Saints shop and newspapers in Diagon Alley. Please everyone go home." With Argus's assurance, the crowd finally began to disperse, using various means to leave the hall. Many took the opportunity to inquire about Argus's situation or leave their names, hoping to make a good impression. The Saints were now thriving in Britain, and many were eager to join their ranks but couldn't. Now, with a rare chance to speak with their leader, they were not about to let it slip away. Understanding their intentions, Argus was happy to win them over with a few words. He greeted each person who approached with a smile and a nod. In contrast, Fudge, the Minister of Magic, stood awkwardly to the side, largely ignored. Only after everyone had left did he breathe a sigh of relief. Led by Dumbledore, a group of wizards slowly approached Argus. Mrs. Molly Weasley came up to him, examining him carefully and saying with concern, "You poor thing, you've been through so much. Scrimgeour locked you up, and now you have to clean up his mess. Let me take you to St. Mungo's first. We can discuss everything else later." Noticing that Fudge wanted to say something, she cut him off directly. Feeling somewhat helpless, but unable to resist Mrs. Weasley's insistence, Argus nodded in agreement. After thanking everyone who had come to support him, he left with Mrs. Weasley. With Argus gone, the others also began to leave the ministry, their objectives achieved. Only Dumbledore stayed behind, accompanying Fudge to his office to discuss Scrimgeour's trial. As the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, Dumbledore had to preside over the trial of such a high-ranking ministry official. Dumbledore's impression of Scrimgeour wasn't particularly favorable, but he recognized the man's fierce opposition to dark wizards. He believed that such a person would be crucial in the fight against Voldemort. However, the crimes Scrimgeour had committed were hard to overlook, so Dumbledore had no choice but to discuss with Fudge whether the charges could be reduced, allowing Scrimgeour to be released before Voldemort's resurgence. Seated in a chair, Dumbledore's tired eyes reflected his weariness as he asked, "Cornelius, what are your thoughts on Scrimgeour's situation?" Fudge, assuming Dumbledore intended to defend Scrimgeour, was direct. Too many people witnessed what he did, and the wizards at the ministry just heard about it. "I can't control this," Dumbledore sighed. "I understand. But you know how aggressively Scrimgeour has fought against dark wizards over the years. Maybe we should give him another chance." Dumbledore felt troubled. If only a few people knew, he could negotiate with Argus, offering terms to prevent further pursuit. But now, Scrimgeour's actions were practically public. By morning, every wizard in Britain would know he had attempted to use Veritaserum on an 11-year-old. Defending him now would be tantamount to opposing the entire British wizarding community. Despite this, Dumbledore still saw room for maneuver. Scrimgeour's efforts in capturing dark wizards were well documented. With Dumbledore's endorsement, even if he couldn't avoid punishment, the sentence could be significantly reduced. The key issue was the British pureblood families, many of whom were close to Argus and held significant positions in the Wizengamot. Scrimgeour's actions had crossed their boundaries, and they wouldn't pass up the chance to remove him. Thus, Dumbledore's only hope was Fudge. If Fudge could lessen the charges and manipulate the evidence, Scrimgeour might be released early. But Fudge's next words left him stunned. "Professor Dumbledore, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about this." Dumbledore's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected Fudge to reject him so directly. In the past, even when they disagreed, Fudge had never confronted him head-on and would usually choose to compromise. But today, things were different. Dumbledore gave Fudge a long, searching look, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "I understand, Cornelius," he said calmly, without further argument, and turned to leave the Ministry of Magic. Back in his office, Dumbledore slowly sank into his familiar rocking chair. He closed his eyes, thinking about all the recent information regarding Fudge. Until today, he hadn't heard of anything particularly unusual happening around him. The only significant event was a brief encounter with Argus. "Is it really you, Argus?" Dumbledore murmured to himself. "In just a few minutes, you managed to influence Cornelius so profoundly. Truly worthy of your successor, Grindelwald." Meanwhile, after completing his checkup at St. Mungo's Hospital, Argus was escorted back to the manor by Molly Weasley. Vita had been waiting anxiously at the door, and seeing Argus return safely, she finally relaxed. "Are you all right, Argus?" Vita asked with concern as she hurried forward. "I'm fine, Aunt Vita," Argus replied, shaking his head. He then introduced his escorts. "These are Mr. Arthur Weasley and Mrs. Molly Weasley. They took me to St. Mungo's." Vita expressed her gratitude to the Weasleys. Arthur seemed particularly respectful towards the legendary figure, while Molly, without hesitation, gave Vita many instructions about Argus's care, leaving Arthur somewhat embarrassed. After the Weasleys had left, Vita remarked, "That Weasley boy is quite something. If I remember correctly, his wife should be the sister of the Pruitt brothers." "The Pruitt brothers?" Argus asked, puzzled. Vita briefly explained the background of the Pruitt brothers, and Argus immediately understood her reasoning. The Order of the Phoenix. Over the years, Argus had noticed Vita's keen interest in Dumbledore and the Order. Argus then inquired about the situation of the Saints. Vita assured him that everything was under control, but she was still unnerved by Scrimgeour's use of Veritaserum. Argus realized he had underestimated their determination. The two discussed their next steps, including gifts for their supporters and events at the Saints' shop. Argus decided to visit the Weasley family personally to express his gratitude. After their talk, Argus returned to his room, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He hugged his pillow and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Argus, bearing gifts, arrived at the burrow and knocked on the door. It opened to reveal a handsome young man with red hair tied in a ponytail. "Are you Mr. Grindelwald?" the young man asked in surprise. "Dad, Mom, Mr. Grindelwald is here," shouted Bill Weasley, the red-haired man, as he hurriedly opened the door. He turned to face the guest, extending his hand. "Hello, Mr. Grindelwald. I'm William Arthur Weasley, the eldest of the Weasleys. You can call me Bill." Albus Grindelwald placed down the gifts in his hands, lightly shook Bill's hand, and gave a slight bow. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Weasley." Hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Mrs. Molly Weasley rushed down, enveloping Albus in a warm hug. "Welcome to the burrow, dear." Arthur Weasley, standing nearby, nodded and smiled in greeting. He had planned to tinker with some Muggle artifacts in the backyard, and was surprised by Albus's visit. Albus politely said, "Sorry for the sudden visit without prior notice." "Don't mention it," Molly said warmly, pulling Albus to sit down and offering a large plate of cookies. "I baked these this morning. Have a taste." Albus looked around. The burrow, though appearing small from the outside, was magically extended inside, providing ample space cluttered with various items. The dining room, kitchen, and living room all seemed to blend into one another, creating a cozy, albeit crowded, atmosphere. Despite its worn appearance, the house was impeccably clean, a testament to regular upkeep. He took a bite of the cookie, savoring the buttery flavor. "These are delicious. I really like them." Molly beamed with pride. "I'm glad you do. I'll pack some for you to take back to school." "Thank you very much." Albus accepted gratefully. Arthur sat beside Albus, asking with concern, "How are things at the ministry? They didn't give you a hard time, did they?" "No, given the commotion last night, they probably wouldn't dare," Albus replied. "I figured as much. I'll check in with the ministry when I go to work and see what their stance is," Arthur said, patting Albus's shoulder. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the backyard. Albus instinctively drew his wand, only to see Arthur looking embarrassed and Molly glaring furiously. "Arthur, how many times have I told you? If you want to tinker with Muggle stuff, do it outside, not in the house," Molly scolded. "Molly, the kids are here," Arthur pleaded softly. Molly gave him a sharp look, but reluctantly held her tongue. Arthur turned to Albus with an apologetic smile. "Sorry about that." Albus smiled back, understanding why George and Fred loved experimenting at home with a father like Arthur setting the example. He suddenly remembered Arthur's flying car and excitedly said, "Uncle Arthur, I'm really interested in Muggle artifacts too. Can you show me your collection?" Arthur's eyes lit up. Of course. He led Albus to the backyard. The backyard resembled a wild meadow, with overgrown weeds and a large pond. Arthur carefully avoided the gnomes as they approached a dilapidated shed. "This is the flying car I spent ages working on," Arthur said enthusiastically. Albus examined the old Ford closely, feeling the magic embedded within it. "Want to take it for a spin?" "I'll drive," Arthur offered. Albus hesitated. "Do you have a license?" "License? What's that?" Recalling Ron's poor driving skills, Albus quickly changed the subject. "Uncle Arthur, where exactly do you apply the magic for these modifications?" Arthur eagerly launched into an explanation, eventually saying, "I even have my notes from back then. Would you like to see them?" "Absolutely. Thank you so much," Albus said, thrilled. Arthur rummaged through the shed, finally pulling out a dusty notebook and handing it to Albus. "Here it is, filled with my ideas." Just then, Molly's angry voice rang out. "Arthur, don't you dare corrupt the child." Under Mrs. Molly's stern reminder, Arthur reluctantly promised not to teach those things to Argus. Argus wanted to explain, but Mrs. Molly clearly didn't want to hear his defense, thinking he was just making excuses for Arthur. Faced with this situation, Argus could only smile wryly. After lunch at the burrow, Argus used flue powder to travel to Diagon Alley. As soon as he stepped out of the fireplace at the leaky cauldron, he was surrounded by enthusiastic wizards. "Mr. Grindelwald!" The crowd erupted in cheers. The scene reminded Argus of Harry Potter's first visit, but the current situation was even more frenzied. The excited wizards saw Argus as a hero, eagerly hugging and shaking hands with him. "Mr. Grindelwald, we read about you in the Daily Prophet today. Thank you for helping us ordinary wizards. There aren't many purebloods like you with a conscience." "Mr. Grindelwald, we remember your kindness. We support you." Argus forced a smile and kept responding, "Thank you. Thank you, everyone." For the first time, he realized that being popular could also be a form of torment. A journey that should have taken a minute dragged on for over half an hour. During this time, he had to hide any impatience, even though some people insisted on shaking his hand multiple times. Argus even saw the same face appear 4 times in front of him. Had he not pointed it out, the person would likely have continued. Finally reaching the entrance to Diagon Alley from the leaky cauldron, Argus recalled Hagrid's actions from the original story. He counted 3 bricks up and 2 across above the trash can, then tapped lightly. The brick wall slowly parted, revealing the bustling street of the British wizarding world. "This is actually my first time entering Diagon Alley this way. I usually just apparate here," Argus thought. However, as soon as he stepped into Diagon Alley, he was once again surrounded by enthusiastic wizards. He had almost become the perfect image of a pureblood in the eyes of ordinary British wizards, powerful, graceful, polite, and caring. Most importantly, he treated ordinary wizards equally and was willing to consider their perspective. Countless British wizarding parents were likely telling their children to become someone as respectable as Mr. Grindelwald. Poor Argus hadn't even graduated from Hogwarts yet and had already become the enemy of many young wizards. Arriving at the Shop of the Saints, Argus prepared gifts for several Hogwarts professors in the warehouse. After bidding farewell to Aunt Vita, he headed alone to Hogsmeade, sneaking back into the Slytherin common room at Hogwarts through the familiar secret passage on the Marauder's map. Since it was the Christmas holiday, most students had gone home, and the few who stayed were either in the campus or the library, so Argus's return went unnoticed. After tidying up his dormitory, Argus waved his wand, shrinking the gifts he had brought and putting them in his pocket, intending to present them as Christmas gifts to thank the professors. He knew that the Hogwarts professors were of high moral character except for Snape, who was somewhat controversial. If he gave gifts out of gratitude directly, they would surely refuse, but Christmas provided the perfect excuse. He first went to Professor Flitwick's office. The Ravenclaw Goblin professor was well-liked among students for his humorous and lenient style. In terms of skill, he was undoubtedly formidable, having won a dueling championship in his youth. Although he was knocked out by Snape during the Battle of the Astronomy Tower, it was due to a sneak attack. Seeing Argus, Professor Flitwick was very pleased, especially when he saw the fine wine in Argus's hand. His eyes lit up. As a frequent visitor to the Three Broomsticks, his love for alcohol was almost as strong as Hagrid's, though his self-control was much better. Professor Flitwick, Merry Christmas. I hope my gift isn't too late, Argus said with a smile. To remember Christmas gifts in such a situation is rare indeed. Professor Flitwick laughed heartily, taking a notebook from his drawer. This is my notebook from my younger days, filled with my battle experiences. It should be useful to you. Thank you, Professor. Argus accepted it graciously, drawing another hearty laugh from Flitwick. After chatting with Professor Flitwick for a while, Argus delivered gifts to Professor Sprout and Professor McGonagall. For Professor Sprout, it was a mix of dragon dung fertilizer, a rare commodity in the wizarding world. Even some dragon farms rarely risked their lives to collect dragon dung. With such abilities, they could do something far more valuable than dragon dung. For Professor McGonagall, Argus hesitated for a long time. Would an older cat lady prefer Quidditch or cats more? It was a tough question. Finally, after learning about Professor McGonagall's past, Argus decided to give her a large collection of rare flower seeds. Seeing the complex look in Professor McGonagall's eyes, Argus did not say much and politely took his leave. The hardest one to deal with, sigh. Argus couldn't help but sigh as he reached Snape's office door. Knock, knock, knock. He braced himself and knocked on the door. Snape's deep voice came from inside. Come in. Seeing Argus, Snape's face first showed a hint of surprise, then turned to a deep sneer. It seems Mr. Grindelwald has had quite a few nocturnal outings. The term hasn't even started, and you can already sneak into Hogwarts? Argus's smile froze instantly, unsure how to respond. If you've come here just to stand around like a lump of wood, I suggest you go to the Forbidden Forest. You'll find plenty of your kind there, Snape said impatiently when Argus remained silent. Professor, I came to give you a Christmas gift. Merry Christmas, Argus said, placing the prepared item on Snape's desk. No need. Snape refused without even looking. If you're really that idle, go and deal with the potion ingredients. A whole barrel of flobberworms just arrived. However, when Snape's peripheral vision caught sight of the item on his desk, his gaze couldn't shift away. Trembling, he picked up the photo on the table. It showed a little girl with deep red hair, smiling brightly at the entrance of a shop. It wasn't one of those moving pictures from the wizarding world, just a regular photo from the Muggle world. Snape's eyes turned unusually gentle, a look Argus had never seen before. He stroked the photo repeatedly, both wanting to use force and fearing to damage the person in the picture. After a long while, he finally spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Where did you get this? A Muggle photo studio. She had taken a photo there when she was young, and the owner kept it as a sample for display. Argus replied softly. Are there any more? Snape asked urgently. This is the last one. Sensing Snape's emotional change, Argus didn't say anything more and silently prepared to leave. Just as he was about to step out the door, Snape's cold voice came from behind. Don't ever do something like what you did in the Ministry Hall again. No one wants to see another Grindelwald rise. Argus wanted to give a gift to Dumbledore as well. He arrived at the headmaster's office but realized he didn't know the password. Helpless, he placed the gift at the door, hoping Dumbledore would find it and take it himself. By the time he finished, the sun had already set. Argus walked into the Great Hall of Hogwarts, where a few students were having dinner. Harry noticed Argus and, after a moment's hesitation, greeted him. Although Argus was the first friend Harry made in the wizarding world, Harry's best friend Ron was not friendly towards him. Nevertheless, Harry hoped they could get along. Argus, hi. I read in the paper that you were taken to the Ministry of Magic. Are you all right now? Harry asked cautiously, his voice tinged with concern. Thanks for asking. I'm fine, Argus replied politely, his tone neutral. Just then, the Weasley twins, George and Fred, came over excitedly. Hey, George, look, our hero has arrived. Argus smiled and said, you guys came at the right time. Mrs. Weasley gave me a lot of cookies. I'll bring some over to you later. Spare us, George exclaimed dramatically. We've lost count of how many we've had over the years. You keep them. Hearing Argus and the Weasley twins' conversation, the other students who stayed at Hogwarts gathered around, eagerly asking about Argus's recent experiences. Though few in number, the students crowded around the Gryffindor table, creating a lively atmosphere. Ron sat nearby, grumbling as he bit into his chicken leg. Sneaky Slytherin. Must have used some underhanded trick to get out of the ministry. Harry frowned slightly and defended Argus. Didn't you see the paper? Professor Dumbledore and the four heads of houses all stood up for him. There were also many ordinary wizards speaking on his behalf. Those people were fooled by his looks. Ron continued stubbornly, jealousy evident in his eyes. After dinner, Argus returned to his dormitory and took out the notebook Arthur Weasley had given him. Although he didn't plan to spend too much time on it, he thought it wouldn't hurt to familiarize himself with its contents. As he flipped through the notebook, he pondered whether the ingenious ideas within could offer him any inspiration. Suddenly, a burst of flame appeared in midair, and a large red bird materialized before him. Startled, Argus rose from his bed. Fawkes? Did Professor Dumbledore send you? He offered some cookies to the phoenix, but it arrogantly turned its head away, unimpressed. It dropped a note and disappeared. Argus picked up the note, which read, Mr. Grindelwald, please come to the headmaster's office. The password is cockroach cluster. What could he want now? It can't be just to thank me for the Christmas gift, can it? Argus muttered to himself, but quickly tidied up. Halfway there, he remembered something, turned back, and retrieved a few items from his bag before heading out again. When he arrived at the headmaster's office, he saw Dumbledore leisurely seated, enjoying a cockroach cluster with milk. Mr. Grindelwald, thank you for the wool socks and candies. Would you like a cockroach cluster as a dessert? Dumbledore asked kindly. Argus shook his head, politely but directly. Headmaster Dumbledore, I haven't finished my book yet. Please get to the point. Dumbledore sighed, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Argus, may I call you that? Sometimes pushing oneself too hard isn't good. I once taught a student with talent and dedication like yours, loved by all the professors. Unfortunately, forgive an old man's ramblings. Old age brings a tendency to reminisce. Argus inwardly scoffed, having anticipated this. He maintained a polite smile and brought out his trump card against Dumbledore. You remind me of my father. He also liked to reminisce about old friends, but the person he remembered never visited him. Dumbledore's smile faltered, his eyes filled with sadness. He tried to speak several times, but swallowed his words. Finally, he changed the subject. Argus, I need your help with something. What is it? It's not about Scrimgeour, is it? Argus asked. Dumbledore shook his head. He brought his downfall upon himself. No one can save him now. Argus inwardly laughed. I don't believe you. He knew that shortly after Dumbledore left, Fudge had relayed Dumbledore's exact intentions to him. Argus had immediately instructed Fudge to publish everything in the Daily Prophet the next morning. This way, any further manipulation by Dumbledore would mean going against the entire British wizarding community. Dumbledore continued. What do you think of Professor Quirrell? Argus feigned innocence. Professor Quirrell is an excellent teacher. Dumbledore gave him a knowing smile. Indeed? In terms of dark arts, few can match him. You've spent enough time in his office to know. You must have sensed some things. Argus decided to be frank with Dumbledore. Are you referring to Voldemort? Dumbledore was slightly taken aback, but then smiled. Few young wizards dare to say his name. Since you can, you must have met him. Argus silently nodded. Dumbledore continued. 11 years ago, Professor Trelawney made a prophecy. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. The Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. This person is Harry? Argus asked. Indeed. Dumbledore nodded. That's why I intend to guide him at times. Mere guidance is not enough. He needs the courage to face Voldemort. The current fragment of his soul is his best training. Argus interrupted. Professor Dumbledore, I have no intention of being a babysitter. Dumbledore, prepared for this, spoke slowly. Argus, we had an agreement. The agreement was for me to guide Harry, not for an 11-year-old wizard to fight Voldemort, Argus retorted. Dumbledore sighed. In that case, Argus, How about we make another deal? Argus scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Professor, I don't think anything is more important than my life. That's Voldemort we're talking about. Even a fragment of his soul is beyond what I can handle. Hearing this, Dumbledore felt a chill run through him. He knew that the toughest opponents in negotiations were those with unwavering attitudes. If someone names a price, no matter how high, there's room for discussion. But if they refuse to even name a price, what's there to talk about? Argus chuckled inwardly. As a reader of the original story, he was well aware of Dumbledore's intentions. Dumbledore was worried that while he was away from Hogwarts, Harry would face Voldemort and needed someone to protect him in secret. But what did Argus stand to gain from this? The conditions Dumbledore could offer were insignificant to Argus. The Philosopher's Stone? Knowing the original story, he understood it was a fleeting illusion. Seeing Nicholas Flamel's frailty, what was the point of eternal life? As for Dumbledore's magical knowledge and the Order of the Phoenix, they held no appeal for him. Given Argus's current level of magic, he could learn from anyone. Besides, it would take time to accumulate knowledge, and who knew if Dumbledore would still be around by then. The Order of the Phoenix was even less appealing. Those loyal to Harry were beyond his command, merely a name without substance. Having figured this out, Argus's smile grew even more contemptuous. Professor Dumbledore, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. As for protecting Harry, I think some of the other professors would be more suitable. Professor Snape, for instance, would be quite willing. Argus, I think we can discuss this further. Dumbledore attempted to persuade him. No need, Professor Dumbledore. Argus stood up and left quickly, giving Dumbledore no chance to stop him. Left alone in his office, Dumbledore fell into deep thought. The portraits of previous headmasters on the walls watched silently. Albus, the boy is right, said a black-robed witch with a pointed hat. It's a bit much to expect an 11-year-old to face these challenges. An old man with a goatee nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Grindelwald family is quite fortunate, boasting such talent in 2 successive generations. Oh, please. Black. And Elizabeth Burke, a round-faced blonde which retorted indignantly. You always favor purebloods. She turned to Dumbledore, but Albus, they do have a point. Asking an 11-year-old to face such a powerful enemy is too much. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, seeking a moment of peace. I am well aware of the boy's talent and strength. With Fawkes and the enchantments on Harry, nothing will happen to him. But did you see his eyes? Armando Diphead, Dumbledore's predecessor, said gravely. I saw the same look in another student once. It was ambition. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore responded, Headmaster Diphead, we missed an opportunity before, and I don't want to miss another. He is different from Voldemort. He understands the meaning of love better. The round-faced blonde witch asked again, Albus, if Mr. Grindelwald won't help, do you have any other plans? Doesn't Mr. Potter have friends? Dumbledore thought of Ron's face, then shook his head. Never mind. I'll have Fawkes keep a closer watch. With Fawkes around, he can bring me back at any time. Despite this, Dumbledore knew this was a desperate measure. He observed that what Harry lacked most was confidence and the courage to confront Voldemort. This confrontation could have been an excellent opportunity to improve Harry's character and earn him some prestige. But if he intervened, it would change everything. Time flew by, and soon it was the first day of the new term. Argus noticed that Quirrell had been appearing less frequently. When he did show up in the dining hall, he looked noticeably weaker. Even more unsettling was the greedy look in Quirrell's eyes when he glanced at Argus. As the holidays ended, Argus heard a long-awaited notification from his system. Congratulations to the host for dominating over half of Diagon Alley's trade, earning the achievement Rise of the Business Magnate, with a reward of 100 achievement points. I almost forgot I had this system. Argus chuckled to himself. He had been so busy lately that he hadn't had time to think about the system. The returning students were not as excited as one might expect. With Christmas just over and final exams around the corner, most young wizards looked rather glum. The Slytherin students entered the common room to find Argus reading a book. Their initial dejection turned to excitement as they crowded around him, asking about the news in the Daily Prophet. Argus briefly entertained a few of them before losing interest, sharing the details only with Draco. He then prepared to find Hagrid to discuss supplies. The Saint's inventory had been nearly depleted over Christmas, and he urgently needed to restock. Hagrid, are you in? Argus knocked on the door of Hagrid's hut. Inside, there was a sudden clatter, as if something had been knocked over, followed by Hagrid's slightly anxious voice. Just a moment. I'll be right there. Creak. The small wooden door opened, and Hagrid saw Argus standing outside. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's you. You gave me quite a scare. Hagrid grinned. Argus shook the bottle in his hand. I brought you a gift. At Hogwarts, many teachers enjoyed a little drink now and then. Even the stern Professor McGonagall often visited the 3 broomsticks. Not to mention Hagrid, who was quite the drinker. Seeing the bottle, Hagrid's eyes lit up. darting between the room and Argus. "Come in, Argus." As soon as Argus stepped into the small hut, he was hit by a wave of intense heat. Even in the dead of winter, the inside temperature was unusually high. "It seems my dear teacher is up to his old tricks," Argus thought to himself. "A Norwegian Ridgeback egg doesn't come cheap. Quirrell's wallet must be empty by now. No wonder he's been looking so worn out lately. He probably can't even afford his potions." Argus's silence made Hagrid even more nervous. "What's wrong, Argus? Is it too hot in here? I might have stoked the fire a bit too much. Should I open the door for some air?" Just then, a pot by the fireplace started to shake violently. Hagrid quickly rushed over to block Argus's view. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately gave up trying to hide it. Carefully, he took out a large egg from the pot. "Is that a Norwegian Ridgeback egg?" Argus recognized it immediately. "Yes." Hagrid finally relaxed, beaming. "I knew you'd love these little creatures as much as I do. I won it from a stranger who seemed all too eager to lose to me." Argus frowned. "You don't plan on keeping it, do you? It may not seem like much now, but it will grow as big as your house in no time. If something goes wrong, it will have no chance of survival." As he spoke, the dragon egg suddenly started to shake violently, followed by the sound of cracking. "Look, Argus, it's hatching." Hagrid grabbed Argus's shoulder in excitement, gripping so hard that Argus winced in pain. Sorry. Hagrid quickly let go, but his attention was soon drawn back to the baby dragon. "What a beautiful little creature. Look, it thinks I'm its mother." Hagrid gently touched the dragon's head with his finger, unfazed even when it bit him. "Hello, Norbert." "Argus, it's playing with me. Do you want to try?" Argus forced a smile. I'll pass." He doubted he had Hagrid's resilience. A bite from a Norwegian Ridgeback would surely land him in the hospital. Before he could finish his sentence, Norbert suddenly coughed, spewing a burst of flames that nearly singed Hagrid's beard. "It looks like it needs some training," Hagrid chuckled. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow outside the window. "Who's there?" At the sound of his voice, the shadow disappeared instantly. Argus opened the door, catching a glimpse of red hair darting down the path. "Ron? Why was he spying on us?" Hagrid was puzzled. Argus spoke gravely. "Whatever his reason, Norbert's presence is now exposed. We need to move him quickly. If you don't mind, the Order has just established a dragon sanctuary. We can take Norbert there. You can still visit him." Hagrid hesitated. "We're friends. Ron wouldn't betray me, would he?" Argus shook his head. "Hagrid, you know the tension between Ron and me. He wouldn't betray you alone. But with me involved, it's different. Besides, if he wasn't up to something, he would have come in when he heard your voice instead of spying. Do we really have to do this?" Hagrid looked heartbroken. "Norbert just hatched. He's so small and needs his mother." Argus's tone was firm. "This is the best way. At the sanctuary, you can still see him. If the Ministry catches him, you know what will happen." Hagrid, recalling what happened to Aragog, grew even more sorrowful. After a long pause, he sat down dejectedly. "Argus, when will they come to take Norbert?" "By tomorrow night at the latest." "That soon? Can't we?" Argus interrupted Hagrid's plea without mercy. "Hagrid, we can't take any chances. Hide Norbert for now. I'll have someone come for him tomorrow." Meanwhile, Ron stumbled back into the Gryffindor common room. "What's wrong, Ron?" Harry asked, noticing Ron's panicked state. "Harry, you won't believe what I just saw." Ron panted. "I followed that evil Slytherin to Hagrid's, and they were secretly keeping a dragon." Harry frowned. "You're still following Argus? Our mission is to find out who Nicholas Flamel is and what Snape is after. Why are you so obsessed with Argus?" Ron was indignant. "Did you forget what we saw on the 3rd floor? He must have some dark secret. We can't just ignore it." "But Hagrid is our friend. Reporting him could get him killed." Ron deflated. He hated Argus, but didn't want to harm Hagrid. "Then let's tell Professor McGonagall. I can't stand by and let that evil Slytherin manipulate Hagrid." With that, he marched towards McGonagall's office, leaving Harry no choice but to follow. When Ron and Harry brought Professor McGonagall to Hagrid's hut, it was already empty. Only Hagrid and Fong were by the fire. "Professor McGonagall? Harry and Ron? What brings you here?" Hagrid remembered Argus's warning and felt a wave of relief. He couldn't help but look at Ron and Harry with a hint of disappointment. "Sorry, Hagrid, but I need to check something," McGonagall said sternly, raising her wand. A soft silver light filled the hut. After about 2 minutes, McGonagall relaxed and gave Hagrid an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Hagrid. Mr. Weasley said you and Mr. Grindelwald were keeping a dragon here, so I had to check." "That's impossible, Professor McGonagall. They must be mistaken." Hagrid bellowed to hide his guilt. "I thought so too." McGonagall smiled at Hagrid, then turned to Ron with a stern look. "Mr. Weasley, care to explain? Lying, breaking curfew, and slandering a fellow student. Have you forgotten what your mother said last time she was here?" Ron wanted to argue, but wilted at the mention of his mother. He hung his head, not daring to speak. For breaking school rules, I'm deducting 50 points from Gryffindor and giving you a week's detention. And you too, Mr. Potter. Harry felt wronged, caught in the crossfire. Ron, on the other hand, was relieved. As long as his mother wasn't informed, he could deal with the punishment. Points could be lost. It wasn't the first time. However, he couldn't figure out how Argus managed to return to school. Argus entered a secret passage using the Marauder's map, but instead of leading directly to the Slytherin common room, he found himself in a castle corridor. As he stepped out, a scrawny cat approached him. It was Mrs. Norris, the infamous cat belonging to Hogwarts caretaker, Filch. Surprisingly, Argus didn't show the usual fear that other students did. Instead, he knelt down and gently petted the cat's head. "Sorry, I didn't bring you any fish today," he said softly. "Is Mr. Filch not with you?" Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Filch's grim face appeared around the corner, but upon seeing Argus, his expression softened immediately. "Hello, Mr. Filch," Argus greeted with a smile. "I tried to find you during Christmas, but I couldn't." "Looking for me?" Filch furrowed his brow in confusion. Argus didn't explain further. Instead, he pulled a small box from his pocket and, with a flick of his wand, whispered, "Engorgio." The box expanded to its original size, revealing intricate patterns on its surface. Filch's eyes widened, and his voice trembled. Could it be? Argus handed the gift box to Filch, smiling warmly. "Merry Christmas, Mr. Filch. This is for you. I'm sorry it's a bit late." "For me? Really?" Filch took the gift, his hands shaking. For years, holidays were the hardest times for him. Everyone else celebrated and exchanged presents, while he was always alone, except for Mrs. Norris. In all his years at Hogwarts, he had never received a word of thanks or a gift. Tears welled up in Filch's eyes. "Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Grindelwald," he choked out. "You're welcome, Mr. Filch. Go ahead. Open it," Argus encouraged. Filch carefully unwrapped the box to find a thick, warm coat inside. It was well-made but modest, perfect for his nightly patrols. "Try it on, Mr. Filch," Argus suggested. Filch, overwhelmed with emotion, set down his lantern and put on the coat. The heavy fabric instantly provided warmth, shielding him from the cold winter nights. "It suits you well, Mr. Filch," Argus praised. "It's getting late. I should go. See you tomorrow." As Argus walked away, Filch's voice called out, "Mr. Grindelwald, you are a most respectable wizard." "Thank you, Mr. Filch. Sweet dreams," Argus replied with a smile before disappearing around the corner. The next morning, Argus woke up and immediately wrote a letter to Vita, arranging for someone to pick up Norbert from Hagrid's hut. He then headed to the Great Hall, where he noticed the Gryffindor students had already observed the changes in the House Cup hourglasses. However, they didn't seem particularly surprised, as if they were used to it. Only Ron Weasley glared at him, but Argus paid no mind. Time flew by, and soon it was June. As the weather grew hotter, the witches at Hogwarts did not dress any lighter. Under Dumbledore's guidance, Harry finally found clues about Nicholas Flamel with Argus's help. But before he could delve deeper, a more pressing matter demanded his attention. Final exams were approaching. Without Hermione's help, Harry and Ron were at a loss for how to prepare. The looming exams cast a pall over the castle. During this time, the person who sought Argus's help the most was not Harry or Draco, but Hermione, who had been sorted into Ravenclaw. Despite both being top students, Argus was nonchalant about the exams, while Hermione was incredibly anxious, fearing she'd miss something. If not for her concern about bothering Argus too much, she would have pestered him with questions around the clock. At the Slytherin table, Draco complained to Argus, "The exams are coming up, and you don't seem worried at all." Pansy rolled her eyes beside him. "Draco, Argus spends all his time in the library after classes. He's probably studying materials for higher years. Not everyone is like you, obsessed with Quidditch and neglecting homework." Draco groaned dramatically. "Argus, why don't you just use the Imperious Curse on me to make me take the exams?" "Knock it off," Pansy snapped. "You'd be better off spending that time studying." Argus put down his knife and reassured them with a smile. "No need to argue. I've prepared notes for you. They cover all the first-year essentials. Just study them well, and you should be able to get an or. For someone like Argus, who had gone through rigorous academic training in his past life, these exams were a breeze. The advantage of traditional education is that while others are learning knowledge, you are learning how to ace exams. Argus might not be the best in actual skills, but he was a master of exam techniques. Though he didn't need these notes himself, others did. Goyle, Crabbe, and even Quidditch-obsessed Draco needed urgent help. "Listen, Draco," Argus said seriously. "I can help you with this exam, but you have to catch up on all your work during the holidays. If I find out you've been slacking off, you know the consequences." "I love you, Argus," Draco exclaimed, hugging him. only to receive a disdainful look in return. "Get off me. I don't swing that way," Agus said, pushing Draco away. On the day of the exams, the atmosphere outside the exam hall was tense. The first-year students were visibly nervous, while the older students seemed relaxed, some even teasing the newcomers. Agus stood on a platform, addressing a group of Slytherin first-years. "Today marks our first exam at Hogwarts," Agus announced firmly. "I expect everyone to give it their all. I can tolerate failure or poor grades, but under no circumstances should anyone cheat. Remember, you carry the honor of Slytherin." "Yes, head boy," the young Slytherins responded in unison, drawing attention from others. Agus nodded slightly, offering a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. I've summarized this term's key points in the notes I gave you. As long as you study them well, you'll pass. Now go in." Under the direction of Agus, the Slytherins filed into the examination hall. Hogwarts exams differed greatly from those in the Muggle world. Aside from written tests, students were also assessed on their practical use of magic. Passing both components was a must, adding considerable stress for many young wizards. The first exam was Charms. Despite Professor Flitwick's leniency, the questions were still quite challenging for those who were not particularly fond of studying. The classroom was set up with anti-cheating spells on the parchment and quills. To prevent any leaks, all 4 houses took the written test simultaneously. As Professor Flitwick announced the start, the only sound in the room was the scratching of quills on parchment. Unsurprisingly, Agus was the first to finish. He handed in his paper amidst envious glances from his peers. "Perfect answers," Professor Flitwick exclaimed. "Mr. Grindelwald, I hope your practical charms will impress me even more." "As you wish, Professor Flitwick," Agus replied with a slight bow before striding out of the classroom. In sharp contrast to Agus was Hermione. Although she had memorized the textbook just as well, she always agonized over making her answers perfect, handing in her paper just as the exam was about to end. As soon as she left the exam hall, Hermione eagerly approached Agus to compare answers, embodying the quintessential top student. Agus thought to himself that he was the real overachiever, but he didn't want to dampen Hermione's enthusiasm. Not far away, Draco, Goyle, and others were shivering, too afraid to join the discussion. Despite Argus's assurances, they knew their own abilities well. If they ended up with a T grade, their family elders might deal with them before Agus had a chance to say anything. "All right, it's over. No need to dwell on it," Agus comforted the disheartened Hermione. Hermione pouted, her eyes full of frustration. "If I'd had a few more minutes, I could have written down all the answers from the book. That parchment was too small. There wasn't enough space." Soon, Professor Flitwick had the classroom set up again, and students entered for the practical exam according to their house. The task was to make a pineapple tap dance across the desk. For Agus, this was a piece of cake. He tapped his wand, and the pineapple sprouted arms and legs, which were adorned with elegant dance shoes. As Agus clapped in rhythm, the pineapple showed off its dance moves, delighting Professor Flitwick. "Fantastic, Mr. Grindelwald. It's a pity you're not in Ravenclaw. You'd make my job much easier," Professor Flitwick praised. Argus's performance gave other young wizards hope, but they soon realized that the problem was not the difficulty of the exam, but their own lack of skill compared to Agus. The smarter students chose to pause and rethink their strategies. After all, there was no time limit, and taking it slow was better than failing. However, some were unwilling to back down, like Ron. At that age, boys love to show off. Ron was determined not to let Agus steal the spotlight. "Sneaky Slytherin. Only knows dark magic," he muttered, glaring at Agus before raising his wand at the pineapple in front of him. Without Hermione's help, the Golden Trio was not as formidable. They struggled with even the spells they had learned in class, let alone during exams. With a bang, the pineapple in front of Ron suddenly sprouted 7 or 8 legs, resembling the giant squid near the Hogwarts lake, and charged at the surrounding students. Startled, the other students quickly returned their pineapples to their original state. Worse still, Ron's mistake affected Seamus, Hogwarts' explosive expert. With a series of loud bangs, Seamus's pineapple exploded, splattering orange-yellow fruit flesh onto Professor Flitwick. Scourgify. As a dueling champion, Professor Flitwick reacted swiftly, cleaning up the affected desks and preparing new pineapples for the students. "Professor Flitwick, it was an accident. Please give me another chance," Ron pleaded, realizing he had nearly caused a disaster. But it was too late. Though kind, Professor Flitwick would not allow endless leniency. After the Charms exam, the next was Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall's stern demeanor made many young wizards nervous. This exam was more challenging than Charms, requiring students to turn a rat into a snuff box, with the quality of the snuff box determining the score. For Agus, completing the task was easy. The challenge was crafting a truly exquisite snuff box. He first transformed the rat into a sleek, silver-gray box, then began engraving intricate patterns. The misty Hogwarts castle, the rippling black lake, and the faintly visible giant squid. Professor McGonagall, I'm done. Argus raised his hand. Professor McGonagall did not expect to be surprised, but when she saw Argus's work, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Mr. Grindelwald, your talent is astonishing. I never imagined a first-year student could grasp the essence of transfiguration. It's thanks to your excellent teaching, Argus replied modestly. Mr. Grindelwald, there's no need to be so modest. Even the best teaching can't replace innate talent, Professor McGonagall said, marking a large O next to Argus's name. All right, Mr. Grindelwald, don't put pressure on the other students. Go prepare for the afternoon's potions exam. Miss Granger won't easily give up the top spot in the year to you. The day of exams finally came to an end. The most dreaded potions class concluded under Professor Snape's icy gaze, causing even the brightest students to falter, especially those from Gryffindor. If it weren't for the exam setting, Snape would have deducted points without hesitation. At dinner, the first years breathed a sigh of relief, but the pressure of tomorrow's exams still loomed over them. In the corridors of Hogwarts, countless young wizards clutching textbooks created a unique scene. Around Argus, a crowd had gathered, hoping to glean some knowledge from this top student. After a day of exams, they had given up on the idea of bluffing their way through and instead resorted to cramming. Even if they couldn't master everything, they hoped to pick up something useful. After all, the potions exam was already a lost cause. With Snape's temperament, even a perfect performance would barely earn an acceptable A, and getting an exceeds expectations E would be a miracle. Judging by the timeline, exam week coincided with Voldemort's first showdown with Harry, though the exact date was unclear. More importantly, after Ron's tattling incident, Hagrid was wary of them. Whether they could get the final clue from Hagrid remained uncertain. As Argus answered questions from the surrounding wizards, he discreetly observed Harry and Ron. Both were engrossed in their books, seemingly uninterested in seeking more clues from Hagrid. Argus thought to himself that it would depend on how Dumbledore arranged things. Given Harry's current state, he doubted Harry would have the courage to face Voldemort heathen-like in the original story. However, the Philosopher's Stone was indeed valuable, and if he had the chance to obtain it, it might be worth a try. Reflecting on the magical items he prepared during his last visit home, and considering Voldemort's weakened state after the battle with Harry, Argus calculated various possibilities. His notes could ensure a passing grade, but some students always aimed higher, and seeking advice from Hogwarts' top student was only natural. As night fell, a new round of exams was about to begin. The first test of the day was Defense Against the Dark Arts, which everyone found relatively relaxing. The students had no idea of Quirrell's true identity and viewed him as a timid, good-natured professor. Harry and Ron, in particular, had grown fond of him, especially after Harry witnessed Snape threatening Quirrell. They believed Quirrell was the guardian of the Philosopher's Stone, a hero secretly opposing Snape. Ron's fondness for Quirrell was simpler. He appreciated that Quirrell no longer summoned Argus to his office. In contrast, Argus was deeply troubled. The timeline indicated Voldemort would act within a week, and at this critical juncture, Voldemort would undoubtedly seek to maximize his chances of success. At Hogwarts, only two people could assist him, Snape and Argus himself. Compared to Snape, whom he hadn't interacted with since his possession, Argus was clearly the better choice. As the exam room doors opened, Quirrell stutteringly instructed the first years to enter. The test papers were quickly distributed, and the questions were not difficult. Argus completed his paper in less than a third of the allotted time. He initially planned to submit it with the others to avoid drawing attention, but realizing he would need to interact with Quirrell during the practical exam anyway, he raised his hand confidently. Professor Quirrell, I've finished my paper. Argus's voice echoed in the quiet exam room, eliciting gasps from his classmates. Throughout the exam, Voldemort seemed to have no intention of revealing himself. Quirrell maintained his timid demeanor, his eyes only showing a flash of hatred when he looked at Argus. Professor Quirrell, my paper. Argus stood up and handed it over. As he did, he heard Quirrell whisper in a voice only they could hear. Tomorrow night, meet me in the forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor. Argus initially intended to ignore him and leave, but he noticed Quirrell picking up a pen and staring intently at his paper. Argus paused. Quirrell, with a triumphant smile, continued in a barely audible voice, Do you think I would threaten you with grades, Mr. Grindelwald? No, that's too childish. As long as you're in this school, the people around you will always be your weakness. Argus locked eyes with Quirrell, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Quirrell, unfazed, casually marked Argus's parchment and moved on to the other students. Argus took a deep breath, calming himself to avoid drawing attention. He shot Quirrell a final, intense look before leaving the exam room. Damn it, I overestimated Voldemort's restraint. He keeps using the same trick, and I have no way to counter it. I can't keep them all tied up together for days. Even a fool would notice something's wrong. Thankfully, Voldemort is only a major threat this year. The following years should be relatively quiet until the Triwizard Tournament. If I'd known, I would have brought a couple of Muggle guns to see how tough his skull really is. While cursing Voldemort's lack of honor, Argus also strategized for the upcoming night. The real fear wasn't the three obstacles, but Voldemort himself. Knowing the story, Argus was aware that Voldemort couldn't obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Unable to resurrect and with Quirrell's body failing, Argus would become his next target. Voldemort likely had this in mind when he sent Quirrell to summon him. No, I need to prepare more. I have a day, which is plenty of time to gather some useful items. It would be best to get Harry involved. I doubt Dumbledore would let Harry risk his life with me. Determined, Argus sprang into action. He made his way to Hagrid's hut to purchase the latest batch of magical creature materials. He also took Hagrid's unicorn hair blanket and cushion, then wrote to Vita Rosier, requesting she send a bottle of Felix Felicis as soon as possible. Next, he approached the Weasley twins, spending a considerable sum to buy all their dung bombs. Finally, he acted secretive around Ron and declined Draco's invitation to hang out, citing prior engagements. With everything prepared, Argus awaited the appointed time. The next evening arrived swiftly. In his dormitory, Argus drank the Felix Felicis. A cool sensation surged through his brain, and everything around him seemed to change. Spells that once seemed complex became crystal clear. So this is what Felix Felicis feels like? No wonder it's called liquid luck, Argus marveled. He made his way to the forbidden corridor on the third floor, where a figure in a dark cloak awaited. The man's face was pale, his eyes brimming with ambition and confidence. He eyed Argus with a look of greed. Argus showed no displeasure. He smiled, bowed slightly, and performed a formal aristocratic salute. Good evening, master. It's been a while. Long time no see, my dear student. Voldemort's face twisted into a sinister smile, his voice low and menacing. Today is your final exam. Make sure you perform well and don't disappoint me. With that, he turned and strode towards the chamber, his black robe billowing behind him. Argus silently followed, his steps light but resolute. With a creak, the decaying wooden door slowly opened. The massive three-headed dog, Fluffy, which had been resting, suddenly stood alert, one giant paw pressing down on the trapdoor. It growled menacingly at the two, a foul stench filling the air. Voldemort, unfazed, turned to Argus with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Ready for the first test? Argus didn't even glance at the beast. Calmly he replied, Master, you should have prepared for Fluffy. If I make a move, it will be quite noticeable. Smart boy. Voldemort sneered, waving his wand. A delicate harp flew out of his pocket, hovering in the air. With a few taps of his wand, the harp began to play a soothing melody. Let's go, Voldemort commanded. That half-breed giant mentioned that music would put this beast to sleep. With a click, the trapdoor in the floor opened. Voldemort cast a glance at Argus, clearly intending for him to go first. Without hesitation and to avoid arousing suspicion, Argus leapt into the hole. Cold wind howled past. The chill and dampness enveloped Argus. The hole seemed bottomless, and with a strange thud, he landed on what appeared to be a soft web. But in the next second, the web contracted rapidly, trying to bind him tightly. My student, how will you get through this? Voldemort slowly descended, floating in midair, looking at Argus with a mocking gaze. The moment Argus hit the web, he drew his wand from his pocket. Without a second thought, he cast a fire spell. Incendio! Crackling flames erupted instantly, causing the devil's snare to writhe in agonizing retreat. Even though the vines around Argus had loosened, he didn't stop attacking until the devil's snare had completely recoiled. Devil's snare fears light and fire. The simplest way to deal with it is Lumos Solum or Incendio, Argus explained calmly. Voldemort wasn't surprised. A wealth of knowledge, he remarked, though he was inwardly impressed. Even if Argus hadn't recognized the plant, his power alone would have sufficed. Let's move on. More challenges await, Voldemort said, leading the way. The two walked through a long, dark corridor, the silence broken only by their footsteps and the occasional drip of water. In the distance, a terrifying creature let out a low growl, sending chills down their spines. Turning a corner, they came upon another door. It was tightly locked, with countless pairs of glittering wings fluttering around in the air like a swarm of golden bees. The second test. Find the correct key among the multitude. Voldemort's gaze shifted between the broomstick nearby and Argus. How will you solve this one, Argus? Argus chuckled softly, his expression unchanged. He walked calmly towards the door, pointed his wand at the lock, and the next moment, a bright red beam shot out. Expelliarmus! Boom! The door shattered with a violent explosion. Argus turned to Voldemort, his tone calm with a hint of defiance. Sometimes, you don't need a key to open a door, do you, master? Correct choice. That disarming charm packs quite a punch, Voldemort complimented, though his face showed no approval. He was secretly astonished at Argus's progress. The power of that spell was something even Quirrell might not manage. His previously dismissive attitude vanished, and he realized he needed to reassess his sole student. Argus silently calculated the remaining challenges: Hagrid's Fluffy, Professor Sprout's Devil Snare, Professor Flitwick, and Madame Hooch's Flying Keys. The rest should be Professor McGonagall's Wizard Chess, Snape's Potions, and Quirrell's Troll. And then, Dumbledore's Mirror of Erased. He needed to not only complete the challenges, but also conserve his strength, ready to counter any potential attack from Voldemort. Pushing open the shattered door, they continued onward. As they stepped into a pitch-black space, torches around them suddenly ignited. Argus found himself standing at the edge of a gigantic chessboard, with a mass of black pieces before him. These pieces were made of some hard stone, towering even over Voldemort. At the other end of the board, a similar group of white pieces stood tall. Behind the white pieces, a wooden door was faintly visible. "My dear disciple," Voldemort drawled, "are you planning to use magic to force your way through again? I recall teaching you quite a few dark spells that could come in handy here." Argus didn't respond, his mind racing as he recalled Professor McGonagall's expertise in transfiguration. This challenge likely tested that skill. While Ron's chess prowess in the original story was commendable, it seemed he hadn't grasped McGonagall's true intent, leading to significant losses. Argus drew his wand and, after a few light taps, his eyes gleamed with understanding. Indeed, the pieces could be transformed. However, the more important the piece, the more magic it required. In that case, he began to calmly command the game. Rook to e6, pawn to c5, queen to h3. The stone pieces clashed fiercely with each command. Voldemort watched the game with interest. As time passed, Argus's black pieces dwindled, leaving only a queen and 2 bishops. Meanwhile, the white side still had 8 pawns, a queen, a bishop, and a knight. Bang, bang. 2 more loud crashes, and Argus's last queen was exchanged with the opponent's. Voldemort sneered, "Trying to conserve your magic by playing wizard chess? It seems you're not very skilled in this area." Standing beside Voldemort, Argus remained composed. "Chess is a game of kings, about strategy and civility. How can you be sure I'll lose until the very end?" Voldemort scoffed, "Stubborn student. But let me remind you, if this is your performance, I'll have to give you a failing grade for this exam." Before he could finish, the situation changed dramatically. Argus pointed his wand at the 2 nearest white pawns, and the next moment, they transformed into a black queen and rook. With the help of the 2 bishops, they cornered the white king. Argus spoke slowly, his tone nonchalant, "Checkmate." Argus looked at Voldemort, his expression as calm as still water. "My chess skills may be lacking, but my transfiguration isn't half bad." Voldemort's eyes suddenly turned icy, his voice filled with suppressed rage. "If you had a plan all along, why didn't you just turn all the white pieces into your own? Why? Tell me why." Argus inwardly groaned, but maintained his unruffled facade. "To save my magic for dealing with you. To buy more time, waiting for Harry and the others to arrive. If I really wanted to clear the path quickly, I would have just used a simple disarming charm. No need for all this elaborate strategy." However, he merely muttered 2 words: "I forgot." Forgot. Voldemort's forehead veins bulged, and a cold smile twisted his lips, though his eyes remained chilling. If Argus wasn't his backup host, Voldemort would have eliminated him long ago. With a loud crash, the white queen fell, and the other white pieces bowed, creating a path. Voldemort wasted no time and moved forward with Argus through the door, continuing down a dimly lit corridor. Not far along, a nauseating stench hit them. It wasn't the scent of a 3-headed dog. It smelled more like decay. Argus, having encountered this odor several times before coming to England, was particularly sensitive to it. The deeper they went, the stronger the stench became. In the faint light, a massive figure could be seen in the distance, crouching and gnawing on something. Hearing their footsteps, it stopped and stood up abruptly, its murky eyes fixed on the intruders. The creature stood over 5 meters tall, its dark green skin smeared with blood, holding a massive club. Argus was horrified. This was no ordinary troll. Normal trolls were only about 3 to 4 meters tall. This was a giant. If Harry and Ron had encountered this in the bathroom, they would have been dead long ago. Suppressing the urge to curse aloud, Argus glanced at Voldemort. The latter wore a smug smile. "Ready, Argus? This challenge was personally prepared by your defense against the dark arts teacher. I hope you enjoy it." "Enjoy it? I'm thrilled." Argus gritted his teeth, drawing his wand as he approached the giant. He quickly recalled how Harry and his friends had defeated a troll in the original story, his eyes briefly scanning the club in the giant's hand. Given the troll's size, knocking it out with a single blow was unrealistic. The simplest method would be an Avada Kedavra, quick and lethal. But using such a curse would surely anger Dumbledore and could land him in Azkaban. Today's events, though seemingly perilous, were merely a trial arranged by Dumbledore for Harry. Argus only needed to survive until Harry arrived to pass the test. However, without using the killing curse, most spells would be ineffective against the troll's high resistance. Limited by his age and magical power, even his high-level disarming charm would require multiple casts to subdue it. As Argus racked his brains, an idea struck him. He pulled out a dung bomb from his pocket. Under Voldemort's puzzled gaze, he hurled it at the giant without hesitation. True to the Weasleys' reputation, the dung bomb did not disappoint. With a soft pop, an indescribable stench spread rapidly. Argus, having anticipated this, covered his nose and mouth, while Voldemort wasn't so fortunate. Used to mingling with the magical elite, he had never encountered such a lowbrow tactic. Caught off guard, he turned visibly green from the stench. Just as Voldemort prepared to dispel the odor with his wand, Argus seized the moment. The troll, unable to withstand the foul smell, especially after being hit directly, began coughing violently. In the thick, malodorous haze, the already dim surroundings became even more obscure. The cumbersome troll took 2 steps before collapsing heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Argus's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Expelliarmus!" A bright red light shot forth, not striking the troll but the stone wall above its head. With a resounding crash, countless stones fell from above, smashing onto the troll's head. Realizing the imminent danger, the troll's tiny brain couldn't devise a plan, only futilely shielding its head with its hands. But it was to no avail. As more and more rocks rained down, it was soon buried under the rubble. Ignoring Voldemort's murderous glare, Argus stepped forward with a grin. "Professor, it seems Quirrell's troll wasn't much of a challenge after all." Voldemort snorted, not even sparing him a glance, and dispelled the stench from his robes before heading towards the door. As Argus followed, he mused, according to the original timeline, Harry should be arriving soon. I wonder if that nosy Dumbledore will be sneaking around. In no time, they reached Snape's potion challenge. This simple logic puzzle wasn't even worth a look. Voldemort simply cast a fireproof charm on himself and strode through the flames. Argus, not to be outdone, had already prepared a fireproof item and followed through the black fire. A slight dizziness hit him, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a deep staircase with eerie carvings on the walls. At the end of the stairs stood a giant mirror. Argus's heart leapt with joy. Is this the legendary mirror of Arist? I've been at Hogwarts for so long, and this is my first time seeing it in person. I wonder what my deepest desire is. Feigning ignorance, he approached Voldemort and asked, "Professor, is what you're looking for in that mirror? There doesn't seem to be anything else here." Voldemort walked towards the mirror of Arist, staring intensely at his reflection. After a long while, he seemed drained of energy, nearly collapsing. When he looked up again, his demeanor and expression had noticeably changed. "Let Argus try," the Voldemort at the back of Quirrell's head suggested, realizing that even with the body returned to Quirrell, the Philosopher's Stone remained elusive. "He doesn't know what we're looking for. Maybe it'll produce a different result." "Yes, master," Quirrell replied weakly, beckoning Argus. "Mr. Grindelwald, you come here. Stand in front of the mirror." Without hesitation, Argus walked up to the mirror of Arist. After all, only he could see the scene in the mirror. Even if he obtained the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort wouldn't know. The mirror's surface rippled like water, and slowly, the scene that Argus desired most began to unfold. In the mirror, a warm and harmonious scene slowly unfolded. Argus's past family members, along with Vita, Grindelwald, and others, sat together in joy. His mother was enthusiastically recounting her childhood stories to Vita, her face lighting up with knowing smiles. Grindelwald and Argus's father clinked glasses, their cheeks flushed, clearly showing signs of inebriation. This scene, impossible in reality, blended perfectly within the mirror. Argus gazed at the reflection, his heart stirred. To his surprise, what he deeply longed for was the companionship of his family. He had thought he would see himself conquering the wizarding world, or returning to his former life. Since arriving in this world, Argus had always viewed everything around him from a superior perspective. Despite interacting with many people, he never truly felt a sense of belonging. At this moment, the scene in the mirror seemed to fill the last void in his heart. He unconsciously became absorbed in it, forgetting the passage of time. Suddenly, a chilling voice broke the silence. "What did you see?" The voice came from the back of Quirrell's head, the cold, emotionless tone of Voldemort. Argus quickly regained his composure but did not turn around. He maintained a calm tone and replied, "I saw myself becoming the leader of wizards, revered by countless wizards." "Really?" Voldemort, controlling Quirrell's body, slowly approached, his words filled with skepticism. Argus explained unhurriedly, "This mirror shows one's deepest desires. If I saw what you wanted, it should be you, not someone like me who doesn't even know what the object is, right? How do you know the mirror's function?" Voldemort's tone grew sharper. Argus chuckled softly and pointed to the top of the mirror. "The mirror itself told me the answer. You just need to read it backward. I show not your face but your heart's desire. My desire has never been for an object. Your wish to use me to get something is doomed to fail. Voldemort fell silent, slowly advancing toward Argus. Quirrell's voice screamed in his mind, Master, Master, you can't do this. I am your most loyal servant. But Voldemort ignored the pleas, continuing to approach Argus. Argus, I must admit, Voldemort began. You are the most talented wizard I've ever seen. Whether in magic, observation, or understanding of human nature, you surpass ordinary wizards. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Argus sensed something was wrong, subtly stepping back, his hand instinctively reaching for his wand. Voldemort continued, his tone persuasive. However, your learning speed is still too slow. I have a method that can help you quickly grasp all my knowledge. Argus immediately rejected. Sorry, Master. I believe that learning should be done step by step. A disobedient student won't please the teacher, Voldemort said as he drew closer, his expression increasingly greedy. Come, let me enter your body. You will gain all my knowledge, and soon become a leading figure in the wizarding world. In the next second, two beams of light shot out almost simultaneously. Expelliarmus. Petrificus totalis. Boom. A violent explosion echoed. Amidst the swirling dust, Voldemort's figure became faintly visible. Are you so sure I won't use the killing curse? Voldemort's voice came through the smoke. Argus sneered. You can't afford to kill me, Master. If you kill me, you'll have to rely on Quirrell's half-dead body to trouble Dumbledore. His eyes kept darting towards the entrance, cursing inwardly. Damn it, Harry, did you get drunk? How long has it been? Why aren't you here yet? But he forgot. The devil's snare used to cushion the fall in the pit had long been burnt to ashes by him. Harry and Ron were lucky not to have died from the fall. Voldemort waved his hand, dispersing the surrounding smoke, while caressing his wand. It's been almost 6 months since our last lesson. Today, let me see how much you've improved. As you wish. Argus twirled his wand in a half circle, making a gesture of ancient noble duel etiquette. Voldemort withdrew his wand. As a half-blood who esteemed pureblood aristocracy, he valued the etiquette of pureblood families, especially in battles where he believed he had the upper hand. He didn't mind showcasing his grandeur, so he twirled his wand in a circle, positioned it at his chest, and forcefully flicked it downwards. Just as Voldemort prepared to bow, a loud spell suddenly rang out. Expelliarmus. A thick red beam shot directly towards him. In haste, Voldemort managed to conjure a transparent shield in front of himself. But compared to the dazzling beam of Expelliarmus, the shield was far too thin. Crack. The sound of the shield shattering echoed. Voldemort was blasted backward, crashing heavily into the wall. The crumbling wall and exploding dust covered him, making him appear disheveled and pathetic. Seizing the opportunity, Argus's wand flickered with light as he cast spell after spell towards Voldemort, forcing him to use multiple Protego charms in quick succession to barely fend off the onslaught. Good, very good. Voldemort laughed in anger. Thanks to your excellent teaching. Argus remained unbothered, feeling no guilt for his sneak attack. Speaking of which, the trait of being ruthless, I learned it from you. Such sharp words. Voldemort had recovered from the ambush, his wand now waving wildly, casting spells furiously. Argus did not back down, pointing his wand at Voldemort, doing everything he could to buy time. The crackling of spells clashing and the dull thuds of impacts on stone walls reverberated throughout the chamber. The ground cracked, walls crumbled. Amidst the battle, they also had to dodge falling debris. But Voldemort's battle experience far surpassed Argus's. With years of studying dark magic, his coordination and timing in casting spells were superior. Soon, Argus found himself overwhelmed. Fight back, my dear student. Voldemort taunted. Where's the dark magic I taught you? Why aren't you using it? Do you, like those fools, believe that using dark magic is an unforgivable taboo? Ha ha ha. As Voldemort gradually gained control of the battle, he finally had the confidence to taunt verbally. Argus cursed inwardly. Damn it, Harry, why aren't you here yet? Even if you were giving birth, you'd be done by now. But in that moment of distraction, he was once again knocked to the ground by Voldemort. Get up, Argus. Voldemort laughed mockingly. After 6 months of training, is this all you've got? Just as Voldemort finished speaking, a sudden green beam of light appeared before him. Avada Kedavra. Oh no. Voldemort's pupils suddenly contracted, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. The earlier battle had led him to subconsciously believe that Argus wouldn't use dark magic, let alone an unforgivable curse. This sudden killing curse caught him completely off guard. Bang! The curse hit the wall, and as the dust slowly settled, it revealed the gray-white stone wall. Voldemort held his wand, a smug smile appearing on his face. Ha ha ha! You almost killed me. My good student, he sneered. Now, Let's move on to round 2. Your dark magic exam. Argus leaned against the wall, slowly standing up, cursing inwardly. Damn it. I missed. He gripped his wand tightly and took a deep breath. The killing curse had only one chance. Replicating the same scenario again would be nearly impossible. However, since he had already used the killing curse, there was no need to hold back anymore. Crucio! Argus roared. The twisted, dark green beam exuded a terrifying aura as it shot straight toward Voldemort. Voldemort dodged effortlessly, sending a silent curse back at Argus. Though no incantation was spoken, the black, foul stench was enough to indicate its power. Sizzle! Argus sidestepped, the curse hitting the wall with a corrosive hiss. The battle between the two was far less intense than before, but infinitely more perilous. Each curse carried deadly power, and any hit would be unbearable for an ordinary person. Bang! Another curse flew in. Unconsciously, Argus was already stained with blood. Though not directly hit, the flying debris was unavoidable. His wizard robes were tattered, and he looked utterly disheveled. Voldemort's interest seemed to wane. He raised his wand, the tip glowing with an ominous green light. At this critical moment, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from the doorway. Harry Potter burst in, looking bewildered. As soon as he entered, he saw Professor Quirrell attacking Argus. The sight left him dumbfounded. Professor Quirrell, it's you, Harry blurted out in disbelief. Up until he entered, he thought he would be facing Snape. Little did he know, he had completely misjudged the situation. Argus, initially relieved at Harry's arrival, almost had a stroke upon hearing his words. He screamed inwardly, "Stop babbling! Get in here! I'm about to die, and you're standing there talking. Do you think you're Naruto, winning battles with words?" Voldemort also showed disdain at Harry's sudden appearance. "Perfect timing," he said with a wave of his hand, sending ropes flying toward Harry. "Incendio!" Argus shouted. There was no way he would let his secret weapon be captured so easily. He burned the ropes to ashes with a burst of fire. Voldemort frowned, glancing coldly at Argus. He casually tossed another curse. What happened next almost made his eyes pop out of his head. Argus extended one hand toward Harry and pointed his wand at him with the other. "Accio, Harry!" In Harry's terrified eyes, Argus used him as a shield against Voldemort's curse. Bang! The curse rebounded, hitting Voldemort squarely in the chest. "Just as I thought." Argus revealed a triumphant smile. He had suspected earlier that the magic on Harry couldn't only repel Avada Kedavra. In the original story, Harry could reduce Quirrell to ashes just by touching him. So, dealing with the Noti yet resurrected Voldemort, Harry was the perfect weapon. Voldemort was stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Argus wouldn't give him time to react, hurling another curse at him. Bang! Voldemort barely dodged. Harry, however, was thrown to the ground, dazed and disoriented. Missed? Then let's try again. Argus no longer looked like the one being dominated earlier. Harry Potter was his ultimate trump card. Dare to cast a curse? Use Harry as a shield. Play dirty tricks? Use Harry as a shield. Try to stall? Harry, go get him. For a moment, Voldemort was at a loss. Every curse aimed at Harry was repelled. If he were resurrected and at full strength, he could handle it. But now, he was just a fragment of a soul, completely powerless. He could only use transfiguration or the surrounding rubble to defend himself. But Argus wouldn't just watch. One curse after another shattered the debris in front of Voldemort. As for whether Harry got hurt, well, that's not my problem. Arg, us. Bang. Can you? Bang. Can you? Put me down. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few minutes, Harry was thrown dozens of times. His body was bruised and battered. His once fair face was now swollen like a pig's head. Voldemort wasn't doing much better. He was in a parasitic state, and Quirrell's body had long reached its limit. Continuing would only lead to collapse. No, this can't go on. Voldemort gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Argus. He decided to leave immediately. Argus wouldn't give him the chance. With a wave of his wand, Accio Harry, the just-landed Harry was summoned again, thrown toward Voldemort. Protego. Confringo. Simultaneously, a curse followed from another direction. No matter which one Voldemort blocked, the other would hit. Crack. Voldemort blocked Harry, but couldn't defend against Argus's curse. His already broken body began to disintegrate, pieces falling to the ground. Seeing this, Argus finally breathed a sigh of relief. Argus, you did well. Believe me, we will meet again. Voldemort's sinister voice echoed. With Horcruxes, not even the killing curse could destroy him, let alone Confringo. A cloud of black mist hovered in the air, red eyes glaring down at Argus. Of course, I believe that. Just next time, I hope you'll bring more surprises. Argus turned swiftly. His black wizard robes created a perfect arc. His wand moved, and blue flames rose where it pointed. Giant fire rings danced like spirits, leaping along the stone walls. Fiend fire. The intense flames followed Argus's wand, surging toward Voldemort in the air. Fiend fire could destroy Horcruxes, so it could certainly handle Voldemort's remnants. This time, Voldemort was truly frightened. With a piercing scream, he turned into a cloud of black smoke, fleeing into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the darkness. Seeing Voldemort truly leave, Argus collapsed to the ground. What a loss, he muttered. If I'd known I'd be dealing with Voldemort, I should have accepted Dumbledore's deal and gotten some benefits. Now, I got nothing for all this effort. He glanced at the unconscious Harry, then at the mirror of Eriste. A sly smile appeared on his face. I took such a big risk. A little compensation isn't too much to ask. I wonder if the images in the mirror of Eriste would appear even in a coma. With this question lingering in his mind, Argus, pushing through his exhaustion, dispelled the protective fire shield. He beckoned Harry over and carefully placed the unconscious boy in front of the mirror. Argus held his breath, waiting until he was sure Harry had enough time to pocket the Philosopher's Stone. He reached into Harry's pocket, and at that moment, a blinding flame lit up midair. Fawkes's cry echoed through the chamber, and a white figure appeared out of nowhere. Dumbledore's voice broke the silence. Good evening, Argus. It seems I am a bit late. I'm glad you are safe. His gaze fell on Argus's hand, reaching into Harry's pocket. Unfazed, Argus openly took the Philosopher's Stone from Harry's pocket and tucked it into his own. I'm fine, he said calmly, but Harry might need to see Madame Pomfrey. Dumbledore seemed to accept the transfer of the stone without protest. However, he couldn't help but twitch at the sight of Harry's swollen, pig-like face. With a wave of his wand and a murmured incantation, Restitutio, a white light flashed, and Harry's face began to return to normal. As Harry opened his eyes, he instinctively clutched his head. Seeing this, Dumbledore's expression turned somewhat resigned. Harry looked around in confusion. Professor Dumbledore? He was surprised to find he hadn't been thrown out. Dumbledore cut off Harry's impending questions, a hint of self-reproach in his voice. In fact, if I hadn't left Hogwarts for London, today's events might never have happened. It's not your fault, Professor Dumbledore, Harry said urgently. Who could have guessed that Professor Quirrell was Voldemort's pawn? Argus shook his head silently. He thought, foolish child, from the moment you arrived here, not one person informed Dumbledore. If he truly didn't know about Quirrell, how could he have arrived so quickly? Dumbledore gently asked, Harry, can you tell me what happened just now? Harry briefly recounted the events, then looked at Dumbledore with confusion. Professor, I have a question for you. What is it? Dumbledore smoothed Harry's disheveled robes kindly. Why did Voldemort's spells all rebound on him when he tried to use them on me? Dumbledore explained, that's because of your mother. She sacrificed herself for you, and such an act leaves a mark. Harry instinctively touched his scar. Dumbledore continued, no, this mark is entwined with your very being. It's love, Harry, love. Your mother's sacrifice created a protection that thwarted Voldemort's plans. To this day, that magic protects you. Voldemort never understood this. He doesn't comprehend the power of love. Mom. Harry's eyes filled with sadness. Argus, however, sensed something unusual. As someone knowledgeable about magic, he knew that the kind of magic Lily used, which involved blood and life, was a form of advanced dark magic. He couldn't help but wonder, how did a Muggle-born witch learn such magic? Was it from Sirius? Or a secret of the Potter family? While he pondered, Dumbledore had already finished convincing Harry. He exchanged a knowing glance with Argus, as if to say, I want pursue the matter of the stone, and you want expose my explanation. Harry, let's get you and Argus to Madame Pomfrey for a checkup, Dumbledore said. Harry then remembered Argus. Reflecting on his previous suspicions about Argus and recalling the scene where Argus fought Voldemort, a deep sense of guilt overwhelmed him. He walked over to Argus with his head down, stammering, Argus, I'm sorry, It's all right. It's all in the past, Argus said with a smile, patting Harry on the shoulder. Just then, a system notification sounded in Argus' mind. Congratulations to the host for uncovering Voldemort's plot. Achievement unlocked. Hope of the Wizarding World. Achievement points awarded, 200. Current achievement points, 500 inch. In the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey handed each of them a potion with a stern expression. Argus's injuries were more severe compared to Harry's, who mainly had bruises and scrapes. Argus had taken several spells directly, and even in Voldemort's weakened state, his spells were potent. Previously sustained by adrenaline, Argus hadn't felt much pain. Now, as he relaxed, the pain surged through his body. Both he and Harry lay down on their respective beds and soon fell into a deep sleep. When Argus awoke again, it was already the afternoon of the next day. The events of the previous night had spread throughout Hogwarts, but unlike the original story, this time Argus was the hero. Although Dumbledore intended to credit Harry, Harry's unconscious state and his own guilt led him to praise Argus' bravery. Countless young wizards sent gifts and well wishes. Daphne, Draco, Pansy, and others stayed by Argus' bedside constantly. Argus, you're awake. They immediately surrounded him as he opened his eyes. How are you feeling? Are you all right? I'm fine, Argus said, propping himself up with a pillow. Madame Pomfrey's potions were indeed effective. After a day and a night of rest, his injuries were mostly healed. That's good to hear. They all sighed in relief and brought out a pile of gifts. These are from everyone, wishing you a speedy recovery. Thank you, and thank everyone for me, Argus said, his voice hoarse from not drinking water for so long. Harry, watching the pile of gifts and well wishes by Argus' bed, felt a pang of loneliness as he looked at his own empty bedside. Noticing Harry's expression, Draco couldn't help but speak up for him. Where's that red-haired Weasley? You went through all this, and he hasn't shown any concern? When he was in trouble, you never left his bedside. Right, Ron. Harry suddenly remembered something important and stood up abruptly. Ignoring his own discomfort, he ran out frantically. I forgot. Ron fell through the trapdoor and broke his leg. He's still in the cave. We need to find a professor to save him. After spending an entire day and night in the dark, damp cave, Ron was finally rescued by Professor McGonagall. As he staggered out, he looked as if he had just crawled out of a river, drenched from head to toe. The cave's humidity and the excruciating pain from his broken right leg had tormented him, making it unimaginable how he had endured those long 24 hours. Harry stood nearby, overwhelmed with guilt, unable to meet Ron's eyes. Although it was Ron's idea to search for the Philosopher's Stone first, trusting Harry, the current situation filled Harry with immense regret. If Draco hadn't mentioned it by chance, Ron might have been left to suffer and die in that cave. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. With the end-of-term exams over, the young wizards reveled in their newfound freedom like unleashed beasts. No homework, no classes, just the daily dilemma of deciding where to play. However, joyous times are fleeting, and soon it was time for the results to be announced. The entrance of Hogwarts Castle was crowded with anxious students. A huge piece of parchment was posted on the notice board, and with a simple tap of a wand, one could see their results. This report card would also be mailed to each student's home during the holidays. Argus, along with Draco, Hermione, and others, had just squeezed through the crowd when they heard murmurs around them. The crowd parted to make way for Argus. Argus is here. He's definitely first in the year. The consensus among the young wizards was clear. Even before Argus checked his results, they were certain he would be the top student. Draco, eager to see his own results first, pointed his wand at the parchment. Hold on, let me go first, he thought, hoping to lower his expectations. If Argus really was first, it would be embarrassing to reveal his barely passing grades afterward. Draco's grades slowly appeared. Herbology A, Potions E, Charms E, Defense against the Dark Arts A, Transfiguration A, History of Magic A, Flying O, Astronomy A. Relieved, Draco patted his chest with a look of gratitude. Phew, all passed. Turning around, he met Argus's amused gaze. Argus reminded him, don't forget our deal. Extra lessons during the holidays. Ignoring Draco's groans, Argus was about to check his own results when Hermione jumped in first. Hermione's grades quickly appeared. Herbology O, Potions O, Charms O, Defense against the Dark Arts E, Transfiguration O, History of Magic O, Flying O, Astronomy O. Apart from Defense against the Dark Arts, she had the highest marks in everything. Still, our little witch wasn't satisfied. Pouting, she complained. I knew it. I didn't write enough for several questions in the Defense against the Dark Arts exam. If only the parchment were larger. Argus chuckled and reassured her. You've done great. If you're not satisfied, what about the rest of us? With that, he pointed his wand at the parchment. Surprisingly, instead of showing Argus's grades, the Hogwarts crest appeared. The badger, snake, lion, and eagle on the crest burst into radiant flames in midair. The surrounding students exclaimed, I knew it. Argus is definitely first in the year. Oh my gosh, Hermione Granger only got 1 E. Could Argus have all OS? There's a difference between OS too. Some people get OS because that's their level, while others get OS because it's the highest grade possible. Draco felt immensely relieved that he had checked his grades earlier. Otherwise, he would have been too embarrassed to look, just like Goyle, Crabbe, and Theodore. On the parchment, Argus's grades gradually appeared. Apart from the blank in flying, everything was O. Meanwhile, a system prompt echoed in Argus's mind. Congratulations, host, for achieving first place in the Endofterm exams. Achievement, top of the year. Achievement points rewarded, 100. Current remaining achievement points, 600. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Missing a subject and still first. That's a huge gap. Didn't you see during the exams? While we were still reading the questions, Argus had already finished. Someone suggested, "Forget it. The exams are over. Let's focus on tonight's House Cup." The House Cup. At the mention of this, Argus suddenly thought, if being first in the exams earns achievement points, then the House Cup should too, right? He wondered if Dumbledore would intervene this time. In the original story, Dumbledore awarded Gryffindor an extra 170 points, practically handing them the House Cup to boost Harry's reputation. But things were different now. Argus was the one who defeated Quirrell, as Harry had admitted himself. Even if Dumbledore wanted to award points to Gryffindor, he couldn't bypass Argus. Moreover, Harry and Ron had lost more than 170 points this school year. Gryffindor, without Hermione's point-turning prowess, was at the bottom, nearly 100 points behind Hufflepuff in third place, and 200 points behind Slytherin in first. Unless Dumbledore gave Harry and Ron 300 points each, which would be preposterous. If he dared to do that, Slytherin students wouldn't need to protest. Professor McGonagall wouldn't allow such blatant favoritism, even if it benefited her own house. As night fell, all Hogwarts students gathered in the Great Hall. The anticipation of the House Cup announcement and the impending holidays made everyone unusually excited. The hall was filled with a joyous atmosphere, especially the Slytherin table. Their hourglass showed a score far ahead of Ravenclaw in second place, making their victory almost certain. The hall's decorations prominently featured Slytherin's green banners. Ding, ding, ding. Professor McGonagall gently tapped her glass, and the hall gradually quieted down. Dumbledore stood up, his gaze sweeping across the room as he began to speak. Another school year has come to an end. Now, it's time to award the House Cup. The scores are as follows. In fourth place, Gryffindor, with 256 points. A smattering of applause accompanied by disappointed sighs came from the Gryffindor table. Some students even cast reproachful glances at Harry and Ron. Dumbledore continued. In third place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. In second place, Ravenclaw, with 461 points. And in first place, with 517 points, Slytherin. The Slytherin table erupted in deafening cheers. Draco was ecstatic, waving his arms wildly, and other students joined in, expressing their joy. Even Professor Snape at the staff table quietly applauded. Dumbledore smiled and said, "Well done, Slytherin. However, we must also take into account recent events. I have some last-minute points to award." The eyes of the young wizards were fixed on Dumbledore's face, holding their breath as they awaited his next announcement. The headmaster surveyed the room, a slight smile playing on his lips, and slowly began. Mr. Ron Weasley, despite being in danger himself, chose to consider the greater good and sacrifice his own safety. 50 points to Gryffindor. A smattering of applause echoed through the hall, though many students wore expressions of disdain. Ron had earned a notorious reputation at Hogwarts for repeatedly targeting Argus. Were it not for the reputation of his older brothers, even this sparse applause would have been unlikely. Percy, in a rare moment of praise, said, "Well done." This compliment made Ron swell with pride, momentarily forgetting who had caused Gryffindor to lose points in the first place. Dumbledore continued, "Next, we have Mr. Harry Potter. He has shown us extraordinary courage and bravery, facing a formidable enemy Hedon. 60 points to Gryffindor." The announcement sent Gryffindor House into a frenzy. Students clapped and cheered enthusiastically. Though they still wouldn't win the House Cup, at least they were no longer at the bottom. Dumbledore sighed inwardly. It was a necessary compromise. The point gap between Gryffindor and Slytherin was too large. Arbitrarily awarding too many points would seem predetermined and unfair. His gaze shifted to Argus, seated at the front of the Slytherin table, and he continued, "Finally, Mr. Argus Grindelwald. Single-handedly, he ensured the safety of Hogwarts. 100 points to Slytherin." The hall erupted in thunderous applause. Slytherin students clapped so hard their hands turned red, and Draco and his friends puffed out their chests with pride. Daphne shook Argus's arm excitedly, exclaiming, "Argus, our total score is 617 points, the highest in Hogwarts history." Several girls nearby bit their lips in envy. Argus remained composed, gently reminding her, "Calm down, everyone else is watching." Dumbledore made his final announcement. "If my calculations are correct, Slytherin has won this year's House Cup." The Slytherin table became a sea of joy in an instant. Meanwhile, a system notification sounded in Argus's mind. "Congratulations to the host for winning the first-year House Cup. Achievement unlocked. First-year House Cup achievement points reward, 100. Argus pondered whether this achievement reward would increase with each year. If so, the coming year's House Cups would require even more strategy. As he was planning his holiday, his excited Slytherin classmates surrounded him. The Weasley twins also joined in, one on each side, jokingly draping their arms around his neck. "So that's why our generous benefactor bought out all the stock. Off to do something big, were you? Tell us, how did it go?" Parvati and Padma Patil also bid a reluctant farewell to Argus. Being from India, they wouldn't see him again until the next term. The feast lasted until curfew, requiring Professor McGonagall to intervene. However, once back in the Slytherin common room, the celebrations resumed. Older students brought out their hidden treasures from Hogsmeade, and the party continued late into the night. Exhausted, Argus sat in a chair, rubbing his temples and quietly said, "System, check achievement points. Current achievement points remaining, 700? Not bad. Time for a celebratory draw. System, start the draw." Mystically patterned card packs spun in midair, and Argus casually opened 7 of the most recent ones. Familiar blue skies and white clouds drifted by until the last one burst into brilliant gold light. Finally, a good pull, Argus thought with delight. System notification. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Floating Zombie Level 2, Fiery Heat Level 3, Show Me the Way Level 1, Disillusionment Charm Level 3, Double Trouble Level 2, Misty Cloud Level 2. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Apparition Level 8, current achievement points remaining, 0. Argus frowned slightly. Although Level 8 Apparition would significantly enhance his combat ability, it couldn't be used within Hogwarts. Still, overall, it was a satisfying draw, especially the frequently used Disillusionment Charm. Detected that the host has mastered several spells. Would you like to integrate them? Integrate. Instantly, a flood of knowledge surged into his mind, making Apparition feel like second nature. System notification. Host's exceptional talent detected. Super Magic Level Comprehension achieved for Floating Zombie Level 3, Show Me the Way Level 2, Double Trouble Level 3, Misty Cloud Level 3. Argus packed his belongings and lay down to rest. The next morning, he took the Hogwarts Express to the station and returned to the manor with Vita. As soon as he arrived at the manor, Argus saw Vita striding towards him, holding a yellowed parchment. She handed the paper to Argus, her face filled with anticipation. Argus scrutinized the contents carefully, a satisfied smile gradually appearing on his lips. "Your grades from Hogwarts have arrived." "Not too shabby," Vita said with a sigh of relief, her tone tinged with pride. Argus chuckled inwardly. No matter the world, grades were always a hurdle for children. He was relieved to be at the top of his class. If he had failed as many subjects as Ron, Vita would have been furious. Back in his room, Argus finally had the chance to examine the Philosopher's Stone closely. He didn't plan to invest too much time in alchemy. He knew that everyone's energy was limited, and one had to make choices to go further. Just like Dumbledore, who wasn't particularly skilled in potions and needed Snape's help to brew the tooth-growing potion. But that didn't stop him from becoming the greatest white wizard of the century. Grindelwald and Voldemort were similar in that regard. Argus decided to focus more on the areas he was skilled in and needed, aiming for quicker improvement. After all, alchemy required a lot of time for experiments, learning, and accumulation. Instead of spending so much effort, he thought he might as well defeat Voldemort. Despite this, Argus recognized the value of the Philosopher's Stone. He could feel the abundant magic and vitality contained within it, and had already formed a preliminary plan for its use. It was like a portable fountain of youth, capable of restoring magic and physical strength at any time, perfectly compensating for his current biggest shortcoming. Argus couldn't help but imagine how much easier his battle with Voldemort would have been if he had this treasure. Now, with level 8 apparition and a mobile fountain at his disposal, he finally felt more confident and began to consider his next steps. The development of the Order had temporarily hit a bottleneck, and the impact of the Gringotts incident was fading. Argus felt it was necessary to find an excuse to regain the attention of British wizards. Once this action was over, the plan to open the Order's bank could proceed. At the same time, Argus was contemplating how to deal with Voldemort's Horcruxes in advance. The diary needed to be in his possession and couldn't be easily destroyed by Harry. The Gaunt family's ring could be left to Dumbledore. Without it, the old headmaster would be hard to defeat. Ravenclaw's diadem could be dealt with after returning to school, and Slytherin's locket could be retrieved now. If he remembered correctly, that Horcrux should be in the hands of a house elf from the Black family. Argus sighed, realizing the daunting tasks awaiting him this holiday. He had hoped to visit old Grindelwald at Nurmengard, but it seemed that would have to wait. Just then, there was a rapid knock on the door, followed by Vita's voice. "Argus, are you awake? The Order has an urgent matter that needs your decision." Argus quickly got up and opened the door. "I'm awake, just reading." "What's the matter, Aunt Vita?" Vita looked serious. "Do you remember Scrimgeour?" Argus frowned, trying to recall information about Scrimgeour. Wasn't he already captured and tried? What happened now? Vita explained that Scrimgeour's case had been delayed multiple times by the Wisengamot due to insufficient evidence. Fudge wanted Argus to testify, but Dumbledore had refused, citing class schedules. Recently, under increasing public pressure, the trial had to proceed. Argus mused, "Dumbledore doesn't want Scrimgeour in Azkaban." Vita nodded in confirmation. Argus understood that many wanted Scrimgeour dead, including Fudge, pureblood families, and even Barty Crouch. Only Dumbledore had the power to withstand such pressure and influence the Wizengamot. A smile played on Argus's lips as he asked, "How are our preparations for the head auror position?" Vita shook her head, indicating that their time in Britain had been too short to establish a solid foundation. Even with capable people infiltrating the ministry, it would be hard to become Fudge or Bones confidant quickly. They could only take a gamble for the head auror position this time. Argus thought for a moment. "Leave this to me. Arrange for me to meet Scrimgeour alone. Don't let anyone else." "No." Vita interrupted firmly. "Do you understand how much Scrimgeour hates you? Even without a wand, we can't take that risk." Argus sighed and explained. "He's already immobilized, Aunt Vita. Trust me, I won't take unnecessary risks." Vita was still puzzled, not understanding why Argus insisted on meeting this prisoner, especially considering their enmity. Sensing Vita's concern, Argus knew he had to explain clearly. He patiently elaborated on the importance of the head auror position and why they couldn't solely rely on Fudge or Bones. "Aunt Vita, to secure the head auror position, we don't necessarily need Fudge or Bones. Their competition creates an opportunity for us. It's not the title of head auror that makes aurors follow you. It's having aurors follow you that makes you the true head auror. The key to all this lies with Scrimgeour." Vita still didn't understand. "But you were the one who sent him to trial. Why would he help you?" Argus's gaze shifted towards the Ministry of Magic, his eyes gleaming with confidence. "He will help me, because he has no choice." 2 days later, in the Ministry of Magic's courtroom, with a creak, the old door slowly opened. Through the dim light, Scrimgeour's resolute but weathered face emerged. He sat on the bench, his hands bound by heavy chains. Argus entered the courtroom, still wearing his polite smile, as if the dilapidated surroundings had no effect on him. "Mr. Scrimgeour, long time no see," he said lightly. Scrimgeour glanced up briefly before looking away, ignoring him. Unfazed, Argus sat down nearby. "It's been months. Have you forgotten me already, Mr. Scrimgeour?" he asked with a hint of teasing. "Get lost, you disgusting dark wizard." Scrimgeour suddenly erupted, his eyes fixed on Argus. "One day, I will personally lock you up in Azkaban." Argus chuckled softly, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. "Lock me up in Azkaban? Mr. Scrimgeour, instead of making threats, you might want to think about how you can survive Azkaban yourself. Do you think the dark wizards and pureblood families there will let you walk out alive?" Scrimgeour coldly replied, "That's none of your concern." "Of course, it's not my concern. After all, I'm not the one facing death," Argus said leisurely. "If I remember correctly, didn't you hide your family in America? What do you think those wizards you hunted down will do when they find out, after you're gone?" "Grindelwald." Scrimgeour tried to lunge forward but was held back by the chains. His tawny hair and thick eyebrows quivered violently, making him look like an enraged lion. "Leave them out of this. They are innocent." Unmoved, Argus maintained his indifferent expression. "Innocent? Of course they are. That's why I won't harm them. But other wizards might not be so kind. Do you expect me to protect your family too? Do you really think saints are saints?" "Grindelwald, I'll kill you." Scrimgeour struggled madly, the chains clanging loudly. Blood began to seep from his wrists and ankles. "Expelliarmus." Argus disarmed Scrimgeour, sending him crashing to the ground. Argus frowned slightly, seemingly uncomfortable with the dim environment of the courtroom. He continued, "Mr. Scrimgeour, you don't want your family to suffer at the hands of countless dark wizards, do you? Or do you think Dumbledore can protect you forever? He's only helping you to use you as leverage against Fudge, to control the ministry." Argus thought to himself that Dumbledore wanted to protect Scrimgeour to prepare for the fight against Voldemort. Unfortunately, Scrimgeour was unaware of this, making it easy for Argus to manipulate his emotions. "But if Dumbledore finds out you've chosen to side with Fudge, do you think he'll still help you?" Argus pressed on. Scrimgeour stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with rage. "I haven't." Argus was indifferent. "Whether you have or not doesn't matter. What matters is what Dumbledore thinks. Before I came here, I had Fudge delay your transfer to Azkaban. What do you think Dumbledore will think when he finds out? Will he believe you're innocent? Or will he think you sided with Fudge to save yourself? Either way, you and your family will be discarded. That poor girl who just started at Ilvermorny might not graduate peacefully. You. Scrimgeour collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot. Argus's eyes were cold. "Mr. Scrimgeour, I don't have time to waste. Now, tell me, what is your choice?" Scrimgeour remained silent, his head bowed. "Last chance, your choice." Argus turned to leave. "Mr. Scrimgeour, I've given you the opportunity. It's your choice to give it up. I hope you don't regret it in the future." Just as Argus was about to step out, Scrimgeour finally spoke, his voice weary. "Wait, what do you need me to do?" A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Argus's mouth. He thought to himself that although Voldemort's methods were despicable, they were effective. Even with someone as tough as Scrimgeour, it increased his chances of success. Argus turned to face Scrimgeour. I need your influence and connections within the Auror office. Tell me who your loyal followers are, how to control them, and gain their trust. Hand them all over to me. Trembling, Scrimgeour nodded and began to list the names. After he finished, he sat quietly in the corner, saying nothing more. Argus summoned a quill and parchment with his wand, recording everything Scrimgeour had said. He looked at Scrimgeour's exhausted face and smiled confidently. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Scrimgeour. I forgot to mention, everything I just said was merely a plan and speculation. None of it has actually happened. Pleasant cooperation. With that, Argus left, leaving Scrimgeour alone in the courtroom, seething with helpless rage. As Argus stepped out of the courtroom, Vita hurried over, her face etched with concern. Argus, are you okay? She asked anxiously. Argus didn't answer directly. Instead, he pulled out a scroll of parchment from his coat and handed it to Vita with a solemn expression. This contains all of Scrimgeour's contacts within the Auror office. Use it wisely, he whispered, his eyes shifting back towards the courtroom, his tone turning icy. And make sure he doesn't leave Azkaban alive. Argus knew all too well the capabilities of Scrimgeour. Even with his weaknesses exposed, he wasn't someone to be underestimated. Better to eliminate the threat entirely than to take unnecessary risks. Vita nodded in understanding, and the two turned and swiftly left the Ministry of Magic. 2 days later, at the Saints' Manor, Argus sat at a large oak desk, meticulously going through a stack of documents, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Well, I didn't realize Scrimgeour's influence within the Aurors was this extensive. He controlled 60% of them, far exceeding my expectations. Argus gently stroked the papers, his eyes gleaming with ambition. With our own people in place, the Saints now control more than half of the Aurors. It won't be long before we truly establish our foothold in the Ministry. The next day, at the Ministry of Magic, Amelia Susan Bones stood at the entrance of the minister's office, her expression stern. Ever since Scrimgeour's downfall, she had been eyeing the position of head Auror, hoping to place her own confidence in key roles. However, Fudge had his sights set on the same position, leading to numerous clashes between the two. As a descendant of the Bones family, Amelia inherited her family's tradition of integrity. Her brother and grandmother had both died fighting Voldemort, and she herself had once stood up for Harry, only to be killed by Voldemort in the end. But integrity didn't mean she lacked ambition. As a member of one of the Sacred 28, she had been burdened with her family's mission since birth. In the current calm before Voldemort's return, the power struggle between her, Barty Crouch, and Fudge was becoming increasingly intense. Faced with a significant position like the head Auror, especially one under her Department of Magical Law Enforcement, how could she let it slip away? Fudge had similar thoughts, but his motives were rooted in consolidating his position as minister. Minister Fudge, Amelia began bluntly, the Auror office falls under the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. With the head Auror position vacant, it should be filled from within our department. A smug smile appeared on Fudge's face, silently praising Argus for his foresight. Director Bones, you acknowledge that the Aurors belong to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement? With Scrimgeour's failure, don't you bear some responsibility as the director? If your department is as flawed as Scrimgeour, how can I trust you? Let alone the British wizarding community. Amelia stood her ground. This is no excuse for you to meddle in every department. Meddle? Fudge retorted. As Minister of Magic, is there any part of the ministry I cannot oversee? Are you treating the Department of Magical Law Enforcement as your private domain, Director Bones? Amelia hadn't expected the usually timid Fudge to be so aggressive today and was momentarily speechless. But she quickly found her counter. The head Auror position isn't for just anyone. It requires a deep understanding of wizarding laws, as well as enough strength and reputation. Who else but someone from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement could claim such knowledge? That's not necessarily true. Fudge scoffed. There are many who have transferred from your department to others. How can you be so sure none of them are suitable? Amelia adjusted her monocle, a sly glint in her eye. Minister Fudge, you yourself mentioned they transferred from our department. Why were they moved? What achievements did they have in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement? Are their roles in other departments filled? These all need careful consideration. Instead of getting bogged down in these details, it's more prudent to select someone from within. Fudge stared intently at Amelia, his hands clenching unconsciously. His desire to fully control the ministry grew stronger. If he truly held power, why would he need to exert so much effort? Appointing a head Auror should be a simple decree. But now, as the Minister of Magic, he didn't even have that power. At that moment, a syrupy voice broke the tension. Dolores Umbridge, dressed in her usual pink attire and wearing a fake smile, appeared at the office door. Minister. What is it? Fudge asked, barely containing his frustration. Minister, it seems the werewolves in Nocturne Alley are causing some trouble. Should we send aurors to check it out? We can't let those beasts cause any real trouble. Then Fudge began but stopped short, exchanging a glance with Amelia, neither willing to concede. Finally, Amelia took a deep breath. Minister Fudge, I believe the greater good should always come first. Right now, dealing with the werewolves in Nocturne Alley is the priority. Since we can't agree on a head auror, why not let the aurors themselves decide? What do you think? Amelia's proposal seemed fair but was actually a calculated move, confident that no one in Fudge's camp could handle the auror command. Fudge, however, believed his ministerial prestige would garner more support from the aurors than Amelia. Fudge immediately agreed. Fine, let the auror office make the choice. But we must agree, no matter their decision, neither of us will interfere. They must begin their mission immediately. Seeing her goal achieved, Amelia smiled in satisfaction. Agreed. Then, Minister Fudge, shall we? Perhaps we should invite Minister Crouch to witness? Him? Fudge sneered, striding towards the auror command. Umbridge hurriedly followed, trailing behind. The auror exams at the British Ministry of Magic are notoriously rigorous, with demanding requirements that leave many in shock. After graduating from Hogwarts, candidates must undergo 3 years of grueling training. They must achieve at least an outstanding grade in a minimum of 5 NEWD subjects. In addition, they need to pass stringent background checks, personality and capability assessments, and specialized tests in stealth and disguise. Even someone as talented as Tonks nearly failed to pass. In 1995, not a single person was promoted to auror, highlighting the difficulty of the process. The number of aurors in the entire ministry is sparse, only a few dozen, spanning a wide range of ages. It is said that whoever controls the auror headquarters wields the wand of the ministry. Fudge, Amelia, and Umbridge stepped into the auror headquarters. The office itself was not spacious, as most aurors were usually out on missions. However, due to the lack of leadership and recent news from Nocturne Alley, the office was unusually full. The room was chaotic. Some were leisurely smoking, others were shouting at the top of their lungs, and some were engrossed in studying magic. Everyone seemed to be doing their own thing, with no order in sight. Umbridge cleared her throat loudly to get their attention. The aurors finally noticed Fudge and the others and ceased their activities. Minister, Madam Bones, Fudge nodded slightly before speaking. As you are all aware, former head of the auror office, Scrimgeour, has committed an unforgivable crime and will be sent to Azkaban. However, the work of the aurors must not come to a halt due to one individual's actions. Recently, the aurors operations have been chaotic. Madam Bones and I are here today to resolve this issue. Hearing this, many aurors perked up. Fudge's implication was clear: resolving auror tasks was the responsibility of the head of the auror office. It seemed that the long-contested position was finally going to be filled. Fudge continued, after discussing with Madam Bones, we have decided that you will vote to elect the new head of the auror office. Madam Bones and I will only make recommendations. As he spoke, he glanced at Umbridge. She understood and placed a parchment in front of everyone, listing the candidates recommended by Fudge and Amelia. Of course, besides the candidates we recommend, you can also choose from among yourselves. The one with the highest number of votes will become the new head of the auror office. Fudge added, trying to appear fair. Little did he know, this statement would plant a significant hidden danger for him. The aurors looked at each other, hesitant to make the first move. Fudge, noticing their reluctance, showed a hint of displeasure and focused on a blond man. The man understood, stepped forward, picked up a quill, and wrote down a name naturally. One of Fudge's picks then folded the paper and placed it on the table. With his example, the others no longer hesitated and stepped forward to write down their choices for the head of the auror office. Among them, a tall man with chestnut hair discreetly scanned the room, exchanging glances with several others. He nodded slightly, as if silently conveying a message. In less than half an hour, everyone had finished voting. The table was piled with slips of paper. Fudge wore a bright smile. As the aurors wrote their choices, he noticed that many of their gazes lingered on his selected candidates. Moreover, the strokes of their writing were strikingly similar to one of his picks. Fudge was confident that the position was as good as his. Amelia was equally confident. After all, the auror office was under the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and her connections in the auror office far surpassed Fudge's. Although she noticed the aurors' reactions, she knew that looking and choosing were two different things. Pinning hopes on uncontrollable factors was a sign of weakness. At the very least, she believed she had a stronger base of support than Fudge. She silently mocked him, wondering how he ever became the Minister of Magic. Since everyone has finished voting, let's announce the results. Umbridge, you. Wait a moment. Just as Fudge was about to ask Umbridge to count the votes, Amelia interrupted him. I think, since the aurors themselves are choosing, it would be more appropriate for one of them to announce the results. Don't you agree, Minister Fudge? Her words clearly expressed distrust in Umbridge, fearing she might tamper with the results. In truth, Umbridge did have such thoughts. However, Fudge, confident in his victory, didn't care about these details and said carelessly, "Madam Bones makes a good point." Then, his gaze swept over the aurors and finally settled on a young female auror with bubblegum hair. "Tonks, you announced the results." "Me? Really?" Though reluctant to get involved in such political affairs, Tonks couldn't refuse. She muttered as she walked forward, picked up the first slip, and read out the name. Nepal Bast. To ensure fairness, she showed the slip to everyone. Amelia's lips curved slightly. Nepal Bast was one of her key subordinates, not as strong as Moody or Scrimgeour, but quite capable. More importantly, he came from the Bast family, one of the Sacred 28. Umbridge glanced at Fudge, who looked displeased but wisely remained silent. While one vote couldn't determine the outcome, a good start was still a matter of pride. Fudge, confident in his expected victory, naturally hoped for perfection. Tonks, oblivious to the undercurrents, picked up the next slip. Sean Scott. Hearing this name, Fudge's face showed a hint of satisfaction. The following names were, as expected, all his loyalists. This made him increasingly smug, and he looked at Amelia with a tinge of disdain. Amelia's face grew darker. At this rate, Fudge's man might actually secure the position of head of the Auror office. If that happened, it would be like driving a massive nail into her territory. His power would significantly expand, and his influence in the ministry would further increase. This was a scenario she couldn't tolerate. "Madam Bones, don't forget, this was your idea." Fudge, in high spirits, couldn't resist teasing, as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "Surely you won't go back on your word?" Amelia snorted. "It's still early to say who the final candidate will be." "Is that so?" "I feel like it's already decided," Fudge grinned, almost certain that the Auror office was about to become a powerful tool in his hands. He even began to fantasize about the day when he would truly control the ministry with the help of the Auror office. However, soon he couldn't smile anymore. What happened next was far beyond his control. Not only was Fudge bewildered, but Amelia was equally at a loss. The names Tonks read out one after another were all the same Alan Mitchell. None of these names were ones they had recommended. Fudge stared blankly at the crowd, internally screaming. "I said you could choose freely, but did you really take it that literally? Do you have no sense of tact? Can't you read between the lines?" As the slips of paper on the table dwindled, Fudge and Amelia's expressions grew increasingly grim. Once Tonks finished reading the last slip, she quickly disappeared into the crowd, unwilling to be part of the farce any longer. Umbridge hesitantly glanced at Fudge, picked up the parchment recording the voting results, and announced in a trembling voice, "Nepal Bursted, 8 votes. Sean Scott, 6 votes. Tyler Kenneth, 1 vote. Alan Mitchell, 21 votes. Minister, should we perhaps hold a re-vote?" Hearing this, Fudge wanted nothing more than to slap Umbridge. He cursed inwardly. "Fool. How could you say that out loud? Even if we need a re-vote, you can't just blurt it out. What will people think? Especially with Amelia right here." Upon hearing this, Amelia almost burst out laughing. She said sarcastically, "Oh, Minister, you are indeed fair and just. Why not just appoint whoever you think is suitable? Why bother with a vote at all? After all, if it's not your preferred candidate, we'll just keep re-voting." Fudge widened his eyes in frustration but could only stew in silence. He shot a venomous glare at Umbridge and then scanned the crowd, searching for the man who had taken his loyalist's position. "Alan Mitchell." Trying to maintain his composure, he said, "As the Minister for Magic, I would never stoop to such undignified actions." "Who is Alan Mitchell? Step forward and let me have a look at you." A man with chestnut hair stepped out from the crowd and bowed to Fudge and Amelia. "Minister, Director Bones, good day. I am Alan Mitchell." Fudge scrutinized the man, finding him somewhat familiar, but unable to place where he had seen him before. At that moment, Umbridge leaned in and whispered, "Minister, Mr. Mitchell joined the Auror office 6 months ago. He's one of ours. When you were selecting candidates, his name was on the list. But you thought he was too inexperienced to command respect as a director, so you didn't consider him." Fudge's spirits lifted instantly. He had prepared himself for the worst, thinking he might have to approach Alan Mitchell later, and even considering the possibility that Mitchell might side with Amelia. But unexpectedly, things had turned in his favor, and one of his own had become the Auror office director. He cleared his throat and looked at Alan Mitchell with renewed enthusiasm. "Mr. Mitchell, there's no need to be so formal. Since the Aurors have chosen you, you are now the new director of the Auror office. Manage the Auror command well." Amelia's face darkened, and she coldly addressed Alan Mitchell. "Congratulations on becoming the new Auror director." Alan Mitchell gave a polite nod and smiled faintly, which only made Fudge more pleased. Turning to Amelia, Fudge said, "Director Bones, now that the Auror office director has been chosen, I think we should let them get back to their duties. There's a lot of backlog to deal with, and we shouldn't waste any more time." Amelia snorted and turned on her heel, leaving the Auror office. Fudge walked over to Alan Mitchell and patted his shoulder earnestly. "From now on, the position of Auror director is yours. Make sure you don't end up like Scrimgeour, doing things that are beneath the dignity of the office. Alan Mitchell understood the hidden message in Fudge's words. On the surface, it was advice to avoid Scrimgeour's mistakes, but in reality, it was a warning to obey Fudge's orders and not become too independent. He respectfully replied, "Minister, with your leadership, the Auror Command will certainly never have another person like Scrimgeour who abuses their power." Satisfied with the response, Fudge beamed. "Good, good. Rest assured, the position of Auror Director won't be your ceiling. Work hard, and your future will be limitless. If you need anything, just ask Umbridge. She will assist you." Umbridge flashed a sugary smile. Truth be told, she didn't like this chestnut-haired man. His presence would significantly lower her standing in Fudge's eyes. But she knew that with his current favor, Fudge wouldn't tolerate any sabotage from her. She had to bide her time. After Fudge left, Alan Mitchell immediately began reviewing the Auror Command's files, secretly passing all the information to Argus's estate. That evening, Argus learned everything that had transpired at the Ministry of Magic. With the position of Auror Director, it would be much easier to infiltrate the ministry further. Using the Auror office as a foothold, they could gradually extend their influence throughout the entire ministry. Reading through the intelligence provided by Alan Mitchell, Argus murmured to himself, "Werewolves, the disappearance in the Albanian forest, dark magic item inspections. If I'm not mistaken, Voldemort is still barely alive in the Albanian forest. The missing wizards are likely connected to him. The dark magic item inspection overseen by the Aurors is the prelude to Lucius bringing out the diary. Some of the dark magic items will go to Borgin and Burks, and the diary will be slipped to Ginny." Argus had initially planned to intercept the diary before Lucius could give it to Ginny. But upon reconsideration, he realized that with Lucius's cautious nature, he wouldn't hand over something Voldemort entrusted to him so easily. No matter how talented Argus was, his young age was a limiting factor. Lucius wouldn't place all his bets on a child. Lucius didn't know the diary was a Horcrux. Otherwise, he wouldn't have discarded it. This was a golden opportunity to sever the Malfoy family's ties to Voldemort. If Lucius knew he had thrown away Voldemort's Horcrux, he would seek protection without any prompting. Voldemort's resurrection would occur during the Triwizard Tournament. Argus realized he needed to demonstrate enough power during this period to secure the Malfoy family's allegiance. He made up his mind. For now, getting my hands on Slytherin's locket is the right move. In front of Malfoy Manor, Lucius and Narcissa stood solemnly, waiting. Draco was beside his parents, his eyes scanning the distance. Suddenly, a figure in an elegant wizard robe appeared, and Draco's excitement was unmistakable as he waved his arms and dashed towards the newcomer. "Argus, over here. Slow down. Don't trip," Draco shouted joyfully. Argus shook his head with a wry smile and followed Draco to where Lucius and Narcissa stood. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Malfoy," Argus said politely. "Mr. Grindelwald, it's been a while," Lucius responded with a slight bow, his eyes involuntarily glancing behind Argus, curiosity evident. Noticing Lucius's look, Argus smiled apologetically. "Aunt Vita had some matters to attend to and couldn't visit. I'm here as a classmate to see Draco, so I came alone by apparition. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Malfoy." Just as Lucius was about to reply, a realization struck him. He exchanged a shocked look with Narcissa. "Apparition?" he thought, astonished. "A wizard who hasn't even started his second year can perform apparition?" Lucius scrutinized Argus more closely, his astonishment growing. Though his own skills were not on par with Hogwarts professors or elite aurors like Moody, as head of the Malfoy family, his knowledge and insight were far beyond that of an average wizard. He understood Argus's importance to the Saint group and was aware of the dangers of apparition. If Argus hadn't mastered it, Vita would never have allowed him to use it so casually. The distance from the Saint Manor to Malfoy Manor usually required 4 to 5 apparition jumps for an adult wizard, who would be exhausted upon arrival. Yet Argus showed no signs of fatigue, which greatly impressed Lucius. Narcissa, sensing her husband's unease, gently tugged his sleeve and smiled apologetically at Argus. "Mr. Grindelwald, welcome to Malfoy Manor. Please, come in." Lucius snapped back to reality and quickly stepped aside to invite Argus in. Argus bowed politely and followed Lucius and Narcissa into the grand wizarding mansion. In the living room, a table laden with an assortment of colorful, neatly arranged snacks awaited, clearly prepared with great care. Draco eagerly stuffed a pile of treats into Argus's arms. "Argus, this is my favorite chocolate. Try it. And this and this." Draco excitedly introduced each treat. Argus looked at him with a bemused smile. "Are you giving me all these to keep me from checking your homework?" Draco's smile froze, and he looked at Argus pleadingly. "Remember what you promised me before the break? Go get your homework so I can take a look," Argus insisted firmly. Reluctantly, Draco trudged back to his room, glancing back repeatedly, hoping Argus would change his mind. But Argus's real intention was not to check the homework, but to have a private conversation with Lucius. Lucius, sensing this, stayed behind. Narcissa, understanding the situation, went upstairs to help Draco find his homework. Mr. Malfoy, I'll be brief, Argus began. I have information that the Ministry of Magic is planning a major operation against dark artifacts. A major operation? Lucius raised an eyebrow. Yes, Argus nodded. There will be a large-scale inspection soon, including pureblood families. I hope the Malfoy family can be prepared. Lucius fell into deep thought. He didn't doubt Argus's words. Such significant matters were not taken lightly. He pondered two main issues: how to handle the family's dark artifacts, which were numerous and not easily dealt with in a short time, and the hidden message in Argus's words. The Malfoy family was deeply rooted in Britain with substantial connections within the Ministry of Magic. Even so, he had not heard a whisper of this operation, indicating its secrecy. The fact that Argus had access to such confidential information and was willing to take the risk to share it suggested that the Saint Group's influence was far greater than he had imagined. Looking at the calm, blue-eyed boy before him, Lucius felt as if he were facing Voldemort. He recalled meeting Argus for the first time 6 months ago, when he was just a boy with nowhere to go. In such a short time, Argus had become a formidable figure in the wizarding world, his methods surpassing even Voldemort's. Lucius began to wonder whether letting Draco interact with Argus was a blessing or a curse. Seemingly reading Lucius's thoughts, Argus spoke up. If the Malfoy family has any items that are difficult to handle, you can give them to the Saints. Dealing with such things is not a problem for us. No need to trouble you, Mr. Grindelwald, Lucius declined, shaking his head. The Malfoys can manage this on our own. At that moment, a soft pop interrupted their conversation. A raggedly dressed house elf appeared before Argus, clutching a pile of parchment. Lucius's temper flared instantly. Can't you see I'm talking with Mr. Grindelwald? Who told you to come here? Get out. The scolded house elf looked aggrieved, stammering, Dobby. Dobby was sent by young master to bring Mr. Grindelwald his homework. Dobby didn't know master was talking. Dobby? Argus's eyes lit up with interest. The name was familiar. This was the house elf who longed for freedom. Dobby's reaction was different from typical house elves, who would usually be terrified and self-punishing in such situations. Instead, Dobby dared to explain himself. However, Argus had no intention of intervening. In his view, the world was survival of the fittest. The defeated should accept their fate. He was no saint, and Dobby's fate was none of his concern. Misinterpreting Argus's look, Lucius's anger intensified. He drew his wand and began to punish Dobby harshly. Uninterested in the scene, Argus took Draco's homework and instructed Lucius to tell Draco to continue studying before turning to leave. No one noticed the strand of platinum blonde hair now in his hand. In the dead of night, a platinum-haired youth quietly strolled through the deserted streets of central London, heading purposefully towards Grimmauld Place. Upon reaching the space between numbers 11 and 13, he deftly pulled out his wand and waved it in a practiced motion. With a series of creaks, the walls began to shift, revealing a large, dilapidated mansion. The youth pushed open the door, the silver snake-shaped doorknob creaking in protest. As he stepped inside, thick dust billowed up with his every step, floating in the air. He coughed lightly and waved his sleeve to clear the surrounding dust. Yet the room remained far from clean. Taking in his surroundings, the youth couldn't help but be awed by the grandeur of the mansion, steeped in countless years of history. Despite being uninhabited for so long, the dark decor still exuded an air of elegance and luxury. As he walked down the narrow hallway, a raspy, low voice emerged from a dark corner. "Welcome, young Master Malfoy, to our humble abode." The words had barely left the speaker's mouth when an elderly woman with yellow skin, donning a black pointed hat, began shrieking from a portrait behind a moldy curtain. "Creature, how dare you disturb my rest, you filthy scum!" An elf in tattered clothes, Creature, appeared immediately, trembling with fear as he apologized. "Mistress, please forgive Creature." "Creature where?" "Grandmother," the youth softly called, causing the elderly woman in the portrait to fall silent and turn to look at him in a daze. "Are you Narcissa's child?" Before he could respond, she continued, "Yes, I see it now. That platinum hair is unmistakably Aurea Malfoy. How you've grown." Mrs. Black's face lit up with a radiant smile, her affection for purebloods evident. She warmly invited the youth closer, inquiring about Narcissa and the Malfoy family. She then sighed deeply, reminiscing about the downfall of the Black family, Sirius and Bellatrix's imprisonment, Regulus's untimely death, and the lack of a suitable heir. "Did Narcissa send you here?" Mrs. Black asked sharply. The youth paused briefly before replying. "My mother sent me to retrieve something." "Something? Wait a moment. Creature, come here." Mrs. Black called out, her disdain for Sirius evident in her willingness to give away family possessions. Creature reappeared, respectfully asking, "Mistress, what are your orders?" Young Malfoy needs an item from the Black family home. Fetch it for him. Creature turned to the youth. What does Master Malfoy require? At that moment, the youth suddenly raised his wand. A sickly green light flashing Imperio. Mrs. Black was stunned, unable to comprehend why young Malfoy would attack. She began to scream and curse, but the youth ignored her. The youth, actually Argus in disguise, wondered if his cover had been blown. He suspected that creature couldn't sense the bloodline bond, and that Mrs. Black, being a portrait, was similarly oblivious. Ignoring the curses, Argus commanded the bewitched creature to remove the locket from his neck. Although the locket wasn't cursed in the original story, Argus didn't want to take any chances. After ensuring its safety, he pocketed the locket. Avada Kedavra! A killing curse struck creature, ending the House Elf's life. Argus knew the power of House Elves was not to be underestimated, and had it not been for his disguise as Draco, Mrs. Black's command, and the element of surprise, things might not have gone so smoothly. Casting one last glance at the still-cursing portrait of Mrs. Black, Argus considered burning it but decided against it, thinking it might be useful in the future. He left the Black family home, already planning his next move. Back at the Saints' Manor, Argus carefully placed the Slytherin locket into a specially designed magical container. This locket was still a Horcrux, containing a fragment of Voldemort's soul, and any mishandling could have dire consequences. He turned to pick up the intelligence report just delivered by Alan Mitchell, his brow furrowing. Fudge had sent people to Knockturn Alley to deal with the werewolf issue, and a familiar but haggard figure caught his attention. In the photo, a disheveled Lupin was mingling with the werewolves, and Argus couldn't help but sneer. Once an outstanding student at Hogwarts, a close friend of Harry's father, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and now reduced to this, Argus mused, Dumbledore didn't even reach out until years after Harry started school to bring him back as a teacher. He had considered approaching Lupin earlier but lacked a compelling bargaining chip. The only things that could secure Lupin's loyalty were solving the werewolf problem, revealing the truth about the past, or matters concerning Harry things Dumbledore could also offer. Argus tapped his fingers on the desk, summoning Vita Rosier. Aunt Vita, please tell Alan Mitchell to keep an eye on this werewolf named Lupin. No need to follow him, just report his movements promptly. Vita nodded in agreement and was about to leave when she added. The Malfoy family sent a letter saying the matter has been handled. The Greengrass, Crab, and Parkinson families have also nearly completed their tasks. There's a banquet tonight, and key members of these families will be attending. They invite you to come and express your gratitude. Argus nodded. All right, I'll go. By the way, how's the progress on the addresses I asked you to find? The planting and breeding bases are fully operational, but we're still working on the street locations, Vita replied. As for Gringotts, we've been quietly spreading the word about their exploitative practices. The discontent among ordinary wizards has reached a peak. All we need is a trigger. The pure-blood families, however, are harder to sway. Argus pondered for a moment before instructing, from today, change our strategy. Tell British wizards that the recent attack on Gringotts wasn't without consequences. They lost a significant amount of valuable items and are even facing bankruptcy. Recalling bank failure cases from his previous life, Argus thought that although Gringotts wasn't an ordinary bank, some principles could still apply. Encourage ordinary wizards to withdraw large sums, creating a run on the bank. Even the pureblood families will start to waver. While Gringotts has the power to mint coins, overuse will lead to their downfall. Vita nodded thoughtfully and left to relay the new orders. A month and a half later, the Saints had placed many people within the Ministry of Magic. Meanwhile, more and more wizards were withdrawing their money from Gringotts. Despite attempts to explain, no one listened. People only believed what they wanted to believe. During this time, Argus lived leisurely. He read magical books daily, practiced spells, and occasionally replied to letters from Hermione, Padma, and others. Thanks to his exceptional talent, he advanced several spells to level 4 within just a month. One morning, while trying to replicate Dumbledore's water prison spell used against Voldemort by the lake, an owl flew in, bringing a letter. A new school year's book list and changes to the defense against the dark arts professor? Argus read the letter, recalling that the second-year defense against the dark arts teacher was a fraud, skilled only in self-promotion and a passable memory charm. Break with a banshee, gaddying with ghouls, holidays with hags, travels with trolls, voyages with vampires, wanderings with werewolves, year with the Yeti. This series of books was quite expensive, clearly profiting off Hogwarts students. Argus remembered that the Saints bookstore also sold these books. I'll need Aunt Vita to deal with this quickly. This fraud of a professor will be exposed sooner or later, and these books will be worthless. He apparat to the Saints shop in Diagon Alley. Since the Christmas promotion, Argus had rarely shown his face there, fearing the enthusiastic British wizards. Aunt Vita. Argus saw Vita talking with several middle-aged men. Hearing his call, she looked surprised. Argus? What brings you here? The new school year's book list arrived, and I came to pick up some books. You could have just told me. No need to come in person. Let me see the list. Vita stepped forward quickly, but Argus handed her a vibrant black rose. For you, Aunt Vita. Argus smiled warmly. Vita took the flower and lightly tapped Argus on the head. Learning to charm girls at Hogwarts, are we? Looks like I'll have to give you more responsibilities to prepare you for the real world. Aunt Vita, are you a devil? Argus's expression became a mix of amusement and horror. Just teasing. Wait a moment. I'll get your books. Vita's smile was radiant, and Argus realized it was the first time he had seen her smile so brightly. Vita selected the required second-year books according to the list. Argus took the books and casually flipped through a few pages. By the way, Aunt Vita, how much are those books Lockhart asked for? The average price for a book is around 5 galleons. Argus stood in the bookstore, his sharp eyes scanning the shelves. The Lockhart Adventure series was noticeably more expensive than ordinary textbooks. Vita had already checked the prices. Hogwarts textbooks were a goldmine for the bookstore and not to be underestimated. 5 galleons, that's outrageous. Argus thought to himself. He was well aware of the market for Hogwarts textbooks. Regular ones cost 2 or 3 galleons, and the cheaper ones could be as low as 1. These books could last for years and be handed down to younger siblings, a common practice in the Weasley household. In comparison, Lockhart's books were daylight robbery. One book cost 5 galleons, and a set of 8 would be 40 galleons, nearly half a month's salary for an average wizard. What's our profit margin? Argus asked bluntly. After Lockhart's cut and other costs, we make 2 galleons and 5 sickles per book, Vita replied without hesitation. A 50-50 split? Argus pressed. Exactly. We handle the production and sales, while Lockhart takes care of the promotion, Vita explained. Argus was stunned. Wow, turns out I'm the profiteer. The production cost is only a few sickles, and we dare to sell it for 5 galleons. No wonder Lockhart lives so comfortably at St. Mungo's even after losing his memory. The profits from these books and the Hogwarts textbooks have made him a fortune. Argus made a quick decision. Aunt Vita, starting today, we're slashing the prices of Lockhart's books. Single books will be 4 galleons, 8 books for 25 galleons, and the entire series for 30 galleons. Move the inventory as fast as possible. Vita frowned slightly, concerned. Lockhart might not agree to this. Don't worry about him. His cut stays the same. We'll just make less profit, Argus said dismissively. Vita nodded in agreement. All right, I'll get on it right away. That very day, Saint's bookstore announced the price cuts, causing a stir in Diagon Alley. Students from ordinary families were ecstatic and flocked to the store. Mr. Grindelwald is truly a champion of pure-blood wizards. He's destined to become a great figure like Dumbledore. If only all shops were this considerate. They can't even compare to Mr. Grindelwald. Other bookstores hike up their prices as soon as they see the Hogwarts notice, trying to make as much as they can. In just a few days, most of Lockhart's textbooks were sold out, and Saint's group earned a lot of goodwill among the British wizarding community. Meanwhile, at the Burrow, Harry, who had just been rescued by Ron and the Weasley twins, was sneaking into the house. The self-washing pots, the Weasley family clock, and the unique structure of the house amazed him. It may be a bit shabby, but at least it's a home, Ron said casually, munching on some bread. I think it's fantastic, Harry exclaimed excitedly. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the stairs. Mrs. Weasley stormed down, slamming her hands on the table. Where on earth have you been? Her expression softened immediately upon seeing Harry. Oh, Harry, it's so good to see you, dear. Then she turned back to her sons, her face stern again. Bed's empty, no note, car gone. You could have died. You could have been seen. Realizing her tone, she turned back to Harry gently. Of course, not blaming you, dear Harry. The Weasley twins exchanged glances, thinking, whose real mom is she? That was a quick change. Ron, his mouth full of food, mumbled, they were starving him. Mom, and they even barred up his window. Watch it, Ron Weasley, or I'll bar up your window. Mrs. Weasley threatened. Come on, Harry, let's get you some breakfast. Not long after, Mr. Arthur Weasley, dressed in his work clothes, joined them at the table. He kissed Mrs. Weasley on the cheek and took his seat at the head of the table. Having met Harry the previous year due to Ron's misadventures, Arthur only asked a few questions before letting him be. Suddenly, the call of an owl came from outside. Mrs. Weasley put down her cooking utensils. That must be Errol with the mail. No sooner had she spoken than a large owl crashed into the window. Percy retrieved the letter. It's from Hogwarts, and they've sent Harry's as well. Dumbledore must know you're here. He knows everything, Arthur said admiringly. Percy opened the letter and frowned. Oh no, these things are expensive. Yeah, especially the spell books, the twins chimed in. For the Weasleys, who relied solely on Arthur's salary to support the family, dozens of galleons for books was a significant expense, especially with Ginny starting school, needing a wand, robes, and other supplies. Mrs. Weasley took the letter and sighed, but still smiled to reassure her children. Don't worry, kids. Maybe we should take a trip to Diagon Alley today. Bang! A burst of green flames engulfed him, and Harry instantly sensed something was wrong. The Flu network gave him no time to react, transporting him to a dark and eerie place. The air was thick with an unsettling atmosphere, making Harry's skin crawl as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Just then, through the dimly lit window of a nearby shop, a flash of familiar platinum blonde hair caught his eye like a beacon of hope. Forgetting the dust on his clothes, Harry scrambled to his feet and frantically waved and shouted, "Draco! Draco!" Hearing the call, Draco curiously pushed open the door and stepped inside. Seeing the disheveled Harry, he exclaimed in surprise, "Harry? What are you doing here?" Gasping for breath, Harry explained, "I was at the Burrowron's house. I tried to use flu powder to get to Diagon Alley, but I ended up here instead." At that moment, a stern voice sounded from outside the door, "Draco, what are you doing?" Lucius Malfoy strode into the shop, his eyes narrowing with suspicion at the sight of Harry. Draco quickly explained, "Father, he's a friend of mine. He got lost using flu powder and ended up here by mistake." Lucius scrutinized Harry, noting his genuinely bewildered appearance. His wariness eased slightly. "Since he's your friend, he can stay with us for now. We'll make sure he gets back to his family." Draco breathed a sigh of relief and patted Harry's shoulder reassuringly. "Come on, Harry. My father and I will take you back." Lucius suddenly asked, "Wait a moment. You said his name is what?" "Harry. Harry Potter." "Why?" Draco responded, puzzled. "Harry Potter?" Lucius's face turned ashen, his mind raging with the urge to reprimand Draco. He took deep breaths, reminding himself, "He's your son. Even if he's a fool, he's still your son." Though Lucius wanted to leave Harry behind, he had already spoken. Plus, knowing Draco, he would insist on accompanying Harry. With no other choice, Lucius led the two boys towards Diagon Alley. They arrived at Flourish and Blott's, where the Weasley family was already waiting. The shop was packed with wizards buying books and attending a signing event, which had been moved from Flourish and Blott's to accommodate the crowd. Mrs. Weasley rushed to Harry, brushing the dust off him and fussing, "Oh, thank goodness, you didn't go too far." Harry briefly recounted his adventure, unaware of the long-standing enmity between the Malfoys and the Weasleys, especially with Arthur frequently raiding the Malfoy home for dark artifacts. Lucius and Arthur locked eyes, the tension palpable. Lucius sneered, well, if it isn't Arthur Weasley, head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. Busy at the ministry, are we? Always on the lookout? Hope they pay you overtime." Arthur stepped forward, unfazed. Though both were from the Sacred 28, their attire starkly contrasted. Arthur retorted coldly, "It seems we have very different ideas about disgrace, Malfoy." As they bristled with hostility, a booming voice interrupted, "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Gilderoy Lockhart." All eyes turned to the figure descending the staircase. Mrs. Weasley tugged Arthur's sleeve, whispering, "Arthur, there are children here." Draco also softly reminded Lucius, "Father." Lucius snorted, his cloak billowing as he turned to leave. "Look for the books you need. I have matters to attend to." Mrs. Weasley hesitated, then pulled Draco close. "Come here, dear. Matters of the past generation shouldn't involve you." "Thank you for bringing Harry back." Arthur nodded in agreement. Harry whispered to Draco, "Your father, he went to..." Draco replied softly, "Probably to talk with Argus. You know, the Saints have dealings with many families." Ron, still seething from Lucius's earlier insult, muttered, "Evil dark wizard." Mrs. Weasley immediately pulled him aside, scolding, "Ron, don't say such things." Upstairs, Lucius soon found Argus sitting by a small table, engrossed in a thick book. Hermione sat nearby, cradling an orange cat, Cruikshanks a gift from Argus. "Good morning, Mr. Grindelwald," Lucius greeted him. Argus set down his book, inviting Lucius to sit. "Good morning, Mr. Malfoy." Lucius turned to Hermione, politely saying, "You must be Miss Granger. Draco and Mr. Grindelwald have mentioned you often. The top student at Hogwarts, second only to Mr. Grindelwald. Pleased to meet you." Hermione stood and curtsied. "Hello, Mr. Malfoy." She then tactfully excused herself, leaving the two men to talk. Lucius bowed deeply to Argus. "Mr. Grindelwald, thank you for your support of the Malfoy family. We are forever your allies." The recent raids had shaken him deeply. Without Argus's warning, dealing with their dark artifacts could have been disastrous. Argus sipped his tea calmly. "As partners, we should help each other." Seeing Lucius hesitate, he added, "Mr. Malfoy, you know I dislike wasting time. Speak plainly." Lucius was silent for a moment, then slowly placed his cane on the table with a soft thud. He looked up at Argus cautiously and spoke. "What does Mr. Grindelwald think about the prophecy concerning the Dark Lord? The one about Harry and Voldemort?" "Yes," Lucius responded solemnly. Argus shook his head with a slight chuckle, a hint of disdain in his eyes. A prophecy? Whose prophecy could possibly compare to his father's? As someone who also possessed the gift of foresight, Argus had always scoffed at such nebulous matters. He firmly believed that rather than betting on unpredictable events, one should take control of their own destiny. As he spoke, Argus drew his wand and gave it a gentle wave. The water in the teapot instantly boiled, bubbling vigorously. This seemingly simple act caused Lucius's pupils to constrict slightly. Silent casting, even just to heat water, was not something an ordinary wizard could achieve. It required a deep familiarity with spells and a high level of magical proficiency, something even most aurors struggled with. Lucius realized he had underestimated Argus's abilities. "I have a question for you, Mr. Malfoy," Argus suddenly said. Lucius immediately straightened up and respectfully replied, "Please, Mr. Grindelwald, ask away. Do you think the water in this teapot is hot or cold?" Lucius was momentarily perplexed. The water was still steaming, clearly hot. What was there to debate? Just as he was about to speak, Argus snapped his fingers, and the previously boiling water instantly cooled. The future is always in the hands of the strong. Only the weak rely on baseless prophecies. Don't you agree? Argus looked at Lucius confidently. Lucius instinctively avoided Argus's gaze. He thought to himself, if everything relied on prophecies, then what was the point of all his efforts over the years? The Malfoy family had become one of the sacred 28 not through prophecy, but through precise control of the situation and extraordinary insight. Now, it was once again a critical moment for the Malfoy family's destiny. Lucius raised his head, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented determination. "Mr. Grindelwald, I wish to make a deal with you. Or rather, request a promise." "What kind of promise?" Argus inquired. Lucius took a deep breath. "If, and I mean if, one day the Malfoy family faces utter ruin, I hope you will save Draco. In return, the Malfoy family's archives and connections will be at your disposal." Argus's expression became serious. He silently marveled at the Malfoy cunning, recognizing their foresight and the strategic bets they placed across various factions. With Lucius's intelligence network, he must have known about Draco's connection to Harry. Lucius and Narcissa were already marked as Death Eaters, and now they entrusted Draco to both him and Dumbledore. Regardless of which side prevailed, the Malfoy lineage would continue. Indeed, no pureblood family that had survived this long was simple. "Mr. Malfoy, you should know my relationship with Draco. If he ever gets into trouble in the future, I can't possibly..." Argus began but was interrupted by Lucius. "It's different," Lucius said urgently. "I know Draco. He's a bit straightforward. What I want is a promise to save him once, at any cost. Just once. After that, whatever happens to him is none of your concern, and the Malfoys will have no complaints." "All right, I agree," Argus replied straightforwardly, catching Lucius off guard. He had expected Argus to drive a hard bargain, not to agree so readily without asking for anything in return. "Mr. Grindelwald, you..." Lucius stammered. "You want to know why I agreed so quickly?" Argus had anticipated the question and glanced towards the door. "Some things are beyond mere self-interest." He stood up, his face once again adorned with a polite smile. "I believe Draco has finished his shopping. Mr. Malfoy, shall we go?" Lucius stood and bowed. "As you wish." In the Saints bookstore, Gilderoy Lockhart had just finished a book signing event, surrounded by reporters from the Daily Prophet snapping photos. Lockhart flashed his signature smile, revealing 8 perfect teeth, but when he turned to the cameras, he suddenly spotted Harry. "Well, if it isn't Harry Potter," he exclaimed. His shout instantly drew everyone's attention to Harry, who was covered in soot and looking quite disheveled, trying his best to hide in the crowd. Ron, seemingly oblivious to Harry's discomfort, pushed him forward and shouted, "Come on, Harry. Mr. Lockhart is a famous adventurer. Go take a photo with him." His voice was loud enough for everyone to hear, eager to show off his friendship with Harry. "Shut up, Weasley," Draco snapped, pushing Ron aside. "Whether Harry wants a photo or not is his choice. He's just an adventurer. Only you would make a big deal out of it." "Shut up, Malfoy." Ron's cheeks flushed red with anger. "Am I wrong? You just use Harry as a tool to show off." Draco shot back. "Draco, don't be mad. It's just a photo. It's no big deal," Harry said, grateful for Draco's support but not wanting to make things harder for his friends. He reluctantly walked over to Lockhart. Seeing Harry approach, Lockhart's expression softened. Draco's words had indeed stung, but he couldn't afford to offend the Malfoy family. He swallowed his pride, relieved that the famous Harry Potter was cooperating. As the camera flashes went off, capturing the moment, Ron's expression grew increasingly smug. He thought to himself, so what if you knew Harry first? He still listens to me more, otherwise, why would he take a photo with Lockhart? Seeing Ron's triumphant look, Draco couldn't hold back any longer and swung a punch. The two were soon wrestling on the floor. Harry, desperate to stop them, tried to intervene, but Lockhart held him tightly for the photo, giving him no chance to escape. "Stop it! Stop fighting!" Harry shouted. Meanwhile, the Weasley family, busy shopping for Ginny's school supplies, were oblivious to the chaos unfolding. At that moment, the bookstore door opened. Lucius followed Argus inside, only to see his son brawling with Ron. He looked at Argus, feeling embarrassed. "Draco, stop this at once," Lucius commanded, pulling Draco away. But Ron, not willing to let it go, lunged at Draco again. Lucius, already fuming, lost his patience. With a flick of his sleeve, he sent Ron sprawling. Just then, the bookstore door opened once more. The Weasley family walked in, just in time to see Ron being thrown aside. Seeing his parents, Ron felt emboldened. Pointing at Lucius, he tearfully complained, "Dad, he hit me." The Weasley family had been at odds with the Malfoys for a long time. Not long ago, Arthur had been mocked by Lucius at the bookstore. Now, seeing his son complain, Arthur's anger flared, and he lunged at Lucius without even asking for an explanation. "Go, Dad. Hit him. Punch him. Come on, Dad." The Weasley twins shouted enthusiastically, enjoying the chaos. Mrs. Weasley frantically tried to stop them. Ron, not expecting things to escalate so much, looked pale. The focus of the bookstore quickly shifted from Lockhart's book signing to the brawl between Lucius and Arthur. Lockhart was hopping mad, while the store clerk's attempts to intervene were drowned out by the crowd's cheers. The entire bookstore was packed with onlookers. In the midst of this chaos, Argus keenly noticed Lucius slyly slipping a diary into Ginny's book basket. "Argus, help! Break them up!" Draco, seeing Argus as a savior, ran over to plead. Argus scanned the surroundings and saw Hagrid watching the commotion from outside the door. He shouted, "Hagrid, give us a hand here." Hagrid, hearing his name, paused and then recognized Argus as he approached. "Oh, it's you, Argus. Here for some shopping?" "Yeah, school's starting soon. Time to get supplies." "We can talk about that later." Argus shrugged and pointed at the two fighting men. "But if you don't step in, they might seriously hurt each other." Hagrid grinned. "No problem." He took a few strides to the fighters, his massive frame towering over them. With ease, he separated them as if they were mere children. Lucius, clearly riled up, glared at Arthur before giving Argus a curt farewell and leaving with Draco. Some store clerks who knew Lucius decided to report the incident to the manager after a brief discussion. Mrs. Weasley hurried to tend to Arthur's wounds, while the Weasley twins gleefully reenacted the fight, praising Arthur's heroic stance. Poor Ginny, meanwhile, was picking up her scattered and trampled books, looking very upset. Argus quietly approached and helped Ginny put her scattered secondhand books back into her basket. He discreetly slipped the black diary into his sleeve. "Check if anything's missing while there's still time," he said kindly. Ginny, blushing, replied timidly, "No, nothing's missing." "Good. Go check on your dad. He's pretty hurt." Argus tightened Ginny's book basket and gestured towards where Arthur was resting. After tending to Arthur's wounds, Mrs. Weasley finally had time to ask about what happened. She called out sternly, "Ron Weasley, what's going on here?" Arthur's eyes also fixed on Ron, awaiting an explanation. Seeing Ron's evasive gaze, Mrs. Weasley grew more suspicious. Just then, Ginny softly called out, "Mom." Mrs. Weasley's expression softened immediately. "Oh, sweetie, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Mom," Ginny said. "Mr. Grindelwald helped me pick up my books." Mrs. Weasley looked at Argus with eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you again, Argus. Just a small favor." Argus smiled, almost overwhelmed by Mrs. Weasley's warm appreciation. After hearing the complete story from others, Mrs. Weasley's face darkened. "Ron Weasley, Harry is your friend. How could you do this to him?" "I'm sorry, Mom." Ron knew he couldn't escape and admitted his mistake. Not wanting to witness Ron getting scolded, Argus bid farewell to the Weasley family and prepared to return to the Saints' Manor. Lockhart, hoping to catch some of Argus's attention, was disappointed when Argus ignored him and left. Time flew by, and soon it was the first day of school. In a compartment on the Hogwarts Express, Argus and Hermione were engrossed in their books. Parvati and Padma hesitated to speak, not wanting to disturb them. Suddenly, the compartment door burst open. "Argus, have you seen Harry?" Draco asked loudly, drawing disapproving glances from the Patil sisters. Argus put down his book, remembering that in the original story, Harry and Ron had missed the train. He shook his head. "I haven't seen him, but he's with Ron. Even if they miss the train, they can use flu powder to get to Hogsmeade. Don't worry, they'll make it." "You're right." Draco nodded and stopped worrying. At that moment, Ron was shakily flying his father's enchanted car through the air. "Let's go. We just need to find the Hogwarts Express." Harry clung tightly to the car door, looking skeptically at Ron. "Ron, do you really know how to drive?" "Trust me, no problem." Ron answered confidently. The sky was gloomy as the Hogwarts Express slowly pulled into the station. After months of silence, Hogwarts School was welcoming a new batch of students once again. Hagrid's towering figure appeared on the platform, gruffly directing a group of bewildered young wizards onto the boats. Hermione watched the familiar scene with a smile. Were we like this last year? So naive and amazed by everything. Hermione mused softly. Granger, you're only a year older than them. Argus reminded her with a chuckle. Hermione straightened up immediately, flipping her hair with a haughty gesture. So what if I'm only a year older? A day older is still older. Besides, I've read a bit of the school's history. I won't be easily surprised by anything. With that, she followed the older students towards the carriages. When they reached the carriages, Hermione curiously touched the frame and asked, Argus, what kind of magic is on these carriages? Why aren't there any horses? Instead of answering directly, Argus took Hermione's wrist and guided her hand forward. Suddenly, she felt a strange texture of fur, which made her hair stand on end, and she screamed in surprise. She turned to look at Argus, who was trying hard not to laugh. Granger, weren't you just saying how you wouldn't be surprised by anything? Argus mimicked her earlier tone. You. Hermione cried out in a mix of embarrassment and anger, punching Argus lightly. Seeing Hermione's thin skin, Argus stopped teasing her and explained, the carriages aren't pulled by magic, they're pulled by thestrals. Only those who have witnessed death can see them. Witnessed death? Hermione asked, intrigued, as she traced the path Argus's hand had taken, gently placing her hand on the thestral. Argus nodded, describing, they have a dragon-like head and a skeletal body, with black skin stretched tight over their bones and bat-like wings that constantly flap, stirring up eerie winds. Groups of 4, get on the carriages quickly, a station staff member called out. Argus, Hermione, and the Patil twins boarded a carriage and headed towards Hogwarts Castle. The familiar Great Hall and the long tables were just as they remembered, though their seating arrangements had changed. Argus made his way to the Slytherin table, ready to greet Prefect Amiri Caro, but noticed a strange smile on his face, as if he had seen something terrifying. Do I look that scary? Argus wondered, turning to Draco. Draco, excited, explained, you forgot, today is the first day of school, and new students compete for the top spot. Last year, if the 5th-year top student hadn't been late, you might have turned Slytherin upside down. This time, no one's absent, so he has no excuse to refuse. Argus remembered that he had earned quite a few achievement points in the ranking battles last year. If I can clear all the years this time, it could be another few hundred points, he calculated silently. Stop smiling, Argus, Draco reminded him. Look at the prefect's face. If you keep smiling, he might not be able to sit still. Following Draco's gaze, Argus saw Amiri Caro looking very uneasy, busying himself with tasks and barely sitting down. By the way, it's almost time for the sorting ceremony. Where's Harry? Draco asked, glancing repeatedly at the Gryffindor table. At that moment, Professor McGonagall led a new group of young wizards into the Great Hall. The Sorting Hat's loud song announced the start of the ceremony. Argus's attention was drawn to the new students, thinking, if I remember correctly, several future key figures are among this batch. Ginny, Astoria, Luna, the first 2, one will be Harry's future wife, the other Dracos. Luna ends up marrying Rolf Scamander, Newt Scamander's grandson, from Hufflepuff. What are you looking at, Argus? 5th-year top student Scarman teased, draping an arm over Argus's shoulder. Do you think some of the new students are good-looking too? Watch it, Scarman, warned Alexia, now a 4th-year top student, her eyes flashing. If you corrupt Argus, I'll deal with you. Relax, it's just a joke, Argus said wearily. Scarman, you should be mindful of your behavior. You're the top student of Slytherin, representing our house. Acting like a thug all the time. What will other houses think? Look, it's Astoria. Draco's voice brought everyone's attention back to the sorting ceremony. A blonde girl with blue eyes sat on the stool, her cheeks slightly flushed, with adorable dimples. The Sorting Hat barely touched her head before shouting, Slytherin! Astoria joyfully ran to the Slytherin table, sitting next to Daphne, and excitedly greeted Argus, admiration in her eyes. Welcome, Miss Greengrass, Argus smiled in response. Meanwhile, Snape quietly left the staff table. Outside, in midair, Ron drove the flying car towards Hogwarts Castle. Harry's face finally showed a hint of a smile upon seeing the familiar castle silhouette. But in the next second, the flying car went out of control, heading straight for the castle. Ron's lost it. Harry screamed in terror. Pull up! Pull up! Ron frantically pressed all the buttons, but the car descended further. It's malfunctioning, he shouted in panic. Harry rushed to help, but neither of them knew how to operate the flying car. Up! Ron, watch out for the tree. Stop! Stop! Harry shouted hysterically. Ron pulled out his wand, trying to use a spell to stop the car. With a snap, the wand broke. The next moment, the car crashed heavily into the Whomping Willow. Harry and Ron, battered and bruised, dashed towards Hogwarts Castle, hearts pounding with anxiety. They kept glancing back nervously, terrified of seeing Snape's looming figure. It was only after they had reached the safety of the castle that they allowed themselves a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Snape's not here. Ron exhaled. If he caught us, we'd definitely be expelled. Maybe he's sick? Ron said hopefully. Harry shook his head. Or maybe he finally left. You know, he didn't get the defense against the dark arts job again this year. Maybe he got fired. Ron said excitedly. Everyone hates him anyway. Just as they were celebrating their narrow escape, a cold voice suddenly spoke from behind them. Or maybe he's waiting to hear why you two didn't take the school bus. Snape's menacing face appeared before them, freezing Harry and Ron in their tracks. Meanwhile, inside the Great Hall, the sorting ceremony was underway. Luna Lovegood. At the sound of the name, Argus perked up. He was curious about the girl known for her unique aura and watched the sorting hat intently. A girl with silver eyes and dark golden brown hair stepped forward. She wore radish-shaped earrings and a necklace made from butterbeer corks, standing out starkly from those around her. Despite the curious stares from the crowd, Luna remained unfazed, gracefully sitting on the stool and looking up at the sorting hat with interest. Ravenclaw, the sorting hat declared. Applause erupted from the Ravenclaw table. Next, Ginny was sorted into Gryffindor. She glanced briefly at the Slytherin table before forcing a smile and joining her brothers. After the sorting ceremony, the prefect led the students back to their common rooms. In the Slytherin common room, Amiri Caro looked utterly dejected, casting a forlorn glance at Argus. He announced listlessly, the first-year head selection is now open. Challengers, step forward. No sooner had he finished speaking than Astoria eagerly stepped up. After several intense rounds, she emerged victorious as the new first-year head. Smugly, she approached Argus, seeking his approval. Argus had known Astoria for a while. The Greengrass family was closely connected with the Malfoys, and he had met her at a banquet when he first arrived in Britain. Astoria, don't hold up the head selection, someone shouted. The first-year head selection didn't cause much of a stir. Last year's battles had left a deep impression, making this year's newcomers seem almost trivial in comparison. More importantly, everyone knew that the real excitement lay in the upcoming head-ranking battles. Last year, Argus had to forego challenging for the fifth-year head due to its absence. After a year of honing his magical skills, everyone anticipated that he would aim for the top position in Slytherin this year. Amiri Caro let out a heavy sigh. Well, what's meant to be will be. Taking a deep breath, he announced, the first-year head is confirmed. Now, let the head-ranking battles begin. Any challengers? All eyes turned to Argus. He stepped forward confidently, facing the sixth-year head. A tall boy stepped into the center of the room, raising his wand in a formal salute. Edmund burst. Argus Grindelwald. Amiri Caro hurriedly called for other heads and skilled upper-year wizards to help set up protective spells. However, before he could finish, Argus muttered a spell. Expelliarmus. A blinding red light flashed, forcing everyone to squint. When their vision cleared, Edmund Burst was lying on the ground, and a person-shaped dent marred the wall behind him. Amiri Caro stood dumbfounded. Is that it? I didn't even have time to set up any defenses. Argus stepped forward to heal Edmund. Only then did Amiri Caro snap back to reality, loudly announcing, the winner of this head-ranking battle is Argus Grindelwald. Turning around, he noticed everyone looking at him with pity. Realizing he was next, he felt a chill. Prefect, it's your turn. Go on. Scarman said teasingly. Don't worry, if you get hurt, I'll take over. Shut up. Amiri Caro snapped, glaring at him. Straightening his robes, Amiri Caro stepped into the center of the hall. Argus was ready for the final battle. Surprisingly, Amiri Caro lowered his wand and addressed the crowd. Everyone, Slytherin's performance has always been top-notch at Hogwarts. As a prefect, I can't be a hindrance. Long ago, I thought about passing the head position to someone who could continue to uphold our honor while preparing for the NEWTS. Unfortunately, I never found the right person. But today, that person has appeared. He is Argus Grindelwald. In him, I see the ambition and strength that define Slytherin. Under his leadership, Slytherin will reach new heights. I hereby declare that from today, Argus Grindelwald will succeed me as the new head of Slytherin. Amiri Caro's speech moved and impressed many wizards. However, a few heads nearly rolled their eyes. Amid the excited applause from Draco and others, Argus, bewildered, took the top seat in Slytherin. Is that it? I prepared for so long. That was too quick. Upon returning to his dormitory, Argus finally noticed 3 system notifications flashing in his mind. Congratulations to the host for defeating the 6th-year top student and earning the achievement. 6th-year top student. Reward, 500 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for defeating the 7th-year top student and earning the achievement. 7th-year top student. Reward. 600 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for becoming the top student of the Academy and earning the achievement. Leader of Slytherin. Reward. 200 achievement points. Argus felt a surge of joy. The knight's rewards were enough for a tin-draw lottery. He then thought that if he had accomplished these achievements in the 4th year, he could have earned an extra 200 points. Nonetheless, it was still a good haul, as such generous rewards might be hard to come by in the future. Eagerly, Argus called out to the system in his mind, "Start the draw." In an instant, countless virtual card packs appeared out of thin air. Argus quickly opened the tin closest to him. Amidst the familiar blue sky and white cloud effects, a hint of purple light suddenly flashed. The system prompt immediately followed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Level 3 Eye Disease Curse, Level 2 Obliviate, Level 2 Patronus Charm, Level 2 Muggle Repelling Charm, Level 2 Orchideus, Level 1 Bandaging Hex, Level 2 Tarantaligra, Level 3 Serpensortia, Level 2 Protego Maxima. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Level 4 Incendio. Current remaining achievement points, 300. Detected that the host has mastered some spells. Would you like to merge them? Without hesitation, Argus responded, "Merge?" Suddenly, a vast amount of magical knowledge flooded into his brain, causing a brief dizziness. Once his mind cleared, the system prompted again. Host's talent is exceptional, comprehending super-level spells. Level 3 Obliviate, Level 2 Bandaging Hex, Level 4 Tarantaligra, Level 4 Serpensortia. Argus silently evaluated the rewards from this draw. Although the Patronus Charm was only at Level 2, he had always wanted to learn this powerful spell. The advanced defensive spell Protego Maxima would have been hard to master without the system. While Incendio wasn't immediately useful, it had great potential, as even Dumbledore frequently used it. The only regret was that the purple reward wasn't the Patronus Charm. Overall, Argus was quite satisfied with the results. He now had plenty of offensive spells, and a high-level Expelliarmus was sufficient for most situations. In contrast, the Patronus Charm could both attack and defend, and reduce the effects of dark magic. Moreover, Argus was curious about what form his Patronus would take. With 300 achievement points remaining, Argus decided to save them for now. He had classes tomorrow and needed to rest early. He carefully hid his diary and locket box in a chest enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, then lay down and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, as Argus arrived at the Great Hall, he noticed a different atmosphere. Students were gathered in small groups, whispering. As he picked up a piece of bread, he asked Draco what was going on. Draco shook his head helplessly and handed Argus the latest issue of the Daily Prophet. The front page featured photos of Harry and Ron flying in a car, with Arthur Weasley's old Ford Anglia wobbling in the air. Our savior and his good friend caused a major incident before school even started, almost exposing the wizarding world, Pansy said with a mocking expression. Argus vaguely remembered the event, but couldn't recall the specific aftermath. How was it resolved? He asked. He's the savior. What do you think happened? Pansy replied sarcastically, glancing towards the Gryffindor table where Harry and Ron were eating heartily. Looks like it's probably just more points deducted and detention, Elixia said with some annoyance. For an ordinary student, causing such a big mess would have resulted in expulsion and an investigation by the Ministry of Magic. But for Harry, it's like nothing happened. A few points deducted and some detention, and it's over. How does that make other students feel? Listening to the discussions among his Slytherin peers, a thought suddenly struck Argus. Maybe this was an opportunity to undermine Dumbledore's influence. Although he had become the top student of Slytherin House, Argus knew this was already Dumbledore's bottom line. Slytherin had always been portrayed as Harry's adversary at Hogwarts, used to boost the savior's reputation and unity. For Dumbledore, sacrificing a pawn he had already given up on to secure Argus' stable position in the Academy was a worthwhile trade. But if Argus wanted to further expand his influence at Hogwarts, Dumbledore would undoubtedly intervene. To break this stalemate, the only way was to weaken Dumbledore's influence. And Harry's recent incident was a perfect opportunity. In the past, Fudge might not have dared to question Dumbledore's decisions. But now, the self-assured Minister of Magic, who believed he controlled the Auror Office, wouldn't miss a chance to seize on Dumbledore's missteps. As long as they clashed, Argus would have an opening. As he finished his breakfast, Argus joined Draco and the others for herbology class. Professor Sprout's attire was somewhat unusual today, with thick earmuffs covering her ears. "Good morning, children." Professor Sprout greeted warmly. "Good morning, Professor Sprout." The students responded in unison. "Welcome to Greenhouse 3, second years," Professor Sprout said, scanning the room. "Second-year herbology will be different from your first year. After a year of acclimatization, we will now begin working with dangerous magical plants." The classroom was lush with an array of peculiar plants. Professor Sprout motioned for everyone to gather around as she produced a flower pot from behind her. Today, we will learn how to repot mandrakes. Who can tell me the characteristics of mandrake roots? As soon as she finished speaking, all eyes turned to Argus. The two acknowledged top students of the second year, Hermione and Argus, both outperformed their peers by a significant margin. Mr. Grindelwald? Professor Sprout called on him. Argus stepped forward with a smile and began. Mandrakes, also known as mandragora, can be used to cure petrification. They are extremely dangerous, with cries that can be fatal. Mostly found in Europe in the past, wizards would use a cruel method to harvest them. They tied a rope around the mandrake and fastened the other end to a hungry dog. Standing at a distance, they threw meat, causing the dog to lunge for it, pulling the mandrake out by the roots. The dog's barking masked the mandrake's scream, ensuring that if anyone died, it wasn't the wizard. Perfect answer, Professor Sprout exclaimed. Even some herbology scholars might not know these details. Mr. Grindelwald, for your perfect answer, Slytherin earns 10 points. The morning classes had just ended, and the Great Hall at Hogwarts was buzzing with chatter. Lunch hadn't started yet when a young figure holding an old-fashioned camera suddenly appeared and began snapping photos of Argus. Goyle and Crabbe looked displeased and stood up, moving towards the figure. Wait a second. The young man backed away in fear, hurriedly explaining, Mr. Grindelwald, my name is Colin Creevey, from Gryffindor. I just wanted to take some pictures to prove I met you. My father is a milkman and has never seen anyone famous from the wizarding world, so I wanted to show him. It's all right, Goyle, Crabbe. No need to be so tense, Argus said, scrutinizing the shy boy in front of him. He wondered, wasn't Colin a fan of Harry? Why me? Despite his confusion, dealing with a first-year student was a piece of cake after his experiences with reporters from the Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet. Argus smiled and said, hello, Colin. Nice to meet you. You can take photos, but it's better to ask first next time. I often handle Slytherin matters, and sometimes it's not convenient for pictures. Colin lowered his head in embarrassment. Sorry, Mr. Grindelwald, I didn't know. I didn't mean to trouble you. No worries, I was just chatting with friends. Argus nudged Draco lightly. Draco, can you help Colin take a photo of us together? That way, his family can feel more reassured. Really? Colin was overjoyed, fearing Argus might change his mind, and quickly stood beside him. At the Gryffindor table not far away, Ron glared resentfully at the attention Argus was getting while wrapping his broken wand with tape. Those sneaky Slytherins, always up to their tricks. Just because he opened a few shops, what's the big deal? At that moment, a single owl descended from the ceiling, capturing everyone's attention as it was the only one delivering mail on the first day back. With a thud, the owl crashed onto the table in front of Ron, sending food flying and eliciting a chorus of laughter. This bird is downright stupid. Ron's voice trailed off as he noticed the red letter in the owl's beak, his expression turning to one of terror. He reached out with trembling hands to take the envelope. Another howler. Weasley? Nice going. Open it up. Let's hear what you did this time. What are you waiting for? Open it. You planning to sneak back to the dorm to hear it alone? Laughter erupted around him. Ron, having endured a year of being ostracized, was used to such ridicule. But Ginny wasn't. The young girl blushed with embarrassment, unable to lift her head. Resigned to his fate, Ron tore open the howler with his eyes shut. The next moment, Mrs. Weasley's furious voice roared across the Gryffindor table. Ronald Weasley, how dare you steal your father's car? I'm absolutely furious with you. Because of you, your father is now facing an inquiry at the Ministry of Magic. This is all your fault. If you cause any more trouble, we'll bring you straight home. Mrs. Weasley's yelling made the plates on the table rattle, and Ron, being the closest, even experienced some ear ringing. When the howler turned to Ginny, the poor girl paled, terrified she would also be scolded in front of everyone. Thankfully, the howler's tone softened instantly. Dear Ginny, congratulations on getting into Gryffindor. Your father and I are so proud of you. With that, the letter tore itself to pieces. After a brief silence, the hall erupted in laughter. Ginny, unable to bear the stares, ran out of the hall with tears in her eyes. Percy gave Ron a harsh look before chasing after her. Ginny, the only girl among the 6 Weasley boys and the youngest, was always doted on. She had never suffered such humiliation. Even the usually good-natured Weasley twins looked at Ron with disapproval. At the Slytherin table, Argus reminded Draco, tone it down, Draco, you're laughing too obviously. Why should I? Draco retorted. If it weren't for him, my father wouldn't have been embarrassed at Flourish and Blots. It's not that you can't laugh, but you're about to drool. Draco hastily grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth. After Ron's commotion, most people had finished their lunch. Argus and his friends were headed to their next class, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Argus usually sat in the front row, But today the front was almost entirely occupied by excited girls discussing Gilderoy Lockhart's legendary feats. The boys, on the other hand, sat disdainfully in the back. Argus is here. Quick, move over a bit so Argus can sit. No way. Why don't you move in? I want to sit next to Argus too. The girls' eyes sparkled as they jostled for a seat next to Argus. No need to squeeze. I'll sit in the back with Draco and the others. Argus declined politely. If it were any other class, he might have squeezed in, but for Lockhart's class, he figured reading a book would be more productive. Soon, Gilderoy Lockhart appeared, wearing a pale yellow robe, his golden hair perfectly styled. He exuded vanity. Let me introduce myself, Lockhart said, placing his hands on the stair railings with a self-satisfied grin. I am your new defense against the dark arts teacher, Gilderoy Lockhart. I'm also a recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, an honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But modest as I am, I never boast about it. Didn't chase away the banded banshee with a smile. He winked at a portrait as he spoke. Unfortunately, his supposedly perfect introduction fell flat. Apart from the admiring looks from the girls in the front row, the rest of the students paid him no attention. But Lockhart's skin was far thicker than Argus had anticipated. Even in the face of silence, his smile remained unwavering. He pulled out a stack of papers from the podium. I see you all bought my complete works. Very good. Let's start today's lesson with a little quiz. He handed out the papers. Don't worry, it's just to see how well you've read my books. Let's see how much you know. Not a single question on the 3-page test was related to magic. What's Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What's Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? What's Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement so far? Argus glanced at the questions and tossed the paper aside in disgust. He had no patience for such a waste of time. While Draco and his friends were equally disinterested, they still scribbled a few answers. In contrast, the witches in the front row were diligently racking their brains, eager to score high. Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the papers and began flipping through them in front of the class. With a feigned look of disappointment, he said, "Oh, look at you all. Almost no one knows what my ideal birthday gift is. I mentioned it in Voyages with Vampires. My dream gift is world peace between the magical and non-magical communities, or a case of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey. Some of you need to study your textbooks more." As he continued flipping through the papers, he suddenly came across a blank one and his expression turned sour. He scanned the room, ready to reprimand the student, but then he saw the name at the top, Argus Grindelwald. Lockhart's face froze. Despite being a fraud, he knew full well the power of the Grindelwald family. Even if he had experienced all the adventures he claimed, he wouldn't stand a chance against Grindelwald. Faced with someone he absolutely couldn't afford to offend, Lockhart always kept a respectful distance. He cleared his throat to mask his discomfort and quickly changed his tone. It seems some of our students really need to learn how to become excellent witches and wizards. Look at Mr. Grindelwald's paper. His answers are impeccable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I might have thought I had written it myself. For Mr. Grindelwald's perfect paper, Slytherin earns Favino, 10 points. He then forced a smile at Argus and quickly stuffed the paper into his robes, afraid anyone might see it. The witches in the front row looked at Argus with admiration, nearly squealing when Lockhart winked at them. Now, pay attention, Lockhart said, drawing his wand and pointing it at a cage covered with a cloth on the table. He looked extremely serious, as if he were about to face something extremely dangerous. My duty is to teach you how to deal with the most terrifying creatures in the magical world. As he spoke, he lightly tapped the cage, which immediately began to shake violently. The students looked at the cage in fear. Draco swallowed hard and whispered, "Terrifying creature? What is it? A boggart? Maybe an acromantula? Those are all banned by the Ministry for personal ownership. Isn't it too dangerous to have them in class? What are you worried about? Professor Lockhart is a famous adventurer. He can handle these things easily." Exactly. These creatures are nothing compared to trolls or ghouls. The young wizards chattered excitedly, curiously eyeing the cage on the table. Argus, however, was nearly fed up with Lockhart's theatrics. A few Cornish pixies, XX-rated magical creatures. He's acting like he brought in a few dragons, he muttered to himself. Lockhart, pleased with the reactions, reached for the cloth covering the cage. "I must ask everyone not to scream. It will agitate them," he shouted dramatically and ripped off the cover. A swarm of bluish, humanoid creatures was revealed. As soon as they saw the light, they let out ear-piercing screeches and began shaking the cage wildly. The witches in the front row, who had been supportive, now looked disappointed. The boys in the back burst into laughter. "Cornish pixies? Ha ha ha. I thought it was some dangerous magical creature. This is it." Even Ron, one of Lockhart's biggest fans, couldn't hide his disdain. Lockhart's face twisted in displeasure at the students' derision. "These are freshly caught Cornish pixies. They are very troublesome little demons. As if to retaliate for the student's mockery, he coldly reached for the cage. Since you all think Cornish pixies are so low-level, let's see how you handle them. With that, he flung the cage open. The Cornish pixies, long pent up, burst out eagerly and darted toward the students, causing chaos in the classroom. Screams filled the air. Lockhart laughed triumphantly. Come on, everyone. Get to work. They are just pixies. Easier said than done. Cornish pixies, even though they are XX rated, are a handful for second-year students who barely knew any spells. They were quickly overwhelmed, diving under desks to escape. Pesky pixie pester no me. Lockhart attempted to cast a spell to control the pixies. Before he could finish, several pixies swooped in and snatched his wand. One even yanked down the giant dragon skeleton model hanging in the classroom, sending it crashing toward the students. Amateur. Argus's face darkened. He drew his wand and aimed it at the air. Vacuum vortex. A spell meant to clear dust turned into a powerful whirlwind in Argus's hands. The pixies caught in the air were sucked in, screaming in agony. The dragon skeleton, which was about to hit the students, was also swept away by the whirlwind. Stay calm. Everyone, gather around me. Argus shouted. It's Argus. Parvati squealed in delight. She shielded her head with a book and quickly ran toward him. The others, noticing the pixies were under control, followed suit. Draco, Pansy, get people to secure the doors and windows. Don't let these pixies escape. Slytherins, draw your wands and fight back. Argus commanded decisively. Yes, head boy. After a brief panic, the Slytherins regained their composure. They drew their wands and, though not very skillfully, started casting spells at the pixies. A few Gryffindors also reacted quickly, joining the counterattack as they saw most of the pixies were under Argus's control. One group of pixies, unable to break through, noticed Lockhart hiding under the teacher's desk with his large, round bottom sticking out conspicuously. They grabbed the wands they had stolen and jabbed at the target. The next moment, Lockhart's scream echoed through the classroom. Ah! Flames roared. Argus shouted, waving his wand. A towering inferno erupted instantly. The surrounding students had already gathered around as instructed, giving him space to cast his spell. Any earlier concerns about accidentally harming classmates had vanished. Now, he was fully focused on the threat before him. As for Lockhart, Argus thought to himself, if he gets hurt, so be it. This mess is his fault, and cleaning it up is the least he deserves. Boom. The scorching fire spread with the wind, turning the entire classroom into a sea of red. The young wizards stood in awe, stunned by the apocalyptic scene and amazed at Argus's terrifying display of magical power. Some even wondered if their parents could achieve such a feat. The shrill cries of the Cornish pixies echoed through the air as charred, human-like figures fell from the sky. The intense magical disturbance soon caught the attention of the nearby professors. The first to arrive was Professor Flitwick, who rushed over, leaving his Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students behind. However, Professor McGonagall reached the scene first. Within a minute, professors from all four houses had gathered in the classroom. Seeing the lingering flames, Professor McGonagall's eyes flashed with anger. She immediately assumed it was another one of Lockhart's show-off moments and yelled, Professor Lockhart, how could you release Cornish pixies in a classroom and use such dangerous magic? These students have only been here for a year. They have no means to defend themselves. After scolding, she realized Lockhart was nowhere to be seen, and confusion crossed her face. At that moment, Harry timidly raised his hand. Professor McGonagall, it wasn't Professor Lockhart who cast the spell. It was Argus, trying to protect us. Argus. The professors exchanged incredulous looks. The spell they had witnessed was beyond the capability of most adult wizards, let alone a second-year student. They could hardly believe their ears. The other young wizards quickly backed up Harry's claim. Yes, it was Argus. Those Cornish pixies were throwing doxy eggs at us. We were saved thanks to Argus. If it weren't for him, we'd definitely be hurt. Professor McGonagall turned to Argus. Is this true, Mr. Grindelwald? Argus modestly smiled. It wasn't just me. It was a combined effort from all the Slytherins and other wizards here. A hint of admiration appeared in Professor McGonagall's eyes. She knew the key to this incident was the terrifying flame spell, and aside from the professors, only Argus could have cast it. Yet, this young wizard chose to share the credit with everyone. Professor Flitwick also praised Argus's magical prowess. Mr. Grindelwald, your ingenuity and magical skill are impressive. Combining wind-cleaning charm with a fire spell to amplify its effect was a brilliant move. For your bravery in protecting your classmates, Slytherin earns 20 points. And for the collective effort of Slytherin students in combating the Cornish pixies, an additional 10 points. Gryffindor students also earn 5 points for their courage in the face of danger. Professor Flitwick's judgment was not biased but based on his keen observation. Most Slytherin students held their wands, while only about a third of the Gryffindor students did. It was clear that the main force in this action was the Slytherin students. The announcement of points being awarded to all houses sparked a cheer among the crowd. Many students looked at Argus with gratitude, knowing that without his willingness to share the credit, they wouldn't have received any points. Snape interjected coldly, "Perhaps we should be more concerned about where Professor Lockhart has gone?" Only then did everyone notice that Lockhart had fainted at some point, a wand stuck in his backside, his robes stained with blood. This sight made several young witches blush. Professor McGonagall trembled with anger, likely already imagining the severe scolding she would give Lockhart if not for the presence of the young students. The commotion finally subsided. With a look of disdain, Snape watched as Lockhart was dragged to the infirmary, accompanied by the injured students. Although their injuries were minor, Professor McGonagall insisted they be checked by Madame Pomfrey out of concern for their well-being. By dinner, news of the classroom incident had spread throughout Hogwarts. Most wizards realized that their so-called legendary adventurer teacher wasn't as competent as they had imagined, unable to handle even a group of Cornish pixies. In contrast, Argus found himself surrounded by students coming to greet him. Draco and his friends grumbled about Lockhart's incompetence. "I can't believe Dumbledore hired someone who can't even handle Cornish pixies. Yeah, they should have brought in aurors from the Ministry of Magic. Any of them would be better." Listening to their complaints, a subtle smile appeared on Argus's lips. The situation with Gilderoy Lockhart had provided him with a golden opportunity. Since Dumbledore had hired him, any mishap would inevitably reflect poorly on Dumbledore's judgment. This could be a significant advantage for his plans, especially with the recent trouble caused by Harry and Ron. "All right, stop complaining," Argus said. "Professor Dumbledore chose him, and it's not like we can just send him back after one day. We're just students. Our job is to focus on our studies." Though his words seemed to offer comfort, they actually fueled the group's anger. Pansy, who had been silent, suddenly slammed the table. "We can't just ignore the fact that so many of our classmates got hurt." "Exactly. We're students, but our parents aren't. I'm going to tell my dad." "Me too. Wait, my dad's on the Board of Governors. I'll go first." The next day, Dumbledore sat in the headmaster's office, wearily rubbing his temples. The recent chain of events had left him utterly exhausted. The situation with Harry Potter was a given. Someone always had to clean up after him. Minister Fudge's visit was expected, but Gilderoy Lockhart's actions had caught him completely off guard. Dumbledore recalled the scene in which Lockhart had unleashed a horde of Cornish pixies in class and felt a silent relief that the situation was brought under control in time. Otherwise, it might have turned into another Peeves-like fiasco. In the headmaster's office, Fudge and Lucius each sat in a chair, their cups of tea steaming. They remained silent, and Dumbledore, in no rush to speak, leisurely enjoyed the buzzing honey drops before him. As time ticked by, it was Fudge who finally broke the silence. Years of being overshadowed by Dumbledore had pushed him to the edge, and now he seized the opportunity to retaliate. "Headmaster Dumbledore," Fudge began, "regarding the incident with Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley a few days ago, don't you think Hogwarts owes the Ministry an explanation?" Dumbledore, unfazed, calmly dropped a few cockroach clusters into his milk and replied, "It was just a couple of young wizards causing a bit of trouble on their way to school." "Understandable. Trouble?" Fudge slammed the table. "You call that a bit of trouble? At least 7 muggles saw them and took photos. Do you know how much manpower the Ministry had to expend to erase their memories?" "Connolly," Dumbledore said gently, "it's not unusual for 12-year-old children to cause some mischief. Hogwarts has already disciplined them." "Disciplined?" Fudge sneered. "You call deducting a few insignificant house points discipline? As headmaster of Hogwarts, you should take full responsibility." Dumbledore sighed. "It was an oversight on my part, not anticipating that some students might miss the train. I am willing to take responsibility." At that moment, Lucius's mocking voice cut in. "I'm afraid that's not the only thing you need to be responsible for, Headmaster Dumbledore. You should explain to the school board why a professor at Hogwarts couldn't even handle a group of Cornish pixies, resulting in several students getting hurt." "Exactly," Fudge chimed in. "Dumbledore, how do you plan to address this? Another point deduction? As far as I know, Hogwarts professors don't compete for the House Cup." Dumbledore's expression grew serious. His worst fear was the two of them teaming up against him, which was why he had tried to appease Fudge earlier. However, things had not gone as he hoped. "It was just an accident," Dumbledore tried to defend Lockhart. "Professor Lockhart's teaching abilities are quite commendable." Lucius laughed derisively. "An accident? You should be explaining that to the injured students and their parents, not me." Dumbledore was at a loss for words. No matter how he explained it, the fact remained that students had been hurt. While not unprecedented at Hogwarts, such incidents were extremely rare. Lucius pulled a parchment from his sleeve and unfurled it in front of Fudge and Dumbledore. "Headmaster Dumbledore, in light of the recent incidents at Hogwarts, the Board of Governors has unanimously decided to suspend your position as headmaster. This is your suspension order. You can take some time off." Fudge couldn't hide his glee, coughing theatrically. The ministry also requires Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley to undergo an investigation. We hope you will cooperate, Headmaster Dumbledore. Oh, wait, you're no longer the headmaster. Dumbledore's face darkened. He had anticipated that the board and the ministry might take advantage of the situation, but he hadn't expected them to be so decisive in stripping him of his position. His biggest concern was who would look after and guide Harry in his absence. The only silver lining was that Voldemort's threat had been temporarily neutralized. He quietly took the suspension order, examined it, and then looked up. I will need some time to pack my personal belongings. Of course, Lucius said with a feigned smile, standing up and straightening his clothes. As long as you're done by tomorrow morning. Headmaster Dumbledore, Minister Fudge, the board's notice has been delivered. The Malfoy family has other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Fudge also stood up. Since the ministry's business is concluded, I should be going as well. Headmaster Dumbledore, there's no need to see us out. Go ahead and pack your things. If you need a temporary place to stay, the ministry can assist. After the two left, Dumbledore sank heavily back into his chair. The portraits of former headmasters came to life on the walls, all concerned and asking questions. Albus, are you really leaving? What will happen to Hogwarts if you go? Dumbledore replied helplessly. Is there any other choice? The young Malfoy had the suspension order ready. It's clear they came prepared. If I don't leave now, the next step will be expulsion. But what about Hogwarts? Don't worry, Dumbledore reassured them. Nothing will happen at Hogwarts for now. I'm only leaving temporarily. With the diary taken by Argus, the series of events for this school year has been completely cut off. The entire Hogwarts is unusually peaceful. If it weren't, I wouldn't have agreed so readily. I have a few old friends. I'll visit them and perhaps they can help. Dumbledore took a deep breath, stood up, grasped Fawkes's claw, and disappeared from the office in an instant. Meanwhile, after leaving the headmaster's office, Lucius headed to the Great Hall. He happened to run into Argus and Draco as they were leaving class. Seeing his father, Draco waved excitedly. Father! Lucius sternly reprimanded him. Draco, have you forgotten everything I taught you at home as soon as you got to school? Draco retreated, looking hurt. Lucius then turned to Argus, his demeanor changing to one of respect. Mr. Grindelwald, thank you for looking after Draco at school. You're too kind, Mr. Malfoy. Argus responded politely, his gaze shifting to the direction Lucius had come from, his expression questioning. Lucius signaled for Draco to leave. Once Draco reluctantly walked away, Lucius took out Dumbledore's suspension order from his sleeve and said gravely, I come with the Board of Governors' mandate to announce the suspension of Dumbledore as headmaster. Suspended as headmaster. Argus's pupils contracted upon hearing this, immediately realizing the gravity of the situation. Argus stood at the entrance of the headmaster's office, holding an invoice from Honeydukes. He recited the passwords one by one. Finally, after the 10th attempt, the stone gargoyle moved aside, revealing the staircase to the office. He quickly ascended the stairs and pushed open the door, only to find the office empty. Argus frowned, his eyes scanning the portraits of former headmasters on the wall. Just as he was about to leave, he remembered something and turned back to bow to the portraits. Good morning, headmasters. Could you tell me where Headmaster Dumbledore is? Argus asked politely. An old man with a goatee replied impatiently, Young wizard, you're too late. He's not the headmaster anymore. Go find your house head if you need something. But a kind-looking elderly lady interrupted. Don't listen to him, dear. Wait here a moment. Dumbledore should be back soon. As soon as she finished speaking, a flash of flame appeared in the office. Dumbledore materialized in front of the desk, his eyes showing a hint of surprise when he saw Argus. Mr. Grindelwald? I don't recall giving you today's password, Dumbledore said, raising an eyebrow. Argus shrugged and waved the invoice in his hand. I just tried them all until one worked. Dumbledore chuckled softly, shaking his head. I guess I'll need to make the password more complex next time. What brings you here? Argus got straight to the point. Professor Dumbledore, I heard from Mr. Malfoy about what happened earlier. As he spoke, he pulled a few fizzing whizbees from his pocket and placed them on the desk. Dumbledore's eyebrows furrowed as he picked up a candy and popped it into his mouth, his expression gradually relaxing. He spoke slowly. Mr. Grindelwald, your main task now is to focus on your studies. Even though I'm not the headmaster, the househeads can manage the school well. A glint appeared in Argus's eyes. But what if I could help you get your position back? This statement immediately caught Dumbledore's attention. He had just visited several old friends, and their responses were similar. It would take time, perhaps a week, a month, or even 6 months. A week he could handle, but waiting 6 months? By then, who knows what could happen to Harry? Dumbledore's sharp gaze fixed on Argus. What do you need me to do? Argus replied calmly, It's simple. I need exclusive supply chain access and proof that the products and raw materials from the Saint's shop come from the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts. Seeing Dumbledore deep in thought, Argus added, "You know Harry's situation at school isn't good. Without supervision, who knows what could happen? And they've caused quite a mess this time. You wouldn't want Harry to be expelled, would you, Headmaster Dumbledore?" These words broke through Dumbledore's defenses. If he wasn't the headmaster, Harry and Ron's recent trouble could very well lead to expulsion. Dumbledore sighed deeply and nodded slowly. "Mr. Grindelwald, I hope you will keep your word." Argus stepped back, bowing slightly. "As you wish." Returning to his dormitory, Yags retrieved Voldemort's diary from his trunk. His fingers lightly traced the cover, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. This seemingly ordinary diary would become his secret weapon against Voldemort. Lying on his bed, Yags flipped through the blank pages of the diary, recalling his original plan. The Slytherin locket was supposed to be his trump card, used to threaten both Voldemort and Dumbledore. However, Lucius' unexpected interference had disrupted this strategy, causing his plan to undermine Dumbledore's reputation to fall apart. He sighed, realizing he had to resort to a previously discarded strategy. He would need to exploit the appearance of the basilisk and the injured students to forcefully tarnish Dumbledore's reputation. Otherwise, his influence at Hogwarts would be confined to Slytherin, which would be detrimental to his future plans. Yags regretted his decision to take the diary from Ginny. Now, returning it without arousing suspicion would be a challenge. At Flourish and Blots, Ginny had been oblivious to the extra books mixed in with her purchases. But now that school had been in session for a few days, she was familiar with her belongings. Moreover, her brothers, the mischievous Weasley twins, would surely notice a strange new diary. He closed his eyes, contemplating how to discreetly return the diary to Ginny. The Gryffindor common room was not easily accessible with just a disillusionment charm, and the bustling school meant he could easily be spotted. This required a carefully crafted plan. 2 days later, in a corridor outside Hogwarts Castle, Draco, with a bag slung over his shoulder and a broomstick in hand, was chatting with Marcus Flint and others as they headed to the Quidditch pitch. Not far away, Wood led Harry and the Gryffindor team towards them, with a disgruntled Ron trailing behind. The two teams met in the corridor, and the atmosphere turned tense. Flint puffed out his chest, almost nose-to-nose with Wood. "Listen, the pitch isn't Gryffindor's private property. We booked it, so we can use it however we like." Wood's face turned red, his eyes bloodshot, but he held back from lashing out. Harry and Ron had already lost too many points for Gryffindor. He didn't want to act rashly. Seeing Wood's restraint, Flint became even more smug and led his team through the Gryffindor players. Draco hesitated, but remained silent. The Gryffindor team gritted their teeth, glaring at the retreating Slytherins. From a nearby stairwell, Yags observed the scene with a frown. He was disappointed. Without a fight, how could he create the chaos needed to slip the diary back to Ginny? At that moment, he quickly cast a leg locker curse on Draco. Caught off guard, Draco nearly fell but was caught by his teammates. Flint immediately noticed Ron smirking and shoved him hard. Ron staggered back, angrily pulling out his wand and pointing it at Flint. "Bring it on. Who's afraid of you?" Ron shouted, but his spell backfired, causing him to fall heavily. As Harry helped him up, Ron began to vomit slugs, drawing laughter from the onlookers. Yags almost laughed at Ron's foolishness. With no other choice, he decided to intervene directly. While Ron was retching, Yags discreetly cast a summoning charm, flinging a slug onto Flint's face. Furious, Flint lunged at Ron, landing a heavy punch on his eye. The Gryffindors immediately retaliated, and the Slytherins quickly joined the fray. In no time, the corridor erupted into a large-scale brawl. Yags finally allowed himself a small smile, but soon frowned again. He had underestimated the enmity between the two houses. News spread quickly, and soon, all the Free Gryffindor and Slytherin students rushed to the scene, eagerly joining the fight. What began as a small scuffle quickly escalated into a full-blown battle between the two houses, with more students joining by the minute. Holy crap, this has gone too far. When Argus came to his senses, the scene before him left him in utter shock. The hallway was packed with people, at least 100 students fiercely brawling. The sounds of fists and kicks, along with angry shouts and cries of pain, filled the entire space. This can't go on. Someone will get seriously hurt. Argus thought, alarmed. He acted quickly, leaping into the air and using a levitation spell to hover above the crowd. Raising his wand, he shouted, "Expelliarmus!" A dazzling red light swept across the hall with a massive shockwave. Many students, caught in the frenzy, immediately snapped out of it and slowly lowered their fists. "Everyone, stop right now." Argus's voice echoed through the hallway. Most students obeyed, but a few stubborn ones continued fighting. Without hesitation, Argus cast a few Petrificus Totalis spells, freezing them in place. At that moment, Professor Sprout came running in, followed closely by the other heads of houses. "Merlin's beard, what have you done?" Professor Sprout exclaimed. Professor McGonagall's lips were trembling with anger, but she didn't waste time scolding the students. She quickly organized the injured wizards to be sent to the hospital wing. Fortunately, the brawl hadn't escalated to the use of magic. For wizards, injuries from fists and kicks were generally not severe. A few bottles of Skillgrow and some Dittany should take care of most of the problems. While the injured were being taken to the hospital wing, students began to search for their scattered books. Ginny was no exception, crouching down to pick up her fallen books. Suddenly, a slender hand appeared in front of her. Ginny looked up and met Argus's blue eyes. "These books must be yours. I saw your name on them," Argus said with a smile, handing her a few books, one of which unintentionally had a black diary tucked inside. Ginny's face turned beet red, unsure if it was because Argus had helped her pick up books for the second time, or if she was worried he had seen her fierce fighting. Argus kindly helped her put the books into her bag, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He knew that according to the original story, it wouldn't be long before Ginny started using the diary. She would then be under Tom Riddle's control, releasing the basilisk. Indeed, exploiting a young girl's crush and causing countless innocent people to suffer for his plan was despicable. But to achieve his goals, some sacrifices were inevitable. Argus understood that sometimes he had to be ruthless. It was all for the greater good. After dealing with the diary, Argus put on a polite and gentle smile again. He helped other students tidy up before heading alone to the hospital wing. At this time, the four heads of houses were discussing how to handle the incident. They found it quite tricky to deal with a brawl of this scale. The principle of "the law does not punish the masses" applied in the wizarding world as well. Normally, student fights would result in point deductions and detention, but this situation was clearly more complicated. Just the detention alone would take a year to serve for over 100 students. "Let's first find out the cause from the students," Professor McGonagall sighed. "They wouldn't have fought for no reason." Professor Sprout looked equally troubled. "Hogwarts hasn't seen anything like this in years," Snape interjected coldly. "Perhaps someone used an unforgivable curse?" Professor McGonagall's face turned pale at his words, and she quickly walked over to the bruised and battered Harry. "Mr. Potter, can you tell me what happened?" Harry's eyes were bloodshot, either from pain or anger. He explained haltingly, "The Slytherins wanted to practice Quidditch on the field, but they had already occupied it all day yesterday, and then—" Professor McGonagall pressed, her face expressionless. Snape sneered, "And then you used an unforgivable curse?" "Then we started fighting," Harry said, realizing what Snape had implied. What unforgivable curse? The professors were taken aback. They had assumed that someone must have used an unforgivable curse for things to escalate this way. Harry's answer was unexpected. Then why did it get so out of hand? Professor McGonagall continued to ask. "It seemed like Draco tripped," Harry recalled. Then Flint said, "Are you looking for a fight?" And Ron replied, "Bring it on. We're not afraid of you." And then we started fighting. As he spoke, Harry seemed to touch a wound and winced in pain. Snape's face twitched with disbelief. "So you're saying this whole mess started because Draco tripped?" The other three heads of houses were equally incredulous. After questioning several more students, they had to accept this absurd fact. While Ron's words may have escalated the conflict, the initial spark for the brawl was indeed just Draco tripping. The heads of houses felt their faces burning with embarrassment. The already tricky situation had just become even more difficult to handle. They couldn't expel students over something as trivial as Draco tripping or Ron's taunting. Even if they wanted to hold Ron accountable for using his wand first, the punishment couldn't be too severe, as he hadn't actually harmed anyone. Standing by the door, Argus overheard their conversation and couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. He thought to himself, "This sort of thing never happened before because I wasn't here. If I'd been here years ago, this probably would have happened sooner." Of course, he didn't dare say this out loud, and instead waited quietly for the heads of houses to come up with a solution. Just then, Snape's gaze shifted towards Argus. "Mr. Grindelwald, I wasn't aware you had a habit of eavesdropping on professors' conversations." Argus quickly adjusted his expression and stepped forward. "You've misunderstood, headmaster. I was waiting for your and the other professors' decision on how to handle this situation. It's not something a student like me should be involved in." "You're no ordinary student, Slytherin prefect," Snape said sarcastically, emphasizing the word prefect. "Perhaps I should learn from Mr. Grindelwald how to unite Slytherin so effectively in less than a week." Argus bowed his head and admitted his fault graciously. "Headmaster, this is my fault. I'm willing to accept any punishment." Snape snorted but said nothing more. It was Professor McGonagall who frowned and said, "Mr. Grindelwald, we've already understood the situation, and it has nothing to do with you." "No, Professor McGonagall," Argus insisted, "as the Slytherin prefect, I failed to manage my house members properly and bear responsibility for this incident. I'm willing to take full responsibility for Slytherin's actions." Argus knew that, on the surface, he seemed unrelated to the incident. But as he said, Failing to manage his house members was his greatest fault. Rather than waiting for this to be brought up against him later, it was better to admit it now. With Professor McGonagall's sense of justice, she wouldn't punish him for such unfounded accusations. Instead, this could earn him some favor with the professors and boost his house's reputation. Prefect. The Slytherin students were moved to tears by Argus's words. They wanted to slap themselves hard. The prefect clearly had no idea, yet he didn't blame us at all and was willing to take all the blame. I deserve to be punished. In the end, both Slytherin and Gryffindor were docked 100 points each, and those at the heart of the incident, including Ron and Flint, were given a week's detention. Argus followed the house heads to the Slytherin common room, where they announced the punishments before quickly leaving to discuss how to explain this serious incident to the outside world. Inside the common room, Argus stood alone in the center, his sharp gaze sweeping over the Slytherin students who dared not meet his eyes. They had learned from Professor McGonagall that Argus had taken all the blame in the infirmary, and now they felt ashamed. Lift your heads, Argus commanded in a deep voice. Draco hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, bracing himself. Argus, it was all my fault. Don't blame them. I'll ask Professor Snape to. I never intended to blame any of you, Argus interrupted, his voice loud and clear. What truly angers me is your attitude when facing difficulties. If we've lost points, we can earn them back. Why are you all moping around? Hearing this, the Slytherin students began to lift their heads, their previous dejection gradually replaced by fervor. Argus continued to inspire them. Last year, we made history. We won the House Cup with an unprecedented score. If we did it once, we can do it again. Why? Because we are Slytherin. We embody confidence, ambition, and glory. Now, look into my eyes and tell me, do you have confidence? Yes, the Slytherin students shouted in unison, their previous gloom nowhere to be seen. I can't hear you. Yes, they shouted even louder. Good, keep that spirit. Glory will belong to Slytherin. Yes, head boy, the students responded in one voice. By midday, the morning's events had spread throughout the British wizarding world. That afternoon, the Hogwarts Board of Governors, under external pressure, announced that Dumbledore would be reinstated as headmaster. Upon hearing the news, Dumbledore immediately returned and summoned Argus to the headmaster's office. Facing a somewhat guilty Argus, Dumbledore's face was stern. Mr. Grindelwald, is this how you plan to get me back to Hogwarts? Argus sheepishly rubbed his nose. He had intended to influence the board through Lucius and the pureblood families to revoke Dumbledore's suspension. He hadn't expected things to escalate so quickly. Well, are you back or not? Argus retorted, adopting a defiant attitude. Dumbledore was both amused and exasperated by Argus's demeanor. He had been devising various strategies to make Harry a Gryffindor hero and secure the House Cup for them. Yet, before he could even start, Gryffindor had already lost 100 points. With a sigh, Dumbledore changed the subject. There is something I need your help with, Mr. Grindelwald. Argus immediately became wary. You are the headmaster of Hogwarts and the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. I'm just a second-year student. There's nothing I can do to help you. If you're really in trouble, perhaps you should ask Professor McGonagall or Professor Snape. They are far more capable than I am. Dumbledore remained unfazed. Listen to what I have to say first before deciding whether to refuse. What are your thoughts on Mr. Weasley? Mr. Weasley? Ron? His father, Arthur Weasley. Dumbledore explained the potential repercussions Arthur Weasley might face due to the flying car incident and the targeting by pureblood families. Since Fudge was no longer heeding Dumbledore's advice, he sought Argus's assistance. Argus understood Dumbledore's intentions, but had no plans to intervene. He shook his head and declined. Forget it, Professor Dumbledore. While I do have a good relationship with Mr. Weasley, neither I nor the Saints have the reach to influence the Ministry's decisions. Dumbledore seemed doubtful but had no choice but to say, in that case, I'll have to think of another way. Don't forget our agreement from last year. If anything happens to Harry, I hope you'll step in to correct it promptly. Of course. Argus agreed, and then stood up to leave. Professor Dumbledore, if there's nothing else, I'll go check on the injured Slytherins. Halfway through his sentence, Argus realized he shouldn't have mentioned it. He looked up to meet Dumbledore's reproachful gaze and, without waiting for a response, bolted out the door. Dumbledore didn't even ask for a deal. It seems he has another plan. As Argus pondered the recent conversation in the headmaster's office, he made his way to the Slytherin common room. He anticipated that the Ministry of Magic might send someone to take Harry and Ron away in the next day or two. However, he doubted whether Fudge had the guts to confront Dumbledore directly. Even if Harry and the others were captured, Argus was confident that Dumbledore would find a way to rescue them. After all, Harry was Dumbledore's chosen hope against Voldemort, and he wouldn't let that hope be destroyed by the Ministry. Lost in these thoughts, Argus found himself at the Hogwarts library. Due to the morning's events, the heads of the four houses were busy dealing with the aftermath, and afternoon classes had been postponed, to be rescheduled during free periods later. Just as he reached the library's entrance, Argus ran into Percy and the Weasley twins. Percy hesitated for a moment before approaching him. Argus, about this morning. Percy trailed off. The Slytherin side has mostly handled it. How about on your end? Percy sighed deeply. It's a pity Gryffindor doesn't have a head student system. There's a lot of chaos within Gryffindor, and I'm trying to sort it out. We still have to attend classes together, and if this isn't resolved properly, it'll cause more trouble later. Indeed. Argus nodded in agreement outwardly, while secretly plotting. Dumbledore wanted to make Slytherin the enemy of the entire school to boost Harry's reputation in his conflict with Slytherin. In that case, why not turn the tables? Gryffindor had a greater tendency to cause trouble, and with a bit of provocation, they could easily lose control. In comparison, Slytherins were more arrogant, but less inclined to physical confrontations. Argus, do you have any good ideas? Maybe we could discuss it beforehand? Percy looked to him for help. We can't just let them argue during class, can we? If this goes on, how will we ever get through our lessons? Sorry, I'm at a loss too. Argus was more than happy to see Gryffindor in turmoil, and had no intention of offering any assistance. Percy had expected this and wasn't too disappointed. After a brief exchange, he hurried back to the Gryffindor common room. Argus enjoyed the peace and entered the library alone. As he took out a book, he noticed a familiar figure scanning the room from a nearby table. When their eyes met, the person showed a hint of joy and quickly approached. Wait a moment, Ginny. Argus raised a hand to stop Ginny from coming closer. Ginny looked puzzled, and Argus helplessly pointed to the nearby Gryffindor students, who were glaring at him with hostility. See now? The relationship between Slytherin and Gryffindor is very tense right now. Being too close to me won't do you any good. Ginny looked disappointed and took out a black diary from her bag, offering it to Argus. I found this diary in my bag, and it seems like I took it by mistake. I asked around in Gryffindor, but no one lost anything. Could you ask the Slytherins if it's theirs? Seeing Argus's strange expression, Ginny quickly explained, Don't worry, I didn't open it. I just looked for a name, but there was nothing written. Argus almost wanted to scream. He had laid the groundwork for so long to get the diary to her, and now she was returning it. All that effort for nothing. It's not that I'm worried you read it, Argus said, trying to hide his frustration. I've already asked the Slytherin students if they lost anything. If they had, they would have reported it to me, and I would have informed Percy. But they checked several times and didn't find anything missing. Maybe this diary belongs to an injured Gryffindor student. Oh right. I haven't asked the people in the hospital wing. Ginny suddenly realized and silently berated herself for not coming up with a better excuse. Argus racked his brains to think of a way to get Ginny to keep the diary. He smiled at her and gently reassured, Don't worry, it's probably just forgotten by someone. We can ask around and see if anyone remembers. You're right. Whoever lost it must be anxious to get it back. It's only right to return it to its owner. Ginny insisted on finding the diary's owner. Argus was inwardly anxious, cursing Voldemort's incompetence. His initial plan was to casually toss the diary to someone, but he quickly realized that without involving Harry, Dumbledore would likely intervene directly. Only by involving Harry would Dumbledore see it as a test for him, giving Argus room to maneuver. After much consideration, Ginny seemed the perfect candidate. She was Ron's sister, and Harry wouldn't stand by if something happened to her. Moreover, according to the original story, Ginny was easily controlled by Voldemort, leading to a series of events. I just remembered, we haven't asked the injured Slytherin students either. If you don't mind, I can accompany you to the hospital wing to ask. Argus put away the book he had just taken out, ignoring the hostile glares from the Gryffindor students, and walked with a shy Ginny towards the hospital wing. He initially wanted to keep his distance from Ginny, but upon second thought, if she was ostracized by the Gryffindor students, she might be more susceptible to Voldemort's control. Argus accompanied Ginny to the hospital wing once again. The reactions from Slytherin and Gryffindor students were starkly different. The Slytherins greeted Argus with enthusiasm, each one eager to say hello. In contrast, the Gryffindors wore strange expressions, especially when they saw Ginny walking beside Argus. They turned their faces away, unwilling to engage. Argus noticed everything, a slight smile playing on his lips. He could see the Gryffindors' attitude, but chose not to alert Ginny. Instead, he acted even more affectionate. Ginny, I'll ask the Slytherins if anyone lost something. You should check with your house as well, Argus suggested. Ginny, caught up in the moment with Argus, completely missed the angry glances from her Gryffindor peers. After Argus finished questioning the Slytherin students, he turned to see Ginny standing dejectedly by a Gryffindor bed. She had asked multiple times, but was met with silence. A barely perceptible smile flickered in Argus's eyes. He thought, I warned her in the library, and she still falls into the same trap. If it were Ravenclaw or Slytherin, they might give her the benefit of the doubt. Hufflepuff probably wouldn't care. But Gryffindor, forget it. If they were that thoughtful, they wouldn't be called reckless lions all the time. So, Ginny, Is it someone from your house who lost something? Argus asked. I haven't finished asking, Ginny replied, her head down, awkwardly twisting the hem of her robe. Argus feigned confusion, glanced at the Gryffindors, then understanding dawned on him. He comforted her, saying, "It's okay. They might be too tired to check their things. You can ask them later in the common room. Since we're done here, I'll head back. Goodbye." Seeing the sadness and frustration in Ginny's eyes, Argus didn't stop to comfort her. Instead, he thought of furthering Voldemort's plan by weakening Ginny's mental resilience. Ginny stood alone at the hospital wing's entrance, watching Argus's departing figure. She wanted to speak up several times, but ultimately remained silent. The next morning, Argus arrived at the Great Hall in Hogwarts Castle and found a group of students engaged in a lively discussion. He walked over to the Slytherin table and picked up a piece of bread. "Why is it so lively today? Didn't yesterday's issue get resolved?" Argus asked. "It wasn't about yesterday morning," Theodore Nott explained. "Last night, people from the Ministry of Magic came. A group of aurors and top officials went to the headmaster's office and personally took Harry Potter and Ron Weasley away." Argus put down his food and asked, "Didn't Professor Dumbledore say anything?" "There were too many high-ranking officials from the ministry," Blaise Zabini chimed in. "Director Bones, Director Crouch, and even the Minister of Magic, Fudge, all came. Harry and Ron caused quite a commotion. Even if the headmaster wanted to protect them, he had to be reasonable." "True," Argus nodded, continuing to eat his bread. His thoughts, however, drifted to Harry and Ron's situation. While he had expected Fudge to come, seeing Amelia Bones and Barty Crouch aligning with him was somewhat surprising. On further reflection, it made sense. Amelia Bones and Barty Crouch were both known for their integrity and commitment to upholding wizarding law, especially Barty Crouch, who had once been highly respected in the ministry. If not for his son's involvement with the Death Eaters, he would have undoubtedly become minister. The presence of these three indicated the ministry's stance and determination. Unless Dumbledore wanted to completely sever ties with the ministry, he would have to compromise. Argus couldn't help but think that Dumbledore was too bound by rules. The title of the greatest white wizard of the century was both a compliment and a constraint. If it were his father or Voldemort, they wouldn't be threatened by the ministry. Dumbledore would have to pay a high price to get Harry and Ron out of this mess. Harry's trial this time was different from the original situation where he used magic to protect Dudley. This time, he had clearly violated the statute of secrecy, causing the ministry to expend significant resources. Moreover, there was the even more serious matter involving Ron and Arthur. Shaking his head, Argus decided to stop overthinking. "Enough of that. I won't be involved in the trial anyway. It's time to focus on my classes." He asked Pansy about the day's schedule and learned from her that the heads of houses, worried about further conflicts between Gryffindor and Slytherin, had combined their classes into larger sessions involving all four houses. Upon arriving at the classroom, Argus noticed the situation was identical to when he had been injured in Potions class last term. The only difference was the palpable tension between Gryffindor and Slytherin, as if a conflict could erupt at any moment. When the professor for this session arrived, the atmosphere became even more charged. Argus's mouth twitched. "Seriously? Don't they know the situation between Slytherin and Gryffindor? Starting the first class with Snape? With his penchant for docking Gryffindor points, are they trying to provoke a fight? Even Lockhart would be a better choice." Snape, expressionless, closed the classroom windows and surveyed the students. "Now, take out your books and turn to page 8. Don't make me repeat myself." Having interacted with Snape considerably last year, Argus could tell from his subtle expressions that Snape was in a good mood. And why wouldn't he be? Slytherin had come out ahead in yesterday's brawl, and Harry had been taken away by the ministry. It was a double win for Snape. A better Christmas couldn't be imagined. As long as Harry existed, the worse he had it, the happier Snape was, given his striking resemblance to James Potter. During the Potions class, Snape's blatant favoritism was so obvious that even Argus found it hard to watch. "Mr. Malfoy, what is the antidote for swelling solution?" "Deflating draft, Professor." "Correct. Slytherin earns 3 points." "Miss Greengrass, what is the effect of swelling solution?" "It causes swelling." "Correct. Slytherin earns 3 points." "Mr. Grindelwald, what color is swelling solution?" "Colorless and transparent, Professor." "Correct. Slytherin earns 3 points." "Mr. Finnegan, what is the formula for swelling solution?" This question left Seamus stunned. He thought, "Seriously? Why do they get questions about color and effects, but I get the formula? If I knew that, I wouldn't have gotten AT in Potions last year." I don't know," Seamus stammered. Snape sneered. "Oh, perhaps you should ask your friends in the hospital wing. They might know better." "Sit down." Gryffindor loses 3 points. After a grueling lesson, the Gryffindor students left with red-rimmed eyes and simmering anger. Professor Snape's blatant favoritism towards Slytherin had reached an outrageous level. He kept awarding them points while docking Gryffindors at every opportunity, practically wishing he could force them all to drink Polyjuice potion to avoid punishment. Even the usually composed Hermione couldn't help but frown. Luckily, Harry and Ron weren't present, or Gryffindor's points might have hit rock bottom. After class, Argus led the Slytherin students out of the classroom quickly, fearing that the Gryffindors might lose their temper and start a fight. 3 days passed quietly. During this time, Argus ran into Ginny several times, each time noticing her increasingly despondent expression. Her signature red hair had lost its usual luster, hanging limply over her shoulders. More worryingly, Ginny was always alone, no matter where she was. Argus knew that Voldemort's control over her was likely imminent. Meanwhile, the tension between Slytherin and Gryffindor was growing. At the long tables in the Great Hall, students from both houses frequently exchanged taunts, the atmosphere fraught with hostility. If not for Argus and Percy keeping things in check, a full-blown conflict might have erupted. Argus was effective in managing Slytherin, but Percy struggled to control Gryffindor, partly because Gryffindors were naturally more rebellious, and partly because Percy's authority as a prefect didn't command the same respect as Argus's prowess and leadership. Setting aside inter-house tensions, Argus found his days quite enjoyable. After classes, he would spend hours in the library, occasionally practicing spells in the room of requirement. At night, he used the disillusionment charm to sneak into the restricted section, searching for forbidden books to read. Before bed, he would visit the house elves for a late-night snack, living a rather comfortable life. Another week passed. On a weekend morning, Argus entered the Great Hall and immediately noticed 2 disheveled young wizards at the table, eating ravenously as if they hadn't eaten in days. No one dared come within 10 meters of them due to the overwhelming stench emanating from their bodies. Argus took a closer look and realized it was Harry and Ron. In just 10 days, they had lost a lot of weight, their bodies filthy, and their hair matted. He recalled a letter from Vita the previous day. Thanks to Dumbledore's efforts, Harry and Ron had finally been released, but Arthur Weasley wasn't as fortunate. Although he avoided being sent to Azkaban, he lost his position as head of his department. If not for the department's staffing needs, he might have lost his job at the Ministry of Magic altogether. Soon, Professor McGonagall entered from the main doors. As soon as she caught a whiff of Harry and Ron, her brow furrowed deeply. She drew her wand and cast a Scourgify spell on the 2 of them, the magical cleaning washing over their bodies and clearing the hall's unpleasant odor. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall said sternly, as your head of house, I must remind you that you've missed a lot of classes. If you don't want to repeat the year, you'd better find someone to help you catch up. She glanced between Argus and Hermione at the Ravenclaw table, subtly suggesting they seek help from one of the 2 top students. One more thing, Professor McGonagall continued, starting tonight, you will both serve a month of detention. The 2 boys, still stuffing their faces, finally looked up. But don't worry, this time it won't involve patrolling the Forbidden Forest. Mr. Potter, your detention will be with Professor Lockhart, and Mr. Weasley, yours will be with Professor Sprout. Understood? Understood. They mumbled through mouthfuls of food. Professor McGonagall sighed and gestured for them to continue eating. Argus thought to himself that Harry and Ron must have suffered quite a bit in the courtroom to end up in such a state. He wondered how Dumbledore would feel seeing them like this. However, he showed no outward reaction, quietly finishing his breakfast and then following his plan for the day's studies. By evening, in Lockhart's office, Harry. Lockhart sang Harry's name in a bizarre tone, making Harry's skin crawl. Lockhart, however, seemed lost in self-admiration. To him, the 2 most prominent second-year students were Argus and Harry. With Argus, he always felt a sense of inadequacy, but with Harry, he could boast freely. Harry, can you think of a better punishment than helping me with my fan mail? Lockhart asked smugly. Harry had to admit, compared to Ron's laborious detention with Professor Sprout, he had it easy. Satisfied with Harry's response, Lockhart continued, Harry, remember, fame is a fickle friend. Greatness comes from great deeds. After a year at Hogwarts, Harry had come to understand this sentiment well. Just as he was about to reply, he heard a faint voice. Come to me. What did you say, Professor? Harry asked, thinking it was Lockhart speaking. Say what? Lockhart looked puzzled, having no idea what Harry was talking about. Harry was even more confused. Didn't you hear someone speaking just now? What are you talking about, Harry? Lockhart asked nervously, glancing around. He forced a smile. I think you might be a bit tired. Look at the time. It's been 4 hours already. Time flies when you're having fun. You should head back to your dormitory. All right, Professor. I'll be going then. With a lot on his mind, Harry didn't want to linger and quickly left the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Meanwhile, Argus was heading towards his dormitory after leaving the library. As he turned a corner, a strong smell of blood caught his attention. Turning another corner, he saw 2 lines of blood-written words on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. Argus cursed under his breath. Just my luck. Why do I always run into this kind of crap? He was about to leave when he noticed that Harry and Ron had just arrived from another corridor. Seeing the bloody message, their fear was evident. Argus's mouth twitched as he thought, damn it. What timing? No chance to use the disillusionment charm now. Looks like there's no escaping this. Harry muttered under his breath as he approached the wall, stunned by the scene before him. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, was petrified and hanging eerily from the railing, her tail stiffly pointing towards the ceiling. Ron glanced nervously at Argus, who was standing opposite them, and his face turned pale. He grabbed Harry's arm, his voice trembling. Harry, run. He killed Mrs. Norris. We found out his plot, and he's definitely going to silence us. Argus, hearing this, immediately furrowed his brow in frustration. He retorted, you must be out of your mind. We arrived here almost at the same time. I can't believe you didn't see that. How could you pin this on me? How much do you hate Slytherin? Harry hesitated for a moment, holding Ron back and shaking his head, about to say something. Suddenly, a large group of Gryffindor students rounded the corner behind Argus. At the same time, a crowd of Slytherin students surged in from behind Harry and Ron. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students followed closely, soon crowding the narrow corridor to the brim. The students at the front abruptly stopped, causing those behind to chatter, confused about what was happening. When they looked up and saw the scene, all voices ceased. An eerie silence filled the air. Someone read aloud the writing on the wall in a hushed voice. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. The words sent chills down many spines, like a sudden cold breeze. Blood! It's blood! Someone exclaimed in horror, pointing at the crimson letters on the wall. Who did this? Who would dare commit such a gruesome act at Hogwarts? All eyes turned to Argus, Harry, and Ron, who were already there. Their gazes were filled with suspicion, even fear. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Ron anxiously tried to explain. It wasn't me. It was like this when I got here. Look how high it is. There's no way I could reach that to write it. His eyes then landed on Argus, as if he had found a lifeline. Pointing at Argus, Ron shouted, it was him. When Harry and I arrived, he was the only one here. Only an evil Slytherin could do something this horrible. This accusation immediately drew angry glares from the Slytherin students. Though many were indeed prejudiced against Slytherin, few would say it so bluntly. Ron's accusation shifted everyone's focus onto Argus. Compared to Ron and Harry, the powerful and pure-blooded Argus seemed a more likely suspect. Even a few Slytherins had complex expressions. Argus remained calm under the questioning looks and said evenly, it wasn't me. I arrived almost at the same time as Harry and Ron. Ron quickly retorted, you're lying. You were. At that moment, Filch's impatient voice rang out from behind the Gryffindor crowd. What are you all doing here? Move aside. He roughly pushed through the crowd to the front. However, his expression turned unusually respectful when he saw who was standing there. Mr. Grindelwald? I apologize for my earlier rudeness, Filch said, his drastic change in attitude leaving the young wizards astounded, almost thinking they were dreaming. Filch, fearing Argus might misunderstand, hurried to explain, I usually wouldn't act like this, but today Mrs. Norris went missing, so. Before he could finish, Filch's eyes landed on the petrified Mrs. Norris. His eyes widened in shock as he trembled towards the cat. Mrs. Norris, how could this happen? Suddenly, Filch's tone turned accusatory as he glared at Harry and Ron, who were ready to watch the drama unfold. It must be you. Potter. Weasley. You two must have killed my cat. He'll kill you. Ron and Harry were dumbfounded. They had only wanted to see Argus embarrassed, not expecting the situation to turn on them suddenly. So all the good things are Argus, and once something bad happens, it's us? What did we do to deserve this? Ron thought bitterly. He'll kill you both. Filch roared, his rage palpable. He grabbed Harry and Ron by their collars, lifting them off the ground. The two boys struggled desperately, their hands slapping against Filch's arms. It wasn't us. Mrs. Norris was already like this when we got here. Harry pleaded. It's the evil Slytherin. He did all of this. Filch glanced at Argus, his fury intensifying. You dare accuse Mr. Grindelwald? Harry and Ron exchanged helpless looks, feeling the injustice. The bias is too blatant. Argus doesn't even need to explain, and you believe he's innocent. We've been explaining for ages, and you're not even listening. What about justice? What about the law? But Filch didn't care. As a squib, he had always been discriminated against in the wizarding world. Mrs. Norris had been his only solace for years. Now that something had happened to her, how could he remain rational? Filch tightened his grip on the boys' collars, making it hard for Harry to breathe. You two brats, just wait, he snarled. I'll make you taste every torture device in my office. Come with me. He began dragging Harry and Ron towards his office. At this critical moment, Dumbledore's voice rang out just in time. Filch, don't be hasty. Dumbledore arrived with McGonagall, Snape, Sprout, and the incompetent Gilderoy Lockhart trailing behind. Seeing the writing on the wall, their expressions turned grave. Dumbledore surveyed the room and commanded, "Everyone, return to your dormitories immediately, except..." He pointed at Harry, Ron, and Argus. "You three?" Argus knew he was in for questioning and turned to the Slytherin prefect, Amiri Caro, who had been the top student in their house. "Prefect Caro, take the Slytherins back." Amiri Caro wanted to say more, but Argus interrupted. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Seeing Filch still holding Harry and Ron, Dumbledore calmly reassured him. "Let them go, Filch. Mrs. Norris isn't dead. She's been petrified." "Ah, I knew it." Lockhart seized the moment to boast. "Too bad I wasn't here. I happen to know the counter curse." However, he trailed off as he noticed everyone, including Dumbledore, giving him odd looks. Especially Snape, whose disdain was almost tangible. Lockhart awkwardly chuckled and stepped back. But Dumbledore's next words made the atmosphere tense. He turned to Argus, his tone calm but with a hint of sharpness. "Mr. Grindelwald, can you explain why you are here?" Argus sneered inwardly, his gaze sweeping over Dumbledore's kindly face. He knew the old headmaster's intention to protect Harry, even if it meant putting himself in the line of fire. The basilisk had lurked in Hogwarts for years, first appearing during Voldemort's student days, resulting in Myrtle's death and Hagrid's expulsion. Argus doubted Dumbledore was unaware of this. However, his expression remained unchanged as he responded calmly, "Professor Dumbledore, I've been in the library all afternoon. It was only on my way back to the dormitory that I saw this scene. Many people in the library can vouch for me, including Madame Pants." Ron muttered under his breath. "Who knows if you stayed in the library on purpose and then slipped out?" Though his voice was low, it was clear enough for everyone present to hear. The students lingering around glanced at Argus, their fear intensifying, and they quickened their pace to avoid drawing his attention. Argus scoffed, retorting mercilessly, "Mr. Weasley, if I were you, I'd think before speaking. This can easily be verified by asking the students in the library and comparing the times. Besides, with so many people there, could I evade not just 1, but 10, 100? Ron's face turned red and then pale, unable to find a comeback. Seeing Argus clear his name, Harry hurriedly explained, "Headmaster, it wasn't me either. I swear, I've never touched Mrs. Norris." "Rubbish." Filch fumed, his hair almost standing on end. Dumbledore, with a headache, tried to calm Filch down. "Take it easy." He knew Filch's attitude greatly influenced the other young wizards. Snape suddenly interjected, cutting off the conversation. "In my opinion, Headmaster, Mr. Potter and his friends may just have been in the wrong place at the wrong time." Harry and Ron exchanged incredulous looks, surprised that Snape would defend them. But Snape's next words reaffirmed their doubts. Given Mr. Potter and his friends' level of magic, they likely couldn't even cast a levitation charm properly, let alone a more complex petrification curse. Though indignant, Harry and Ron could only glare at Snape. Lockhart seized the moment to make his presence known. "I can vouch for Mr. Potter too. Harry has been with me all evening, helping me respond to fan mail. I just came from Professor Sprout's office to find him." Seeing that both Harry and Argus had alibis, Ron grew anxious and quickly spoke up, seeking help from Professor Sprout. "I was with Professor Sprout too." Professor Sprout gave him a reassuring look, indicating she would support his claim. Realizing further questioning would be futile, Dumbledore said, "Until there is evidence proving their guilt, they are all innocent." This statement put an end to the matter. However, Filch was relentless. "But my cat has been petrified. I want someone punished." Dumbledore maintained his usual demeanor. "Mr. Filch, we will heal her. As I understand, Professor Sprout has grown very healthy mandrakes. Once they mature, we can use them to create a restorative potion for Mrs. Norris." Professor Sprout nodded repeatedly, assuring Filch. Not giving Filch another chance to erupt, Dumbledore continued, "In the meantime, I advise everyone to be cautious. Remember this." After this thorough analysis, it was clear that none of them were suspects. Dumbledore offered Filch a few more words of comfort before dismissing them. When Argus returned to the Slytherin common room, he found everyone waiting for him. "Head boy, are you okay? Did Harry Potter and his friends give you trouble? We just heard that Potter and Weasley tried to frame you." A chorus of concerned voices greeted him. Argus smiled and reassured them one by one. "Sorry to worry everyone. I'm fine." "Head boy, is it true? Are you the heir of Slytherin?" This question drew everyone's attention. Expectation, fear, and doubt filled the room. All eyes on Argus. With a slight smile, Argus scanned the room. "You all want to know, don't you?" No one spoke, but their eyes conveyed their curiosity. "I'm sorry to disappoint you." Argus shook his head. "But I am not the heir of Slytherin." Disappointment washed over their faces. For Slytherin students, The founder was almost a mythical figure. Becoming his heir was a dream for many. Even if they couldn't be the heir themselves, having the head boy as the heir would still be exciting. Noticing their disappointment, Argus spoke again, his voice clear. Don't be disheartened. Instead of chasing after such elusive things, focus on your studies. Step by step, you can still become renowned wizards. Looking around at them, Argus continued, given tonight's events, as head boy, I must establish some rules. From now on, no one is to leave the common room at night. If possible, stay in your dormitories. Secondly, unless absolutely necessary, no one is to act alone. For those under disciplinary action, I will speak with the head to suspend your punishment. Thirdly, the prefects of each year should oversee this and report any issues to the head or other professors. Except for Professor Lockhart. Understood? The Slytherins responded in unison. Understood. Argus nodded and was about to head to his dormitory when a voice called out, Head boy, are you really content with this? Among all the Slytherins, you are the most qualified to inherit the Chamber of Secrets. The Chamber of Secrets? Argus chuckled, a confident smile forming. I don't need to inherit Slytherin's chamber. Give me time, and I will surpass Slytherin. The atmosphere in the classroom was noticeably different during the Transfiguration lesson the next day. Argus still sat attentively in the front row, surrounded by Slytherin students. However, the usual front-row Gryffindor scholars had uncharacteristically chosen seats further back. More strikingly, the desks around Harry and Ron were completely empty. Professor McGonagall quickly noticed the unusual situation, her brow furrowing in concern. She tapped her wand on a cup on the desk to call for silence. Today, we will learn how to transfigure animals into goblets, she announced, aiming her wand at a parrot beside her. Watch closely. 1, 2, 3. Faraverdo. No sooner had she spoken than the parrot, which had been pecking at some bread, transformed into a transparent goblet, eliciting gasps from the students. Professor McGonagall took a moment to savor their astonished expressions, her worries about Argus's ostracization easing slightly. Now it's your turn. Who wants to demonstrate? Mr. Grindelwald? She called out, deliberately choosing Argus in an attempt to lessen the other students' hostility towards him. Argus understood the professor's intention immediately. He drew his wand and lightly tapped his owl. Under the astonished gazes of his classmates, the owl gracefully turned into an intricately patterned goblet. Excellent work, Mr. Grindelwald. Slytherin earns 3 points. Professor McGonagall nodded in approval before turning to Ron. Mr. Weasley? Don't be nervous. 1, 2, 3, Faraverdo. Ron, brimming with confidence, cleared his throat to draw everyone's attention. Argus watched with interest, thinking about how Ron's rat was actually Peter Pettigrew in Animagus form, wondering what amusing outcome might ensue. Sure enough, sensing danger, Peter Pettigrew began to struggle violently. Ron hurriedly pinned its tail with a book, took a deep breath, and raised his tape-wrapped wand. 1, 2, 3, Faraverdo. A flash of green light followed, and a transformation did occur, but the result was laughably grotesque. The goblet formed, but its body was covered in rat fur, with a long tail still wriggling under the book, creating a scene that was both comical and unsettling. Harry couldn't hold back his laughter, and soon the entire classroom erupted in giggles. Ron's face turned as red as his hair, blending almost seamlessly. Professor McGonagall sighed. Mr. Weasley, perhaps you should consider getting a new wand. At that moment, Seamus raised his hand, his face etched with fear. Professor McGonagall, I want to know, what's the deal with the Chamber of Secrets and the heir of Slytherin? Is he really at our school? The question was like a bomb, shattering the classroom's calm. Students' eyes darted between Argus and Harry, seeds of doubt already taking root. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath and moved to the front of the class. Very well, I suppose it's time you were informed. She began recounting the history of Hogwarts, the disagreements among the 4 founders, and the mysterious chamber left behind by Slytherin. The students listened intently, occasionally gasping in shock. One asked, hasn't the school ever tried to find such a terrifying monster? Professor McGonagall patiently explained, Hogwarts has made numerous attempts to locate the chamber, but unfortunately, we've always come up empty-handed, as if it never existed. The lesson ended amid an atmosphere of unease. Argus had planned to visit the room of requirement to search for Ravenclaw's diadem, but with all eyes on him, disappearing suddenly would only raise more suspicions. He decided to stay put, waiting for Harry's Parseltongue ability to be exposed, which would naturally divert attention away from him. 2 days later, the Quidditch pitch was buzzing with excitement. The enthusiasm for the match seemed to dispel the school's gloomy atmosphere, with cheers echoing all around. Except for Professor Flitwick, who stayed behind at the castle, all the other professors were present, even Dumbledore, who rarely left his office, had come to watch. Argus keenly noticed Lucius sitting in the professor's stand. Their eyes met, and Argus nodded with a smile. However, at that moment, he felt a fleeting spatial disturbance. It's not an illusion. Someone really used apparition. Argus's sharp gaze locked onto the direction where Lucius stood. His apparition skill was the highest among all magic, reaching level 8, even surpassing some professors. Only he could detect such a faint disturbance. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Argus's mind. Dobby, the house elf of the Malfoy family. Remembering how Harry had almost been prevented from attending school because of Dobby's interference, Argus frowned. But then another question arose. How did Dobby know Hogwarts was in danger? Could he have recognized the problem with Voldemort's diary? No, that couldn't be right. Argus recalled that in the original story, Dobby started harassing Harry before Lucius gave the diary to Ginny. As Argus was lost in thought, the match had already begun. The age-old rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor, combined with previous conflicts, made this game more intense than ever. With Gryffindor's Seeker still recovering in the hospital wing from a fight, Harry and Draco faced off once again. On the pitch, bludgers and quaffles whizzed past at incredible speeds. Even from the stands, Argus could hear the wind howling. Captains Flint and Wood clashed repeatedly, as if trying to knock each other off their brooms. The other players were equally fierce, even the usually rule-abiding Gryffindor team members. As time went on, Slytherin began to dominate. Gryffindor, with more female players and lacking tactical training, seemed to struggle. Several players nearly fell off their brooms, causing gasps from the stands. The score quickly widened from 30 to 40 to 30 to 90. Unless Harry could catch the golden snitch quickly, Gryffindor was bound to lose. Draco was elated, flying neck and neck with Harry. Harry, however, looked around anxiously, while Draco seemed effortlessly in control. Suddenly, a bludger whizzed past Harry's head, smashing through the wooden structure of the stands. Flint flew over to Draco, signaling with his eyes towards Argus and Lucius in the stands, reminding Draco not to let them down. Harry faced even more brutal attacks as bludgers relentlessly targeted him. Just then, the golden snitch appeared in Draco's blind spot. Harry, quick as lightning, dove towards it. Draco, realizing what was happening, followed closely, quickly overtaking Harry thanks to his superior broomstick. They flew into a narrow alley, with bludgers crashing through the walls. Worse still, one bludger followed them at breakneck speed. Draco sensed danger and, recalling his promise to Argus and his father, hesitated for a moment before veering out of the alley and crashing heavily to the ground. Harry couldn't afford to give up. The golden snitch was Gryffindor's last hope. Glancing back at the pursuing bludger, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Just as he was about to grab the snitch, a bludger struck his arm with tremendous force, slamming him to the ground. Gasps echoed from the stands. Argus's eyes were fixed on a particular corner of the stands where Lucius was. The scene mirrored last year's Quidditch match when Gryffindor's Seeker was forced out. It's Dobby. He's using a Confundus charm, Argus thought, a cold glint in his eyes. Harry struggled to get up, but the bludger leapt again, aiming straight for him. Draco, seeing this, stumbled towards Harry, grabbing his legs and pulling him away just in time. The bludger crashed to the ground but didn't stop, heading for them once more. In that critical moment, a dazzling red light shot across half the pitch, striking the airborne bludger. Argus, wand in hand, appeared at the Slytherin players' entrance. The match was urgently halted, and professors and students rushed to the scene. Argus approached Draco, staring sternly into his eyes. Did you ignore what I told you last time? Draco lowered his head in guilt. Harry groaned in pain. My arm, I think it's broken. Professor Lockhart hurried over, ready to cast a spell. Harry recoiled in fear, but Lockhart didn't give him a chance to refuse, casting the spell immediately. As the blue light flashed, Harry's expression gradually relaxed. However, when Lockhart lifted Harry's arm, everyone was stunned. It was limp, like it was made of rubber. Lockhart awkwardly explained before turning to Draco, preparing to treat him. Draco, terrified, clung to Argus's leg, his face full of fear. You stay away from me. Heal as if new. Argus decisively cast a spell, healing Draco's injuries before Lockhart could. The bruises on Draco's body vanished instantly, leaving only the torn marks on his wizard robe. Harry looked at his limp arm and then at the perfectly fine Draco, his eyes full of grievance. The surrounding students showed strange expressions and whispered among themselves. Lockhart awkwardly glanced at Argus, seemingly blaming him for stealing his moment to shine. However, when he met Argus's cold gaze, a chill ran down his spine. Lockhart suddenly realized how foolish his previous actions had been and quickly changed the subject, pretending to look nonchalantly at Harry. Don't worry, this isn't without its benefits, Lockhart said, trying to stay calm as he gently twisted Harry's arm. Harry was horrified to feel his hand touch his elbow. At least you'll never feel pain again, nor have to worry about fractures, Lockhart said, looking around smugly. Fractures? He doesn't even have bones anymore. Hagrid could no longer hold back. pushing through the crowd and scooping Harry up to rush to the infirmary. A few Slytherin students also carried the struggling Draco, following behind despite his insistence that he was fine, as Argus firmly insisted he be taken away. Throughout the entire commotion, Lucius stood silently in the distance, observing. Once everyone had left, he approached Argus. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Grindelwald." "Just doing what needed to be done," Argus replied without turning his head, his eyes still fixed on the direction everyone had left. Only after they disappeared from sight did he continue. "Didn't you find that scene just now a bit odd, Mr. Malfoy?" "I did," Lucius replied, his face expressionless. "The bludger was bewitched with a confundus charm," Argus said quietly. "Casting such a spell right under Dumbledore's nose is no small feat." Lucius's pupils constricted as if he had realized something. Argus gave Lucius a meaningful look. "Mr. Malfoy, perhaps you should investigate those around you." With that, he turned and left, leaving Lucius alone, muttering to himself, "Those around me." Time flew by, and November arrived in the blink of an eye. After the Quidditch match, Hogwarts returned to its usual calm, as if the incident with Mrs. Norris's petrification had never happened. However, Argus noticed that Professor Sprout was spending more and more time cultivating mandrakes, and small animals around the campus were mysteriously disappearing, with even spiders nowhere to be seen. "If I remember correctly, basilisks fear the crowing of roosters. I should prepare a few," Argus thought. The basilisk is a rare creature. There might only be one left in the entire wizarding world. Letting it die at Harry's hands would be such a waste. As Argus pondered, he passed by the hall and noticed a group of students excitedly discussing something in front of the notice board. "What's going on?" Argus asked Goyle and Crabbe, who were behind him. Without a word, they squeezed into the crowd and quickly returned with the news. "Chief, it's an announcement. The school has established a dueling club, with activities every Wednesday. Today is the first session." Upon hearing this, the Slytherin students were instantly excited. Draco asked eagerly, "Argus, are you going to join?" "I definitely want to go. Maybe I can finally teach those grief-finders a lesson." Argus merely smiled faintly. With Lockhart, that charlatan, running it, any auror from the ministry could handle him. "As for me, there's really no point in attending." Draco nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, with your skills, there's no need to practice with us. You should be dueling professors." Looking at the distant notice board, Draco's face lit up with anticipation. "I wonder which professor organized this club. They must be both skilled and innovative." As expected, at 3 in the afternoon, Snape personally ordered Argus to lead the Slytherin members who had signed up to the classroom. This so-called classroom was actually a small converted hall, where the club's prototype had already taken shape. In the center of the hall, a long stage was particularly eye-catching, draped with a vibrant cloth featuring a crescent moon pattern. The surrounding bonfires added a mysterious touch to the space, and the ceiling had somehow turned into a deep, impenetrable black. Many students gathered around the stage, eagerly discussing the upcoming event. "Argus, who do you think the professor organizing the club will be?" Draco asked excitedly. "I'll bet it's Professor Flitwick. He's the champion of the dueling club and the head of Ravenclaw. Only he has the skill and imagination for this." Argus didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. He had always been disdainful of such duels. If it weren't for Snape's direct order, he wouldn't have bothered to join the crowd. Draco, noticing Argus's indifference, grew puzzled. "It's not Professor Flitwick?" He looked around and suddenly seemed to realize something, his smile freezing on his face. "No, it can't be, could it be?" Before he could finish, an unwelcome figure walked onto the stage from a distance. Lockhart, dressed in a flamboyant robe, flashed his signature toothy grin and waved to the crowd. "Come on over. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me?" Lockhart's voice boomed through the hall. Seeing Lockhart, many students looked disappointed. Draco glared at Argus. "You knew all along, didn't you? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I wasted my time for nothing." Argus tried to console him. "Don't be like that, at least. You can take this opportunity to teach Ron a lesson." At that moment, Lockhart was dramatically flipping his robe, eliciting cheers from a group of young witches. He began to boast about his great achievements, constantly referencing his books. The students below whispered among themselves, with some complaining, "It's all just bragging. If he were really that great, he wouldn't have struggled with a few Cornish pixies." Seeing many were about to leave, Lockhart hurriedly mentioned Snape to hold their attention. "Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape." Snape walked over from the other end of the stage, his face as dark as coal. Clearly, he was extremely displeased with this arrangement. Lockhart, oblivious to Snape's mood, continued, "Professor Snape has agreed to help me with a little demonstration. But don't worry, I promise I won't harm your potions master. No need to be afraid." Argus sensed trouble. As someone who had frequent dealings with Snape, he could tell that Snape was barely restraining his urge to lash out. The two professors took their positions at opposite ends of the stage, preparing for the duel demonstration. As soon as the countdown ended, a blinding light shot towards Lockhart like a speeding bullet. He didn't even have time to react and was blasted off his feet, landing on the ground and struggling to get up. Only then did Snape's low voice resonate through the hall. Expelliarmus. A brief silence was followed by an uproar of excited chatter. Slytherin students were thrilled, their cheeks flushed with excitement as they applauded their head of house. Draco clapped so hard his hands turned red. Some young witches, on the other hand, were jumping up and down in worry for Lockhart. Lockhart managed to stand up, forcing a smile. "Don't take it personally, Professor Snape. I was just demonstrating. I saw through your intentions instantly. Had I wanted to block it, it would have been a piece of cake." Snape's lip twitched, unwilling to hear more bragging. He interrupted. "Perhaps we should teach the students how to defend against dark spells. That would be more effective." With that, he pulled out his wand again. Lockhart's face paled, fearing Snape might attack again. He instinctively took 2 steps back. Realizing his mistake, he quickly recovered. "That's indeed a good suggestion, Professor Snape. Let's find a pair of volunteers for a demonstration. Potter, come up." Seeing Harry step onto the stage, Snape spoke with a malicious grin. "I nominate a student from my house. Agus Grindelwald." Argus sighed lightly. I knew I couldn't avoid this." He used a levitation charm to float to the center of the stage. His arrival was greeted with another wave of cheers, especially from the Slytherin students, who were practically hoarse from shouting. A group of young witches gazed at him with starry eyes, making Lockhart jealous. In contrast, Harry looked like he was about to cry. The memory of the trophy room last year was still fresh. He and Ron together couldn't match Argus, let alone him alone now. He glanced at Lockhart for help, but Lockhart was too busy being envious to pay him any attention. Left with no choice, Harry reluctantly stepped forward. Argus walked to the center of the stage, bowed, and then moved to the edge. As Lockhart's countdown ended with 3, a pale yellow beam shot from Argus's wand. Levi Corpus. Harry didn't even have time to react or lift his wand before he was hoisted into the air, swinging helplessly like a cocooned insect. For the first time, a smile appeared on Snape's face, filled with satisfaction. In his eyes, the dangling face seemed to overlap with a familiar one from his memories. Similar scenes had often played out in his fantasies, and now it was finally coming true. Seeing Snape lost in thought, Argus couldn't help but silently sympathize with Harry. Having such an awful father who bullied others and stole their childhood sweetheart, who else would Snape vent his frustrations on? The audience erupted in laughter. Harry, already feeling awkward, was now so mortified that he couldn't lift his head. For a 12-year-old boy, this kind of socially devastating moment was far beyond his ability to cope. Lockhart's composure faltered as well. Harry was his personal choice, a testament to his judgment. Being easily defeated by Snape was bad enough, but now his chosen representative was also humiliated. This was essentially broadcasting to everyone that neither his judgment nor his skill could compare to Snape's. Lockhart gritted his teeth and raised his wand toward Harry, who was suspended in midair, ready to cast a spell. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Harry, who had given up struggling, saw Lockhart's movement and instantly recalled the terrifying experience of having his bones removed on the Quidditch pitch. Panic surged through him, and he thrashed about desperately, preferring to look foolish rather than suffer through another of Lockhart's spells. Noticing Harry's reaction, Lockhart's eyes flashed with frustration. "Stay still, Harry. I'm going to lift the spell," he shouted. But this only made Harry struggle more violently. Ignoring Harry's resistance, Lockhart cast the finite spell at him. The spell was successfully cast, and Lockhart sighed in relief. However, an even more embarrassing scene quickly followed. The essence of the finite spell is to use powerful magic to forcibly end other spells, requiring the caster's strength to vastly exceed that of the opponent. It's akin to Nicholas Flamel collaborating with aurors to end all spells in the Paris cemetery. But Lockhart's skills, apart from his decent memory charm, were unreliable at best. There was no way he could counter Argus's spell. The magic hit the ropes binding Harry, but they didn't even budge. Argus smirked to himself. "Trying to save face without the necessary skill? Using finite? You're embarrassing all Hogwarts professors." Seeing Snape's expression growing darker, Argus sighed and voluntarily lifted the spell, raising his wand in a gesture of respect to indicate the duel was over. Harry, still reeling from the pain of his fall, was oblivious to everything until Lockhart reminded him, prompting him to hastily get up and complete the formality. Everyone saw the duel between Mr. Potter and Mr. Grindelwald. Lockhart, eager to regain his dignity, scanned the crowd and finally locked eyes on Harry's friend, Ron. To him, the Weasley family, though poor, were all quite capable. Surely Ron was no exception. Pointing his wand at Ron, he announced, "Ronald Weasley, come up and give us a demonstration." Ron had never received such attention, and his youthful desire to show off was instantly triggered. He confidently stepped onto the stage, looking down at the Slytherins with pride. Snape, without a word, ordered Draco to join him on stage. The two rivals faced each other once again, and the tension was palpable even before the duel began. The Slytherin and Gryffindor students below cheered for their respective sides. Ron basked in the attention, taunting Draco. "Evil Malfoy, let me teach you a lesson." Draco sneered and slowly walked to the center of the stage. Lockhart shouted, "Wands at the ready," signaling the start of the duel. The two boys took their positions at opposite ends of the stage, gripping their wands tightly. Their understanding of magical duels was still rudimentary, lacking the seasoned experience of someone like Agus, who had survived countless assassination attempts. Lockhart continued to insert himself into the spotlight. "I'll count to 3, and then you can cast your spells. Only use disarming charms. If your opponent loses their wand, you must stop. I don't want any more accidents. 1, 2. Before he could finish, Ron eagerly cast his spell. "Ricta Sempra," he shouted, a green light emanating from his wand. But he seemed to have forgotten that his wand was held together with tape, often causing mishaps in class. This time, the spell backfired, tracing back along the wand's handle. "Ha ha ha." Ron's eyes widened in horror, but he couldn't stop laughing. The Slytherin students below roared with laughter, and even some Gryffindors couldn't help but glance away in embarrassment. Being hit by Draco's spell would have been one thing, but to be undone by his own magic? Who could defend that? Growing increasingly frustrated, Ron covered his mouth with one hand and pointed his wand at Draco with the other. "Leglocker. Ha ha ha. Curse, ha ha. Finite," he managed to utter. This time, his wand cooperated, and the spell didn't backfire. A weak, white light slowly drifted toward Draco. To Argus, the spell was so slow that most people could dodge it, but Draco swayed back and forth, seemingly unsure how to evade it, and ended up taking the hit, flying back with his legs bound together. Argus frowned, thinking Slytherin students really needed to train their dueling skills. Such an obvious attack shouldn't have landed. Snape disdainfully picked Draco up from the ground and threw him back onto the stage. Draco, feeling humiliated, angrily flicked his robes. "You've angered me, Weasley. Watch this." Serpensortia. A thick, black fog erupted from Draco's wand, and a large cobra sprang forth, landing in the center of the stage. The snake hissed menacingly, causing the young wizards below to panic. "Stand back, Draco," Snape drawled lazily. "I'll handle this." "Let me do it, Professor Snape." Lockhart, seeing that it was just a snake, regained his confidence. He eagerly raised his wand, a smug expression on his face. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the cobra was not vanquished, but instead flung into the air. It landed heavily, even more enraged, hissing ominously. The snake slithered towards the nearest target. Argus recognized the person as Justin Finch-Fletchley from Hufflepuff, a rare wizard in Hufflepuff with a prejudice against Slytherins due to his Muggle parents. While everyone else was fleeing in terror, only Harry stood still, walking toward the snake, making strange hissing sounds that resembled the snake's own. What happened next left everyone in shock. The cobra turned to look at Harry but did not attack. It then faced Justin Finch-Fletchley, continuing to hiss. Everyone watched in stunned silence, even Snape's eyes filled with disbelief. After several seconds, Harry looked up. He had expected his calming efforts to earn him praise and gratitude from Justin Finch-Fletchley. Instead, he was met with countless expressions of fear and anger. Argus observed Harry and the cobra with keen interest, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. He pondered silently. Is this the legendary Parseltongue? Is it meant for communicating with snakes or controlling them? If it's the latter, it could be incredibly useful, especially for gathering intelligence. Who would have thought that an ordinary snake could become a spy? Unlike most wizards, Argus had no prejudice against Parseltongue. He recalled that Dumbledore was fluent in gobbledygook and Murmish, yet no one considered these languages to be symbols of dark magic, despite the many wizards killed by goblins and merfolk. Argus realized that the bias against Parseltongue stemmed solely from the fact that famous Parselmouths had been dark wizards. As Argus contemplated whether he should try learning other species' languages, Snape had already taken action. A spell flashed, and the cobra turned to dust in an instant. Snape looked at Harry with a peculiar expression. "What did you just do?" Justin Finch-Fletchley snapped out of his terror and demanded angrily. Harry looked around in confusion, noticing that everyone was staring at him with fear and horror, including the ever-boastful Lockhart. Many began whispering and pointing. Harry wanted to explain, but every time he approached, people scattered as if avoiding a dangerous magical creature. The first meeting of the dueling club ended abruptly in a panic after Harry revealed his Parseltongue ability. The young wizards, who had been eager to have fun, lost all interest. The news that the savior was a Parselmouth spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. Wherever Harry went, he couldn't escape the strange looks. Even his roommates requested a transfer from Professor McGonagall, which made Harry even more despondent. Ron, why is everyone treating me like this? Harry confided in his only friend, feeling wronged. However, Ron's reaction was unexpected. Why didn't you tell me? Ron demanded. Tell you what? Harry was baffled. That you're a Parselmouth. Parselmouth? You mean speaking to snakes? Harry asked, confused. I once let a python out at the zoo, and it almost attacked Dudley. That doesn't mean anything, right? Lots of people can do that. No, Harry. Ron's expression turned serious. Being a Parselmouth isn't a common talent. It's seen as something bad. What's so bad about it? Harry snapped, his accumulated anger finally bursting out. If I hadn't told that snake not to attack Justin. Wait, you told it not to attack Justin? Ron interrupted. You were right there on the platform, just a few meters from me. Didn't you hear? I heard you speaking Parseltongue, the snake language, Ron explained. I couldn't understand what you were saying, but the tone was frightening. Like you were commanding the snake to do something. I was speaking another language. Harry stared at Ron in disbelief. Exactly, Harry, Ron continued. Do you know why Slytherin's symbol is a snake? How could I know? Because Slytherin himself was a Parselmouth. He could talk to snakes just like you. Hearing this, Harry finally understood why everyone had looked at him with such fear and why he was being ostracized at school. In their minds, he had become the heir of Slytherin. Now the whole school thinks you're Slytherin's great-great-great-great-grandson. Ron added. But I'm not. Harry shouted hysterically, then muttered quietly, I never will be. Outside the room of requirement, Argus stood opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy being clubbed by trolls. He walked past the wall 3 times, thinking intently about the diadem of Ravenclaw. After the Lockhart's dueling club incident, everyone believed Harry was the heir of Slytherin. This had diverted attention from Harry, giving Argus the opportunity to use the disillusionment charm and the Marauder's map to sneak into the room of requirement after curfew. Pushing open the smooth door, he was greeted by heaps of junk piled high, as far as the eye could see. Argus thought to himself, no wonder Voldemort was so confident about his Horcruxes. These junk piles are hidden so deep, even if a wizard knew the hiding place, they'd struggle to find it among all this clutter unless they used fiendfire to destroy everything. Fortunately, I got a few in advance. Argus took out Slytherin's locket from his pocket. Horcruxes could sense each other, which was why he hadn't tried to find the diadem of Ravenclaw last year. This junk heap could take ages to sift through. The room of requirement was indeed magical, with many restrictions on spells, even preventing the summoning charm. Argus recalled that the Mirror of Erised was also found by Dumbledore in the room of requirement. It seemed ancient magic had its unique advantages. Thankfully, the room had its limitations. Otherwise, with Voldemort's personality, he would have filled it with traps. Argus held Slytherin's locket, closing his eyes to sense the magical vibrations from the locket. He walked forward slowly, passing heap after heap of junk, finally stopping in front of a large pile of furniture and miscellaneous items. Confringo. Argus wasn't about to dig through the junk himself. The simplest way was to blast it open with magic. After all, the diadem of Ravenclaw wasn't easily damaged. A series of explosions echoed, but the room of requirement could block all internal sounds. Even if it blew up inside, no one outside would notice. With one explosion after another, the entire pile of broken furniture finally collapsed. Argus frowned, waving away the dust in front of him. He gripped the locket again, feeling the Horcrux's position. Forward, to the right, further forward. Opening his eyes, he saw an ancient statue at his feet. Seeing the statue, a smile finally appeared on Argus's face. He had found it, the diadem of Ravenclaw. On the statue's head was an exquisite crown that seemed entirely out of place. The pure gold crown was inlaid with a large green gem, and on the forehead was a soaring eagle adorned with sparkling diamonds. Argus carefully took down the diadem, reading the inscription at the bottom. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. I heard that the Ravenclaw diadem grants wisdom, but I'm not sure if that's true. Argus stood in the room of requirement, holding the legendary diadem in his hands, his blue eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. He scrutinized the magical artifact carefully, but felt no urge to put it on. The more powerful the magic, the higher the price to use it, Argus muttered to himself. If it truly granted wisdom, Dumbledore would have acquired it long ago. How could it have fallen into Voldemort's hands and become tainted as a Horcrux? He carefully put the diadem away. Acquiring this piece meant he was halfway through his mission at Hogwarts this year. Argus' lips curled into a smile as he began to plan his next steps. Next, I need to help Ginny make a scene. One that everyone will notice, he thought to himself as he headed towards the Slytherin common room. If the frequent petrifications of students at Hogwarts continue and the professors and headmaster remain helpless, Fudge and the Board of Governors might seize the opportunity to intervene. Argus sighed. Too bad the effects of the petrification curse are different from those of the basilisk. Otherwise, I wouldn't need Ginny. I could do it myself. Back in his dormitory, Argus used a disillusionment charm to silently lie down on his bed, quickly falling into a deep sleep. The next day, the atmosphere in potions class was particularly tense. With Harry's Parseltongue ability exposed, almost everyone viewed him as the heir of Slytherin. The suspicion that once surrounded Argus had dissipated, and at least no one was deliberately avoiding him anymore. However, Argus hadn't anticipated how bad Harry's situation in Gryffindor would become. When Harry and Ron arrived late, the entire classroom fell silent. Snape stood at the podium, expressionless, but a hint of schadenfreude gleamed in his eyes. Mr. Potter, Snape began icily, if I recall correctly, this class started 5 minutes ago. Harry stammered. Just what? Just having a chat with your snake friends? Snape's sarcastic remark earned him a glare from Harry. Now, stand at the back of the classroom. 10 points from Gryffindor, each. Snape barked, then turned to the rest of the students. If your heads aren't filled with flobberworm mucus, you should know to turn to page 97. Amid the flurry of turning pages and Snape's caustic remarks, the grueling potions class finally ended. After class, on his way to Transfiguration, Argus ran into Ginny again. The change in her over the past few weeks was startling. Her once rosy cheeks were now pale, and her vibrant red hair had become dry and tangled. Argus knew this was the result of her frequent use of Voldemort's diary. It's time to turn up the heat, Argus thought, deliberately approaching Ginny. The two collided in the corridor, and Ginny hastily apologized. I'm sorry. It's fine. I wasn't paying attention, Argus replied with a gentle smile. Ginny looked up, recognizing Argus with surprise. Mr. Grindelwald. Just call me Argus, he said softly. I never call you Miss Weasley, do I? Argus, Ginny tried, her face flushing bright red. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a shout. What are you doing? Ron came running from a distance, pulling Ginny behind him. Stay away from my sister, you evil Slytherin. It's not like that, you misunderstood. Ginny hurriedly explained. I just bumped into Mr. Grindelwald. There's nothing to say to someone like him. Let's go, Ron insisted, dragging Ginny away. Argus maintained a polite smile as he watched Ginny leave. His objective was achieved. The conflict between Ginny's affections and her family loyalty would drive her to seek solace in Voldemort's diary. Argus was confident that Voldemort would exploit this opportunity. In the evening, in the Slytherin girls' dormitory, Ginny cautiously opened the door and, confirming no one was around, retrieved the black diary from the bottom of her trunk. She opened it, revealing pages already filled with writing. Tom, I don't know what to do, Ginny wrote with trembling hands. An eerie scene unfolded as the diary began to respond. Is it about Mr. Grindelwald? With that surname, Mr. Grindelwald is surely a prominent figure at Hogwarts, the diary continued. To gain his favor, you need to become more outstanding. I know, Ginny replied. But what happened today wasn't my fault. It was my brother. They almost fought because of me. Meanwhile, ostracized by Gryffindor, Harry found himself alone on the tower rooftop. Without Ron's company, he felt lonelier than ever. He had tried to explain himself to others, but his Gryffindor peers refused to listen. Earlier, he had even attempted to seek help from Dumbledore but was turned away for not knowing the password. As curfew approached, Harry trudged back towards the common room he dreaded. Just then, the voice from his dreams echoed in his ears once more. Kill, kill. Time to kill. Harry wanted to chase the source of the voice, but remembering Mrs. Norris' fate, he restrained himself. However, as he turned to leave, a ghost floating motionlessly in midair caught his attention. Below the ghost lay a petrified student. It's Justin, Harry exclaimed, rushing over to check. At that moment, a raspy voice came from behind him. Caught you red-handed. What excuse do you have this time, Potter? Filch, no, it's not what you think. Harry shouted frantically, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He felt like he was stuck in a terrible predicament, unable to move forward or backward. Filch sneered, not giving Harry a chance to explain. He turned and quickly brought back Professor McGonagall. Her face was filled with unprecedented tension, her arms trembling slightly as she walked. Professor, I swear it wasn't me, Harry pleaded desperately, his eyes full of mixed emotions. He wasn't sure how McGonagall would view him. McGonagall took a deep breath and didn't jump to conclusions like Filch. This matter is beyond my authority. Come with me. I'll take you to see Professor Dumbledore. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore wanted to defend Harry, but Filch insisted that Mrs. Norris had been attacked by Harry. Worse, Harry and Ron tried to pin the blame on Filch's most respected figure, Grindelwald. The next morning, news of Justin's attack spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. As Argus entered the Great Hall, he saw the Weasley twins flanking Harry, exaggeratedly announcing, Look, everyone, our evil dark wizard, the heir of Slytherin, is here. Watch out, Don't let the dark wizard get you. Argus understood that the twins were trying to lighten the mood, but Harry was in no mood for jokes. Just then, Snape's voice came from behind. Starting today, come to the potions classroom every afternoon. He turned and left, not giving Argus a chance to respond. The surrounding Slytherin students cast sympathetic glances. Draco leaned in and whispered, Argus, did you upset the head of house again? Want me to ask my father to put in a word for you? Argus shrugged indifferently. Didn't upset him. I helped him all last year. Maybe he thinks I'm good at it. In the afternoon, Argus arrived at Snape's office as usual. Snape was engrossed in brewing potions, the cauldron bubbling steadily. Without a word, Argus put on dragonhide gloves and started handling the scattered bubotuber pus on the floor. Apply pressure gradually from the base. Don't squeeze the boils directly. I don't have time to send you to the hospital wing. Snape reminded without looking up. Got it, Professor, Argus replied, carefully squeezing the base of the bubotuber, the pus squirting into a nearby bucket. By the time he finished, it was nearly dinner. Snape gave a quick inspection, then tossed a vial of potion to Argus from his drawer. Argus was momentarily taken aback, then realized it was payment for helping clean up after Harry last time. Leaving the office, Argus examined the potion closely. The clear liquid shimmered in the firelight was high-quality Felix Felicis, a priceless treasure outside. After dinner, Argus returned to his dormitory. When night fell, he took out the Marauder's map and sneaked out of the castle to Hogsmeade. A quick disapparation later, he appeared at the entrance of the Riddle house. Entering the house, Vita was waiting in the living room, the table piled with documents. Argus got straight to the point. Aunt Vita, I don't have much time. I need to be back before dawn. Something's happened at Hogwarts. Several students have been petrified. Dumbledore is doing nothing and isn't planning to make it public. This is our chance to undermine his reputation. Leak the news to Fudge? Vita caught on immediately. Argus nodded. Exactly. Just inform him, and he'll take care of it himself. As for Lucius, I've already warned him. He should be smart about it this time. Understood, Vita replied. It's late. Would you like some supper? No, I'm not really hungry, Argus started to say, but his stomach growled loudly in protest. Within just a few days, a front-page headline in the Daily Prophet caused a sensation across the wizarding world. The newspaper featured a detailed report on the petrification incidents at Hogwarts, complete with photos of the petrified students in the hospital wing. Colin and Justin, among others, were shown with rigid expressions and eyes frozen in terror. The article meticulously documented every action and measure taken by Hogwarts since the first petrification incident. It covered the reactions of professors, the headmaster, and students, and even precisely described the positions and actions of Harry and Argus when Mrs. Norris was petrified. A clandestinely taken photo of Filch was particularly eye-catching. He was angrily banging his desk in his office, muttering incessantly that Harry was the culprit. Below the photo was a series of conspiracy theories about Dumbledore and Harry, which fueled the anger of British wizards, who demanded an explanation from Dumbledore. Some radical parents even called for Harry's expulsion. Argus flipped through the eclectic array of newspapers in his hands, his knuckles lightly tapping the tablia, habit he had when deep in thought. He mused, aside from Rita Skeeter, no one in Britain has the ability to infiltrate Hogwarts and gather such detailed information, nor the audacity to write such articles about Dumbledore. He continued his analysis. Controlling the Daily Prophet might be difficult, but managing a limited, illegal Animagus should not be. Given Rita's nature, she's likely still at Hogwarts, possibly spying on Harry from some hidden corner. As a secondary player in these events, Argus realized he might also be one of her targets. Argus believed now was the best time to find Rita. Firstly, she must still be at Hogwarts. Secondly, due to the basilisk's influence, most insects and small animals had fled the castle. A beetle that showed no signs of leaving would stand out and be easier to spot than usual. Meanwhile, Dumbledore sat in his office, deeply troubled. He couldn't understand how the carefully crafted environment for Harry had devolved into such chaos. The series of events had left him exhausted. Causing major trouble on the first day of school nearly exposed the magical world. Although Harry wasn't the main culprit, as the chosen one, he was destined to attract more attention. If not for Dumbledore's extensive efforts, they both would have faced expulsion by now. Just as things began to calm, the petrification incidents erupted at Hogwarts. Dumbledore knew well, recalling how Hagrid had been expelled for a similar incident years ago. He intended to use this as a learning experience for Harry and to build his reputation, but this had to remain secret. Hagrid's tragedy was still fresh, and Harry, as the prime suspect, could easily become the scapegoat. Dumbledore knew the Board of Governors would inevitably intervene, possibly even attempting to meddle in Hogwarts affairs. They had long coveted control over Hogwarts, and the Ministry of Magic was no exception. The portraits on the walls voiced their opinions. An old man with a goatee suggested they might try to gain some control over Hogwarts but wouldn't intervene directly, at least not until the situation was resolved. A kind-looking elderly lady shook her head, saying Hogwarts was a hot potato. They weren't sure if Albus could handle it. If even Albus was at a loss, their intervention would only bring them trouble and criticism from British wizards. A black-robed old man agreed, reminding them that the ministry had previously claimed the creature was executed, making them responsible for the current incidents. However, he emphasized the need to be wary of the Board of Governors. Dumbledore's suspension last time was a signal. The board had set their sights on Hogwarts, and they must be prepared. Dumbledore, while pouring a pile of cockroaches into milk and taking a sip, felt slightly relieved. He acknowledged their concerns but was more worried about the potential alliance between the Board of Governors and the Ministry. For the sake of Hogwarts, they might take such action. Dumbledore sensed they would soon send someone to take Harry away. Sure enough, that afternoon, the Ministry dispatched a team to investigate the petrification incidents. Fudge led the team personally, accompanied by the new head of the Auror Office, Alan Mitchell. Umbridge had volunteered to go but was rejected by Fudge. The reason was simple. Her limited magical abilities would be useless, and facing Hogwarts monster would be suicidal. Fudge also had an unspoken reason. Alan Mitchell was far more competent and loyal than Umbridge, with efficiency and a professional attitude that surpassed hers, making him more valuable in Fudge's eyes. Fudge wasn't ready to confront Dumbledore openly, and Alan Mitchell was much more tactful than Umbridge. Sending Umbridge could have caused more trouble. Alan Mitchell, leading a few aurors, accompanied Fudge to Dumbledore's office. Following Argus's principles, he behaved politely and respectfully, speaking little. This made Dumbledore realize that the new head of the Auror Office was no ordinary individual and wouldn't be easily dealt with by conventional means. During the back and forth between Fudge and Dumbledore, Alan led a thorough search of Hogwarts. The outcome was predictable. What Hogwarts headmasters and professors had failed to find over the years, a few aurors weren't likely to discover easily. This search was more about showing the public that they were taking action. Alan Mitchell politely requested, "Headmaster Dumbledore, the Ministry needs to speak with certain individuals. This includes Mr. Filch, Mr. Ronald Weasley, Mr. Harry Potter, and Mr. Agus Grindelwald. Please arrange for them to be brought here and prepare a private room for questioning to ensure confidentiality." The request was reasonable, and Dumbledore couldn't refuse. He nodded and signaled Professor McGonagall to bring the individuals. Soon, Argus and the others arrived at Dumbledore's office. Alan Mitchell exchanged a glance with Argus, both pretending not to know each other. Fudge, seeing Argus, felt more confident and warmly embraced him. "Mr. Grindelwald, long time no see. Let me introduce you to Mr. Alan Mitchell, head of the Auror Office." Argus responded politely, "Mr. Mitchell, nice to meet you." Alan Mitchell smiled and nodded. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Grindelwald." Fudge and Argus shared a brief glance, immediately understanding each other. They needed to be cautious about their surroundings before speaking. Therefore, Fudge only brought his trusted aide, Alan Mitchell, for questioning, while the other aurors stood guard outside to prevent any intrusions. The first to be summoned was Filch. With tears streaming down his face and a trembling voice, he accused Harry of petrifying his beloved Mrs. Norris and Justin right in front of him. Filch pleaded with Fudge to severely punish Harry. Next was Ron. Unlike Filch's torrent of words, Ron had very little to say. He stammered through his answers, visibly nervous, his fingers constantly twisting together. Fudge and Alan had originally planned to leave Argus for last to have more time to talk. However, Argus, worried that delaying too long might arouse Dumbledore's suspicion, signaled with his eyes for Fudge to bring him in earlier. They entered an old, dusty office filled with cobwebs. Sharpied Alan quickly fetched chairs for Argus and Fudge, standing respectfully to the side himself. Argus got straight to the point. "Minister Fudge, I understand your concerns, but this matter must be left to Dumbledore. We can't arrest Harry." Fudge frowned. "Why not? All the evidence points to Harry Potter. Dumbledore has already protected him once. This time, neither the Wizengamot nor the International Confederation of Wizards will tolerate it." Argus shook his head and explained. "The key is, similar incidents happened decades ago. Back then, the Ministry chose a scapegoat, the current Hogwarts gamekeeper, Hagrid. Harry wasn't even born then. It couldn't have been him. Arresting Harry rashly will only give Dumbledore a chance to fight back." Fudge fell into deep thought and slowly nodded. Suddenly, he looked up sharply at Argus. "You said similar incidents happened decades ago, and the scapegoat was the gamekeeper Hagrid?" "That's right," Argus replied calmly. "The Ministry declared the case closed back then, but now the petrifications are happening again. If Dumbledore seizes on this point, we—" "Don't worry, Minister Fudge." Argus's calm demeanor starkly contrasted with Fudge's anxiety. "Let me ask you, were you the minister when that case was handled?" "No." "Were you responsible for or involved in the case?" "No." Fudge seemed to have an epiphany. "Right, it wasn't my case, nor was I in charge. Why should I be worried?" Argus continued guiding him. "If I were you, I would wait for Dumbledore to make a move, or take the initiative to clear Hagrid's name and admit the past mistake." Fudge finally understood Argus's intention. Instead of covering up the issue or finding another scapegoat like previous ministers, he could admit the mistake and let the wizarding community know the truth. This would not only demonstrate his integrity but also gain public support and goodwill. Realizing this, a smile gradually appeared on Fudge's face. "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Grindelwald." "You're welcome, Minister Fudge." Argus stood up. "Don't forget, we are the most loyal partners. Now, we need to discuss our next steps." The two began to discuss their plans in detail. Fudge's eyes sparkled with excitement, already envisioning Dumbledore's reaction. After their meeting, Argus walked out of the door with a subtle, smug smile on his lips. Once Fudge abandoned his plans to trouble Harry, his attitude softened noticeably. He asked a few simple questions before letting Harry go. This unexpected change baffled Dumbledore. He had expected Fudge to relentlessly pursue Harry, at least demanding he be taken to the Ministry for questioning. After all, Harry was the prime suspect, and not taking action against him was completely out of character for Fudge. "Headmaster Dumbledore." Fudge feigned a guilty expression. "There's something I need to discuss with you." "Go ahead, Cornelius," Dumbledore replied, ready to handle whatever came next in front of the aurors and Professor McGonagall. "The thing is," Fudge explained, "before I came here, I discovered that a similar incident occurred at Hogwarts decades ago. A half-giant was deemed the culprit and even had his wand snapped. But now, sigh. If possible, I'd like to publicly apologize to him and restore his wizarding status." Fudge's words left Dumbledore at a loss. He believed he understood Fudge well enough, knowing that despite appearances, Fudge deeply despised half-giants like Hagrid. An apology? Publicly? It seemed impossible. Dumbledore's doubts deepened, but in front of Harry and Professor McGonagall, he couldn't show his confusion or refuse. Of course, Dumbledore agreed after a moment's hesitation. The case was full of doubts back then, and it's about time Hagrid got justice. He's likely still at Hogwarts. "I'll go with you." Dumbledore expected Fudge to play some trick, but to his surprise, Fudge sincerely apologized to Hagrid in front of everyone, with aurors recording the moment. From start to finish, Fudge made no extraneous moves, deepening Dumbledore's suspicions. Had Fudge really changed? Or had he had a change of heart? It seemed unlikely. There were plenty of similar cases in the Ministry's history. Why focus on Hagrid's? The next day, Dumbledore received the Daily Prophet in his office. The front-page headline immediately caught his eye. "Ministry of Magic publicly apologizes for the wrongful conviction of Mr. Rubeus Hagrid and the snapping of his wand." The Ministry also confirms that the student death at Hogwarts decades ago was never resolved, and recent events mirror those of the past. To ensure the safety of Hogwarts students, aurors will be stationed at Hogwarts until the mysterious creature is dealt with. Reading this, Dumbledore's expression finally changed. A blatant scheme. It was a straightforward, transparent plot. Only then did he fully grasp the meaning behind Fudge's actions. Stationing aurors at Hogwarts. Dumbledore knew all too well what that meant. The Ministry of Magic can station personnel once, and then there will be a second time, a third time. Eventually, it might even become the norm. Dumbledore knew this all too well. From the moment he saw the news, his brows furrowed deeply. Sitting in his office, he tapped his fingers on the desk, lost in thought. The crucial point was that he couldn't refuse this deployment. Hogwarts had indeed experienced a series of incidents, an undeniable fact. The Ministry sending aurors to protect the students was perfectly justified. What made matters worse was that Fudge had publicly exonerated Hagrid in the Daily Prophet, admitting the Ministry's mistakes. This move had greatly boosted his popularity among ordinary wizards. Dumbledore sighed, took off his glasses, and rubbed the bridge of his nose. To openly refuse now would place immense pressure on Hogwarts. He couldn't help but wonder these tactics didn't seem like something Cornelius would come up with. His thoughts drifted to Argus. When that boy was taken into the Ministry, he indeed appeared very close to Fudge. But no matter how you looked at it, Argus was just a 12-year-old. He couldn't possibly have such a shrewd mind. Besides Argus, there seemed to be only one person who could have influenced Fudge so significantly. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "Is it the newly appointed head of the Auror Office?" he murmured to himself. "Looks like I'll need Mundungus to investigate thoroughly." A few days passed, and the Ministry didn't rush to send aurors to Hogwarts. Even though Dumbledore couldn't refuse, other details still needed to be arranged. Choosing personnel, assigning posts, scheduling patrols each required careful consideration. During these days, Argus noticed Rita Skeeter's movements. Normally, he might not have paid attention to a beetle near Harry. To avoid alerting her, he observed quietly. The beetle had peculiar markings around its eyes, resembling thick glasses. Argus's mind raced back to something Professor McGonagall had mentioned. When transforming into an Animagus, some external characteristics carry over to the animal form. All his observations were extremely discreet. Rita noticed nothing. She was too confident in her disguise. After all, who would suspect a beetle? Just as Rita was contemplating where to gather news about Hogwarts next, Everything went black. Suddenly, she was spinning and found herself trapped in some container. A slightly youthful voice echoed in her ears. Argus, what did you just catch? Nothing much. Just a weird-looking beetle I wanted to observe. A beetle? You have a hobby for that? Draco's voice was full of disdain. Argus just smiled, offering no further explanation. Inside the cup, Rita breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed these young wizards were merely curious about a beetle, not that she was exposed. She figured it wouldn't be long before the cup was opened, and she could escape. However, time passed, and there was no sign of the cup being opened. After a brief shake, everything went dead silent. The darkness and quiet began to gnaw at her nerves. Finally, she could stand it no longer. It's just a few young wizards. At worst, I can use an obliviate. Rita reassured herself, deciding to forcibly revert from her Animagus form to break free. But then something terrifying happened. The cup seemed to be enchanted with a binding spell, unyielding to her struggles. Forcing her transformation would only crush her. Damn it! Which pureblood brat is this? Even their cup has a binding spell. Rita cursed inwardly, helpless against her predicament. What had once been an easily escapable cup had now become an unbreakable prison. Time ticked by, and Rita's anger grew. You pureblood scum, if I find out who you are, I'll make your family the pariahs of the wizarding world, she raged internally. Yet, as time dragged on, the surrounding darkness and silence began to erode her sanity. Seeing nothing but endless shadows and hearing nothing from the outside, her fears magnified. The small cup felt like it would be her final resting place. How long has it been? Why hasn't it been opened yet? Rita muttered, pacing inside the cup to pass the agonizing time. A horrifying thought crossed her mind. What if the person who caught me forgot about me? This notion shattered her mental defenses. Rita frantically banged against the cup, hoping to get someone's attention. But it was futile. The binding spell was far beyond a beetle's ability to break. Time lost meaning 10 minutes, an hour, who knew? Exhausted, she finally ceased her futile struggle. Am I really going to die here? The thought haunted her. Time blurred, and Rita lost track of it. She desperately wished this was all a nightmare, that she'd wake up as the chief reporter for the Daily Prophet. But every time she opened her eyes, she was greeted by endless darkness. The oppressive silence was driving her mad. Just when Rita was about to succumb to despair, the cup suddenly opened. Light poured in like a lifeline. Ignoring her weakened state, she frantically flapped her wings and flew out. The moment she was free, she reverted to human form, terrified of being trapped again. She crashed to the ground, gasping for air, eyes filled with the joy of survival. When she looked up angrily to see who had detained her for so long, she was met by a blond, blue-eyed boy. The boy wore a faint smile that didn't reach his eyes. His first words made Rita's blood run cold. How was life in the cup? Such dark corners suit someone like you, don't they, Rita Skeeter? You. Who are you? Why are you doing this to me? Rita shouted with a mix of bravado and fear, her eyes frantically scanning the room, trying to analyze her situation. Argus shook his head in disappointment. I didn't expect you to ask such a question. I thought you were smarter than this. Wait a minute. Rita was in a full-blown panic, her mind racing as she tried to recall any missed clues. She looked around, finding herself in a simple one-room apartment. The room contained only a desk, a chair, and a bed. The bed's structure reminded her of Hogwarts. Suddenly, a name flashed in her mind: Argus. The top student of Slytherin, a genius who had garnered the entire house's support by his second year, and one of the witnesses of the petrification incidents. She had followed this boy multiple times in search of clues. Oh, judging by your expression, it seems you know who I am, Argus said, standing up and looking down at her. This is illegal detention. Rita tried to argue but was cut off by Argus. It seems you still don't understand the situation, Argus said, a look of regret crossing his face. The next second, a sickly green light erupted. Crucio. Rita screamed in agony, writhing on the floor in pain. After a few seconds, Argus stopped the curse. He didn't want Rita to end up like Neville's parents, driven insane by prolonged torture. She would still be useful in the future. Drenched in cold sweat, Rita looked at Argus with terror in her eyes. She finally understood that she was entirely at this boy's mercy. What do you want me to do? Rita asked, her voice trembling. A wise choice, Argus said, sitting back in his chair. You should be grateful you gave me a satisfactory answer before my patience ran out. Rita, enduring the pain, crawled towards Argus and tried to kiss his shoes. Argus recoiled in disgust. Why do people in the wizarding world always do this? Stand up and talk. I don't need these empty gestures. Understood, Mr. Grindelwald? Rita quickly stood up, her mind racing with plans for escape. Argus seemed to read her thoughts. I prefer dealing with smart people, even more so with those who know their place. Don't you agree, Miss Skeeter? Rita reluctantly averted her gaze. Mr. Grindelwald, what do you need me to do? It's simple. Continue reporting on the petrification incidents at Hogwarts and amplify their impact as much as possible, Argus said. He wasn't ready to have Rita target Dumbledore just yet. She wasn't reliable enough. Yes, Mr. Grindelwald. Rita felt a wave of relief, while also plotting how to expose this boy once she escaped. However, Argus had already anticipated her thoughts. He raised his wand, and its tip emitted a dark mist. Just as Rita tried to flee, the mist entered her body. What did you do to me? Rita asked in terror. Argus snapped his fingers, and Rita felt an excruciating headache, as if her skull was filled with lead. The pain lasted for 10 minutes before it subsided. This is just a small lesson, Argus said coldly. Try anything like that again, and I guarantee your head will explode like a firework. Yes, Mr. Grindelwald. Rita's face turned pale, her body trembling. Argus continued to warn her that if she attempted to break the curse, her family would suffer even greater pain. Terrified, Rita knelt and begged for mercy. I don't want to hear excuses. I only care about your actions, Argus said. By the day after tomorrow, I want to see your next article. If you do this well, perhaps you won't just be a reporter for the Daily Prophet. Not just a reporter? Could it be? Ambition flared in Rita's eyes, her pupils gleaming with excitement. In just a single day, Rita had already made her mover more accurately, her pen had. The Daily Prophet not only reported on the recent petrifications at Hogwarts, but also linked them to the death of a student years ago. The article expressed extreme dissatisfaction with the school's inaction and openly questioned whether Dumbledore still deserved to be called the greatest white wizard of the century. Rita had initially planned to praise Argus's role at Hogwarts in her report, but reconsidered, thinking that perhaps Argus didn't want unnecessary attention. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities to promote Argus in the future, so why rush? On that very day, Aurors officially moved into Hogwarts, led by Alan Mitchell. However, Argus was too preoccupied to pay much attention to this development. In Hagrid's hut, the three-maternal, burly Hagrid was clutching a blanket made from unicorn tail hair, crying like a baby. Decades of wrongful accusations had finally been cleared, and the pain and injustice he had suffered were beyond anyone else's understanding. Argus stood silently by, knowing that Hagrid needed to vent rather than be comforted. Since Fudge had apologized and the Daily Prophet had published an article clearing his name, Hagrid had cried several times. The last time Argus visited, he had intended to discuss the supply of goods, but found Hagrid in the middle of a sobbing fit and had to leave. This time, as soon as Hagrid saw him, the tears started flowing again. After about 10 minutes, Hagrid finally stopped crying. His eyes were red, and his beard was soaked with tears and snot, making his already unkempt appearance even more disheveled. I'm sorry, Argus. I just couldn't hold it in. Hagrid choked out. It's okay, Hagrid, Argus replied gently. We're friends. If you can't express your emotions in front of friends, life would be too exhausting. Hagrid was so moved that he nearly started crying again. Argus stood on tiptoe and patted Hagrid's back in a comforting gesture. Luckily, Hagrid was sitting on his bed. Otherwise, Argus might not have been able to reach him. Although it was Argus's influence that had helped clear Hagrid's name, he had no intention of telling Hagrid. While he could gain Hagrid's gratitude, Hagrid's big mouth might eventually let the secret slip. If that happened, Dumbledore's attitude towards him could change drastically. Hagrid, now that you're no longer a criminal, you shouldn't need to hide your wand in an umbrella anymore, right? Argus asked. That's true, but I've gotten used to it over the years, Hagrid said, glancing toward the Forbidden Forest. After a moment of hesitation, he couldn't help but ask, Argus, now that my name is cleared, does that mean I can? No. Argus immediately cut him off. He knew what Hagrid was getting at since Hagrid was innocent. The case from years ago must have been a complete miscarriage of justice. With Hagrid's love for magical creatures, he was surely thinking about bringing Aragog, the Acromantula, back from the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, you have to understand that your Acromantula is dead, Argus said sternly. Even if you weren't the one responsible for the incidents back then, keeping an Acromantula at Hogwarts is still against the rules. You've only just cleared your name. You can't risk losing your wand over this. Hagrid lowered his head, looking dejected. You're right. Don't overthink it, Argus reassured him. Your Acromantula is thriving in the Forbidden Forest. Bringing it back might not be in its best interest. Yeah, it's doing well in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid said, wiping away his tears with his sleeve, a small smile of relief appearing on his face. Seeing Hagrid's dirty sleeve, Argus felt a bit uncomfortable. He pulled out his wand and with a flick, Hagrid's clothes were instantly clean. Nonverbal spell? Hagrid looked at his clothes in surprise and then at Argus. Argus, you've mastered nonverbal spells so well? Truly one of Hogwarts' most talented students. Argus shook his head, slightly exasperated. Hagrid, you're a legitimate wizard now. You should try to integrate magic into your daily life. Hagrid sighed. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that I've gotten used to doing things the old way over the years. Hearing this, Argus felt somewhat relieved. He had been worried that Hagrid might develop new ambitions after clearing his name, like visiting the giant tribes or seeking out magical creatures. While the Saints' shop had its own supply base, the quality was still inferior to what Hogwarts provided. If Hagrid left, Argus couldn't guarantee that Hogwarts would continue supplying them. Their transactions had always been under the table, and even with Dumbledore's tacit approval, it was due to an agreement between Argus and Dumbledore. In such a scenario, if Dumbledore decided to turn his back on him, Argus would be in quite a predicament. After a brief discussion about the future sale of goods, Argus left Hagrid's hut. As soon as he stepped into Hogwarts, he saw a group of aurors patrolling the area. He exchanged a glance with Alan and then continued on his way. Perhaps it was the presence of the aurors or the fact that the basilisk had not been released again, but the next few days brought a rare calm to Hogwarts. The young wizards returned to their joyful selves, playing and laughing everywhere. However, with the aurors patrolling, many students caught sneaking out at night were apprehended. Yet, one person was deeply troubled: Ginny. She had begun to realize the influence the diary had over her, and even knew how it had controlled her to commit those terrible acts. The fear and guilt tormented her constantly. Especially after the aurors arrived, she lived in daily fear of her actions being discovered. She couldn't sleep, had no energy in class, and her body became alarmingly thin, her eyes losing all their sparkle. Many noticed her distress, but she provided no satisfactory answers. Ginny wanted to get rid of the diary, and many times she had secretly taken it out, but each time, she couldn't bring herself to do it. She feared being discovered, but more importantly, she had become dependent on the diary's advice. Or rather, under its guidance, she had become more radiant, closer to the person she wanted to be near. Many nights, she asked herself, without the diary, could she achieve this? Probably not, she thought, not even catching a glimpse of that person's shadow. He was so dazzling, no one at Hogwarts could compare. To keep up with him, Ginny couldn't and wouldn't let go of the diary. Only it could help her truly enter his sight. Time flies and Christmas is here in the blink of an eye. Hogwarts Castle is brimming with cheer, with twinkling lights and ivy adorning the corridors, and a giant Christmas tree standing tall in the Great Hall. The air is filled with the aroma of roast turkey and gingerbread. It's been nearly 2 months without any petrification incidents, and many students have put the whole ordeal behind them, filling the castle with laughter and joy. Meanwhile, in the greenhouse, Professor Sprout is carefully tending to the nearly mature mandrakes. Their leaves have turned from light green to dark green, indicating that the cure is almost ready. However, Argus knows that the threat of the basilisk is far from over. The current festive atmosphere is merely the calm before the storm, and Dumbledore's meticulously planned savior game is about to reach its climax. Argus, look, those Gryffindors are at it again with their disgusting antics. Hermione's voice, filled with disdain, snapped Argus back to reality. Following her gaze, he saw a group of Gryffindor students in red and gold robes surrounding Harry, mocking him with exaggerated expressions. In the past, they were worried that Harry, as the supposed heir of Slytherin, would petrify them. But with the aurors' intervention and a period of peace, that fear had dissipated, turning into blatant bullying. Argus watched coldly, thinking it was just another Gryffindor tradition. What Harry's father had done in the past, now it was Harry's turn to pay the price. It was a cycle of cause and effect. Hey, what are you doing? Professor Lockhart's voice suddenly rang out. He strode over, causing the Gryffindors to scatter like frightened birds. Lockhart approached Harry, patting him on the shoulder. Don't let it get to you, Harry. You know, to become a celebrity in the wizarding world, you have to endure all kinds of scrutiny. Harry, though reluctant to engage with the narcissistic professor, had little choice, as there weren't many others willing to talk to him at the moment. Argus, weren't you also? Hermione began, remembering that Argus had once been misunderstood as the heir of Slytherin. During that time, when the events were at their worst, Argus must have been under immense pressure, likely more than Harry was now. Feeling guilty for having been so focused on outshining Argus in the library, Hermione realized she had completely ignored his plight. Noticing the concern in Hermione's eyes, Argus felt a sudden urge to tease her. He sighed dramatically. Yes, it was a torturous time. No one wanted to talk to me. Everyone avoided me like I was a dark wizard. Especially a certain little witch, who wouldn't even look at me. That's not true, Argus. Hermione quickly defended herself, but upon seeing Argus's amused expression, she realized she had been tricked. Annoyed, she turned and walked away, cursing herself for falling for it. Given Argus's status in Slytherin, even if he had been the heir, the students wouldn't have feared him. They would have been even more excited. From a distance, Harry saw Argus and remembered when Argus had been mistaken for the heir of Slytherin. Despite being misunderstood, their situations were vastly different. Harry faced constant harassment, while no one dared to raise their voice at Argus. Slytherin students even respected him more. This made Harry feel a pang of injustice. Why did Argus get to live as usual while he had to endure scorn? Was it simply because Argus was the top student? Argus quickly caught up to Hermione, soothing her until she calmed down. He then asked, "Hermione, are you going home for Christmas?" "Of course," Hermione replied, as if it were obvious. "What I mean is, would you like to bring your parents to experience a wizarding Christmas? They've spent decades celebrating in the Muggle world. It might be a refreshing change. What do you think?" Argus suggested. Hermione's eyes lit up at the idea. Her family's Christmas celebrations had become monotonous over the years. Experiencing a wizarding Christmas could indeed be exciting. "Do you think it will be safe for them?" Hermione asked, still a bit worried. Argus reassured her with a smile. "They're just here to enjoy the atmosphere, not to stay. With you around, nothing will go wrong." In truth, Argus had an ulterior motive for inviting Hermione's parents. As dentists, they were high-income professionals often in contact with business elites. Their extensive experience in the business world could provide valuable insights that Argus, despite his knowledge from a previous life, still lacked. Argus had considered using magic to control some Muggle business elites, but the risks were too high. Any issues with these well-connected individuals could have far-reaching consequences, potentially undoing all the progress the Saints had made. Thus, he opted for this compromise, using Hermione's parents to network and learn from these elites under the guise of business cooperation. After all, Muggle money was as good as worthless to Argus. He had plenty of ways to acquire it. "I'll discuss it with them when I get home. I've never experienced a wizarding Christmas myself, so it would be a great opportunity," Hermione said excitedly, her steps becoming lighter. "If it's too late, we can stay at the Leaky Cauldron for the night." Argus chuckled, shaking his head. "If you're coming to Diagon Alley, I won't let you stay at the Leaky Cauldron. If it's really late, you can stay at my place, or we can find a house elf to prepare one of the Saints' many estates. Let's see how it goes." "I'll talk to my parents first," Hermione said, her smile widening at the thought. "When I get to Diagon Alley, I'll come find you. Deal?" "Deal," Argus agreed. Worried about being discovered by the professors at Hogwarts for his unauthorized apparition registration, Argus decided to take the Hogwarts Express to platform 9 3/4. He weaved through the crowd and found a secluded corner where he could discreetly apparate back to Saints Manor. "Aunt Vita," Argus called as he pushed open the door, seeing Vita deeply engrossed in a stack of thick documents at her desk. Vita looked up, a hint of relief in her eyes. "You're back just in time. These are the recent reports from the Saints. I'll leave them to you." Argus took the documents, knowing this responsibility was inevitable. "All right, I'll take a look." He decided to familiarize himself with the work while Vita was there to guide him. Better now than making mistakes later. Vita nodded approvingly, picking up a cup of tea and settling comfortably on the sofa, watching Argus review the papers with interest. Suddenly, Argus's attention was caught by a particular report. "Aunt Vita, can you explain this situation in more detail?" Vita glanced at the report and shook her head slightly. "Since you brought Arthur Weasley's Muggle Studies notes, I've had some reliable people start researching. They still have a lot to learn about the Muggle world, and replicating the flying car won't be possible anytime soon. However, Weasley's notes inspired them. Combining their knowledge of creating dark artifacts and alchemy, they've developed items that can retain specific spells, like wands that can cast disarming charms or necklaces with shield charms." Argus frowned. "But why not continue the research? This technology could revolutionize wizard combat and become a decisive secret weapon in the future." Vita sighed. "You think I don't understand its importance? Look at the production costs and research expenses, and you'll see why. The Saints' rapid establishment in Britain is thanks to galleons." Argus turned to the next page and was stunned by the figures. Just these 2 or 3 items cost over 20,000 galleons. That's burning money. And, Vita added, "I personally checked their research. Not only are the experimental costs high, but the failure rate of the finished products is also significant. Even when successful, the spells they contain are weak, not even up to the level of an average adult wizard. It's quite impractical. Continuing to invest, who knows how much more it will take to see a breakthrough." Argus fell into deep thought. The research had potential, but if they couldn't manage it now, it might end up benefiting someone else. He urgently needed a plan to continue the research while controlling costs. Suddenly, a flamboyant blonde figure flashed in Argus's mind. Gilderoy Lockhart. This wealthy, image-conscious individual, combined with his future fate of being backfired by his own memory charm, made him the perfect partner. "Aunt Vita, I've got an idea," Argus said excitedly. Vita looked intrigued. "What idea?" She had always had confidence in Argus's financial acumen. Argus smiled mysteriously. "You'll understand in due time. For now, please have the researchers bring samples, and add a self-destruct spell to prevent anyone from trying to dismantle them." "All right, I'll get right on it." Vita promptly took action. Argus was about to relax, but then saw the pile of documents on the table and couldn't help but smile wryly. Looks like he'd be working through the holiday. The next day, Diagon Alley was festively decorated for Christmas. Various magical decorations delighted young wizards and witches. Hermione Granger, holding her parents' hands, walked down the street with excitement. Mom, Dad, I wasn't exaggerating. Christmas in the wizarding world is completely different from ours. Hermione boasted proudly. Mr. Granger smiled indulgently. You're right, the wizarding world has so many things I can't comprehend. Ever since entering the leaky cauldron, he had been in a state of amazement. Everything was like a dream to this well-educated muggle. Hermione continued, in a bit, I'll introduce you to a friend. If it weren't for his reminder, I wouldn't have thought to bring you here to experience a wizarding Christmas. Is it that Mr. Grindelwald? Mrs. Granger teased. You've mentioned him quite a bit at home. We're looking forward to meeting him. Mom. Hermione blushed and pouted, her confident steps suddenly hesitant. All right, I'm just kidding, Mrs. Granger soothed. Let's go. Don't keep your friend waiting. The three of them arrived at the Saints bookstore, where Argus was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing him, Hermione let go of her parents' hands and ran up to greet him happily. Argus smiled and waved, but suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. Mr. Granger glared menacingly at the young man ahead, who might have stolen his precious daughter's heart. His sharp gaze made Argus's hair stand on end. Hermione, oblivious to her father's displeasure, eagerly introduced, Mom, Dad, this is Argus Grindelwald, my good friend from Hogwarts. When I couldn't find platform 9 3/4, he helped me get on the train. Not only is he the top student in Slytherin, but he also topped the year despite missing an exam last year. The more Hermione spoke, the more animated she became, completely unaware of her father's darkening expression. Mrs. Granger, on the other hand, looked at Argus with interest, a hint of approval in her eyes. Suppressing his discomfort, Argus maintained a polite smile and gestured invitingly. Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please come in. Under Argus's guidance, the group arrived at Saint's bookstore. He chose a spot on the second-floor hall near the railing, rather than a private office. The open view was perfect for the Grangers to experience the magical world and assess whether it was suitable for their daughter. Please have a seat, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, Argus said courteously. What about me? Hermione pouted, feeling left out. Argus chuckled helplessly. You too, Miss Granger. Hermione sat down triumphantly, while Mrs. Granger gave Argus an apologetic smile. Mr. Granger noticed the books on the table and asked in surprise, Are you interested in finance? He had assumed that people from the magical world, especially someone like Argus from a prestigious family, would look down on the Muggle world. Argus replied honestly, I was born in the Muggle world and only later found by my family. So, my attitude towards the Muggle world might be different from that of ordinary wizards. In my view, many things in the Muggle world are not necessarily inferior to magic. This response surprised the Grangers and made them feel a bit closer to Argus. Mr. Granger picked up a book and asked kindly, Isn't this a bit advanced for you? Can you understand it? Argus shook his head honestly. Some parts are indeed difficult for me. Mr. Granger smiled. It's normal not to understand everything at your age. If you want, I can recommend some finance books that are more suitable for you. I'm not an expert, but I know a few people in the finance industry and have picked up some knowledge from them. That would be wonderful, Argus exclaimed with joy, not expecting things to go so smoothly. Seeing her father and Argus getting along so well, Hermione pouted and glared at them. Mrs. Granger gently hugged her daughter. Why don't you take me to explore the magical world's library, my little witch? It looks like they'll be chatting for a while. Just then, Vita hurried upstairs. Argus, the event is about to start. Do you want to? She stopped mid-sentence upon seeing the Granger family and immediately put on a polite and elegant smile. Vita Rosier. Welcome to Saints, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Mr. Granger's expression turned serious. He had met many high society individuals and could tell that Vita was someone of importance. Hello, Ms. Rosier, he said, turning to Argus. Since Mr. Grindelwald has matters to attend to, we won't impose any longer. Argus apologized. I'm sorry for the poor planning. If you don't mind, Mr. Granger, you can explore the nearby shops. Saints has quite a few establishments around here. Mr. Granger agreed and left with a reluctant Hermione. Argus and Vita then headed to the event. The streets were packed, especially near the Saints' shops, making it difficult to move. Hermione, wanting to protect her parents, stayed on the outskirts to watch. On stage, Argus confidently and gracefully introduced Saints' new promotions and products, drawing cheers from the crowd. He then meticulously organized various tasks. From a distance, Hermione watched with a complex expression. She realized that Argus's excellence extended far beyond Hogwarts, creating a deep chasm between them. The Grangers noticed their daughter's disappointment and exchanged a helpless glance. The three of them quietly watched the elegant young man on stage. Suddenly, Hermione looked up at her father and said firmly, "Dad, when we get back, can you help me find some finance or management materials?" Mrs. Granger gently stroked her daughter's hair and teased, "Feeling challenged, are we?" Mr. Granger frowned and was about to speak, but Hermione interrupted him resolutely. "No, I must learn. Argus is right. Many things in the Muggle world are not inferior to magic. I don't want to be left behind, unable to even see his shadow, or worse, only read about him in the newspapers." After the event, Argus, looking slightly weary, offered an apologetic smile to the Granger family. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. and Mrs. Granger." Mrs. Granger responded warmly, "Not at all, we just got here." Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Argus politely suggested, "If you don't mind, let me show you around." "Sure." Mrs. Granger agreed readily, eager to learn more about the boy her daughter spoke so fondly of. Under Argus's guidance, they wandered through every corner of Diagon Alley, marveling at the wonders of the wizarding world. However, their original plan to stay overnight at the Leaky Cauldron or the Saints' Inn was disrupted. Hermione seemed to be upset by something and, after showing her parents around, hurriedly bid Argus farewell and left, leaving him puzzled. Did they leave? Vita, holding a wand and a cloak, slowly walked towards Argus from the stairs. Argus nodded, slightly perplexed. Yes, they were supposed to stay here for the night, but something must have come up. Noticing the items in Vita's hands, his eyes lit up. "Is this the magical item we've been working on?" Vita cautiously replied, "It's more of a prototype. As you requested, it has enchantments that will destroy the alchemical components inside if tampered with or if magic is detected. Nothing will be left behind." Argus took the wand and examined it. The chestnutwood wand was like a blank slate, with no distinct effects or inclinations, entirely controlled by its core. This made it ideal for crafting such magical items. Moreover, chestnut wood was relatively inexpensive compared to holly or elderwood, significantly reducing costs. "Just infuse it with magic?" Argus asked. Vita confirmed, "Yes, just point the wand at the target and infuse it with magic." Following the instructions, Argus infused the wand with magic as if casting a disarming charm. A red light shot out and hit a chair, shattering it instantly. Vita glanced at the chair and casually restored it with magic, commenting calmly, "The power is indeed limited." Argus could feel that the disarming charm's power was equivalent to a beginner's level, around a second-year spell. If less magic was used, the power would decrease even further. No wonder Vita found it underwhelming. For those with weaker skills, expending a lot of magic to cast a weak, disarming charm while carrying an extra wand was hardly worth it. And for experts, it was even less useful. Argus frowned and thought, what's the point of a second-year disarming charm? The only redeeming feature is the silent casting. He turned to Vita and suggested, does it have to be a wand? Can it be something else, like a ring? Vita considered for a moment and replied, it should be possible with more research. After all, the cloak is not wand-shaped. You'll need to consult the alchemists for specifics. Argus sighed in relief. If it could be transformed into something like a ring, the disarming charm would have much more utility. He tried on the cloak and found that the shield charm it contained was also at a second-year level, similar to the wand. Compared to the wand, the cloak was more convenient to use, requiring only to be worn and infused with magic. A sly smile appeared on Argus's face as he glanced towards Hogwarts. Next step, securing some research funding from Lockhart. Galleons, here I come. The Christmas holidays flew by, and the time to return to school arrived quickly. The young wizards, still immersed in the festive atmosphere, played and laughed, forgetting about the upcoming classes and exams. While his classmates shared their holiday experiences, Argus headed alone to Lockhart's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Seeing Argus, Lockhart's eyes flashed with surprise, followed by his signature smile showing 8 perfect teeth. Mr. Grindelwald, here for an autograph? You've come to the right person. I remember signing quite a few for you at the Saints Bookshop event. Argus cut straight to the point. You've misunderstood, Professor Lockhart. I'm here to discuss business. Business? Lockhart asked, intrigued. Is the Saints Bookshop looking to order more of the Lockhart series? Absolutely. You know, adventures like mine always attract more fans. Ignoring his self-promotion, Argus took out the cloak and wand from his undetectable extension charm suitcase. 2 magical items, perfect for you. Take a look. Hearing about magical items, Lockhart's enthusiasm waned. To him, no magical item could compare to his own fame. Seeing the wand and cloak, he couldn't hide his disdain. These shabby things don't suit my status. Don't forget, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, am the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Argus calmly pointed out, you lost at the dueling club. Lockhart continued to boast, I'm an honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. Argus reminded again, You lost at the dueling club. Lockhart retorted. I'm a recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class. Argus remained unfazed. You lost at the dueling club. Lockhart finally snapped, shouting in frustration. Can you stop bringing that up? Argus, expressionless, said, All right. You were embarrassed in class by Cornish pixies. Shut up. Lockhart banged the table, gritting his teeth. Is this how you negotiate business, Mr. Grindelwald? If so, I might reconsider my collaboration with the Saints Bookshop for the Lockhart series. Argus placed the wand and cloak on the table, his tone filled with allure. What if I told you these magical items could help you restore your reputation? This struck a chord with Lockhart. He could forego money and endure injury, but he couldn't lose his fame. Lockhart stared intently at the items in Argus's hands, asking, What do you mean? Argus explained, These are the latest magical items from the Saints group, capable of casting the disarming charm and shield charm. Simply infuse them with magic, nothing else required. Imagine, in front of a crowd, silently casting a disarming charm, silently and wandlessly casting a shield charm. Who would doubt Gilderoy Lockhart's prowess then? Lockhart's eyes changed, filled with fervor as he looked at the wand and cloak. I'll take them. How much? Argus assessed Lockhart, estimating his bottom line. 5,000 galleons should suffice. Given his wealth, this amount wasn't too difficult. Under Lockhart's gaze, Argus slowly raised 5 fingers. Lockhart hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. All right, 50,000 galleons it is. I'll pay you. Whoa, 50,000? Argus's eyes widened, and for a moment, his mind went blank. He thought he had already overestimated Lockhart's wealth, but he had still grossly underestimated the narcissistic professor. 50,000 galleons was no small sum, even for a saint. Argus quickly regained his composure, calculating in his mind. Just the orders from Hogwarts students alone should have earned Lockhart tens of thousands of galleons. Adding in his past book sales, it wasn't entirely surprising he could come up with such a large amount. Lockhart cleared his throat and flashed a sly smile. I don't have that much on me right now. I can give you half first. The rest, I'll settle after I visit Gringotts. Argus was ecstatic inside and quickly nodded in agreement. Even getting half up front was a huge win for him. Such a gullible customer was hard to come by. Besides, did Lockhart dare to owe money to a saint? That would be a dream. He carefully placed the wand and cloak on the table and said calmly, All right, you can try them out first. Lockhart eagerly picked up the wand, gave it a few casual waves, and showed a disdainful expression. Couldn't you add some jeweled embroidery or something? This looks too plain for someone of my status. Argus suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and responded calmly, You're lucky it works at all. Besides, the simpler it looks, the more it highlights the dangers you face during your adventures. Lockhart pondered for a moment, and then nodded. You're right. As long as it channels magic, that's all that matters, right? He pointed the wand at a chair in the room. Boom. The chair shattered instantly. Impressive. Lockhart said, pleased, playing with the wand in his hand. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he was already imagining himself using the wand to wreak havoc. Seeing this, Argus seized the opportunity. This is just the initial version. Better products will be available later, and I'll come to you first. No one else will get them for a while. Lockhart's eyes lit up again. He had been worried that others might buy these items and expose him. With Argus's guarantee, he could use them openly without fear of being found out. Seeing the moment was right, Argus cleared his throat and rubbed his fingers together. Professor Lockhart, you've tested them. So, about the payment. Lockhart got the hint, took out a bag from a nearby chest, and placed it in front of Argus. Count them. Not a single one missing. Argus opened the bag, which had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. Though it looked small, its internal space was as large as a classroom. However, when he saw the number of galleons inside, he was stunned. The number of galleons seems off, doesn't it? Lockhart quickly stood up, grabbed the bag, and inspected it closely. After a while, he said with a puzzled look, No, it's exactly 50,000 galleons. We agreed, didn't we? One item for 50,000. He looked at Argus suspiciously. You're not trying to raise the price, are you? Argus was completely floored. One item for 50,000? He had intended to sell both items for a total of 5,000 galleons. But Lockhart had somehow imagined it as 50,000 each. This wasn't just a vain professor. This was a gold mine. If Lockhart wasn't about to be exposed soon, Argus would have loved to continue working with him. Lockhart's ability to generate money was top-notch. Otherwise, how could he carry 50,000 galleons around? Even a wealthy pureblood family would hesitate to part with such a sum. Thinking about how he had been worrying about a few thousand galleons the night before, and now seeing the 50,000 galleons in front of him, Argus couldn't help but marvel. Truly, celebrities are cash cows no matter the world. He quickly waved his hands. No, I miscounted earlier. The deposit is settled. I'll be on my way now. Professor Lockhart, here's to a successful partnership. With that, Argus grabbed the money bag and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Lockhart called after him. Wait a moment, Mr. Grindelwald. Do you think if I were to host another dueling club, would anyone come? Argus stopped, turned around, and shrugged. What do you think, Professor Lockhart? Even if people come, it would mostly be young girls who love your books. It won't be as crowded as last time. Do you have any ideas? Lockhart anxiously tugged at his hair. Argus didn't want to lose his valuable client. The more Lockhart showed off, the more he'd rely on Argus's products. With some time before Lockhart's eventual downfall, Argus intended to milk him for all he was worth. After a moment of thought, Argus said, a simple dueling club won't attract many people, but you could add some interesting gimmicks. Lockhart was intrigued. Gimmicks? Things that draw attention, Argus explained. For example, shock Professor Lockhart to challenge all 4 heads of houses at once. Or, Professor Lockhart issues a public duel challenge to Professor Dumbledore. These would definitely catch the students' interest. He added, of course, you don't actually have to challenge them. Just draw the crowd, and then put on a small show. This is a common tactic in the entertainment industry or among internet celebrities. In simple terms, it's about riding the wave of popularity. In the backward wizarding world, this was an unprecedented concept. Lockhart's eyes shone brightly, as if he had discovered a new world. He had never thought of using such methods for promotion. I get it. Mr. Grindelwald, you're a genius. Lockhart laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, just wait. I'm going to prepare the announcement right away. They'll need your help with the publicity. Ha ha ha. That afternoon, a new notice appeared on the bulletin board in Hogwarts' Great Hall. First, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart's dueling club will reopen tomorrow night. Second, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart vows to redeem himself by defeating Snape in one move. Though the notice contained only 2 points, it caused a huge stir within half an hour. With Lockhart's flair for writing and his penchant for the spotlight, he painted Professor Snape as an extremely evil villain in the notice. He implied that Snape was weak and that he had only been hit last time because he was going easy on him. Otherwise, he could have defeated Snape with one move. Many Slytherin students who had witnessed the previous dueling club were furious and wanted to tell the whole world what had really happened. Gryffindor students, on the other hand, were delighted. They hated Snape the most and relished the thought of him being humiliated. As for Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, they were simply there for the drama, making no comments. At that moment, Argus was in Snape's office, handling potions. The entire office was filled with a suffocating tension. Argus couldn't help but think, Lockhart really has a knack for writing. I only told him to ride the wave of popularity, and he even managed to provoke anger. If he didn't get involved in so many messy things and focus solely on writing, he could definitely become the top writer in the wizarding world. What a waste. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.